After getting drunk, I accidentally slept with a stunning goddess. Ning City, Vienna Hotel. Slap. A thick stack of 100-yuan bills was thrown in front of Qi Junye. He looked up, only to see a flawless figure standing before him. The woman looked about 25 or 26, with fair skin and features so delicate they seemed sculpted. She exuded an air of innate elegance and nobility. Qi Junye had seen countless women, yet the moment he clearly saw her face, he was still stunned by her beauty. She was beyond beautiful, truly breathtaking. Noticing his bold, unabashed gaze, Jiang Hani frowned slightly. Last night never happened. Once we leave here, we're strangers. Beauty, I think you're insulting me. Qi Junye had played the role of a one-night husband more than once. In the bedroom, it was all husband and wife. Outside, they each went their own way. That was the unspoken rule. But once money got involved, it became something else entirely. What do you want then? Jiang Hani's frown deepened. Name a price. If it's reasonable, I can give it to you. Last night was consensual. If you insist on paying me, under Xia Nation's law, that would count as a crime. Qi Junye's lips twitched. If those powerful underworld figures in the Western dark world ever found out the infamous king of hell had been paid for sex, they'd laugh their heads off. Seeing Qi Junye refuse the money, Jiang Hani thought he was trying to cling to her. Her expression instantly turned cold. You'd better do as I say. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you can handle. Qi Junye narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Take it however you want. A threat, a warning, it doesn't matter. We're not from the same world. With that, Jiang Hani grabbed her limited edition handbag and turned to leave. Stop. Qi Junye barked. Jiang Hani paused, then turned back with a deep breath. She pulled out a check from her bag and placed it in front of him. Write any amount you want, then forget everything that happened last night. Qi Junye smirked and took the pen she handed him, scribbling down a series of numbers. Seeing that he wrote 999,999,999.99, Jiang Hani's face instantly darkened. What, can't afford a mere billion? Qi Junye shot her a sideways glance, full of contempt. Seriously, if you're broke, stop trying to act rich. You bastard. Furious and humiliated, Jiang Hani snatched the check and tore it into pieces, then stormed out like she was fleeing. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut made Qi Junye chuckle. Just as he was about to get dressed, he pulled back the covers and spotted a vivid splash of red on the bedsheet. As a seasoned womanizer, Qi Junye could easily tell the difference between menstrual blood and a virginess. That woman, who had been drinking alone in the bar last night, was a virgin. In that instant, Qi Junye's expression turned complicated. Suddenly, he felt a little guilty for his earlier sarcasm. Ring ring. His phone rang, pulling him back to reality. When he saw the caller ID, his body visibly tensed. He answered, Hey, old man. You brat, have you arrived at the Jiang family yet? Came an aged voice from the other end. Old man, arranged marriages are outdated. Qi Junye had had enough of living on the edge all these years and had decided to retire to the mountains to care for his dying master. He never expected that old man would arrange a marriage for him before passing. The infamous king of hell, forced into an arranged marriage. If the princesses of the Western nations heard about this, they'd probably hang themselves. They had thrown themselves at him countless times, but he had never shown any interest. A roar came from the other end of the line. So now you're ignoring your master, huh? Think you've grown wings? Fine. If you want to accept this marriage, then I'll assume I raised an ungrateful wolf all these years. Hearing the shift in tone, Qi Junye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. All right, stop acting. I'll go to the Jiang family soon, okay? Now that's more like it. Heh. Click. The call ended. Qi Junye lit a cigarette, letting the smoke curl upward, determination flashing in his eyes. He would never accept an arranged marriage. Of course, he couldn't cancel it outright, or the old man would never let him live it down. But there were plenty of ways to make the other party back out. At the same time, a grey Porsche 918 pulled away from the Vienna hotel. Jiang Hani gripped the steering wheel with one hand and held her phone to her ear with the other. A moment later, a sleepy female voice came through. Miss Jiang, do you know what time it is? It's my day off today. I was finally getting to sleep in. Ru, I? Jiang Hani hesitated. Su Ru yawned. Can you not beat around the bush for once? Just spit it out. I lost my virginity last night. Jiang Hani's cheeks flushed, and the image of Qi Junye's towering figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. What? Su Ru gasped, clearly shaken by the news. Jiang Hani forced herself to calm down and began recounting everything that had happened the night before. After listening, Su Ru took a deep breath to steady herself. My God, have you lost your mind? In half a month, you're getting engaged to young Master Qin. If he finds out about this, do you think your life will be easy? Heh. Jiang Hani chuckled bitterly. You think I'd have a good life marrying someone like Qin Zifeng? I'd rather sleep with a dog. Well, you're not wrong. Su Ru had to admit she had a point. Qin Zifeng came from one of the most prestigious families in Ning City. He was born with a silver spoon. But as far as character went, he was one of the worst rich second gens around. Infamous didn't he even begin to cover it. Any woman who married someone like him was guaranteed a miserable life. Ru, I'll talk to you later. I'm almost home. Alright, I'll come by soon. The call ended. Jiang Hani soon arrived home, but she didn't get out of the car. Instead, she sat inside, lost in thought. A call snapped her out of her thoughts. She looked up and instantly froze when she saw the face she least wanted to see. Qin Zifeng smiled brightly. Where are you off to so early? I came to take you wedding dress shopping. Looking at his obsequious face, Jiang Hani felt a wave of nausea. If she could, she'd never lay eyes on this scumbag again. Come on, get in. Let us take my new car. But at that moment, a taxi pulled up behind the Porsche. Bang. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Hani caught a clear look at the man stepping out and her whole body suddenly trembled. Her breathing grew rapid. Chapter 2, Outdated traditions should be rejected completely. Jiang Hani had assumed that her encounter with Qi Junye was just a one-night accident, and the chances of ever seeing him again were slim to none. She never expected that he would actually show up at the Jiang family estate. A scam. Jiang Hani couldn't help but suspect that Qi Junye had planned everything from the start. Get out of the car, Qin Zifeng called to her, oblivious to the change in her expression. His gaze landed on the approaching Qi Junye, and he sneered, Is this guy some poor relative of yours? He didn't bother lowering his voice, so Qi Junye heard every word loud and clear. Bro, were you talking about me just now? Qi Junye casually placed his hand on Qin Zifeng's shoulder. Get your hands off me. Who was Qin Zifeng? Among his peers, any man who could match him in status was either a red chip heir or a wealthy second-generation elite. With the Qin family's influence, even the mayor's son had to treat him with respect. To him, Qi Junye, dressed in cheap off-brand clothes, wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Seeing tension build between the two men outside, Jiang Hani quickly opened the car door and stepped out. Qi Junye was just about to slap the arrogant idiot when he saw Jiang Hani appear and froze for a second. Why are you here? I should be asking you that. Jiang Hani shot back. You know this guy? Qin Zifeng frowned, sensing something was off. Qi Junye gave him a disdainful glance, clearly not interested in wasting time on such a minor character. Instead, he looked at Jiang Hani in shock. Don't tell me your name is Jiang Hani. What, are you going to pretend you don't know me now? Jiang Hani was already convinced that Qi Junye had deliberately approached her, so her voice carried a touch of sarcasm. Qi Junye swallowed hard. One phrase suddenly popped into his mind, a twist of fate. He had just been thinking about how to get the Jiang family to back out of the engagement, and yet, it turned out the woman he spent the night with was his fiancée. Qin Zifeng's voice rose, sensing something wasn't right. Who the hell is this guy? I don't know him. Jiang Hani quickly replied, shooting Qi Junye a warning glance, clearly signaling him to keep quiet. But Qi Junye pretended not to notice. He suddenly wrapped an arm around Jiang Hani's slender waist and gave Qin Zifeng a mocking smile. What, are you blind? Can't you see the kind of relationship we have? Hiss. Qin Zifeng's rage exploded. From the moment he started pursuing Jiang Hani to now when they were about to get engaged, he hadn't even touched her pinky finger. Now some guy had the audacity to hold her waist in front of him? Let go of E. Qin Zifeng shouted and lunged forward only to be met with smack. A crisp slap echoed in the air. Qin Zifeng felt a burning pain on his face. Dazed and dizzy, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Keep running your mouth, and I'll beat you senseless, Qi Junye warned coldly, then casually led the dumbfounded Jiang Hani into the estate. Qin Zifeng, long used to being untouchable in Ning City, lay on the ground in disbelief. Two tall men in suits came running over and quickly helped him up. One of them asked anxiously, "Young Master Qin, are you all right?" Qin Zifeng finally regained his senses. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, he flew into a rage. "That bastard dared hit me. I want him dead. No, I want him to wish he were dead." Meanwhile, Qi Junye and Jiang Hani walked side by side into the estate. He finally let go of her waist. Jiang Hani was still reeling from the shock. She had clearly been shaken by Qi Junye's fearlessness. The Qin family was powerful in Ning City. Anyone who dared lay hands on Qin Zifeng either had terrifying connections or was insane. Where were you last night?" A graceful, well-dressed woman walked out of the villa. "Mom, Never mind that. Go inside. Your father has something urgent to tell you." Before Jiang Hani could finish, Liu Shuyun cut her off. Qi Junye, possibly mistaken for Jiang Hani's bodyguard, wasn't he stopped and followed her inside. In the living room, a man in his 50s sat on the sofa. He had a square face and exuded an air of authority. A cigarette rested between his fingers, unlit. This was Jiang Xing, Jiang Hani's father and chairman of Jiang Group. "Dad," Jiang Hani said cautiously, clearly intimidated by him. Jiang Xing spoke sternly, "I've discussed it with the Qin family. Your engagement to Zifeng has been moved up to next Wednesday." "What?" Jiang Hani's eyes widened. "Why so soon? The bank loan is due in 10 days. If we can't repay it, Jiang Group will have to declare bankruptcy. Right now, the Qin family is the only one willing to help us." He sighed and looked at his daughter with guilt. I know this is unfair to you, but I have no choice." Liu Shuyun added, "Try to understand your father. If the company goes under, we'll lose everything we have." Jiang Hani stood there, dazed, face full of silent grief. But the deepest wound in her heart was the disappointment in her parents. They were willing to sacrifice their daughter's happiness for wealth and power. How many parents in the world could be so cruel? If you don't want to marry him, then don't. As a citizen of a free country, we should reject outdated arranged marriages. After a long silence, Qi Junye suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Xing frowned. Is this your new bodyguard?" "No. I'm her fiancé." Qi Junye's words stunned the room. Liu Shuyun gasped in outrage and snapped, "My daughter's fiancé is young Master Qin. How dare you spout such nonsense?" Jiang Hani didn't expect Qi Junye to say such a thing and was momentarily speechless. Jiang Xing sneered, "Young man, didn't your teacher ever tell you? You can eat nonsense food, but you can't talk nonsense." Qi Junye grinned. "Of course he did. And he also taught me never to forget a favor no matter how many years pass." Jiang Xing looked confused. "What do you mean by that?" Qi Junye shrugged and asked, "Didn't old Master Jiang Yu ever tell you that his granddaughter was already promised to someone from a young age?" Jiang Xing's pupils shrank. "You're Dr. Xiao's apprentice? Well, looks like you haven't forgotten." Qi Junye gave a sly smile. Chapter 3. This marriage is not cancelled for the time being. When Jiang Hani was a child, she once heard her grandfather mention that since she had a fiancé, she must not fall in love with any man outside. However, she thought her grandfather was joking at the time, and after Grandpa Zitsung passed away, the matter was never mentioned again. Now, more than 10 years have passed and the old matter is brought up again. From the changes in my father's expression, it can be seen that the man next to him does not seem to be lying. Is he really my fiancé? With this in mind, Jiang Hani secretly thought that it might not be a bad thing if she could marry Qi Junye. Although this guy was a little arrogant, he was 100 times better than that scum Qin Zifeng in any way. "Young man, are you here today for a marriage engagement?" Jiang Xing suddenly raised his voice. Qi Junye nodded gently, yes, I am here for this marriage. At this moment, Jiang Hani's heart was filled with shock, and there was a hint of barely perceptible joy in her eyes as she looked at Qi Junye. However, when she thought of their encounter last night, she suddenly felt shy again. This guy wouldn't think I'm a casual woman. Har har har. Jiang Xing's laughter was full of sarcasm. Liu Shuyun next to him laughed sarcastically, young man, our Jiang family did receive favors from your master back then, but my father-in-law also gave your master a batch of priceless medicinal herbs at that time. As for the marriage agreed upon by the two elders, it doesn't count. Since ancient times, marriages are decided by parents' orders and matchmakers' words. My master and Mr. Jiang Yu exchanged engagement cards for their younger generations. How come they don't count? Are you trying to break the contract? Qi Junye's purpose of coming to Jiang's house was to cancel the engagement. After all, he had never met the girl before and had no emotional foundation at all. But now, it seemed that he had become the object of the broken engagement. Han Yi's mother and I have never acknowledged this marriage, so there is no question of breaking the contract. Jiang Xing sneered, and then changed the subject. Young man, ask yourself, are you worthy of my daughter with your conditions? Dad. Jiang Hani frowned and retorted, why do you say that to me? Your father is right. Since ancient times, marriages between men and women have to be of equal status. Liu Shuyun and her husband sang the same tune. Jiang Hani was extremely disappointed with her parents, so she turned to Qi Junye and said, you should leave now. Wait. Jiang Xing thought Qi Junye would leave, so he softened his tone and said, young man, I am not a conscienceless person. Let me give you a fortune, or arrange a decent job for you so that you can have food and clothing for the rest of your life. Then should I thank you? Qi Junye smiled playfully. No need to thank me. Although Jiang Xing didn't know much about Dr. Xiao, he had heard about some of his deeds from his father. Regardless of whether it was true or false, it was safer to be cautious, so he didn't want to completely offend Qi Junye. Actually, I never thought of marrying your daughter from the beginning, and the purpose of my coming here today is to cancel the engagement. Before Qi Junye could finish, Liu Shuyun interrupted with a smile, it turns out that we misunderstood. The young man is a reasonable person. I am of course a reasonable person, but... Qi Junye sneered and changed the subject, your behavior of crossing the river and destroying the bridge makes me very unhappy, so I have changed my mind now and I will not withdraw from this marriage. Swish tilde tilde tilde. Jiang Xing and Liu Shuyun's faces changed at the same time. Are you being shameless? Jiang Xing shouted coldly. Who is shameless? Qi Junye sneered and said disdainfully, if it weren't for my master's help, your Jiang family would have been wiped out in the financial crisis. Afterwards, Mr. Jiang Yu wanted to marry his granddaughter to me, and you, as a son, actually had the audacity to disobey your father. These words humiliated Jiang Xing completely, but even so, instead of admitting his mistake and changing his mind, he forcefully ordered him to leave. My Jiang family does not welcome you, please leave immediately. It's fine for me to leave, but today I've made this clear. Jiang Hani can choose not to marry me, but no one else can marry her before I agree to cancel the engagement. If you dare to disobey, I'll make your Jiang family live in unrest. Qi Junye interpreted the words, arrogant and domineering, to the fullest, at least that's what Jiang Hani who was standing beside him thought. Jiang Xing and his wife Liu Shuyun were furious. At this moment, Qin Zifeng ran in with two bodyguards and pointed at Qi Junye without saying a word, that's him, catch him for me. Yes. Two bodyguards approached Qi Junye from the left and right. Jiang Hani stepped forward instantly and said, stop. Qin Zifeng was furious when he saw this scene. In his subconscious, Jiang Hani was already his woman, but now she was protecting another man in front of him, which made him feel like he was being cuckolded. Qin Zifeng, this is my Jiang family, you'd better not mess around. Jiang Hani warned sternly. Har har har. Qin Zifeng laughed in anger, bitch, did he play with you behind my back? Don't worry, I'm no worse than him when it comes to playing with women, you can see it tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Jiang Han was furious, but Jiang Xing and Liu Shuyun and his wife also had changed expressions suddenly. Even though the Jiang family had to marry into the Qin family for the sake of the company, their daughter is being treated so badly before she even marries into the Qin family. Wouldn't she even be unable to be a human being after she marries into the family? Par. A crisp slapping sound was heard. Qi Junye, who was originally standing behind Jiang Hani, appeared in front of Qin Zifeng at some point and lifted his neck high with one hand. Let me go. Qin Zifeng was out of breath. Let our young master go. The two bodyguards were about to rush over, but when they saw Qi Junye's cold glance, they dared not take another step forward. Qin Zifeng had trouble breathing and passed out in a few moments. Qi Junye threw him out of the door like trash and ordered the two bodyguards, "Remember to remind that idiot when he wakes up. If he does it again, I will kill him." Yes, Tilder. The two bodyguards didn't even dare to breathe and left as if relieved of a heavy burden. All this may seem slow, but it actually takes less than 2 minutes. Dad, Mom. Suddenly, Jiang Hani spoke first to break the silence. I have always obeyed you since I was a child, but this time I want to be myself, so I have decided. I will not marry Qin Zifeng, even if I die. Jiang Xing and Liu Shuyun looked at each other, and their expressions became complicated. After all, their daughter is their own flesh and blood. She has just witnessed the beastly side of Qin Zifeng. Frankly speaking, they don't want to force their daughter to marry him. But if they don't marry into the Qin family, the Jiang group will declare bankruptcy. Just when Jiang Sheng and his wife were in a dilemma, Qi Junye took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket and dialed a number skillfully. Buy Ningqing Jiang Group's shares for me. Chapter 4, Living Hell. During the most glorious period of Jiang Group, the stock price exceeded 10 billion several times, but in recent years, due to various reasons, the stock price has plummeted. Today, the market value of the main board company is just over 500 million yuan, and the cumulative trading volume of its stocks in recent months has barely reached 5 million shares. It can be said that it is on the verge of delisting. The moment Qi Junye hung up the phone in Jiang Xing's pocket rang. What? Jiang Xing's face froze and he looked at Qi Junye meaningfully. At the same time, Jiang Hani also received a message from his assistant that the stock of Jiang Group was skyrocketing at the speed of a rocket launch, rising from $1.50 per share to $2.20 in just 2 minutes. In other words, the market value of Jiang Group increased by 1/3 in 2 minutes. You don't have to look at me like that. Yes, it was me who asked someone to raise the stock price of your company. Qi Junye admitted it directly, then lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. The smoke obscured his expression, adding a bit of mystery. In just a few seconds, Jiang Xing's expression changed from shock to ecstasy, and then to sudden realization, revealing a flattering smile. Young man, thank you. Thank you, our Jiang family will never forget this great kindness. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pour this gentleman a cup of tea. Liu Shuyun's attitude has undergone a drastic change, and she has also interpreted the word snobbish to the fullest. At this moment, Jiang Hani still felt like she was dreaming. She frowned and looked at Qi Junye. She really couldn't figure out who this guy in front of her was. Qi Junye waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so attentive, because I'm not helping you." Huh? Jiang Xing was stunned when he heard this. Qi Junye did not explain too much, just said, "You will know soon," then left Jiang Xing and his wife and Jiang Hani with a mysterious back, and walked out of the villa. Jiang Hani opened her mouth, but in the end no word came out. She stood there in a daze, watching Qi Junye's back gradually disappear. Jiang Xing and his wife were immersed in the joy of the company's revival. After a moment, when Qi Junye came out of the Jiang family manor, there were several commercial vehicles parked outside the gate. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of several cars opened at the same time, and more than 20 strong men got out one after another, each holding weapons such as knives and sticks in their hands. The leader was Qin Zifeng, who was thrown out of the Jiang family villa by Qi Junye earlier. There was still a clear 5-finger mountain mark on his face. He looked at Qi Junye ferociously and said, "You bastard, if you fight me, I will be injured and you will lose your life. Now tell me how you want to die." Qi Junye remained calm and composed, squeezing out 2 words, "Laissez." Fuck. Qin Zifeng, who was furious, waved his hand and said, "Catch him alive. I want him to know what it means to be worse off than dead." Swish swish. More than 20 people approached Qi Junye with ill intentions. However, at the critical moment, a black Audi A6 came like a wild horse and finally stopped those strong men with a perfect drift. Bang! The car door opened, and a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings and high heels appeared first. Just by looking at these legs, you can be sure that this woman's appearance is not bad at all. As expected. Under Qi Junye's gaze, the woman got out of the car slowly. She not only had a pair of long legs, but also had a perfect figure. Her facial features were just right and fit her face perfectly. She had a ponytail tied behind her head, giving people the impression of being dashing, gentle and lovely. You are so brave. Su Ru took off her sunglasses and stared at Qin Zifeng coldly. What do you want to do with so many people gathered in broad daylight? Are you going to kill people and rob them? Qin Zifeng, who was originally arrogant, immediately showed a friendly smile after seeing Su Ru. Ru, don't get me wrong, how could we do those illegal things? Su Ru's face darkened, and she suddenly raised her voice. Can you call me Ruru? Qin Zifeng's smile froze on his face. He was angry but dared not say anything, because he had heard from his father that Su Ru's identity and background were mysterious, and she held an important position, so she must not be offended unless it was absolutely necessary. Get out of here right now, or I'll have the police take you all back for tea. Su Ru's domineering words made the group of strong men dare not act rashly. No, let's go now. Qin Zifeng forced out a flattering smile once again. Although he wanted to capture Qi Junye and torture him to death, with Su Ru around, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and settle the score next time. Only then did Su Ru turn her gaze to Qi Junye, and her eyes suddenly lit up. His tall and sturdy figure exudes a masculine aura, his skin is bronze, and his facial features are clear and deep. This appearance is absolutely attractive to any woman. Su Ru had to admit that Qi Junye in front of her was the best-looking and most masculine man she had ever seen. Wait, why does this guy look familiar? Did I let you go? Suddenly, Qi Junye's words made Qin Zifeng stop and also disrupted Su Ru's thoughts. Qin Zifeng roared in anger, Bastard, if it wasn't for Ruru's sake, would I let you die here? I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Junye left a shadow on the spot, but in just a few breaths he had arrived in front of Qin Zifeng, who was 10 meters away. Before Qin Zifeng could recover from his shock, Qi Junye kicked him in the chest. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard. Without a doubt, this kick broke at least several of Qin Zifeng's ribs. R. Qin Zifeng covered his chest and wailed on the ground, catch him, I want him to die. At a command, more than 20 strong men surrounded Qi Junye at the same time, but the next moment, the scene of a tiger entering a flock of sheep appeared. Bang bang. Every time Qi Junye threw a punch, someone would fall down. In just a moment, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. The dozen or so people who were still standing stared at Qi Junye with a fierce look, but no one dared to step forward easily, obviously they were frightened. Stop it, everyone. Su Ru rushed over in high heels and looked at Qi Junye with complicated feelings. At this moment, she finally remembered his identity. Qin Zifeng was still roaring hysterically, catch him for me, I want him dead. Just shut up. Su Ru's stern shout instantly made Qin Zifeng dare not say a word, and then she suddenly took Qi Junye's hand and said, come with me. Qi Junye never expected that Su Ru would hold his hand, and he was a little confused for a moment. Are women nowadays so open-minded? Su Ru pushed Qi Junye directly into her car, then sat in the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Beauty, what do you want to do to me? Qi Junye pretended to be scared. Su Ru turned her head and glanced at him. Should I call you Qi Junye, or should I call you the living king of hell? Chapter 5, Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little heavy, and Su Ru looked at Qi Junye with a scrutinizing look. The king of hell, the absolute king of the Western dark world, is feared by bosses from all sides. He is also the most dangerous figure feared by government officials in Western countries. Su Ru had heard rumors that Blatter, known as the King of War, had violated the interests of the Western United States by selling weapons to many countries. In the end, the United States took great pains to capture him. Just when everyone thought that the United States would kill this arms dealer, Yang Wang openly stated, Blatt is my brother. Just one sentence immediately caused the top politicians of the United States to hold an emergency meeting, and they finally decided to imprison Blatter. However, in order not to anger the King of Hell, they only restricted Blatter's personal freedom and had to serve him well with food and drink on weekdays. This is the influence of the King of Hell. Su Ru was certain that the sudden appearance of this extremely dangerous person in Xie country must have some unknown conspiracy, and as a member of the Longan Bureau, she could not let go of any factors that were harmful to the country. It's just a name, you can call me whatever you want. Qi Junye shrugged and added, as long as you are happy, you can call me husband. Su Ru shouted coldly, please be serious and don't smile at me. Qi Junye smiled and said, how am I not serious? You? From the Longan Bureau. Without waiting for Su Ru to speak, Qi Junye asked back first. That's right. Su Ru introduced herself, I'm the Ningqing director of the Longan Bureau, Yang Wang, I hope you can think it over carefully. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, our Longan Bureau will definitely not let you go easily. Qi Junye grinned, many spy organizations in other countries have told me the same thing before, but guess what happened? Su Ru was not angry when she heard the provocative words, because she knew that the other party was not bragging. She took a deep breath and tried to make her tone more friendly. Yang Wang, can we have a good chat? What do you want to talk about? Qi Junye asked with interest. Sizzle. Su Ru parked the car steadily on the side of the road, then turned her head and stared at Qi Junye. I want to know what is your purpose for suddenly appearing in Xie country. Click. Qi Junye lit a cigarette, opened the window and puffed out smoke. You also know that I am a Xie countryman. Is it illegal for me to go home? If someone else said this, Su Ru would believe it, but since these words came from the mouth of Qi Junye, the king of hell, she naturally didn't believe it. Hiss, har. Qi Junye blew out a smoke ring from his mouth and laughed. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, I came back this time to break off my engagement with a woman. Break off an engagement? Su Ru was confused, but when she thought of Qi Junye appearing at the door of Jiang's house, she suddenly realized it and asked suspiciously, are you going to break off the engagement with Hen Yi? Hey, you know each other. Qi Junye was quite surprised. Su Ru snorted coldly and said, stop pretending. Hen Yi's fiancé is the loser you just kicked away. Well, I think it's very appropriate to describe that guy as trash. Qi Junye agreed deeply. Su Ru had a stop lying to me expression on her face. Han Yi and I are best sisters. If you want to lie, could you please make up a more reliable story? Qi Junye curled his lips and smiled bitterly. This is how the world is. When you lie, many people believe you, but when you tell the truth, no one believes you. King of Hell, stop playing tricks. Su Ru's face was tense. I know you are all powerful and have extraordinary abilities, but I warn you, Xie country is different from other countries. Even if you are dragon, you will have to lie down when you return here. Qi Junye sneered contemptuously, with your Longan Bureau. Su Ru sneered and said confidently, that's right. A frog in a well. Qi Junye said disdainfully, believe it or not, even if Long Qianjun stood in front of me, he wouldn't dare to say this. How shameless. Su Ru obviously didn't believe it, because Long Qianjun was the highest person in charge of the Longan Bureau. He had completed countless high-level tasks in his life, and had killed or subdued countless powerful people. Although the King of Hell is no ordinary person, Su Ru firmly believes that Long Qianjun must be stronger. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qi Junye prepared to get off the car. Wait. Su Ru shouted, Yan Wang, I want to remind you of something. Qi Junye threw the cigarette butt out of the car window and said with a faint smile, go ahead and talk. I'm all ears. No matter what your purpose is in coming back to Xie country, I hope you remember where you are. In Xie country, no matter who you are, you must abide by Xie country's laws. If anyone dares to trample on our laws, no matter who he is, we will punish him severely. As she spoke, Su Ru stared at Qi Junye, trying to see some clues from the changes in his expression. I have been to more than 100 countries around the world, and I will not abide by any law that cannot restrain the powerful. Qi Junye's tone was understated, but it revealed an invisible domineering attitude that looked down on the world. Su Ru had long heard that the King of Hell was unruly and even wilder than the sky. Seeing him today, she found that his reputation was well deserved. But you can rest assured, I never like to cause trouble. Qi Junye's addition was an indirect concession. Su Ru could understand what he meant. As long as no one bothered Qi Junye, he would not cause trouble. But if someone was blind, even the Lord would be of no use. Just like Qin Zifeng just now, although the Qin family in Ningqing is considered a top force, Qi Junye regards him as an ant. Su Ru has no doubt that if she hadn't appeared in time, this day next year would most likely be the anniversary of Qin Zifeng's death. Let us go. Qi Junye said this and opened the car door. Where are you going? Su Ru asked. I just arrived in Ningqing and haven't found a place to stay yet. Qi Junye explained casually, I have to find a place to live first. Su Ru's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this. Do you want to live in my house? R. Qi Junye was stunned. Su Ru sneered and said, I happen to have a vacant room at my house. You can stay there, and I can give you a lower rent. 500 yuan a month, including water and electricity. What do you think? Is there such a good thing? How could Qi Junye not guess Su Ru's little thoughts? She just wanted to stay in contact with him for a long time to find out the purpose of his return to China. Su Ru smiled and said, my home has a beautiful environment and the decoration is also very nice. It's decided. You can live in my home. Qi Junye pretended to be reluctant and said, okay, let's go to your house and take a look. The car door closed again. Su Ru started the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, as if she was afraid that Qi Junye, the cooked duck, would fly away. Chapter 6 Forced couple to live together. Wanghai Villa is a well-known wealthy area in Ningqing. There are rumors among the people that people who come here to view houses must show the sales office at least tens of millions in deposits. How is it? The environment is pretty good, right? Su Ru looked confident and didn't seem to worry at all that Qi Junye would refuse. As expected. Qi Junye casually looked at the decoration style of the villa and said with a playful smile, are you sure that 500 yuan a month will allow me to live here? I will never cheat anyone. Su Ru promised solemnly. Qi Junye's smile did not diminish, and he looked Su Ru up and down. If I'm not mistaken, you are the only one living in this small villa. We are alone in the same room, aren't you afraid at all? Su Ru's heart was immediately moved when she heard this. Previously, she only wanted to control Qi Junye under her nose and completely forgot that he was an extremely dangerous character. Are you scared or not? Qi Junye took a few steps forward and came in front of Su Ru while speaking. They were so close to each other that they could hear each other's faint breathing. Su Ru blushed slightly, and instinctively took a few steps back, warning in a stern voice, you can live here, but I have to make 3 rules with you. First, your activities are limited to the first floor. You cannot go to the second floor without my permission. Second. Their voice suddenly stopped, and Qi Junye was seen walking leisurely towards the second floor with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't hear Su Ru's words at all. The higher you stand, the farther you can see. I like to stay on the rooftop to enjoy the moon and drink tea. This habit I have developed over the years cannot be changed at all. Qi Junye looked down at him and sighed, forget it, I am not worthy of your villa, so I'd better find another place to live. Su Ru almost blurted out to stop him, no, you must live with me. Fool. Qi Junye curled his lips and said unhappily, I have only heard of forcing women of good character into prostitution, but I have never heard of forcing women of good character to live together. Okay, let's cancel this agreement for now. Su Ru changed the subject and said, you can go to the second floor, but you can't get within 5 meters of my room. I can agree to this. After all, I don't have the habit of peeping at others. Qi Junye nodded in agreement. Su Ru rolled her eyes and continued, the second agreement is that you cannot bring anyone back without my permission, especially women. The third agreement is that you cannot smoke in the house. I hate the smell of smoke. Blat. Without waiting for Su Ru to finish her words, Qi Junye slowly put a cigarette in his mouth. What I smoke is not a cigarette, but a bullet fired at the enemy, hiss, har. You? Su Ru was furious. If you can't accept it, then I'd better leave. Qi Junye sneered in his heart, thinking that if he couldn't control this girl Su Ru, he would never go out to hang out in brothels again. Okay, this agreement is also invalidated. Su Ru suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and reminded herself not to get angry. As long as she could find out the purpose of Yang Wang's return to Shi Kingdom, she would definitely be able to make a great contribution. Jiang family. Jiang Sheng and Liu Shuyan's old faces were full of smiles. The couple had never been so happy during the Chinese New Year, because the market value of Jiang Group had exceeded 5 billion, which meant that Jiang Group not only came back to life, but also could restore its former glory. Jiang Hani was staring at the computer screen with a frown on her face. After 2 hours of searching, she finally found out that it was the giants on Wall Street in the West who pushed up the stock price of Jiang Group, including a large consortium with an international reputation. According to the development of the Jiang Group, even after another 100 years, their family's business would not be able to interest those Wall Street giants. However, Qi Junye could command those Wall Street giants with just one phone call. One can imagine how shocked Jiang Hani was at this moment. "Dad, we should sell the stocks we have now," Jiang Hani said coldly. Jiang Xing's smile froze, and he said in surprise, "You're right, aren't you? Our company's stock price is skyrocketing at the speed of a rocket launch, and judging by the momentum, it hasn't reached its peak yet. If we sell our stocks at this time, I wonder how much less money we will make." Liu Shuyan agreed, "That's right, we can't sell it now. I estimate that our company's stock price can double or even triple." Jiang Xing nodded in agreement. Once the Jiang Group stock price doubled again, he could cash out 3 billion yuan with the stocks in his hands, which would completely solve all his current troubles. Moreover, with billions of cash, the Jiang family's status in Ningqing would at least be raised to a higher level. However, fantasy is beautiful and reality is very explicit. Just when everyone in the business community thought that Jiang Group stock would continue to rise, there was a miraculous reversal. That night, many retail investors wanted to sell their Jiang Group stocks, but suddenly found that no one was willing to take over. This news instantly caused an uproar in the business community. Jiang Xing rushed to the company overnight to take charge of the situation, but Jiang Hani ignored him, as if she had already expected this situation. The surge in Jiang Group's stock price was a complete setup. As for who was behind the setup, only Jiang Hani could see clearly. Qi Junye, who exactly is this guy? The night passed quickly, but for many investors, this night was spent in complete fear. The faster the Jiang Group stock rose, the more it fell. Of course, some of the stockholders with unique vision and foresight made a lot of money, but there were often more people who lost money, and the one who lost the most was Jiang Xing. At this moment, Jiang Xing was sitting on the sofa in the office with empty eyes and dull expression. He regretted so much that he did not follow his daughter's advice and sell the stocks in time. Bang! Jiang Hani pushed the door open and saw his father's depressed look. He sighed, "Dad, don't be sad." "How can I not be sad? Alas. Dad really regrets not listening to your advice." Jiang Xing regretted it. Jiang Hani shook his head gently and said, "Dad, there's no need for you to regret it." Jiang Xing immediately sat up straight and looked at his daughter in confusion. Jiang Hani said calmly, "The surge in the company's stock price is just an illusion. I miscalculated yesterday afternoon. Even if you agreed to sell all the stocks at that time, perhaps no one would take them." Jiang Xing suddenly understood what his daughter meant when she said that. The ones operating the business are the giants on Wall Street. We are completely powerless to resist their methods. If I am not mistaken, our company has now fallen into the hands of others. As soon as Jiang Hani finished speaking, a female secretary pushed the door open in a hurry. Chairman. Chapter 7 He is my fiancé. As the female secretary introduced the current situation of Jiang Group, Jiang Xing was confused, and Jiang Hani was also confused. "What did you say? Someone is willing to buy his shares at a price 10 times higher than the stock price." Jiang Xing's face was full of disbelief. The female secretary nodded awkwardly, "Yes, the other party said that they are willing to buy it no matter how much the president has." Jiang Xing was stunned for a moment, then a smile gradually appeared on his face. He swallowed and said, "Who is the buyer? Is he reliable?" "It's definitely reliable," the female secretary said confidently, "because the other party is the Ogwo Group. The Ogwo Group, which spans 5 continents and 4 oceans, can at least be ranked in the top 10 among the world's top 100 companies. Jiang Xing has no doubt that if the other party wants to acquire their company, it will be effortless. Immediately transfer all my stocks to his name, and it must be done quickly." Yes. Less than half an hour after Jiang Xing issued the order, nearly 60% of the shares of Jiang Group were transferred to Jiang Hani, and the father and daughter also successfully met with the head of the Ogwo Group. "Hello, Mr. Smith." Jiang Xing had a fawning look on his face. Smith didn't even look at him, but came to Jiang Hani and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Ms. Jiang, it's a pleasure to serve you." If this scene were to spread outside, I wonder how many people would be shocked. After all, there is a huge gap in status between the Jiang Group and the Ogwo Group. However, Smith, as the head of the Obwer Group, is servile to a president of the Jiang Group. Jiang Hani's inner shock could no longer be described in words, but she could vaguely guess that the reason why she was treated like this was probably related to that man, and sure enough tilde. Smith smiled and said, Mr. Qi has already made arrangements. From now on, Ms. Jiang will be in charge of the company. If you need any help, just let me know. Don't hesitate to ask. Who is the Mr. Qi that Mr. Smith mentioned? Jiang Sheng, who was standing aside, was confused. Smith put away his smile and looked at Jiang Sheng coldly. His name is Qi Junye, the young man you kicked out of your house yesterday. What? Jiang Sheng was stunned and stood there at a loss. At this moment, he remembered what his father said before he died. Dr. Xiao is a rare man in the world, and his apprentice must be not bad. He is marrying him, which is a great achievement for our Jiang family. The news that someone had bought Jiangxin Group's shares at 10 times the price exploded in the entire business community like a bombshell. No one believed this fact, because after the Jiang Group's stock price skyrocketed not long ago, no one was willing to take over. It was a complete virtual illusion. However, this time it was different. After many investors sold their stocks, someone immediately bought them back at the market value, and the buyer turned out to be the Jiang Group. How is this possible? Where does the Jiang Group get the money? It is said that their company can't even pay back the bank loan they owe. It seems that someone behind the Jiang Group has taken action. Looking at the situation, it is estimated that they can come up with tens of billions of cash. The Jiang Group's reversal is definitely not a lie this time. Not only can we not sell the stocks we have to find a way to buy more. One night passed quickly, and the Jiang Group, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, revived, and its market value exceeded 10 billion, far exceeding its most glorious time. Jiang Hani sat in the office chair with a complicated expression. After all, the Jiang Group is the root of the Jiang family, and Jiang Sheng will only abandon it when he has no other choice. The Obwer Group first set up a virtual situation for the Jiang Group, causing its stock to soar, and then dealt a critical blow to the Jiang Group at its highlight moment. Then, when Jiang Sheng's heart hit rock bottom, he bought back his stocks at 10 times the price. For Jiang Sheng, this was like a drowning man grabbing at the last straw. With just such a reversal, the control of Jiang Group was completely handed over. Later, Jiang Hani witnessed the true strength of the Obwer Consortium, which invested billions of funds at will. In just one night, it not only stabilized the shareholders, but also made them believe that the Jiang Group had the strength, causing many shareholders to take out their money to buy at the bottom, and the Jiang Group's stock price soared again. However, Jiang Hani never expected that Qi Junye would transfer all the shares to her name. If possible, she really wanted to see that guy now and ask again, why? Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Hani calmed down and said calmly, come in. Crunch. The door was pushed open, and Su Ru walked in with a smile as beautiful as a flower. She congratulated him as soon as she opened her mouth. Your father won't force you to marry that bastard Qin Zifeng anymore, right? Jiang Hani smiled and nodded, probably not. The Jiang Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. In order to ensure the survival of the company, Jiang Sheng had no choice but to shamelessly ask the Qin family for an alliance. However, the Jiang Group was no longer what it used to be. There was no need to ask the Qin family for help. Naturally, Jiang Sheng would not force his daughter anymore. To put it another way, the Jiang Group is now controlled by Jiang Hani, and Jiang Sheng no longer dares to interfere with his daughter's actions. Tell me what happened. Su Ru's face was full of curiosity. I heard some inside information. It is said that the Obwer Group helped your company. Jiang Hani nodded without comment and said, it is true that the Obwer Group took action, but the reason they helped our company was entirely because of that man. Which man? Su Ru was confused. Jiang Hani said with a complicated expression, I told you before, I lost my virginity. Su Ru raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Damn it, if you hadn't told me I would have forgotten about it. Could it be that the guy who came out of your house the day before yesterday? Have you seen him? Jiang Hani asked instead of answering. Not only have I seen him, that guy is living in my house now. Su Ru did not say this, but changed the subject. Let me ask you, how did you know that guy? Also, the reason why that guy was willing to help you, could it be that you sold yourself to him? In Suru's opinion, there are definitely not many people in the world who have the ability to order the Ogre Consortium to take action, but Yang Wang must be one of them. He is my fiancé. Jiang Hani answered with mixed feelings. What? He's really your fiancé? Suru was dumbfounded, and vaguely remembered that Qi Junye told her that he came back this time to break off the engagement with a woman. Jiang Hani gave a wry smile. I didn't know he was my fiancé before, and I never thought he could get the Ogwo group to help. And until now, I still don't know who he is. Chapter 8: A Little Compensation. Jiang Hani didn't know Qi Junye, but Suru was different. As a member of the Longan Bureau, she knew the details of this king of hell better than many people. Listen to me, you must not marry that guy. Suru advised worriedly. Jiang Hani frowned in confusion. Why? Ruru, do you know his identity? Suru shook her head gently. It's not convenient for me to tell you in detail about his identity. In short, you'd better not marry her. I won't cheat you. After hearing these words, Jiang Hani became even more curious about Qi Junye's identity. Suru added confidently, also, your company has now turned the corner, so consider this as that guy's compensation to you. Compensate? Jiang Hani didn't dare to agree. After all, Qi Junye's generous gift was too expensive and she didn't dare to accept it easily. I have something else to take care of. I have to leave first. Call me if you have anything else. After leaving a few words, Suru got up and left. Jiang Hani stood in front of the French window, looking at the tall buildings outside the window and fell into deep thought. 20 minutes later, Suru rushed back to Wang Hai Villa. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qi Junye, shirtless and wearing only a pair of shorts, sitting on the sofa and smoking. Asshole, can you please pay attention to your image? Suru covered her eyes and dared not look directly at him. Hiss, har. Qi Junye took a puff of his cigarette and said with an awkward smile, sorry, I just took a shower and forgot about living with others for a moment. After that, he stood up and walked back to his room. Suru was so angry that she couldn't help but regret letting Qi Junye live with her. After a moment, Qi Junye put on his clothes and walked out of the room, grinning. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you guys at the Longan Bureau get off work so early? Suru did not answer, but asked in return, let me ask you, is your purpose of returning to your country really just to break off the engagement with E? Qi Junye curled his lips and said, that was indeed the case at the beginning, but I have changed my mind. What is your purpose? Suru became nervous. Qi Junye smiled and said, don't be so excited, okay? I just don't want to cancel the engagement for the time being. Why? Because I'm really upset about the Jiang family's behavior of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Then why do you want Ogre Group to help Jiang Group? Suru was very confused. Qi Junye shrugged, I am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. The people who make me unhappy are Jiangsheng and his wife, and Jiang Hani. At this point, he changed his words in time, personal feelings, don't ask about them. Suru asked tentatively, do you want to compensate E? Oh tilde. Qi Junye looked surprised, damn, she didn't tell you everything, did she? Suru nodded, yes, I know she gave her virginity to you. Qi Junye smiled awkwardly, damn it, how can I tell others about this kind of thing? You guessed right, helping the Jiang group is indeed my compensation to that woman. Suru nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly frowned, I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from Yi. What a joke. Qi Junye sneered and said disdainfully, do you live by the sea? You are such a meddlesome person. Suru snorted, he is my best friend, I won't allow anyone to hurt her. I think you are a hypocritical woman. Qi Junye said with a joking smile, her parents forced her to marry that guy, Surui, I can't remember the little jerk, why didn't you come out to help her at that time? Who said I didn't? Suru said unconvincedly, I asked E to leave Ningqing because she didn't want to. She felt that leaving would be a betrayal of her parents' kindness. Also, if I hadn't been suppressing her, that bastard Qin Zifeng would have done something bad to E a long time ago. Qi Junye had an expression of, I see, and laughed dryly, it seems that I misunderstood you. You two are not just fake sisters. Snort. Suru crossed her arms and warned, anyway, remember what I just said. I won't allow anyone to hurt E. In a high-end ward of Ningqing First Hospital. A heavily made-up girl just walked out of the ward and ran into a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned and pushed the door into the ward. Qi Junye was slowly getting dressed. When he saw the middle-aged couple coming in, he immediately sped up and asked in a panic, "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" "What a bastard!" Qin Xian angrily scolded, "This is a hospital, not a place for prostitution. How can you bring a woman of questionable character here?" "Hey, husband, please stop scolding Fenger." Luo Xian hurriedly tried to persuade him. Qin Xian glared at Luo Xian again. A loving mother often spoils her son. This is the good son you taught. Luo Xian didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Xian snorted coldly, sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, and looked at Qin Zifan coldly. "How is your injury?" "I'm almost recovered. The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital in the next 2 days." Qin Zifan said truthfully. Qin Xian nodded and suddenly raised his voice. "Let me ask you, have you found out the origins of the person who injured you?" Hearing this, the smile on Qin Zifan's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a ferocious face. "I haven't checked yet, but no matter who that guy is, I will make him live a life worse than death." "Shut up!" Qin Xian shouted coldly, and then his face became serious. "Do you know what happened in the past 2 days?" Qin Zifan was confused. "What happened?" "Fenger, don't you know what happened in the Jiang family?" Luo Xian asked from the side. Qin Zifan scratched his head. He had been thinking about how to take revenge in the hospital for the past 2 days. The rest of the time he was looking for women to study the Kuan character secret, and he didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside. The market value of the Jiang family has exceeded 10 billion. You must find out who is helping the Jiang family behind the scenes. When Jiang Xing approached Qin Xian for a marriage proposal, the latter agreed without any hesitation. On the surface, the Qin family was helping the Jiang family to overcome difficulties, but in fact, Qin Xian had ulterior motives. He knew that Jiang Xing had only one daughter, Jiang Hani, and no matter how the Jiang family developed in the future, it would all benefit the Qin family in the end. However, the crisis of the Jiang family was suddenly resolved. When Qin Xian contacted Jiang Xing yesterday, the latter was no longer as servile as before, and even did not hide his intention to dissolve the marriage with the Qin family in his words, which made Qin Xian very angry. However, no matter how angry he was, Qin Xian was always cautious. He would never act rashly before figuring out who was helping the Jiang family. "Dad, stop kidding me." In Qin Zifan's opinion, Jiang Group is on the verge of delisting and bankruptcy. Who can help them increase their market value to tens of billions? Even gods can't do it. Chapter 9 Drinking Contest. Upon learning the truth, Qin Zifan was stunned. Qin Xian ordered without question, "I suspect that the Jiang Group's comeback is very likely related to the guy who beat you. You must find out the details of this guy." Qin Zifan came back to his senses, scratched his ears, and couldn't help wondering if his father was senile. How could a guy whose clothes cost no more than 1,000 yuan be the boss behind the Jiang Group? Compared to this possibility, Qin Zifan would rather believe that tomorrow is the end of the world. "Idiot!" Qin Xian shouted angrily, "Can't you use your brain to think carefully? Who in Ningqing dares to attack you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Zifan suddenly woke up as if from a dream. The power of their Qin family in Ningqing is obvious to all. In addition, his uncle Luo Shuangying is also the biggest hall master of the Red Star Society. In simple terms, he is well connected in both the black and white worlds. With such a background, even the wealthy children from the provincial capital have to be wary of the Qin family when they come to Ningqing. It can be said that anyone who dares to attack young Master Qin in Ningqing is either an extremely powerful boss or an ignorant idiot. Could the other party be an idiot? Obviously not. Qin Zifan was furious and said, "Dad, no matter what background that guy has, I can't swallow this anger if I don't kill him." Bang! Qin Xian slapped his son in the face. "Idiot, didn't I ask you to check it out?" Qin Zifan covered his burning face and nodded, "I'll check it out in a while." Luo Xian stepped forward and touched her son's face distressedly, comforting him. "Zifan, don't worry, Mom has already told your uncle about this, and your uncle promised Mom that he would never let that little beast go no matter what." "Shut up!" Qin Xian ordered without question. "I warn you too, if anyone dares to take action against that boy privately before finding out his background, I will never let him off easily." I understand." Luo Xian trembled with fear. and it was obvious that she was still quite afraid of her husband. Although Qin Zifeng agreed on the surface, he secretly made up his mind to seek revenge as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The fact that young Master Qin was beaten up has spread among the rich second-generation circles in Ningqing. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he have the face to stay in Ningqing in the future? Wang Hai Villa. Su Ru came out of the kitchen and yelled, "Qi, it's time to eat." Qi Junye came to the dining room from the living room and saw king crab, Australian abalone, spicy chicken, a table full of delicious dishes, and 2 bottles of 56 proof liquor on the table. This woman probably has no good intentions. This was Qi Junye's first reaction. After all, he only paid 500 yuan in rent a month, which also included water and electricity bills. You wouldn't poison the food and wine, would you? Qi Junye asked without joking. Su Ru rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "I put a packet of arsenic in it, it's up to you to eat it or not." After that, she took off her apron, sat down and started eating. Qi Junye chuckled, not embarrassed at all, then sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "It tastes pretty good." Qi Junye praised while eating. "That's right, it doesn't matter who did it." Su Ru was very proud. She opened 2 bottles of liquor and poured 2 full cups. She handed one of the cups to Qi Junye and said, "This first cup of wine welcomes you to my home. You must drink it." Qi Junye watched him drink the half-pound glass of wine in one gulp, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. "Many people die from drinking every year, do you want to drink me to death?" Su Ru took a bite of food to suppress the spicy taste in her mouth and snorted, "I, a woman, have done it, what are you, a grown man, afraid of?" Qi Junye curled his lips and said, "Something's wrong. I always feel like you have bad intentions." Su Ru sneered, "If you are man, then do it. Of course, if you can't drink it, you can just tell me directly. I won't laugh at you for not being able to drink it. Who are you talking about? It's just a glass of wine, it can scare anyone." Qi Junye could naturally tell that the other party was trying to provoke him, but he chose to play along. Su Ru saw him finish the wine in the glass in one gulp and secretly admired his drinking capacity, but she smiled and filled the glass again. Qi Junye frowned slightly, "Come again. Can't you let me have a few bites of food?" Su Ru continued to smile and said, "This second cup is to congratulate us on becoming friends." Then she drank it all in one gulp again. Qi Junye drank it in 3 or 4 gulps, pretending to be unable to drink any more. After drinking a pound of strong liquor, even though Su Ru had an amazing alcohol tolerance, a blush appeared on her face. However, she did not stop, and took the remaining 4 bottles of liquor from under the table and put them on the table, 2 bottles each. His tilde. Qi Junye waved his hands repeatedly, "I can't drink it, I really can't drink it." Su Ru immediately put away her smile, "What, you don't want to give me face, right? Look at what you said. Well, okay, today I will risk my life to accompany the beauty." Qi Junye pretended to be desperate and took the initiative to open all 4 bottles of white wine. Su Ru also cooperated and went to the kitchen to get 2 large bowls, then poured all the white wine into them. "I like to eat meat and drink wine in big mouthfuls, let's do it." "Are you sure you want to finish it?" Qi Junye asked. Su Ru said confidently, "If you're scared, just admit that you're not a man, and I won't let you drink." "Oh my god." Qi Junye picked up the bowl and said generously, "Whoever doesn't finish drinking is a dog." Seeing that he had started drinking, Su Ru's mouth corners slightly raised, as if her conspiracy had succeeded. Tilde. Qi Junye finished drinking first. Seeing that Su Ru was still sitting still, he frowned and asked, "Why aren't you drinking yet? You can still drink." Su Ru was secretly shocked. Although she had a very good alcohol tolerance, she could only drink 3 kilograms of 56 proof liquor. However, she saw Qi Junye drink 3 kilograms of liquor as if nothing happened. It must be that the alcohol has not dissipated yet and the other person is not drunk yet, so we have to wait a while. Su Ru smiled slightly and said, "I will drink it, don't worry, but I need to take a break." Qi Junye was immediately unhappy. "How can that be possible? I've already finished drinking. Can't I even take a break?" "I didn't say you can't take a break. I will finish drinking it anyway." Su Ru looked like she couldn't do anything to me. Tar da. Qi Junye put a cigarette in his mouth and pretended to be slightly drunk, if you want to drink, drink it. If you don't drink, it's just a waste, oh. Drunk. Seeing Qi Junye's blurred eyes, Su-ru could hardly suppress the angst at the corners of her mouth. She quietly moved to Qi Junye's side and said, "Come, have some abalone." Qi Junye burped, "I usually don't eat this kind of abalone. I only eat beauty abalone." Su-ru suspected Qi Junye was driving, but she had no evidence. Chapter 10. It wasn't intentional. No banquet is a good one. Qi Junye had been wary of Su-ru from the beginning. At this moment, he was just pretending to be a little drunk. He wanted to see what tricks this woman was going to play. King of Hell. Su-ru suddenly changed the name. Qi Junye nodded slightly, with an impatient expression on his face. "If you have to fart, just fart, don't hesitate." Su-ru was not angry either. She smiled slightly and said, "Look, we are not only friends, but now we live together." Don't get me wrong, I mean we are roommates. Can you tell me what your plans are for returning to your country this time?" Qi Junye sneered secretly when he heard this. It turned out that he was just trying to trick him for information. "Don't worry, since we are friends, I promise I won't tell anyone else what you said to me." Su-ru promised while patting her tall breasts. Qi Junye tried hard to suppress his smile. He had no doubt that whatever he said next would be revealed to the higher-ups of the Longan Bureau by this woman. Su-ru continued to induce, "Really, believe me, we are friends." Qi Junye narrowed his eyes, "Do you really want to know?" Su-ru nodded fiercely, "I really want to know. Give me a cigarette." "Okay." Su-ru was like a diligent little eunuch, obeying the words of Emperor Qi Junye. Hiss, har. Qi Junye took a puff of his cigarette, and when he saw that he was about to speak, Su-ru calmly took out her cell phone and turned on the recording function. "When I was 16, the old man sent me to Nangang. From there, I sailed to the west, and the curtain of my legendary life began. I've been in this business for 12 years. To be honest, I'm tired. The days of dancing on the edge of a knife have exhausted me both physically and mentally. So I just want to live a stable life when I return to China, just like early retirement." Having said this, Qi Junye took a puff of his cigarette and kept silent. After a while, seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing, Su-ru asked in surprise, "That's all?" Qi Junye nodded and said, "Yes, that's it." "Damn it." Su-ru's mouth twitched fiercely a few times. She didn't expect that she had been busy in the kitchen for more than an hour, but only got these useless words out of Qi Junye. For a moment, she was a little furious. "Mr. Qi, you'd better behave yourself," Su-ru warned sternly. "Fuck, who are you with?" Qi Junye's eyes turned red. He stood up and said condescendingly, "Just because I don't like to hit women doesn't mean I won't hit women. So what if she's pretty? I'll still hit her if she makes me angry." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Su-ru's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she was completely shocked by the aura emanating from Qi Junye. However, the next moment, when Su-ru was about to give in and pretend to believe Qi Junye, the latter's eyes gradually became filled with scarlet bloodshot and his pupils suddenly shrank. "I'm having a seizure. Please leave now, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Qi Junye suddenly squatted on the ground, covering his head with his hands, looking extremely painful. Su-ru was stunned when she saw this. She couldn't help but suspect that the other party was pretending, and asked tentatively, "What's wrong with you? Don't ask so many questions, go away, stay away from me." Before he could finish his words, Qi Junye suddenly stood up and hugged Su-ru, then he spun around and pressed her down on the chair, and pushed her from behind. "This posture is a bit like that, old man." "Arr!" The sharp scream instantly resounded throughout the villa. The panicked Su-ru struggled hard, turned around and held Qi Junye tightly with both hands. However, at this moment Qi Junye was like a mad beast, and how could Su-ru compare with Qi Junye's strength? Hiss! Su-ru's outer clothes were torn, and her pink underwear appeared in front of Qi Junye, which immediately made his animal nature even more violent. "No. No, Mr. Qi, calm down." Su-ru regretted her decision. If she had known Qi Junye would be such a beast, she would never let him live in her home even if she was beaten to death. Qi Junye's face was ferocious, and his eyes did not contain any human emotions. It seemed as if he did not hear Su-ru's words at all. Bang! Qi Junye slapped Su-ru's butt hard and ordered her in an irresistible tone, "Lift it up." Qi Junye, king of hell, please let me go. Su pleaded with tears in her eyes, isn't it enough that I believe what you just said? Wu tilde tilde tilde. Unfortunately, Qi Junye, who was in a state of bestiality, ignored him and stretched out his hands to pry Suru's legs apart. You bastard, I'm going to fight you. Su exploded with anger and released all the power in her body. She broke free from Qi Junye's restraints, stood up from the chair, turned around and slapped him in the face, all in one smooth move. Par. A crisp slapping sound was heard in the villa, and a clear 5-finger mountain mark appeared on Qi Junye's face. Just when Su thought that Qi Junye would counterattack the next moment, the latter just stood there motionless, his dull expression looking somewhat innocent. You beast, I won't forgive you. Seeing that the opponent's momentum was weakening, Su immediately launched a domineering revenge, gathering her fist and smashing it hard. Ka. Qi Junye pinched Suru's wrist and squeezed out 2 words, sorry. Let me go. Su struggled. At this time, Qi Junye's eyes had returned to normal state, and he looked a little apologetic. I was really sick just now, Sorui. Asshole, I asked you to let me go. Su obviously didn't believe Qi Junye's words. She pulled her hand back forcefully, picked up the torn coat on the ground, turned around and fled away. Qi Junye walked to the sofa and sat down, his face more serious than ever. In the past, when he was ill, he would do some irrational things, and this was obviously not the first time. After a moment, Su, fully armed, came down from the 2nd floor and pointed a pistol at Qi Junye. Tell me, did you do that on purpose just now? Really not. Even when a gun was pointed at him, Qi Junye remained calm. Su would not believe it easily. You said you were sick, what was it? Qi Junye made a please gesture and said, put away your gun, sit down and listen to me tell you a story from the past. Su was skeptical. Although she put the gun away, she remained alert. It seemed that if Qi Junye dared to do what he did just now, she would pull the trigger without hesitation. I once loved a woman, and she thought I would be her lifelong partner, but her parents thought I was poor and had no future, so they separated us. I agreed to elope with her, but it didn't work out. So I knelt at her doorstep for 3 days and 3 nights, but unfortunately I still couldn't move her parents, so we parted ways. Later, I learned that she had married and became a mother. From then on, I would lose my mind whenever I thought of her. When Qi Junye said this, he saw Su opposite him with tears in her eyes. She was obviously moved, but he was trying hard to hold back his smile. Just now I mistook you for her, so I did something uncontrollable. Chapter 11, If you are sick, you need to treat it. Whether the story is touching or not can be seen from Suru's tearful eyes. At this moment, she only has sympathy for the man in front of her. As for the resentment of being almost raped by the other party, it has been thrown out of the window. However, when Qi Junye mentioned that he treated her as his ex-girlfriend, Su showed a hint of shyness on her face, so she quickly changed the subject and said, I'm sorry for reminding you of sad things. I should be the one to apologize, because I really mistook you for her just now. Qi Junye said with a self-deprecating smile, you know, when I first saw you at the door of Jiang's house, I suddenly thought you were her. Jiang family. Suru's mind suddenly flashed with the image of her best friend Jiang Hani. Her delicate body trembled violently, and all the messy thoughts in her heart also disappeared. She reminded him in a cold voice, I can pretend that what happened just now never happened, but if there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing that this woman changed her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, Qi Junye was a little confused. I know you are his fiancé. If you really like her, please don't hurt her. If you don't have that kind of feeling towards her, please stay away from her. Su said forcefully, he is my best friend. I've said before that if anyone dares to hurt her, I will never let that person go. Qi Junye scratched his ears, obviously not taking these words to heart. Su was about to go upstairs, but suddenly she thought of something and stopped and turned around. By the way, is there any cure for your disease? This disease can be cured, but it's more troublesome. Qi Junye's words were half true and half false. With the current medical level, his condition was enough to be cured, but he just didn't want to be treated. Su rolled her eyes, is this a mental illness? I happen to know a psychiatrist. I'll introduce him to you someday. Qi Junye politely refused, no need. No. Su gritted her teeth and said, if you are sick, you need to treat it. She couldn't drive Qi Junye away, and she had just witnessed Qi Junye having an attack. She was really afraid that he would have another attack. Just because she had failed just now, it didn't mean she would be so lucky next time. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qi Junye agreed perfunctorily. Su Ru nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to go upstairs, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. It's Jiang Hani calling. For some reason, Su Ru felt guilty at that moment, but she still pretended to be calm and pressed the answer button. Ru, save me. Before Su Ru could speak, Jiang Hani's cry for help came from the other end of the phone. The villa was very quiet, and Qi Junye had excellent hearing, so he naturally heard the voice on the phone and immediately frowned. What happened? Where are you? I'm here. Miss Jiang, I advise you to come with us obediently. No one in Ningqin can do anything to our young master Qin. Toot, toot, toot. Before Jiang Hani could finish her words, a strange man's voice was heard, and the call was forcibly hung up. Su Ru quickly put away her phone and walked towards the door. After a few steps, she suddenly turned around and looked at Qi Junye. He is your fiancé. She is in danger now. Do you want to come with me to save her? In fact, there was no need for Su Ru to speak. Qi Junye also had plans to take action. After all, apart from the fact that Jiang Hani was his fiancé, the two of them had another close relationship. Let's go. Qi Junye took the initiative to come over. Su Ru frowned and said, if I'm not mistaken, the Jiang family probably doesn't plan to marry into the Qin family, and Qin Zifeng, that scumbag, is desperate and wants to force Yi to do something wrong. Should I get you a gun? Not necessary. Qi Junye responded lightly. If he had to use a gun to deal with a few punks, wouldn't it be an insult to him, the living devil? Su Ru reminded, Qin Zifeng's lackeys are nothing to be afraid of, but I'm worried that there might be someone from the Red Star Society among them, because Qin Zifeng's uncle is the leader of the Tiger Hall of the Red Star Society. Qi Junye still shook his head and refused, walking towards the door with his hands behind his back. Su Ru followed behind and could clearly feel the confidence emanating from this living devil. The Red Star Society and the Yangqian League are the two largest gangs in Ningqin, but if they are compared with the major international forces, they are really insignificant. But even those big forces don't dare to offend Qi Junye, the living devil, easily. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Hani was stopped by two commercial vehicles on her way home from the company. Before she could finish calling for help, she was threatened by several strong men and forced into one of the commercial vehicles. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hani was taken to the Muse Hotel. I really don't want to meet you in this way. Qin Zifeng was dressed in a suit and tie, his hair was combed shiny, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes revealed a hint of excitement that was not concealed at all. Qin Zifeng, do you know that doing this is against the law? Jiang Hani could guess the purpose of Qin Zifeng kidnapping her, and she also knew that perhaps only Su Ru could save her now. What she had to do now was to delay time as much as possible. Breaking the law? Har, Qin Zifeng laughed disdainfully. In Ningqin, our Qin family is the law. Jiang Hani admitted that the other party was not bragging. The Qin family has been deeply rooted in Ningqin for decades and has a complex network of relationships. Even though the government knew that the Qin family was doing some shameful things behind the scenes, they did not dare to act against them easily. After all, there were too many things involved, and any carelessness would cause great turmoil in Ningqin. It's just like the Shoshan city in Lingnan. The arson case that happened there made the city never recover from it. The government didn't pay attention to it and businessmen didn't dare to go there. It fell from a quasi-first-tier city to a third-tier city. I invited you here today for 3 reasons. Qin Zifeng smiled. First, I want to know how your Jiang group turned the tables. Jiang Han smiled and asked, what are the second and third goals? Qin Zifeng's face suddenly became ferocious. As for the second purpose, I hope you can tell me where the bastard who appeared in your house a few days ago is. As for the third purpose, Qin Zifeng licked his lips and looked at Jiang Hani's graceful figure. I want you to be my real woman. Jiang Hani noticed the other person's gaze and felt nauseous. You're dreaming. I won't let you succeed even if I die. A woman I like must get my permission even if she wants to die. As soon as Qin Zifeng finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open and a waiter walked in with 2 glasses of red wine. Mr. Qin. The waiter placed the red wine on the table and said respectfully, I have added that thing as you requested. Qin Zifeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Go outside and get the reward money." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang." The waiter's face was full of excitement and he retreated respectfully. The next moment, there was a loud boom, and the waiter who had just walked out flew back and lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Qin Zifeng, you are so brave." Su Ru's domineering voice rang out. When Jiang Hani saw Qi Junye and Su Ru together, she was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 12 Stupid Guy. "Qin Zifeng, you are so brave," Su Ru said as she walked to Jiang Hani's side. The moment Qin Zifeng saw Su Ru appear, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Although he didn't know Su Ru's background, his father Qin Xian had told him that he must not offend this woman unless it was absolutely necessary. "Su Ru, you misunderstood. I just invited Yi to be my guest." Qin Zifeng smiled flatteringly, but the next moment, when Qi Junye appeared in his sight, the smile froze on his face. "You bastard, how dare you appear in front of me? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Qi Junye clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked at Qin Zifeng with a playful look. Su Ru immediately stepped forward to block Qi Junye. "Don't be impulsive, don't forget that this is Xie country." Qi Junye glanced at her and said, "I don't need you to remind me. I know what I'm doing." "How did he die?" "Har ha har har." Qin Zifeng's laughter interrupted their conversation, and he glared at Qi Junye fiercely. "You bastard, the one who should die is you, not me." "Qin Zifeng, I advise you not to play with fire," Su Ru reminded solemnly. "Su Ru, I know you are not a simple person, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you." Qin Zifeng seemed to be in a hysterical state, pointing at Qi Junye and saying, "Even if the King of Heaven comes tonight, I won't let him leave here safely." Su Ru shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, Qin Zifeng was so stupid at this moment. This guy forcibly abducted Jiang Hani. Even if he fell into the hands of the government, he would not be sentenced to death. However, this stupid guy actually threatened to kill the King of Hell. This behavior is no different from seeking death. "Take her away first, and leave this to me." Qi Junye's words could not be refused. Jiang Hani originally wanted to ask Su Ru why she was with Qi Junye, but Su Ru didn't give her a chance and just dragged her away. But when passing in front of Qi Junye, Su Ru stopped and said, "Remember your own promise, don't trample on the laws of our country." "Noisy. You." Su Ru was a little angry, but still pulled Jiang Hani away first. Only Qi Junye and Qin Zifeng were left in the room, as well as the waiter lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. "You want to kill me, right?" Qi Junye walked forward while speaking, and his cold tone made the temperature in the entire room drop rapidly. Qin Zifeng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but then a feeling of shame surged in his heart. How could he retreat in front of this guy, even if he was very skilled? This was Ningchen, their home court of their Qin family, and even if a fierce dragon from across the river came, they had to stay still. "You're dead, har ha har har." Qin Zifeng laughed loudly, and then shouted in high spirits, "Brother Hu, take this bastard down for me. Remember, I want him alive." "Qin. Young Master Qin." Poof. A middle-aged man crawled in from the door, his face was distorted and some blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. This man was the Ming Jin strongman specially sent by Qin Zifeng. "Brother Tiger, who hurt you?" Qin Zifeng's face was full of horror. According to his understanding, the martial arts realm of the Xie country is divided into Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Xiantian, and Baodan. If ordinary warriors can break through to the Ming Jin level, their strength is comparable to that of some underground boxing champions. If they can break through to the Injin level, it means they have entered the ranks of masters. And those who are strong in the Hua Jin level are definitely first-class masters, and those who are strong in the innate level are rare in the entire Xie country. As for the Baodan realm above the Xiantian, it is unclear whether such a powerful person exists or not, but no one has ever heard of it. Xu Hu had already broken through to the late Ming Jin stage when he was only in his early 40s. Although his talent in martial arts was not outstanding, it was definitely not bad. Only Qi Junye and Su Ru had come in earlier. Qin Zifeng was sure that Su Ru could not be a match for Xu Hu. Could it be, this bastard? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even though Qin Zifeng had seen Qi Junye in action, he still didn't dare to believe that he could defeat Xu Hu. After all, this guy was only about 25 or 26 years old. If he was already a dark energy expert, how incredible would his martial arts talent be? Master Qin, he is so strong, har har. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Shu Hu fainted. Qin Zifeng felt numb all over. He could tell from Shu Hu's words that it was Qi Junye in front of him who had injured him. Did you specifically hire this guy to deal with me? Damn it. Qi Junye spat on the ground and said disdainfully, you look down on me too much, don't you? At least you can find a decent master. What's the point of this kind of pleasure? Fortunately, Shu Hu had already fainted, otherwise, hearing himself, a dark energy expert, being called a seductress, he would probably have died of anger. What do you want? I warn you, my father is Qin Xian, and my uncle is the leader of the Tiger Hall of the Red Star Society. If you dare to touch me, you will not be able to leave Ningqing alive. At this moment, the high-spirited look on Qin Zifeng's face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by unconcealable fear. He could only bring up his background to try to scare Qi Junye. Qi Junye didn't take it seriously at all. He leaped in front of Qin Zifeng and pinched his mouth open with a click. Before Qin Zifeng could see what was going on, he felt something being poured into his mouth. Looking closely, he saw that the 2 wine glasses Qi Junye was holding were the ones brought in by the waiter earlier. Wow. The 2 glasses of red wine were not wasted at all and all went into Qin Zifeng's mouth. Qin Zifeng wanted to spit out the red wine, but was knocked unconscious by Qi Junye's knife. 20 minutes later. With a pop sound, Qin Zifeng felt a burning sensation on his face and suddenly woke up. He saw Qi Junye staring down at him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. What do you want to do to me? Qin Zifeng looked around and found himself in an abandoned factory. His mind raced as he felt his body starting to heat up and he immediately remembered the 2 glasses of red wine he had drunk before he passed out. It's over, the medicine has taken effect. Qin Zifeng knew his condition better than anyone else. If he was not discovered within an hour, he would bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Let me go and let me find a woman, otherwise I will die. Qin Zifeng knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Qi Junye chuckled and said, don't worry, I won't let you die. After that, he picked up Qin Zifeng and walked towards a room. Bang! The door was closed. The terrified Qin Zifeng found a sow weighing more than 200 pounds in the room. When the sow saw Qin Zifeng appear, it immediately pounced on him and licked his face with its tongue. Apparently, this sow had eaten something special too. Let me out, I don't want to be here, let me out. Qin Zifeng begged for mercy for a long time, but unfortunately no one paid attention to him. His body became increasingly hot and his eyes became blurred. I can't bear it anymore. Qin Zifeng completely lost control and rolled over, pinning the 200-pound sow under him. I'll kill you. Chapter 13. She asked me to move in. A few minutes seemed as long as a century for Qin Zifeng, and he felt both pain and joy. After the battle, Qin Zifeng curled up on the ground, and the sow, still unsatisfied, kept licking him. Creaky. The door was pushed open. Qi Junye walked in and couldn't bear to look at the scene inside the house, so he kicked Qin Zifeng out. With a wail, Qin Zifeng stood up while enduring the pain. If looks could kill, he would have made Qi Junye immortal thousands of times already. Your physique doesn't look very good, but your technique in pushing up a sow is pretty good, Qi Junye teased. Qin Zifeng was furious and said, either you kill me. If you don't dare to kill me, I swear, I will repay you today's humiliation 1,000 times. Originally I wanted to let you go, but you wanted to die. If I don't help you, the Buddha will blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Junye grabbed Qin Zifeng's neck with one hand. Qin Zifeng's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was filled with fear. However, when he thought of his identity, he felt that the other party must be threatening him, so he continued to shout, kill me, you can't leave Ningqing alive, my Qin family. Crack. Before he could finish his words, Qi Junye suddenly exerted force with his wrist, causing Qin Zifeng's neck to crack with a clear sound. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face when he died. Qi Junye threw Qin Zifeng to the ground and left without looking back, as if to him it was just like slaughtering a chicken. Half an hour later. When Qi Junye returned to Wanghai Villa, not only Su Ru and Jiang Hani were there, but Jiang Xing and Liu Shuyun and his wife were also there. Junye. Jiang Xing's attitude was completely different from a few days ago, and he was a little too enthusiastic. Liu Shuyun even called Qi Junye virtuous son-in-law, which made Qi Junye feel numb. In a word, he had no good feelings towards the snobbish Jiangxing and his wife. Come with me for a moment. Su Ru didn't give Qi Junye a chance to rest and dragged him out of the villa. You didn't do anything to Qin Zifan, did you? What Qin Zifan? I don't know him. Qi Junye played dumb. Stop pretending. Su Ru frowned and reminded, I have reminded you before that the Qin family has extraordinary power in Ningchen, and Luo Shuangying of the Red Star Society is not someone you can easily mess with. Really? If they have the ability, let them come over, and I will take over. Qi Junye's voice was not loud, but it was full of dominance. Su Ru frowned even more tightly. Mr. Qi, I know you have extraordinary abilities, but that is only limited to outside the country. This is sheer country. Don't think that no one can control you. Qi Junye narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Are you threatening me? Asshole, I'm just reminding you. Su Ru said angrily, you'd better tell me the truth about what happened to Qin Zifan. As long as the problem is not serious, I will find a way to help you suppress it. Otherwise, if the Qin family is determined to settle accounts with you, even I can't cover it for you. I don't know any Qin Zifan, Qin family, or Red Star Society. They are just a bunch of rabble. Qi Junye sneered contemptuously, I still say the same thing. If they have the ability, let them come. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the villa. Su Ru is not stupid, on the contrary, she is smarter than most people. From the fact that Qi Junye pretended to be stupid twice, she could guess that Qin Zifan was probably in danger. The reason why Qi Junye pretended to be stupid was simply to distance himself from the matter and not to leave any handle in front of her. Qin Zifan is dead, how could Qin Xian let it go? Worried, Su Ru did not return home, but got into the A6 parked outside the house. She had to report the news, after all, the situation was beyond her control. The other end. Qi Junye sat on the sofa while Jiangxing poured tea and lit a cigarette. Junye, your uncle was wrong before. I apologize to you here. Jiangxing was not embarrassed. Perhaps for someone like him, interests are the most important thing. Liu Shuyun was the same. She smiled and said, when I first saw you, Junye, I thought you and our Yi were a perfect match. It really is fate. Then she patted Jiangxing on the shoulder and said, Old Jiang, our father has good vision. He picked such a good husband for Yi. Jiangxing laughed repeatedly and said, that's right, my father has a keen eye. He said at the beginning that Dr. Xiao's disciple has the qualities of a king. Seeing his parents constantly trying to please him and flatter him, Jiang Hani felt mixed emotions. If Qi Junye had not shown his powerful ability and helped the Jiang group to turn the crisis into safety, perhaps her parents would still be forcing her to marry a scumbag like Qin Zifan. Do you have anything else to do? If not, go back first. I want to sleep. Qi Junye ordered them to leave without any hesitation. Jiangxing and Liu Shuyun looked at each other, both of them looked a little embarrassed. Okay, let's go back first. But he was frightened just now, Junye, you have to comfort her. Liu Shuyun said this and dragged her husband away, leaving her daughter alone. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Jiang Hani was the first to break the silence. Why are you living in Ruru's house? Her tone was scrutinizing, even a little resentful. But this is completely understandable. After all, Qi Junye had a one-night stand with that girl only a few days ago, and during that time they confirmed that they were engaged. But Qi Junye turned around and stayed in the same room with that girl's best friend. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Ahem. Qi Junye cleared his throat. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing between her and me. She asked me to move in herself. Begging you to move in. Jiang Hani obviously didn't believe it. Qi Junye was too lazy to explain and said lightly, if you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself. After that, he stood up and prepared to go back to his room. Stop! Jiang Hani shouted. Qi Junye turned around and asked, anything else? Jiang Hani opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Seeing this, Qi Junye seemed to guess what the other party wanted to say, so he asked, are you asking how to deal with the relationship between us? Jiang Hani nodded slightly in agreement. Didn't I say before that we are the flowers of the motherland? We should completely despise the bad habit of arranged marriages. We can't take our marriage seriously. Qi Junye responded seriously. There were countless men pursuing Jiang Hani, but at this moment she could feel that Qi Junye didn't want to have anything to do with her at all, and she suddenly felt a huge gap in her heart. Jiang Hani felt a lump in her throat and said, "HMPH, you think I care about you?" Then she got up and left the villa. Qi Junye could sense that the woman was angry but also a little sad, and couldn't help wondering if his words were too direct and hurt her self-esteem. But even so, he had no intention of chasing her out, and prepared to go back to his room to take a shower and go to bed. However, as soon as I returned to the room, my cell phone rang. "Old man, why aren't you sleeping so late at night?" Chapter 14. Do you two have feelings for each other? I was happy for the teacher, so I drank a few more glasses. Xiao Taichu on the other end of the phone chuckled dryly and seemed a little excited. Qi Junye was a little confused and asked suspiciously, "What is there to be happy about at this late hour?" Xiao Taichu smiled and said excitedly, "I am naturally happy that my master is leaving the mountain." Qi Junye was shocked when he heard this. "Old man, why did you come out of the mountains for no reason? I remember you swore a solemn oath to live in seclusion in the mountains for the rest of your life and never ask about worldly affairs again. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by lightning." Xiao Taichu chuckled and said, "Oaths are just a trick. I never take them seriously. Damn it." Qi Junye forgot for a moment that the old man was also an atheist, so he changed the subject and asked, "Have you run out of wine in the mountains? I'll ask someone to send you a few tons." "You little brat, do you think I'm a drunkard? The wine you brought back a while ago is still in the cellar." Xiao Taichu curled his lips and said unhappily, "The reason why I came out of seclusion is to help you get married." "When am I going to get married?" Qi Junye looked confused. Xiao Taichu suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Stinky boy, didn't you go to the Jiang family?" Qi Junye said truthfully, "I went, but I didn't go to fulfill the engagement, I cancelled the marriage." Hiss. Xiao Taichu on the other end of the phone took a breath of cold air and said angrily, "You actually ignored my words. Good fellow, it seems that you have really grown wings. Old man, listen to my excuses. Oh no, listen to my explanation." Qi Junye secretly broke out in a cold sweat, and changed the subject. "It's not that I want to cancel the engagement, it's that they despise me for being useless and don't recognize this marriage at all. They also said that it's the 21st century now, and we value free love and don't advocate arranged marriages anymore." Qi Junye thought that Xiao Taichu might let it go after he said that, but he didn't expect Xiao Taichu to fly into a rage after hearing it. The descendants of Jiang Hong dared to cross the river and destroy the bridge. "I have to go down the mountain myself to deal with those ungrateful wolves." "Wait, old man, don't get excited." Qi Junye was so upset that he almost cried but had no tears. He said awkwardly, "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I also want to cancel the engagement. There's no need to blame others." "Okay. Xiao Taichu said, "Okay," 3 times in a row. Obviously he was very angry with Qi Junye, this good disciple. "Xiao Qi, we were master and disciple, but now you have grown up, and your words are no longer effective. From now on, we will go our separate ways. From today on, I am no longer your master." "Old man, I'm wrong, isn't that enough?" Qi Junye interrupted in time, "Just tell me, what do you want me to do? What else can I do?" "Go and marry that girl from the Jiang family." Xiao Taichu cursed, "I'm warning you for the last time. If you don't marry that girl from the Jiang family, I won't have you as my disciple anymore." Qi Junye was forced into a helpless situation, and sighed, "Old man, even if it's an arranged marriage, you have to give me some time, so that I can take the girl to see a movie, have a meal, or something, and cultivate feelings before getting married, right?" "Well, what you said makes sense." Xiao Taichu hesitated for a moment and said, "How about this, I will give you 3 months." 3 months is too short, 1 year. Qi Junye began to bargain. "Master can't wait until that time, alas." Xiao Taichu sighed, "Disciple, you may not know that master's time is running out. Before I die, I want to see you get married and start a family." Qi Junye's mouth twitched violently when he heard that. He didn't expect that the old man could even make up such nonsense as, "Time is running out," in order to force him to get married soon. 3 months is 3 months. Qi Junye agreed reluctantly, and then hung up the phone without giving Xiao Taichu a chance to speak. 3 months is neither long nor short. Qi Junye's face is full of worry. After all, he just told Jiang Hani that this marriage should not be taken seriously. What to do? Should I tell the other person, I was just joking, let's get married, I will treat you well in the future? Qi Junye had no doubt that Jiang Hani would most likely slap him in the face, and then scold him at the end. Qi, what do you think of me? I come when you call me, and I leave when you dismiss me. Oh, damn old man. It was more than 200 kilometers from Ningchen to the provincial capital. Su Ru drove for more than 3 hours and it was already early morning when she arrived here. Xiaosu, what's the big deal that you came to see me so late? The person who appeared in front of Su Ru was a middle-aged man with a square face, a Zhongshan suit, and a righteous demeanor. This person was Zhui Yuji, the head of the Longan Bureau in Jiangnan province. Su Ru did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, Qin Xian's son is dead. It was the king of hell who did it. Swish. Zhui Yuji's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard this, and he stood up from the sofa in shock. When did this happen? Why did he kill Qin Xian's son? Tonight, Qin Xian's son was kidnapped. Su Ru did not hide anything and explained the whole story in detail. After listening to this, Zhui Yuji frowned into the shape of an inverted character, lit a cigarette, and tried to let the nicotine calm him down. The Qin family has deep roots in Ningchen, and Qin Zifeng is Qin Xian's only son. How could Qin Xian not be angry? Qi Junye, the king of hell, is no ordinary person. It's not that the Longan Bureau doesn't want to control him, but they dare not. Putting aside the king of hell's strength, this guy has an influence in the West that cannot be ignored. It is rumored that he has a close relationship with the Lord of the Holy Court. If the Longan Bureau arrested him for no reason, it is very likely that the Holy Court would ask the Xia government for his person the next day. One is a local tyrant, and the other is a dragon from outside the province. If this matter is not handled properly, Ningchen will surely be plunged into a bloody storm. Xiaosu, you said before that the king of hell lives in your house. Zhui Yuji asked. Right. Su Ru nodded in acknowledgement. Zhui Yuji added, during these few days with the king of hell, you should have developed some feelings for him, right? Su Ru's face suddenly turned red, and she denied it without thinking. Director Zhua, stop joking. How could I have any feelings for him? And Director Zhua, you don't know that he is the fiancé of one of my best friends. How could there be any feelings between him and me? Zhui Yuji waved his hand and said with a wry smile, don't get excited. The feelings I'm talking about are not the feelings between men and women, but friendship. Oh tilde. Su Ru then realized that she had misunderstood the other person and became even more shy. Zhui Yuji said meaningfully, I want to see if you can persuade King Yang to leave Ningchen, and it would be best if he leaves Xia country, so that the Qin family will not be able to retaliate. Su Ru said in a nonchalant tone, I'm not sure about this either. I can only go back and try. Zhui Yuji nodded. Go back and try to persuade the king of hell. If he disagrees, we can only use tough measures to expel him from the country. In short, we must not let him fight to the death with the Qin family in Ningchen. Chapter 15 You dare to mess with me. Qin Xian was having a secret meeting with Zhu Gong when he was woken up by his wife Luo Xian. Honey, something bad has happened to our son. Luo Xian was so panicked that she could hardly speak clearly. Qin Xian picked up his glasses from the bedside and put them on, then asked in a deep voice, what trouble did that bastard cause again? Luo Xian shook her head fiercely. Zifeng didn't cause any trouble, he was kidnapped by someone. Kindness? Hearing this news, Qin Xian instantly lost all his sleepiness and asked in a dignified manner, what happened? Luo Xian informed him, Xiao Yu called me just now and said that Zifeng was kidnapped by the little bastard who beat him up earlier at the Muse Hotel. What? Qin Xian's face was tense. He got up from the bed and put on his clothes immediately. Luo Xian was not idle either. She took out her cell phone to contact her elder brother Luo Shuangying and told him in brief about Qin Zifeng's kidnapping. Soon, more than 100 members of the Red Star Society's Tiger Hall went out to search for Qin Zifeng's whereabouts. Qin Xian called Qin Zifeng several times in a row, but no one answered. Husband, what should we do now? I hope that our arrogance won't be dangerous. Luo Xian was distraught and her face was full of worry. Qin Xian shook his head and said soothingly, don't worry about it. No one in Ningchen dares to touch my Qin family. The other party probably kidnapped Zifeng just for money. Luo Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Husband, I think you should go to the Jiang family to find out. They must know Zifeng's whereabouts. How does this matter have anything to do with the Jiang family? Qin Xian was puzzled. Luo Xian stammered, Xiao Yu told me, it was Zifeng who took that little bitch from the Jiang family away, and then that little bastard came to our house. Bang! Qin Xian slammed the table and said sternly, Your good son, I have already reminded him not to act rashly before finding out the details of that brat. Luo Xian defended her son, it's normal for Zifeng to be angry that the Jiang family suddenly regretted the marriage. Zifeng didn't go looking for that little bastard. He just took the little bitch from the Jiang family away. It was that little bastard who took the initiative to come to him. Why did that little bastard hit Zifeng? It was because of the Jiang family. You still want to make excuses, right? Qin Xian was extremely angry. Many people do not know the reason why the Jiang group was able to turn the tables, but Qin Xian knows it well. It is because there is an international consortium behind the scenes pushing it. So he can't help but wonder whether Qi Junye, who beat his son, has any connection with the Ogwar consortium. Although the Qin family has everything they want in Ningqing, even if Qin Xian had 10 times the courage, he would not have the guts to provoke the Ogwar group. It is no exaggeration to say that they can declare his Qin group bankrupt in minutes with just a flick of their fingers. Although he was angry, Qin Xian still took out his cell phone and planned to find Jiang Xing to ask for clarification. Hello. When the phone was connected, Jiang Xing's lazy voice was heard, and it was obvious that he was still asleep. Qin Xian did not try to be polite and ask directly, Jiang Xing, where is my son? What does it have to do with me where your son is? Jiang Xing said unhappily. Jiang Xing, I advise you not to play with fire with me. Qin Xian suppressed his anger and warned, you should know that this is Ningqing. Your Jiang family can't make a big wave in front of me. Qin Xian, if you think Jiang Xing, I'm a pushover, then come and give me a try. In the past, Jiang Xing would not have dared to confront Qin Xian, but now that the Jiang group has a bright future and has established a relationship with the Ogwar group, he no longer needs to be afraid of the Qin family. To put it another way, his good son-in-law Qi Junye can command the international consortium with just one phone call. Who knows if he has any more powerful cards up his sleeve? I have my son-in-law to support me, your Qin family is nothing. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, so, you are unwilling to hand over my son. Jiang Xing snorted coldly, I haven't settled accounts with you yet about your son forcibly taking my daughter away last night, and now you're asking me where your son is. It's really funny, how would I know where your son is? He's not my son. Okay, let's wait and see. Toot toot. Before Qin Xian could finish his words, Jiang Xing on the other end of the phone hung up first. Luo Xian was just about to ask her husband what was going on when her cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was her eldest brother calling, she quickly pressed the answer button. Zifeng has been found, you guys come over here. 20 minutes later. Qin Xian took Luo Xian to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Hundreds of Tiger Hall members took the initiative to make way for the couple to enter. Zifeng. When her son's body came into view, Luo Xian's face became hideous and she rushed over hysterically, but was stopped by the burly Luo Shuangying. Qin Xian suppressed his anger and asked with rapid breathing, Brother, who did it? Luo Shuangying responded in a deep voice, based on my experience, Zifeng was strangled to death by someone. The opponent's attack was very ruthless and fatal. Husband, you must avenge our son. Luo Xian roared with tears in her eyes. I will. Qin Xian clenched his fists, his eyes fierce, no matter who that little beast is, I will make him die without a burial place. Lao Qin, the other party is a master. Luo Shuangying reminded him, Zifeng's little brother told me that Zifeng invited a master from another province last night, and that guy also died in the Moose Hotel. Master, he tilder. Qin Xian sneered in a cold tone, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my second brother Qin Wu? When he heard the name Qin Wu, Luo Shuangying's pupils immediately shrank into needles. It was obvious that even he, the most powerful leader of the Red Star Society, was very afraid of Qin Wu. Take Zifeng back. After Qin Xian finished his instructions, he took out his cell phone and walked out of the warehouse alone. Brother. A rough voice came. Xiao Wu, go home for a while. As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and heavy rain fell in an instant. Brother, what happened? Your nephew is dead. Got it. I'll be home within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen let the rain hit his body, but even so it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. At the same time, Wanghai Villa. Qi Junye was sleeping soundly when there was a hurried knock on the door. "Mr. Qi, get up quickly!" Su Ru shouted outside the house. Qi Junye turned on the light in the house and went to open the door sleepily. "It's not even daybreak yet, what's wrong with you?" Su Ru panted and said, "I have already helped you contact the earliest flight out of Ningchen, you should hurry up and follow me now." "Why should I leave?" Qi Junye asked back. "You still dare to ask me?" Su Ru said unhappily, "Qin Zifeng is Qin Shen's only son. He will not let you go." Qi Junye raised his eyebrows. "Are you going to drive me away just because of this?" Su Ru frowned and said, "You'd better not be too conceited. Let me tell you, apart from the power of the Qin family in Ningchen, Qin Shen's brother Qin Wu is still a super strong man. If you don't leave now, it will be too late to leave when the time comes." Qi Junye sneered. "I'm a fucking gangster. I don't care about Qin Wu or Qin Liu. If he dares to mess with me, I'll see if I can't kill him." Chapter 16 I Don't Believe in God. Qi Junye didn't take Su Ru's warning seriously at all. As he had said before, he had been to more than 100 countries around the world, big and small. What kind of powerful people would he not have seen? If a small Qin family can scare him, then he might as well find a piece of tofu and hit himself to death. "Are you sure you don't want to leave?" Su Ru suddenly raised her voice. "What? I won't leave, and you guys want to deport me?" Qi Junye sneered, "Su Rui, I have a legal identity. If you have the ability, just try to drive me out. If I don't poke a hole in Xiagua, I'll be the grandson of your Longan Bureau." His tilde. Although Su Ru had heard that the King of Hell was extremely arrogant, she was still shocked by the arrogance displayed by Qi Junye at this moment. If it was just an ordinary minor character, Su Ru would have taken him down long ago, but the King of Hell is no ordinary person. There was no other way. Su Ru could only report the matter to Zhui Yoji for a decision, leaving behind a sentence, "I don't care anymore, do whatever you want." Then she left the villa alone again. Qi Junye snorted and prepared to go back to take a nap. As time passed, the news of the death of the eldest son of the Qin family quickly spread throughout Ningchen. Everyone was shocked, but many people felt very happy. It's okay that Qin Zifeng is a playboy, but the key point is that this guy is so hateful that it's hard to describe in words. Once, a waiter in a restaurant accidentally spilled soup on Qin Zifeng's sleeve. Qin Zifeng said, "It's okay," on the surface, but turned around and picked up the wine glass and shot the waiter in the head. If that were all, we cannot describe this guy as a devil. After all, many dudes have violent personalities. After Qin Zifeng shot the waiter in the head, he ordered his lackeys to kidnap the waiter, locked him up and stabbed him 30 or 40 times with a dagger. Although the waiter was rescued in time, the nightmare experience made him completely crazy. Countless people were oppressed by this playboy, but in the end, all the cases were ignored because the Qin family was rich and powerful. This devilish dude is dead, and those who were bullied by him feel happier than during the Chinese New Year. Of course, more people were curious about how Qin Zifeng died. Many powerful families sent people out to gather information. When they learned that this guy was beheaded, Ningchen's upper-class circle almost exploded. Fuck, who is so awesome? How dare he kill Qin Zifeng? Could it be a big shot from the imperial capital? It is very likely that, apart from the bigwigs in the imperial capital, even the dignitaries in our provincial capital would not dare to kill Qin Zifeng at will. No matter who killed that pervert, I admire him in my heart. Let's have fun today, I'll treat you all, and everyone must get drunk. Many people from Ningchen's rich second-generation circle gathered together to have fun, just to celebrate the disappearance of Qin Zifeng, the disgusting guy, forever. Some are happy and some are sad. Jiang Group, President's Office. Jiang Hani has completely replaced Jiang Xing's position, but she still retains the nominal position of chairman for her father. "President, have you read these documents?" Xiaolei, the female secretary, asked beside him. Jiang Hani came back to her senses and said perfunctorily, "Leave these there. I'll take a look at them later." "Okay." Xiaolei could sense that the president was worried, so she tactfully chose to leave. Jiang Hani took a sip of coffee and was unable to concentrate on work. He took out his cell phone and opened the address book. He found a number with the note, "Madman." He pressed the dial button and quickly hung up. He tried several times but didn't have the courage to call the number. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Lei came back and asked awkwardly, "Boss, there is a gentleman downstairs who claims to be your fiancé. Is it Qi Junye?" Jiang Hani interrupted him without thinking, but then she thought that her question was unnecessary. The only man who dared to claim to be her fiancé was that guy, except for the dead Qin Zifeng. Da. Jiang Hani walked away quickly in her high heels. Xiao Lei stood there in a daze, and couldn't help but gasp, could it be that the guy is really the president's fiancé? Meanwhile, in the office building lobby, Qi Junye lay on the front desk, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Little beauty, I am really your president's fiancé. If you don't believe me, ask her to come down. Also, I am actually the new boss of your company, and your president is working for me. Sir, if you are really our president's fiancé, why don't you have her cell phone number?" The girl at the front desk couldn't help but roll her eyes. If Qi Junye hadn't been so handsome, she would have called the security department to kick this guy out. He is the president's fiancé and the new boss. Come on, I even said that Hanzhou's Mr. Ma is my godfather. Qi Junye. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in the ears of the receptionist. She looked up and saw the person who came. She immediately straightened her back and called out respectfully, "President." Jiang Hani just nodded slightly, and then cast her eyes on Qi Junye. "Why are you here? Can't I come?" Qi Junye curled his lips and said sarcastically, "It's really not easy to meet you, the big boss." Jiang Hani frowned and said, "Can't you call me in advance?" Qi Junye laughed dryly and said, "I didn't save your number." As he spoke, he naturally put his arms around Jiang Hani's slender waist and gave the girl at the front desk a knowing look, as if asking, "See, I really am your president's fiancé." The girl at the front desk opened her mouth slightly and her jaw almost dropped in shock. However, Jiang Hani blushed and slapped Qi Junye's hand away. "Don't touch me, you said that our marriage can't be taken seriously." Qi Junye chuckled and said, "I was just joking before, but I changed my mind, okay." "Huh, what do you take me for, Tilda?" Jiang Hani's face darkened and he turned and walked towards the elevator. Qi Junye hurriedly chased after him, saying as he walked, "I did say before that a forced marriage is not sweet, and arranged marriages are a bad habit, but then I changed my mind and realized that our fate is already destined." "Huh?" Jiang Hani sneered, "How is it destined?" "That night." "Shut up." Seeing that this guy was about to mention what happened that night, Jiang Hani interrupted him. After all, there were many employees walking around. If someone heard her, she would have to find a gap to squeeze in. Qi Junye chuckled and said, okay, I won't say anything." After a while, the two returned to the president's office. As soon as she entered the door, Jiang Hani couldn't help but ask, "Does Qin Zifeng's death have anything to do with you?" Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want." Qi Junye pretended to look innocent. Jiang Hani's beautiful eyes narrowed. "It really has nothing to do with you. I swear to God, it had nothing to do with me." As Qi Junye spoke, he secretly added in his heart, "I don't believe in God." Chapter 17 I Can't Do It. I'm more afraid of death. Jiang Hani intuitively believed that Qin Zifeng's death was related to Qi Junye, but seeing how confident this guy was, he became skeptical for a moment. "Can you please be honest with me? You don't know how powerful the Qin family is. If you run away now, you still have time." Jiang Hani confirmed again. Qi Junye said calmly, "Why do you all think I'm afraid of the Qin family? Because? Etc." Qi Junye waved his hand to interrupt Jiang Hani and continued to ask, "Is there a possibility that the Qin family is nothing in my eyes?" Never stop until your words shock people. Jiang Hani once suspected Qi Junye's background, wondering if he was the son of a wealthy family in the provincial capital. However, after searching around, she could not find any wealthy family with the surname Qi in the provincial capital. As for whether Qi Junye was the son of one of the most powerful nobles in the imperial capital, Jiang Hani didn't even dare to think about it. "Okay, you don't need to worry about the Qin family's affairs." Qi Junye changed the subject and said, "I came to see you today for another matter." Jiang Hani blurted out, "What's the matter?" "It's like this." Qi Junye rubbed his hands and laughed dryly, "Well, can you give me a chance to pursue you?" Jiang Hani was stunned when he heard this. Qi Junye said awkwardly, you must be aware that our engagement was arranged by the older generation, and I am a filial person who dares not disobey the elders. In short, if you think I am okay, you might as well give me a chance to pursue you. Jiang Hani frowned. In other words, the reason you want to pursue me is because you don't dare to disobey your elders, and you have no interest in me at all. Oh tilde. Qi Junye could sense the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone, and smiled awkwardly. I admit that you are right, but don't be angry. If you can agree to my conditions, I can give you this company directly, just as a benefit from me. No need. Jiang Hani was immediately furious. Come with me later to handle the handover formalities, and then I will transfer the shares to your name. Don't get excited. Listen to me first. Qi Junye explained, if you don't want to fulfill this engagement like I do, there is another way. That is, you go back and threaten your parents with death rather than marry me. Why don't you go back and threaten your elders with death? Jiang Hani was so angry that she was at a loss for words. The good impression she had of Qi Junye before disappeared at this moment. She just felt that the guy in front of her was really hateful. Qi Junye smiled bitterly and said, I don't dare, because I am more afraid of death. Based on his understanding of the old man, if he dared to threaten death, the old man might not beat him to death, but he would at least make him lose a few layers of skin. Tilde. Jiang Hani laughed in anger. Mr. Qi, the Jiang group is indeed saved because of you. I believe you have the ability to save the collapsing building and you can also take it all back. But if you want to use this little benefit in exchange for me marrying you, tilde dream on. In an instant, Qi Junye suddenly felt like a villain. This is so wrong. I think you misunderstood me. Qi Junye changed the subject and asked, come, let me ask you first, do you have a good impression of me? No. Jiang Hani replied, that night was just an accident, so don't try to threaten me with that. Don't worry, I'm not such a beast. Qi Junye laughed and said, since you don't like me, you shouldn't marry me. Tilde I didn't want to marry you in the first place. Jiang Hani suppressed her anger. Qi Junye explained, I didn't ask you to marry me, I just wanted you to pretend to marry me. You mean, we can have a fake marriage, but no one can interfere with each other? Yes, that's what I mean. Qi Junye nodded vigorously. Jiang Hani's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, and he asked jokingly, that is to say, after we get married, I can cuckold you as much as you want. Swish. Qi Junye's body suddenly trembled, that won't do. Except for me, which man dares to touch you? Damn it, a man can wear any hat except a green hat. Jiang Hani said angrily, are you playing double standards in front of me? Qi Junye was completely defeated and waved his hand, saying, don't take what I said before to heart. Just treat it as a fart. Get out of here. Jiang Hani completely lost her composure. I'm going. Qi Junye left as if escaping. Jiang Hani picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. His breathing became rapid and it took a while for the anger in his heart to subside. Frankly speaking, if Qi Junye really pursued her, she might be moved. After all, the two of them not only broke through that layer of relationship, but that guy actually wanted to play a fake marriage with her. What a hateful guy. Bang. The office door was pushed open, and Qi Junye came back. Why did you come back? Jiang Hani asked with a snort. Qi Junye chuckled and said, I want to invite you to see a movie tonight, would you please do me a favor? I'm busy. Jiang Hani refused directly. Qi Junye was not angry, and said with a smile, Miss Jiang, can you please be merciful and help me? Is pretending to marry you to help you? Jiang Hani sneered, sorry, I can't help you. Alas. Qi Junye sighed and said, you have an outstanding temperament and are stunningly beautiful. It would be a blessing for any man to marry you, and the same goes for me. Jiang Hani laughed sarcastically, don't pretend. Didn't you admit it before? You pursued me just to please your elders. I'm going to be honest with you. Qi Junye held a cigarette in his mouth and puffed out smoke. Seeing his expression become complicated, Jiang Hani pricked up her ears to hear what tricks this guy was going to play next. I'm sick. Qi Junye said lightly. Jiang Hani was stunned. What disease? It's a mental illness. Qi Junye sighed. Once this disease breaks out, both the body and the mind cannot be controlled. Jiang Hani frowned. Do you think I believe it? Qi Junye curled his lips and said, if you don't believe it, you can ask your best friend. Jiang Hani frowned even more tightly, and couldn't help but believe it a little more. You are a good woman, so I can't harm you. Qi Junye laughed at himself and said, if I wasn't sick, I would definitely give birth to 10 or 8 sons with you. Jiang Hani blushed when she heard that. I don't want to have a baby with you. Qi Junye stood up from the sofa and walked towards Jiang Hani. Before the latter could react, he hugged her in his arms with one hand and looked down at her. Will you promise me? Jiang Hani nodded gently. She didn't even know why she agreed. It was as if something had happened to her. Chapter 18. If you get the answer right, I'll give you a slap. Jiang Hani agreed to Qi Junye's ridiculous request for a fake marriage for some unknown reason. Even she herself didn't know why she agreed, as if deep down she couldn't bear to reject this man. Gratitude, repay? Jiang Hani could only comfort herself in this way. After all, since Qi Junye appeared, the Jiang group has turned from danger to safety, and she no longer has to marry Qin Zifeng, that scumbag. You go ahead and do your get-off work. I'll pick you up when you get off work. Qi Junye suddenly became very gentlemanly. Jiang Hani knew that this was all an act, but she still couldn't help feeling shy. As far as she could remember, this was the first time she agreed to go on a date with a man. After leaving the president's office, Qi Junye attracted a lot of attention wherever he went. In less than half an hour, everyone in the company knew that this was their president's fiancée. Qi Junye has always been low-key and doesn't like being treated like a monkey, so he quickened his pace. However, just as he walked out of the office building, 3 business cars stopped in front of him. Bang bang. The car door opened and a dozen burly men got out of the car. The leader was a long-haired man with outstanding temperament and a somewhat handsome appearance. He walked up to Qi Junye and said, I am Wang Hanan from the Tiger Hall of the Red Star Society. If you don't want to suffer physical pain, you should be tactful and follow us. Qi Junye crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at the other person as if he was looking at a clown. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, you can just take me away. Brother Nan, stop talking to him. A yellow-haired man said arrogantly. Wang Hanan raised his lips and said with disdain, Brother is an outsider. You may not know what our Red Star Club represents in Ningchen, if... Bang! A crisp slapping sound was heard, and before Wang Hanan could finish his words, a clear 5-finger mountain mark appeared on his face. Qi Junye rubbed his hands. It was obvious that the person who had just made the move was him. Fuck, how dare you attack our brother Nan? Brothers, kill him. The yellow-haired man waved his arm, and more than a dozen strong men surrounded him. However, at this moment, V5, several cars from the police station came speeding from all directions. The middle-aged man who got off the car first drew his gun and aimed it at Wang Hanan and his group. Stop it, everyone. Brother Nan, why are there cops here? Wang Mao was very puzzled. Wang Hanan looked around at the more than 20 police officers who were coming around, temporarily suppressed his anger, and looked at the middle-aged police officer coldly. Old Liu, our Red Star Club is doing things. Are you sure you want to intervene? Liu Kai said indignantly, what's wrong with the Red Star? Are we afraid of you bastards when we are wearing this uniform? As he spoke, he approached Qi Junye calmly and whispered, Mr. Qi, don't be nervous. Captain Su sent us to protect you at all times. Su-Ru. That woman knew how to plan ahead, which was something Qi Junye had not expected. Old Liu, I'll give you face today. Wang Hanan snorted coldly and glared at Qi Junye, obviously not going to give up. Seeing that Wang Hanan and his group were about to leave, Qi Junye immediately shouted, you can come if you want to, and leave if you want to. Wang Hanan laughed in anger, what? Do you still want to attack us? If you got it right, I'll give you a slap in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hanan felt a flash before his eyes, and then with a slap, he was slapped hard on the face again. Fuck, guys, kill him. Wang Hanan was completely furious. Bang! Liu Kai fired his gun into the air and shouted, who dares to try? Take them all away. Following the order, the police officers rushed forward and firmly controlled more than a dozen members of the Red Star Society. Among them, Wang Hanan was held at gunpoint by Liu Kai. Qi Junye walked up to Wang Hanan and whispered in his ear, don't act stupid if you don't have the ability, and don't think about seeking revenge on me, because I will take the initiative to find you. Wang Hanan listened to the cold voice and suddenly felt a chill. After witnessing all the members of the Red Star Society being taken away, Qi Junye casually stopped a taxi and left. At the same time, the Qin family. Qin Zifeng's portrait was hung in the middle of the main hall, and his body was placed in a crystal coffin. Luo Xian cried so hard that no one could persuade her. Seeing her sister so sad, Luo Shuangyin secretly made up her mind to avenge her nephew Qin Zifeng. Brother Ying, something happened to Hanan. A younger brother lowered his head and whispered in Luo Shuangyin's ear. Qin Xian walked over calmly and asked in a deep voice, "Did that kid run away?" Luo Shuangyin shook his head and briefly repeated the message he had received. Qin Xian sneered, "You'd better not interfere. Let the little beast jump around for a few more days. I will deal with him when my second brother comes back." Kindness. Luo Shuangyin nodded slightly. Qin Xian glanced at his son's portrait and sighed heavily. Luo Shuangyin patted his shoulder and advised, "I understand your feelings. If you have the chance, have a few more children. As for Xian, I will do some ideological work for her." In fact, Luo Shuangyin didn't need to say much. Qin Xian himself had this idea. After all, he couldn't let the Qin family's bloodline be cut off. "Boss, your phone number." A man in a suit came up to Qin Xian, who picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "I'm Qin Xian." In less than half a minute, the call was hung up and Qin Xian's face suddenly changed. Luo Shuangyin frowned and asked, "What happened?" Qin Xian stood there dumbfounded, clenching his fists. "I don't think I can avenge Zifeng." "What?" Luo Shuangyin was horrified. "Old Qin, what's going on?" Qin Xian's eyes were red, and his back teeth were almost broken. "City Lord Song called me just now, and his words implied that I should not touch that little beast. What's the relationship between that guy and City Lord Song?" Luo Shuangyin asked. Qin Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I can tell that City Lord Song seems to be very respectful of that little beast. To be able to make the lord of a city an or, could it be that the other party is from the imperial capital? This is impossible. There is no wealthy family with the surname Qi in the imperial capital." Luo Shuangyin pondered and said, "I will immediately have someone check to see what the relationship between that guy and City Lord Song is." "No need." Qin Xian lit a cigarette, trying to let the nicotine calm him down. Luo Shuangyin's face was full of doubts, and he said unwillingly, "Old Qin, even if the other party has a close relationship with City Lord Song has to give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter, right? Are we just going to let it go like this?" Snort. Qin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and said domineeringly, "If that little bastard only has City Lord Song to back him up, I can still kill him." Luo Shuangyin was stunned and asked in shock, "You mean, that little brat has a big shot backing him up?" Qin Xian nodded, looking at his son's portrait. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Chapter 19, Great Saint. Half an hour ago, in the imperial capital. In the Zhongbei High compound, an elderly man in his 70s and a middle-aged man were playing chess. At the critical moment of the game, the ringing of a cell phone suddenly broke the solemn atmosphere. "Mr. Chiao, let me take a call first." The middle-aged man waved his hand. The old man nodded, "Just take it if you want. Am I going to steal your chess pieces?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and shook his head, then took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. "Dragon King." Zhuo Youji's voice sounded on the phone. The middle-aged man who answered the phone was none other than Long Qianjun, the top official of the Longan Bureau, who was called Dragon King by many foreign forces. After a while, the call was hung up. Long Qianjun put away his phone and continued playing chess. The old man could sense that he was a little absent-minded, so he smiled and joked, "What could distract you, the Dragon King?" Long Qianjun hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, "A tricky guy appeared in Ningchen." "Oh." The old man suddenly became interested. "I really want to know who this person is who makes you call him a difficult person." Long Qianjun said meaningfully, "That guy is called Qi Junye. You may not be familiar with this name, but you know this person, old Xiao." "Really?" The old man asked with even greater curiosity, "Don't keep me in suspense." Long Qianjuan's eyes became deep. "Mr. Chiao, do you still remember that when you were on a visit to many Western countries on behalf of the military, you passed through Canaan when the armed forces there happened to riot? At the critical moment, a young man with an oriental face came to your aid, and you and the delegation were able to escape danger." "Yarma." The old man's eyes suddenly glowed with gold. Are you saying that the boy has returned to Xie country? Long Qianjun asked suspiciously, Mr. Qiao, did you know that he was from Xie? The old man nodded in acknowledgement, then changed the subject and asked, are you worried that the boy will be restless and cause trouble for you after returning to Xie country? There's no point in worrying because the guy is already in trouble. Long Qianjun did not hide anything and immediately explained what happened in Ningqin. After hearing this, the old man showed anger on his face. Evil will be punished by evil, this kid is not at fault, and you said that the one who died was a notorious playboy. In my opinion, Yang Wang is doing a good job in getting rid of harm to the people. Long Qianjun smiled bitterly and said, it's good to eliminate harm for the people, but according to the report from my men, the Qin family in Ningqin is not simple either. If we don't stop it in time, Ningqin will probably be in chaos. The old man said without comment, what you said makes sense. Mr. Qiao, let's stop playing chess today. Consider this as my admission of defeat. I'll play chess with you again another day. After saying this, Long Qianjun stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. The old man suddenly tried to persuade him to stay. Long Qianjun stopped immediately and asked, Master Qiao, do you have any other instructions? Let me ask you, how do you plan to deal with this matter? The old man asked instead of answering. Long Qianjun thought for a moment and responded, letting King Yang leave Xie country should be the most perfect solution. Nonsense. The old man immediately frowned and said, they are citizens of Xie country. Why are you chasing them away? Faced with the scolding, Long Qianjun didn't dare to breathe, because the old man in front of him was Qiao Jingshan, the highest person in charge of the General Military Office. Qiao Jingshan frowned and warned, publicly, he is a legal citizen of Xie country. Privately, he is my savior, so you can't chase him away no matter what. But, Mr. Qiao. Long Qianjun looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Qiao Jingshan snorted coldly, a small local bully family has made things difficult for you, the Dragon King. If you encounter a big boss level borer in the future, can you still rely on the Dragon Security Bureau? Long Qianjun was scolded until his face turned red, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Qiao Jingshan said in a dignified manner, I happen to be going to Jiangnan province in the next 2 days. I will stay in Ningqin for a while. Please help me arrange a dinner with Yang Wang. Understood. Long Qianjun instantly understood what Qiao Jingshan meant. The highest person in charge of the General Military Headquarters invited the King of Hell to dinner. Once this news spreads, the Qin family will not dare to act rashly even if they have 100 courage. Jucheng, which is about 100 kilometers away from Ningqin, is rumored to be the dojo of Guanyin Bodhisattva, so there are endless believers coming here every day. As night fell, a bus pulled into the bus station. A moment later, Qi Junye, wearing sunglasses, came out of the passenger passage, hailed a taxi and left. Handsome, have you eaten yet? I know a seafood stall that serves authentic seafood. Would you like me to take you over to try it? As soon as we got in the car, the driver started to talk a lot, promoting everything from meals to accommodation and the nightlife to come. Qi Junye politely declined, took out $100 bill, and told where he was going. The driver was very tactful. After taking the money, he did not take a DTC and arrived at the destination in less than 10 minutes. This is a nursing home. A man was smoking outside the yard and watching videos on his mobile phone. Great sage! Qi Junye shouted. Instantly, the man's cigarette fell out of his mouth. He immediately stood up and looked around. When he saw Qi Junye appear in his sight, the 1.8-meter tall man's eyes instantly filled with tears and he shouted tremblingly, Boss! Qi Junye walked in through the iron gate, bumped fists with Monkey, and the two hugged each other tightly. The great sage who ranks first on the Black Gold Killer list was actually trained in a nursing home. If this gets out, won't people be laughing their heads off? It's nice here. The great sage was not angry at being humiliated, but instead laughed and said, Boss, when did you come back? Qi Junye smiled teasingly, are you not happy that I'm back? How is that possible? The great sage quickly denied, I'm not even late to be happy. After that, he pulled Qi Junye and walked towards a detached house. Lying on the bed in the room was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. She was very cute. Qi Junye asked suspiciously, what is this? My daughter, the great sage introduced with a proud look on his face. Qi Junye took a deep breath and said, I remember that you have been back to China for less than 2 years, right? I have never heard you mention having a daughter before. This is a long story. The Monkey King had mixed feelings. Back then, he offended a powerful force in Xie Kingdom and had to flee abroad, but the other party sent people to hunt him down all the way, and he was rescued by Qi Junye at the critical moment. Later, with the help of Qi Junye, the Monkey King gained a foothold in the West and joined the killer industry. With his outstanding skills, he became the #1 on the killer list in just 1 year. As time went by, the Monkey King got tired of dancing on the edge of a knife, so he decided to quit the killer world and return to a stable life. 2 years ago, the Monkey King returned to China and not only dealt with the enemy he had created, he also learned that the woman with whom he had had a night of love before he went abroad had given birth to a daughter for him. That bitch couldn't resist the temptation of money and married an old man. At first, Bao's life was okay, but later, the woman gave birth to 2 sons for the old man. Bao's life became more and more miserable. In the end, she could only eat leftovers and live in a doghouse. Chapter 20. Is there any guy? Recalling the past, veins on the great sage's forehead bulged and a cold murderous intent emanated from his body. Qi Junye patted his shoulder and said, "The past is too hard to look back on. Live in the present. At least your daughter is by your side now." The anger in the great sage gradually subsided. "Well, no more words, boss, wait for me for a while, I'll prepare some dishes and we can have a drink together." "Okay." Qi Junye readily agreed. Soon, the Monkey King casually prepared a dish of pickled peanuts, a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and a dish of braised mixed fish. It doesn't matter whether the food is good or not, the 2 brothers just want to have a few drinks. Dry. Dry. The 2 of them clinked glasses and finished 2 kilograms of xiaodaozi in less than half an hour. The great sage blushed and sighed, "Boss, if you hadn't saved me back then, there wouldn't be any ghost killers in the world. This is the fate between us 2 brothers." Qi Junye took out cigarettes and passed them to the great sage, then lit one for himself. The smoke lingered in front of him, making it difficult to see his expression. The great sage then changed the subject. "Boss, what big job do you have when you come back to Xie country this time?" "No, I just came back for vacation," Qi Junye replied casually. The great sage was not suspicious about this, because he knew Qi Junye before and he had never carried out any activities in the territory of Xie State and had even secretly helped Xie State many times. For example, when the Dragon Guards went to Canada to arrest the smuggling king, the Canadian government obstructed them in every way. In the end, it was Qi Junye who secretly coerced and bribed the Canadian politicians, which enabled the Dragon Guards to successfully extradite the smuggling king back to Xie State to be brought to justice. There is also the Xie Kingdom's Sharp Knife Special Forces, which once clashed with the kamikaze special forces of the 3 kingdoms while performing a mission abroad. It was Qi Junye who secretly helped them, not only severely damaging the kamikaze special forces, but also helping the Sharp Knife Special Forces complete the mission successfully. All signs are enough to show that Qi Junye is a patriotic person at heart, so it is impossible for him to do anything that would harm the Xie Kingdom. "Come on, do it." The great sage opened 2 more bottles of wine, as if he was going to get drunk. The 2 of them drank happily until dawn. Qi Junye glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. I'll leave first." "Boss." The great sage's eyes were red, and he was a little drunk. "Don't you consider me a brother anymore?" Qi Junye grinned and said, "I suspect that the wine you gave me was fake, otherwise why would you talk nonsense?" The great sage shook his head and said meaningfully, "I know you must have something else to tell me when you suddenly come to see me. If you regard me as your brother, why haven't you told me the truth yet?" "It's all right." Qi Junye knew better than anyone that the martial arts world was a road of no return. It was easy to get in but difficult to get out. If the great sage were still alone, he would naturally not be polite to the other party, but now that the great sage has a daughter to worry about, it is obviously not appropriate for him to involve others. "Boss, we are brothers from the same generation. We have experienced life and death together. We can trust each other with everything. Is there anything you can't tell me?" The great sage already had some dissatisfaction at the end of his speech. Qi Junye smiled bitterly and said, "I really have nothing to hide from you." The great sage stared at Qi Junye with a frown on his face, but said nothing. Seeing this, Qi Junye couldn't help feeling guilty, so he stood up and prepared to leave. "Boss!" The great sage shouted loudly behind him. Qi Junye stopped immediately, his expression became complicated, and he hesitated for a moment. Do you have any weapons? Yes, there are long and short ones, big and small ones. The great sage grinned. Qi Junye turned around and punched the great sage lightly on the shoulder. You are still as stubborn as before. The smile on the Monkey King's face grew even wider. Ning Qin family. Qin Shen did not sleep all night. The ashtray beside him was full of cigarette butts and the whole hall was filled with smoke. Luo Shuangyin sat opposite him. After a long silence, he could not help but ask, just treat it as a blow this time. Don't think about it anymore. After all, it's useless to think too much. Qin Shen also understood that the other party was right, but he just couldn't accept it. In Ningchen, only the Qin family bullied others. When had they ever been bullied by others? Now that his son had been killed, if Qin Shen swallowed this anger, this shame would never be washed away. Actually, we can't do anything to that little beast, but we can take revenge on the Jiang family. Luo Shuangyin said with a gloomy look. This matter started from the Jiang family. If it weren't for that little bitch Jiang Hani, Zifeng wouldn't have clashed with that little beast. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and nodded gently. Yes, I want to kill the Jiang family. You don't have to do it, let me do it. Luo Shuangyin sighed. Zifeng is gone, and as his uncle, I have to do something for him. Qin Shen pondered and asked, how do you plan to calculate it? Luo Shuangyin grinned and sneered. I am a man of the underworld, so I will naturally use the methods of the underworld. It is simple and effective. At 10 o'clock that morning, Jiang Xing and his wife left home in a Maybach, intending to go and see the company's recent situation. However, when the car was halfway there, two vans drove up from the front and the back and forced the Maybach to stop. Who are you? The driver asked anxiously. Bang! The leading man pulled out his gun and shot the driver's head off without saying a word. The bloody scene instantly shocked Jiang Xing's parents in the back seat. Liu Shuyun was so frightened that she screamed loudly and grabbed her husband's sleeve tightly. Mr. Jiang, please take your wife out of the car and don't make things difficult for us brothers. The leading man threatened coldly. Jiang Xing took a look at the tragically dead driver and did not dare to make any futile resistance. He obediently took Liu Shuyun out of the car. Only 10 minutes had passed. At Jiang's group, Jiang Hani was meeting with several cooperating dealers when her secretary Xiaolei suddenly ran into the reception room in panic. Boss, your phone call. Jiang Hani could guess from his secretary's expression that something big was going to happen, but he remained calm and nodded to several dealers before taking the phone and walking outside. Jiang Hani, right? I'm Luo Shuangyin. The name Luo Shuangyin was well known to Jiang Hani. Although she didn't know why the other party suddenly came to her, it was definitely not a good thing. As expected, tilde. Ms. Jiang, I hope to use $1 to buy the shares of Jiang Group from you. Luo Shuangyin's teasing voice sounded. Jiang Hani's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Mr. Luo, it seems that you, the head of the hall, are really bored. If you have nothing to do, I don't mind introducing you to a job. How do you feel about being the security captain? Bitch. Luo Shuangyin became angry and said, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer before this evening, you can collect the bodies of your parents tonight. After saying that, she hung up the phone. When Jiang Hani heard that her parents had fallen into the hands of the other party, she was frightened out of her wits for a moment. In the past, she would have contacted her best friend Suru first, but this time, Qi Junye suddenly appeared in her mind. Chapter 21. Someone wants to see you. It rained for 2 days in Ningchen, as if foreshadowing that the weather in this city was about to change. Red Star Club Tiger Hall. At this moment, Jiang Sheng and Liu Shuyun were tied up like in a movie. It was not difficult to guess from their miserable appearance that they had been tortured before. Liu Shuyun's hair was disheveled, and she no longer looked elegant and graceful. Master Luo, I will remember this account today. Jiang Xing spat and cast a vicious look at Luo Shuangyin in front of him. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to seek revenge on me in the future? Luo Shuangyin crossed her legs and sneered disdainfully. If your precious daughter doesn't know what's best for you, I'm afraid you and your wife won't be able to leave here alive. Liu Shuyun shuddered at the words. Mr. Luo, do you still have any lore? Har har har. Several burly men in the room burst into laughter, with the sarcasm in their laughter not concealed at all. Luo Shuangyin said contentiously, Mrs. Jiang may have forgotten what our Red Star Club does. Har har har. The people of the Red Star Society do everything except good things, and killing people is probably a common occurrence for them. Thinking of this, Liu Shuyan's fear surged, and she turned her head to look at her husband beside her. Husband, what should we do? Jiangxing gritted his teeth and said, hold on, my daughter will definitely find a way to save us. What can my daughter do to save us? Liu Shuyan obviously had no hope. Jiangxing lowered his voice and said, someone will help our daughter. Who? Liu Shuyan was puzzled. Qi Junye. Jiangxing uttered 3 words. At the Ningqing Expressway intersection, a modified Wrangler drove out of the toll station. The great sage drove the car steadily, while Qi Junye sat in the passenger seat with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, because the great sage's daughter Bebe was in the back seat. Godfather, what kind of jobs did you and my father do abroad before? Bebe kept asking along the way. Qi Junye always had patience. Your father and I have done all kinds of jobs, such as washing dishes and delivering takeout. Anyway, we do whatever makes money. Then you must be very tired. Bebe suddenly lowered his head and said embarrassedly, I won't go to Disneyland because it costs so much money. Har har har, it's okay. Qi Junye turned around and touched Bebe's head. Your godfather, am being kept by a rich woman. I lack everything except money. When you are free someday, I will build a children's playground for Bebe, okay? Okay. Bebe's eyes sparkled with gold, and she held Qi Junye's arm affectionately. Thank you, godfather. Boss, I have taught Bebe not to spend money recklessly since she was young. You can't spoil her. The Monkey King, who was driving, smiled bitterly. Qi Junye glanced at him and said unhappily, you are wrong. Raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. Haven't you heard of this? Let me tell you. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say goodbye to you. The pleasant ringtone of a cell phone interrupted Qi Junye's words. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still pressed the answer button. Qi Junye. Jiang Hani's voice rang out. Qi Junye sat up straight immediately. What's wrong? Where are you? Something happened to my parents. Even through the phone, Qi Junye could feel Jiang Hani's panic and narrowed his eyes slightly. 10 minutes later, the Wrangler appeared in the parking lot of Jiang Group. As soon as Qi Junye got off the car, he saw Jiang Hani walking towards him quickly with red eyes. It was obvious that she had been waiting here for a long time. He is the great sage, my brother, and his daughter Bebe is also my goddaughter. Jiang Hani, my fiancé. Qi Junye introduced the two parties to each other. The great sage called out to Jiang Hani, sister-in-law. The word sister-in-law instantly interrupted what Jiang Hani wanted to say, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Tell me what happened. Qi Junye changed the subject. Half an hour ago, I received a call from the leader of the Tiger Hall of the Red Star Society. Jiang Hani immediately told her in detail how Luo Shuangying kidnapped Jiangxing and his wife and used them to threaten her. Qi Junye sneered and said, I haven't even settled accounts with them yet, but they are eager to jump out and seek death. Do you have any solution? Jiang Hani asked expectantly. Qi Junye smiled calmly and asked, if I can't do anything, what will you do? I. Jiang Hani nodded hesitantly. If possible, she was willing to give up her shares in exchange for her parents' safety. However, she knew clearly that the shares of Jiang Group were given by Qi Junye, and she would never hand them over without Qi Junye's consent. Qi Junye laughed, don't worry, I promise that your parents will appear in front of you safe and sound before dark. Really? Jiang Hani couldn't believe it. The great sage joked, don't worry, sister-in-law. My boss never breaks his promise. Seeing how confident the two were, Jiang Hani felt less worried. Leave Bebe to her to take care of. Qi Junye then instructed Jiang Hani, take good care of my goddaughter. Buy her whatever she wants. We have plenty of money. Jiang Hani nodded meekly. Qi Junye winked at the great sage, who understood what he meant, and they both got into the car almost at the same time. Jiang Hani held Bebe's hand and said, Auntie will take you to a big dinner, okay? Thank you, godmother. Bebe's address made Jiang Hani's cheeks slightly red again, but she did not ask Bebe to change his words. The other end. Qi Junye had just left Jiang Group in his car when the phone in his pocket rang again. It's Su Ru calling. What can I do for you? Qi Junye asked impatiently. Where are you? Su Ru asked back. Qi Junye taunted, don't you have a sky eye in the Longan Bureau? Don't you know where I am? Faced with the ridicule, Su Ru was speechless in rebuttal. The sky eye only works on ordinary people. In front of Qi Junye, the living devil, the sky eye system is a joke. Su Ru said seriously, I don't have time to joke with you, I have something to inform you. Really? Qi Junye's smile did not diminish. I also have something to inform you. Jiang Hani's parents were kidnapped by the Red Star Society. If you are worried about your best friend's safety, I advise you to go to her side immediately. My uncle and aunt were kidnapped. When did it happen? Su Ru was shocked. I don't have time to talk to you about this. If you want to know, go ask your best friend. Qi Junye said and prepared to hang up the phone. Etc. Su Ru shouted anxiously on the phone, I haven't said what I wanted to say yet. If you have to fart, do it now. Qi Junye didn't give him any face. Su Ru was furious, but she still held back, you are not allowed to go anywhere at 8 o'clock tonight. Someone wants to see you. Qi Junye curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, who the hell is that? Such a big air. Don't ask this for now, you will know when the time comes. Su Ru remained mysterious. However, Qi Junye refused to cooperate at all. It's fine if you want to see me, but I have to decide the time. Chapter 22 Hero, spare my life. Because of the rain, it began to get dark before 5 in the evening. Red Star Club Tiger Hall. Luo Shuangying was studying the writing of the word kun with a girl who was dressed seductively and gracefully. The battle ended in less than 2 minutes. Brother Ying, you are so awesome. The girl smiled and said something that went against her conscience. Luo Shuangying seemed to know her own weight, and did not take the girl's flattery seriously. She ordered coldly, put on your clothes and get out. Yes tilde. The girl dared not say anything and quickly put on her clothes and left the room. Luo Shuangying lit a big cigar and shouted at the top of her voice, Anan. Brother Ying. Wang Hanan, who had just returned after being detained at the police station for 24 hours, pushed the door open. Luo Shuangying asked gloomily, hasn't that little bitch surnamed Jiang given an answer yet? Not yet. Wang Hanan shook his head and asked, Brother Ying, how about I go and abduct her? Luo Shuangying glanced at the time and said calmly, not for now. Wait until I finish my deal with Charchai tonight. If that little bitch still refuses to give in, I will go meet her in person. Wang Hanan nodded and said, Charchai just called and their ship is expected to arrive at the port in an hour. Luo Shuangying stood up and put on his coat while saying, get ready. We'll go to the port and wait. Wang Hanan asked, Brother Ying, should we bring more brothers? That's not necessary. After all, Charchai is an old friend. He can't cheat me. Luo Shuangying spoke with great confidence, but he didn't know that he would soon pay a heavy price for his stupid idea. At Ningqing East Port, a cargo ship slowly approached the shore. On the deck, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a mustache held an umbrella in one hand and waved to the people on the shore with the other. Brother, it's Hall Master Luo and the others. A younger brother reported in a low voice. Bang! The smile on Charchai's face froze, and he slapped his younger brother in the face, cursing, I can't see with my fucking eyes. Do I need you to remind me? The beaten younger brother dared not speak out. Charchai looked around at his fellow brothers and warned them coldly, be smart, everyone. Watch my instructions. Yes, big brother. I understand, brother. Led by Charchai, a dozen strong men walked down the deck carrying silver iron boxes. At the same time, Luo Shuangying let go of the girl in his arms, straightened his black mink coat, and walked towards the enemy with a group of his younger brothers. No one noticed that a young man with an unfamiliar face was following closely behind Wang Hanan. Har har har, Charchai, my good friend, I'm so glad we meet again. Luo Shuangying took the initiative to open his arms. Charchai greeted Luo Shuangying with a smile and hugged her, my good brother, I asked you to come to my place to play several times, but you always ignored me. Do you think the women there are not pretty enough? I've been very busy recently. I will definitely go when I have time. Luo Shuangying laughed out loud. The two of them pretended to be nice for a while, and then tacitly put away their playful smiles. Charchai waved his hand, and the younger brother who had been beaten earlier stepped forward and opened the iron box in his hand, which was filled with bags of white powder. Luo Shuangyin winked at Wang Hanan, who walked forward, opened one of the bags, smelled it, and after making sure that there was no problem, turned around and nodded to Luo Shuangyin. Chai said meaningfully, "Master Luo, the production of goods there has dropped sharply this year. If it weren't for our relationship, I would increase the price of this batch of goods by at least 30%. Har har, I know all of this. Don't worry, brother Chai. We at Red Star will always remember this kindness." Luo Shuangyin waved her hand and took a laptop from Wang Hanan, preparing to transfer the money to Chai. However, at this moment, bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. The next moment, a bloody hole appeared in Chai's lower abdomen. Luo Shuangyin's face changed drastically. He thought he was ambushed by the police. But when he turned around, he saw a young man holding a pistol with white smoke coming out of the muzzle. "Master Luo, what the hell do you mean?" Chai was shocked and angry. Luo Shuangyin tried to comfort him, "Brother Chai, don't get excited. This is definitely not what I meant." Then he started to curse, "Who took this kid in? Catch him for me." Wang Hanan took the order immediately, but before he could make any move, gunshot rang out again. "Brother Nan!" In full view of the crowd, Wang Hanan, one of the two red sticks of the tiger hole, fell in a pool of blood. "Kill him!" Luo Shuangyin was furious. He had already recognized the young man who fired the shot. The tiger hole members took out their weapons one after another, some holding knives, some holding guns. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down like rain, but the ones who fired the shots were not members of the tiger hole, but Chai and his younger brothers. What made Luo Shuangyin even more unbelievable was that Chai and his gang would actually shoot at them. But in a moment, all the members of the tiger hole except Luo Shuangyin were lying on the ground. "Chai, are you fucking crazy?" Luo Shuangyin was shot in the arm and lay on the ground trembling because all of Chai's brothers were pointing their guns at him. Chai ignored Luo Shuangyin, but walked towards the young man who had fired the shot earlier, trembling with fear, holding his lower abdomen. With a plop sound, Chai knelt on the ground with fear in his eyes. "King of Hell, please spare my life." Luo Shuangyin opened her eyes wide and for a moment suspected that there was something wrong with her vision. Who is Chai? He is the largest supplier in Southeast Asia. His brother Chai is also the largest warlord in Southeast Asia. Such a big man actually kneeled down to a young man. Bang! Qi Junye grabbed Chai's cock-like hairstyle and slapped him. "Did I ever tell you that your goods cannot flow into Xie country? You are just ignoring my words. King of Hell, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Please spare my life." Chai broke out in a cold sweat, his heart in his throat. Qi Junye let go of Chai's hair and warned him condescendingly, "I know you can't make the decision. Go back and tell your brother that if he doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter, tell him to wash his neck and wait for me to take it." Yes. Chai felt as if he had been pardoned. He stood up despite the severe pain in his lower abdomen, and quickly took his men on board and left. The great sage appeared behind Qi Junye like a ghost. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Luo Shuangyin looked pale, obviously frightened, and begged for mercy tremblingly. "Hero, spare my life, I will never dare to go against you again." He tilder. Qi Junye slowly squatted down. "Don't you want to avenge your nephew?" Luo shook his head desperately in denial. No, my nephew has done many evil things and deserves to die. Hero, you are definitely getting rid of harm to the people by killing him. Chapter 23. Do you know you are wrong? Qi Junye didn't kill Luo Shuangyin for the time being, not because he was afraid of something, but because Jiangxing and his wife were still in this guy's hands. Of course, the reason why Qi Junye saved Jiangxing and his wife was also for Jiang Hani's sake. After all, he has always been clear about gratitude and resentment, and Jiangxing and his wife and Jiang Hani are a different matter. Hero, as long as you are willing to let me go, I will give you any amount of money. Luo Shuangyin no longer had the vigor and vitality he had before, and was in such a state of humiliation that he could only beg for mercy. Qi Junye ignored him and took out his cell phone to dial a number. What's the situation? Are uncle and uncle okay? Su Ru's voice came from the phone. Qi Junye lowered his head and glanced at Luo Shuangyin. then laughed and said, "Come to Donggang Wharf to clean the floor. Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain, and I will give you a share of the credit." Less than 20 minutes after the phone call was hung up, several Audi A6s drove into the dock one after another. The first person to get off the car was Su-ru, followed by 8 men and 3 women. All members of the Ningqing branch of the Longan Bureau were present. When they saw the dozen or so corpses on the ground, their first reaction was to frown. Such a tragic scene has not occurred in Ningqing in the past 20 years. This situation is no longer something the police station can handle. Su-ru frowned and came to Qi Junye. She gave the great sage a meaningful look, and then fixed her eyes on Luo Shuangyin. "Where are Jiang Sheng and Liu Shuyun?" "They are okay, they are safe." Luo Shuangyin didn't know Su-ru's background, but she knew that she was a government official, so she finally felt relieved. If he fell into the hands of the government, he would be sentenced at most. If he was willing to spend some money, plus the Qin family's connections, he would be able to turn danger into safety soon. Compared to falling into the hands of Qi Junye, this result was completely acceptable to him. However, what Su-ru said the next moment directly shattered Luo Shuangyin's inner hope. "There are at least 300 kilograms of goods here. I tell you, even if a god descends to earth, he can't save you this time." After Su-ru finished speaking, she looked at Qi Junye coldly. "Did you kill all these people?" Hey, you have to provide evidence when you speak." Qi Junye showed an innocent expression and argued, "It's obvious that both of them wanted to rob each other, and then a fight broke out. I passed by here and chose to do what was right, so I notified you to come over." Su-ru obviously didn't believe this statement. Bang! Qi Junye stepped on Luo Shuangyin's shot arm and asked, "Am I right?" Right. Luo Shuangyin wailed, "His right. It was our Red Star Society that had a fight with the other side. This gentleman had nothing to do with it." Su-ru knew the situation clearly, but she chose to turn a blind eye and let her partner start to deal with the scene. "I hope Jiang Sheng and his wife can return home safely within half an hour. If you delay for 1 second, I will give you a peanut." Qi Junye's words made Luo Shuangyin shudder. Regardless of the piercing pain in his arm, he quickly took out his cell phone to contact his men. In less than 20 minutes, Qi Junye received a call from Jiang Hani, saying that Jiang Sheng and his wife had returned home and had only suffered some physical injuries but were not seriously injured. Luo Shuangyin begged for mercy. "Mr. Qi, can you let me go now? Damn it, it's not even daytime, why are you still dreaming?" Qi Junye gloated, "I just told you that no one, not even God, can save you this time, and you actually still want to leave." Luo Shuangyin's face suddenly turned pale. At Su-ru's instruction, 2 members of the Longan Bureau took Luo Shuangyin away. Qi Junye and the great sage were also preparing to leave. "Stop!" Su-ru quickly chased after him. Qi Junye stopped as he was told, "You don't need to say thank you, just treat me to a big meal some other day." "Thank you." Su-ru snorted, "Mr. Qi, I can turn a blind eye to what happened tonight, but remember, if this happens again next time, you can't act on impulse and must notify me immediately." "What a joke! If you weren't my boss, would you be able to bring Luo Shuangyin to justice?" The great sage sneered. Su-ru's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the great sage. "Although I don't know who you are definitely not a good person if you are with the guy named Qi. Let me tell you, from now on I'm targeting you. Fuck, I'm giving you face." Qi Junye crossed his arms and said with disdain, "When Jiang Sheng and his wife were kidnapped, you didn't come out to do anything. Now that I've given you a credit, you're still giving me orders." Facing the domineering Qi Junye, Su-ru's arrogance was immediately suppressed, and she was speechless. "Let's go and leave this crazy woman alone." Qi Junye called the great sage to leave. Su-ru stamped her feet in anger, but still chased after him. Qi Junye stopped walking and turned around again. "It's never going to end, is it? What? Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because I'm from the Longan Bureau?" Su-ru rolled her eyes angrily. "You have to come with me, someone wants to see you." Qi Junye thought about this matter. If Su-ru hadn't told him what to do, he might have agreed. But now he was in a bad mood, so he just said, "I'm busy," and left. Su-ru looked at the time. It was already 7:30, and there was still half an hour before the agreed time, so she shamelessly chased after him again. "My attitude was wrong just now, please don't be angry, okay? Su Ru followed behind happily, saying words of apology very reluctantly. Qi Junye pretended not to hear and opened the car door. Su Ru was almost crying, and in a hurry she grabbed Qi Junye's arm and said, "Just consider it as a plea from me, okay?" When the great sage saw this scene, he secretly admired Qi Junye in his heart. "I'm afraid that only the boss like me can make the beautiful lady from Longan Bureau beg for mercy." Ahem. Qi Junye cleared his throat. "Do you know you are wrong?" Su Ru nodded fiercely. "I know I was wrong. Will you dare to yell at me next time?" "I don't dare." Su Ru was completely subdued. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Qi Junye pretended to be reluctant and said, "Since you have a good attitude, I will go with you." Su Ru immediately smiled happily. "You go back and pick up Bauer first. Let Jianghani arrange a place for you to stay." Qi Junye first explained this to the great sage, and then followed Su Ru away. A moment later, an Audi A6 drove out of the dock first. Qi Junye sat in the passenger seat, smoking a cigarette. Although Su Ru didn't like the smell of cigarettes, she could only endure it at the moment. "Who on earth wants to see me?" Qi Junye was puzzled. He had no connections with anyone in China. If Su Ru could obey his orders, she must have a special status. Chapter 24. The big shot is coming. It wasn't that Su Ru didn't want to say who wanted to see Qi Junye, because even she didn't know. Zhuoyuji said on the phone, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Bring the person here on time and you'll have completed the mission." From Zhuoyuji's solemn tone, it can be heard that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. Su Ru couldn't help but ask, "Do you know any important people in the capital?" Qi Junye thought to himself, "I don't know a damn thing. I haven't even been to the imperial capital." But he pretended to be mysterious and said, "To be honest, I have some friendship with the Dragon Lord." "What?" Su Ru opened her mouth slightly and her jaw almost dropped in shock. "Are you shocked?" Qi Junye shrugged and said complacently, "I have friendships with many heads of state, including a few old guys who begged me to marry their daughters but I refused." Su Ru's mouth twitched a few times, obviously thinking that this guy was bragging. She believed that the King of Hell knew many heads of state, but she absolutely did not believe that someone was begging to marry his daughter to Qi Junye. While the two were talking, Su Ru drove the car to Ping An Hotel unknowingly. Bang bang. After getting off the car, Qi Junye took a look at the hotel environment and found that there was no guest in the lobby except for a few staff members. Based on his experience, he could tell that the hotel was booked, and he was more certain that the person who wanted to see him was not a simple person. After Su Ru showed her ID, the hotel manager personally took the two of them to the 12th floor. Zhuoyuji had been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time, and the moment he saw Qi Junye, he began to look him up and down. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. Zhuoyuji's sincere evaluation. Qi Junye chuckled and said, "Don't praise me like that, I'll be proud." Zhuoyuji had thought that this legendary figure who roamed the underground world below would be serious and extremely cold, but he never expected that he would actually. To put it nicely, it means being free and unrestrained. To put it bluntly, it means being sloppy. If Zhuoyuji had not read Qi Junye's information, he might have really suspected that Su Ru brought a fake King of Hell. "Let's go. Don't keep Mr. Qiao waiting for too long." Zhuoyuji made a "please" gesture. "Mr. Qiao." Qi Junye walked while searching his memory, but he couldn't remember anyone he knew with the surname Qiao. If you can't think of it, don't think about it. Anyway, you will soon know who the other person is. Zhuoyuji gently pushed open the door of the VIP room and walked in with a smile on his face. "Mr. Qiao, someone is here." Qiao Jingshan put on his reading glasses and became extremely alert. Su Ru was the second person to enter the box. When she saw Qiao Jingshan, she was stunned. "Grandpa Qiao, why is it you?" Although Su Ru had guessed that the person who wanted to see Qi Junye was no ordinary person, she never thought that the person would be Qiao Jingshan, the head of the General Military Office who often appeared on TV. "Xiero is here too." Qiao Jingshan smiled kindly. "Fuck, old man Qiao, it's you?" Qi Junye's cursing voice rang out in the VIP room, leaving Zhuoyuji and Su Ru dumbfounded. This guy is so bold that he even dares to call Qiao Jingshan old man Qiao. "Xiao Qi, long time no see." Under Su Ru's shocked gaze, Qiao Jingshan was not angry. Instead, he stood up and walked towards Qi Junye, looking quite excited. Qi Junye, on the other hand, looked calm and joked, you are such a fool, old man. You are so mysterious when you want to meet me. I thought it was some powerful rich woman who wanted to support me. Qiao Jingshan laughed out loud. You are still so humorous, come on, let's talk while we eat. Okay, I'm hungry too. Qi Junye readily agreed. After Zhui Yuji gave the instructions, the waiter officially began to serve the dishes. One after another, delicious dishes that ordinary people had never seen were served. Wine, serve some wine. Qiao Jingshan urged impatiently. Zhui Yuji frowned slightly. Mr. Qiao, you can't drink too much. Stop talking nonsense. Qiao Jingshan interrupted. I'm having a rare happy day today, so I have to order a pound of white. Zhui Yuji didn't dare to disobey, so he could only go downstairs and get 2 bottles of special wine from the car. Su Ru sat at the table without saying a word. She seemed very cautious and kept her ears open while picking up the dishes. If you think about it carefully, it's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, right? Qiao Jingshan seemed to recall the past and sighed. If you hadn't come to my rescue, I wouldn't be able to sit here and drink with you today. Qi Junye smiled and said, this is our fate. Come. Cheers. We have to do it. Qiao Jingshan raised his glass happily. Su Ru lowered her voice and asked Zhui Yuji, Captain Zhua, do you know how this guy knows Mr. Qiao? Zhui Yuji nodded slightly and responded in a low voice, I heard from the Dragon King that it seems that when Mr. Qiao was on a visit a few years ago, he encountered danger and it was the King of Hell who saved him at the critical moment. Su Ru had an expression of, I see. Before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. Qiao Jingshan took Qi Junye's hand and asked him about his well-being, just like an elder caring about a younger generation, or like 2 old friends who had met again after a long separation. The 2 of them reminisced about the past and drank, and they didn't even touch the food on the table. Let's eat some food. I'm actually a little hungry. Qi Junye picked up the chopsticks and started to eat with relish, not being polite at all. Qiao Jingshan had a smile on his face the entire night, and it was obvious that he was genuinely happy. After eating and drinking, Qi Junye took out a cigarette and gave it to Qiao Jingshan, who then took out a lighter and lit the cigarette for him himself. If this scene were to get out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Xiao Qi, what brings you back this time? Qiao Jingshan asked tentatively. I won't hide anything from you. In fact, I came back this time to retire from the underworld. The reason why Qi Junye confessed was that he wanted to send a signal to Zhui Yuji and Su Ru, asking them to stop keeping an eye on him. As expected, Su Ru and Zhui Yuji looked at each other, with surprise and horror in their eyes. Qiao Jingshan smiled and said, in fact, you should have come back a long time ago. How can you live a peaceful and comfortable life when you are surrounded by fighting and killing? Qi Junye smiled bitterly, if only I had realized it earlier. Qiao Jingshan didn't hear the hidden meaning in his words, and smiled and comforted him, it's not too late to come back now. Su Ru's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly remembered Qi Junye's previous illness. This guy probably thinks that if he retires from society earlier, he won't get that disease. Xiao Qi, I came to see you today specially. Actually, there is something I want to discuss with you. Qiao Jingshan suddenly changed the subject. Are you interested in developing in the military? If so, I, an old man, will definitely not let you suffer any injustice. Su Ru never imagined that the reason Qiao Jingshan personally took action was to win over Qi Junye. If the highest person in charge of the general military headquarters can be introduced to the army by such a big shot, it is basically certain that he will rise to a high position. However, Qi Junye shook his head gently. I am used to being free, and life in the army is not suitable for me. This was considered a polite refusal, but Qiao Jingshan refused to give up. Xiao Qi, you are rare talent, and the country needs you very much. That's the end of this topic. Qi Junye's attitude was very firm, but seeing Qiao Jingshan's disappointed expression, he felt a little bit reluctant for a moment. But I can make you a promise. If the country and the people need me in the future, I will do my best to help them as long as I can. Chapter 25 Introducing a girlfriend to you. Seeing Qi Junye's extremely firm attitude, Qiao Jingshan realized that it would be useless to persuade him any further, and the other party had also promised that if the country and the people needed him in the future, he would stand up without hesitation. This promise is enough. However, Qiao Jingshan obviously didn't want to come here in vain, so he changed the subject and said, I'm sure you are familiar with the Sharp Knife Special Operations Team, Xiao Qi. Qi Junye nodded. He had helped this team when he was in the 3 Kingdoms of God. Xiao Jingshan smiled faintly and said, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. Those bastards are not convinced by heaven or earth, but they admire you from the bottom of their hearts. When you are free, come to the capital and train them for me. Looking around the world, the combat level of the Sharp Knife Special Forces is not inferior to any country's special forces, but Xiao Jingshan firmly believes that if Qi Junye can serve as their instructor, the level of the Sharp Knife Special Forces will definitely be raised to a higher level. Well, Qi Junye did not agree immediately, but pretended to be embarrassed. Of course I can, but I don't have time recently. I guess you have heard that the local tyrants in Ningchen want to kill me. You kid tilde. Xiao Jingshan smiled jokingly. He could naturally understand what Qi Junye was thinking. He just wanted to use him to deal with the Qin family. Qi Junye did not hide this and said bluntly, Old Xiao, there is no need for us to be hypocritical. I don't believe that you officials are not aware of the Qin family's bad reputation in Ningchen. If you don't remove this cancer, will you let it continue to harm the people of Ningchen? What do you know? Su Ru suddenly interrupted and defended, of course we want to get rid of the Qin family, but Qin Xian, the old fox, acts cautiously and is extremely cunning. He has never left any evidence of his crimes. If it's useless, why bother making excuses for yourself? Qi Junye sneered unceremoniously. Su Ru was furious and said, if you have the ability, go find evidence of the Qin family's crimes instead of standing here and talking nonsense. Qi Junye sneered secretly when he heard this. How could he not hear that this woman was trying to provoke him to help? What will you do if I can get evidence of the Qin family's crimes? Qi Junye chose to play along, since he really wanted to get rid of the Qin family anyway. How about I make the decision? Xiao Jingshan said jokingly, if Xiao Qi can find evidence of the Qin family's crime, Xiao Ru, you will be his girlfriend. He never stops talking until he shocks people. No one expected that the usually serious Xiao Jingshan would tell such a joke. Su Ru's face flushed instantly, and she was so shy that she wanted to find a gap to crawl into. I won't agree. I was scared to death. Fortunately, you didn't agree. Qi Junye sneered, if you agreed, I might have fled from Ningchen overnight. You? Su Ru was furious. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time a man disdained her like this. Qi Junye ignored the other party's reaction and turned to look at Xiao Jingshan. Old Xiao, what a bad idea you came up with. If you can't speak, just shut up. King of Hell, please watch your words. Zhui Yoji gave a warning. Xiao Jingshan waved his hand and said, it's okay. Xiao Qi and I are acquaintances. It's okay to joke around occasionally. Yes. Zhui Yoji shut up tactfully. Xiao Jingshan smiled and said to Qi Junye, Xiao Ru is quite good. She is pretty, young and promising, and has an extraordinary family background. In my opinion, she is worthy of you. Qi Junye shook his head repeatedly, I am not worthy of her, so please stop talking about this, okay? You're not worthy of me. Su Ru responded angrily. Xiao Jingshan looked at the two of them like enemies and asked meaningfully, I heard that you two are living together. It's rooming together, not living together. Qi Junye corrected. Su Ru nodded in agreement, yes, he is just my tenant, and there is no other relationship between us. He tilde. Xiao Jingshan looked at Su Ru with an undiminished smile, Ru, you are a lady from a wealthy family. If people knew that you lived under the same roof with a man, would they believe that your relationship was innocent? Su Ru frowned, speechless for a moment. At that time, she just wanted to stare at Qi Junye and didn't think too much about the consequences. Qi Junye chuckled and said, just go your own way and let others talk. Su Ru's eyes lit up when she heard this, that's right, I don't care what others think. Xiao Jingshan raised the corner of his mouth, and turned to look at Qi Junye, you are talking without any pain. In our era, girls valued their reputation the most. Qi Junye said disapprovingly, it is the 21st century now, not your era. Let alone reputation, there are a lot of young people today who live together when they are in love. For men, as long as the partner of marriage has not been pregnant with a dead baby, they are very lucky. Xiao Jingshan sighed, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mr. Qiao, please stop talking about this. Su Ru blushed and advised, let's talk about the previous topic. Yeah, that's right. Qi Junye agreed, if I can find evidence of the Qin family's crimes, how about you wash my stinky socks for me for a year for free? You? Su Ru took a deep breath and her face tensed. Qi Junye asked provocatively, don't you dare. Okay, 1 year is enough. Su Ru asked again, what if you can't find evidence that the Qin family committed a crime? Qi Junye said fearlessly, I will wash your underwear for a year for free. Zhuoyuji on the side swallowed his saliva, because in his opinion, Qi Junye seemed to have no disadvantage in this bet. However, Su Ru didn't think so. It would be a great honor to have the king of hell, who roamed the underworld in the west, wash her underwear, so she readily agreed and said, then it's settled. Whoever regrets it is a puppy. The dinner ended here. Qiao Jingshan slowly stood up and walked out of the VIP room first, followed by Qi Junye, and Zhuoyuji and Su Ru at the end. A group of 4 entered the elevator. Qiao Jingshan smiled meaningfully, Xiao Ru, if you are really not interested in Xiao Qi, I will introduce Lan Lan to Xiao Qi. Lan Lan? Qi Junye asked suspiciously, who is it? My granddaughter, Qiao Shenlan. Qiao Jingshan said proudly, she is a famous beauty in the imperial capital. When you come to the imperial capital, I will introduce her to you. Mr. Qiao, I've thought about introducing Lan Lan to this guy before. Su Ru said seriously, this guy is sick, it's a good opportunity to let Lan Lan take a look at him. Ill? Qiao Jingshan frowned when he heard this, Xiao Qi, what's wrong with you? Qi Junye glanced at Su Ru and then explained, don't listen to her nonsense. Do I look like a sick person? You are sick. Su Ru said sternly. Qi Junye was too lazy to pay attention to this woman and was the first to go out as soon as the elevator door opened. Old man Qiao, I'm leaving first. We'll contact you another day. Chapter 26 Madam, don't be sad. Qi Junye left Ping'an Hotel and did not go back to Wanghai Villa. Instead, he took a taxi to Jiang's house. Xiao Qi is here, come and sit down, I'll go wash some fruit for you. Liu Shuyun was so enthusiastic. Putting aside Qi Junye's mysterious background, she and her husband were able to return safely today thanks to Qi Junye. Jiang Xing skillfully brewed tea and said, Xiao Qi, thank you for today's work. Qi Junye didn't have time to deal with the snobbish couple, and turned to ask Jiang Hani, have you settled Dashing and Beibei? I also have a small villa in Wanhai Villa, and I have arranged for the father and daughter to live there. As for Beibei's school, I have also contacted her. I will personally take her to register for admission tomorrow. Jiang Hani's ability to get things done is impeccable and he is also very thoughtful. Qi Junye cleared his throat and lowered his voice, come out for a walk with me. I have something I want to talk to you about alone. It was already late at night, and Jiang Hani couldn't help feeling curious when she saw his mysterious look. The two came out of the villa, and Qi Junye took a cigarette and puffed out smoke. In a few days, when I have time, let's go and get the certificate. So urgent. Jiang Hani was a little shy. Qi Junye smiled bitterly and said, you have to remember that you must not tell anyone about our fake marriage, including your parents. You don't need to remind me of this. Jiang Hani understood. Also, my master might come over in a while. That old man is very shrewd, so you must not reveal your true colors when the time comes. This is what Qi Junye is most worried about. Jiang Hani had heard some rumors about Xiao Taichu from her father, and to be honest, she was still a little nervous. There's nothing else to do. I'm leaving first. Qi Junye prepared to leave. Etc. Jiang Hani suddenly tried to persuade him to stay. Qi Junye asked suspiciously, do you have anything else to say? I want to ask you a question. Jiang Hani blushed and said, do you like me a little bit? Any man can tell what a woman means when she asks this question. Qi Junye chose to play dumb, you are so beautiful, a man who doesn't like you is definitely not a real man. The like I'm talking about is not that kind of like. Jiang Hani was hesitant to speak. Fortunately, it was late at night, otherwise he would be able to see that her cheeks were like ripe apples. Qi Junye smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I won't have any improper thoughts about you. Our marriage is just a fake one, and when the time is right I will let you be single again. After saying that, he left without giving the other party a chance to speak. Jiang Hani looked at the figure moving away in the night, and her expression suddenly became complicated. She was not stupid, but very smart, so she could realize that Qi Junye deliberately kept a distance from her. Have I become ugly? Jiang Hani hurried back to the villa, entered her room first, and looked at herself carefully in front of the dressing table. She is not ugly, she is still pretty, and after growing from a girl into a woman, her temperament has also undergone a sublimated change. Vaguely, Jiang Hani recalled a sentence she often saw on the internet. Those who cannot get what they want are always in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless. At the same time, Qi Junye had already got into a taxi. He had no idea what Jiang Hani was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. As mentioned before, the incredibly beautiful Jiang Hani can conquer any man's heart, but that definitely does not include Qi Junye, because his heart is already filled with a woman and there is no room for any other woman. So over the years, Qi Junye has always maintained the image of a playboy in front of women. He can go to bed with them, but he doesn't care about romance. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped on the side of the road in the suburbs. Qi Junye threw out a crumpled 20-yuan bill and said generously, "Master, no need for change." He then opened the car door and got out. The driver's mouth twitched a few times, thinking that the meter had already shown 19.8 yuan and he didn't even have 2 cents to change. Qi Junye walked towards the Wrangler across the street, and the great sage unlocked the car. "Are you at ease knowing Bebe is home alone?" Qi Junye asked as soon as he got in the car. The great sage shook his head gently and said, "It's okay. Bebe has learned to be independent. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Bebe has suffered a lot and has learned how to take care of himself long ago. Let's go." As Qi Junye spoke, the great sage stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and quickly disappeared into the night. Qin family. "Husband, you must save my brother." Luo Xian burst into tears. Her son had just left for a few days, and her own brother was arrested again. Qin Xian frowned and said helplessly, "I think your brother is done this time." Luo Xian said with tears in her eyes, "Hubby, my eldest brother has always followed your lead all these years, and you just ignore him like this. What the hell can I do about it?" Qin Xian was furious. 300 kilograms, do you know what that means? Unless your brother can recapture Moon Island, even gods can't save him. Luo Xian sat weakly on the sofa. Qin Xian stood up and said, "It's getting late, you should go to bed first." Then he left alone. Luo Xian looked at her husband's back as he left, and once again fell on the sofa and sobbed loudly. The housekeeper Liu Bin asked the servants in the house to leave, then walked over to Luo Xian and squatted down. "Madam, don't be sad, you have to take care of yourself." Luo Xian raised her head, hugged Liu Bin's neck, and cried even louder, "Xiao Liu, my brother is very loyal to the Qin family, but Qin Xian doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Madam, I'm afraid the master is really helpless." Liu Bin spoke well of Qin Xian. "Fart." Luo Xian said resentfully, "Our Qin family is the king in Ningchen. Who dares not to give our Qin family face? Qin Xian just doesn't want to spend money to save my brother." After hearing this, Liu Bin didn't dare to say anything else, which was considered as his agreement. Ding di. Luo Xian suddenly received a text message on her phone. She immediately came to her senses and realized that she had hugged Liu Bin. She felt extremely embarrassed and said, "I lost my composure just now. I'm sorry." "It's okay, I can understand your feelings, madam." Liu Bin smiled slightly. Luo Xian fixed her makeup, then took out her cell phone and opened the text messages. The text message was a video, in which a man and a woman were doing something obscene in a car, and the sounds coming out of the woman's mouth were very obscene. Luo Xian stared at the screen intently, because the male protagonist was none other than her husband Qin Xian. "Madam, don't be sad. The master might just be playing for the occasion." Liu Bin sat beside Luo Xian calmly while speaking, and put his right hand on the latter's shoulder. Luo Xian gnashed her teeth and said, "This bastard cheated on me, I'm going to cuckold him too." As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed Liu Bin under her body. Chapter 27, Sowing Dissension. Her son died, her elder brother was arrested, and her husband was cheating on her. Under these multiple blows, Luo Xian completely lost her mind and devoted herself to the young and gentle Liu Bin. However, Liu Bin not only did not refuse, but cooperated very well. After all, although Luo Xian is over 50 years old, she has maintained herself very well and is no different from a woman in her early 40s. She also has an excellent temperament. Few men can resist such a charming mature woman. The two of them had a passionate fight on the sofa in their hall, interpreting their koan technique to the fullest. Par. Applause suddenly broke out, followed by a joking voice, "Excellent, really wonderful." Luo Xian, who was so engrossed in her thoughts, suddenly trembled. In panic, she pushed Liu Bin away from her and quickly wrapped herself with clothes. Liu Bin seemed relatively calm, as if he had known someone would come in. "It's you, you little beast." Luo Xian looked carefully and recognized the identity of the person at a glance. He was the murderer who was most likely to have killed his son. Qi Junye put his hands in his pockets, walked into the hall, and threw a mobile phone on the table. Luo Xian almost instinctively picked up her phone. The video on it was exactly her and Liu Bin being in a state of passionate love. In fear, she threw the phone to the ground and crushed it in an attempt to destroy the evidence. "It doesn't matter, you can smash it as much as you want. I have plenty of backups anyway." Qi Junye's words made Luo Xian look ashen. She didn't dare to think about how her husband would treat her after seeing this video. "Liu Bin, how dare you betray me?" Luo Xian, who had calmed down, stared at Liu Bin, who was getting dressed with sharp eyes. "How has our Qin family wronged you? Why do you treat me like this?" He tilde. Liu Bin sneered, "Madam, you seem to have forgotten why I came to your Qin family." In an instant, Luo Xian came to her senses. Liu Bin was originally a three-good student at Ning University with outstanding business talent. After graduation, he founded his own company, but the industry he chose happened to be in conflict with a company under the Qin family. Qin Xian didn't want his own industry to be threatened, so he wanted to acquire Liu Bin's company. However, Liu Bin was full of enthusiasm and hoped to build his own business empire one day, so he was not willing to sell the company at all. One is a young man who has just entered society, and the other is a big boss who has the power to do whatever he wants in Ningchen. The result is predictable. Liu Bin was forced to sell the company. That's not all. Qin Xian took a fancy to Liu Bin's business ability, so he kept him by his side and made him work for him. For Liu Bin, this was like being a bird in a cage. The resentment accumulated over the years made Liu Bin want to eat every member of the Qin family alive. "You are so heartless. Isn't what our Qin family has given you enough?" Luo Xian asked harshly. Liu Bin roared hysterically, "Although you gave me a lot of money, you deprived me of my most basic freedom." Luo Xian was immediately speechless. Liu Bin calmed down and came to Qi Junye respectfully, "Mr. Qi, I have done everything you asked me to do. Don't worry, I will never break my promise to you." Qi Junye changed the subject, "You can report to Jiang Group tomorrow. There will be no one to restrain you, and you can fully display your talents." Liu Bin nodded vigorously, very excited. Qi Junye extended his hand in a friendly manner, "Congratulations, you are free from now on." Liu Bin reached out his hand and shook it, tears welling in his eyes as he said, "Mr. Qi, thank you. You go first." Qi Junye made a "please" gesture and assured, "You don't need to worry about the Qin family taking revenge on you, because after tonight there will no longer be a Qin family in Ningchen." What a big mouth! Luo Xian had already put on her clothes at this time, and sneered disdainfully, "Little beast, our Qin family is the king in Ningchen. Gossip, can you stop being so arrogant?" Qi Junye looked at her coldly, "Believe it or not, with just one word from me, everyone in the country will know that you are having an affair with the housekeeper." Luo Xian's arrogance disappeared immediately, and she frowned and said, "What do you want? If you delete the video, I can give you 100 million. Wow, 100 million is a lot. Qi Junye said contemptuously, "Do you know why the Jiang Group was able to turn danger into safety?" Luo Xian frowned even more tightly when she heard this, because she had heard her husband mention before that the resurgence of the Jiang Group might be related to the young man in front of her. As expected, tilde. Qi Junye admitted frankly, "It was me who asked the Ogre Group to help the Jiang Group." Luo Xian looked horrified and asked worriedly, "What do you want in exchange for deleting the video?" "It's very simple. Just tell me the shameful things Qin Xian did." "Impossible." Before Qi Junye could finish his words, Luo Xian interrupted him and said, "You're dreaming if you want me to betray Qin Xian." "Well." Qi Junye was not angry, but showed a pitiful look on his face. "You have deep feelings for Qin Xian, but do you know how Qin Xian treats you?" "Humph." Luo Xian said sarcastically, "No matter how he treats me, he is still my husband." Qi Junye sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, the day after your son died, your husband found 5 young and beautiful lovers, and asked the doctor to give his lovers drugs that could help them get pregnant quickly. So what? The Qin family's incense cannot be cut off, so I understand him. Luo Xian was not surprised because her elder brother Luo Shuangying had done ideological work on her before. Qi Junye sat opposite, looking at her as if she were an idiot. Fool, when your husband has a child with another woman, what status will you have in this family? In the past, you still had your eldest brother to support you, but now that your eldest brother is done for, who else can help you? Luo Xian's expression changed. Perhaps she also realized the seriousness of the problem. Those women out there are young and beautiful, and they are not comparable to her now. As time goes by, her husband will only dislike her more and more. If your husband sees this video again, he might kick you out tomorrow. Qi Junye grinned and sneered. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that I already have some evidence of your husband's crimes, such as tax evasion and theft of business secrets. These are enough to make him drink a pot. Luo Xian had no doubt about this and was certain that it was Liu Bin who leaked it. Seeing that the situation was almost ready, Qi Junye then promised, as long as you cooperate with me, I can promise you that after Qin Xian falls, I will give you a sum of money so that you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. Luo Xian was stunned, seemingly still weighing the pros and cons. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, I'll immediately send the video out so that people all over the country will know that your husband is cuckolded. No, I promise you. Chapter 28, The Influence of Hades. Chief Mansion is the most top-notch celebrity club in Ninghai, bar none. The most ordinary waiters here are as pretty as the flight attendants outside, so you can imagine how beautiful those top socialites are. The 16th floor is Qin Xian's exclusive VIP room and is not open to the public on weekdays. A group of beautiful women surrounded Qin Xian, giving the impression of a group of beauties competing for beauty. Just when Qin Xian was drinking to his heart's content and had momentarily forgotten all the troubles of the past few days, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. Brother! The person who came in was a middle-aged man in his early 50s with a head full of white hair. Qin Xian's drunkenness suddenly sobered up a bit, and then the excitement on his face could not be concealed at all, and he even said with a little excitement, "Second brother." The visitor was the second master of the Qin family, Qin Wu. All of you, get out now. Qin Xian ordered the beautiful women around him. Soon, only 2 brothers were left in the noisy box. Qin Wu walked towards Qin Xian with steady and orderly steps, and it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Second brother, please sit down. Qin Xian poured a full glass of wine and said with tears in his eyes, "It's been almost 5 years since we last met, right?" Qin Wu nodded gently and said solemnly, "Brother, what happened?" Qin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "It's in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore." If possible, he also wanted to avenge the son he had raised for more than 20 years, but unfortunately he didn't dare. Thinking of this, Qin Xian was in great pain, and he felt a sense of grievance he had never felt before. Qin Wu knew clearly that his nephew's death could not be an accident, but his eldest brother did not dare to seek revenge. Naturally, he could guess that the other party's background was extraordinary. Second brother, don't say anything, just drink with me. Qin Xian raised his glass and drank it all. Qin Wu looked at his elder brother with a melancholy face. Although he didn't like drinking, he still finished the wine in the glass. Bang! The box door was pushed open again. Bang! Qin Xian didn't even bother to see who was coming. He just picked up the bottle and smashed it on the ground, angrily saying, "I'm drinking with my second brother. Don't bother us brothers anymore. Qin Xian, please come with us." 4 or 5 police officers entered the private room one after another, led by the chief of police Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, not frightened by the other party's momentum, and smiled coldly, "Director Cao, do you know who I am? I know you have just arrived in Ningchen. Now I give you a chance to kneel down and apologize, otherwise do you believe that I can pull off your uniform with just one phone call?" What a big mouth. Although Qin had only been in Ningchen for a short time, he was already familiar with Qin Xian's name. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to offend him, but the situation tonight was different. "Qin Xian, I advise you to be tactful and take the initiative to go with us. After all, you are also a celebrity in Ningchen. If we have to use tough measures against you, it will not do you any good if the news gets out." Looking for death? Qin Wu stood up suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Second brother, be patient." Qin Xian grabbed his second brother's hand, then stood up and stared at Qin with contempt. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, but he couldn't get through after 2 attempts. Seeing this, Qi Junye could not help but remind him, I know the person you contacted is City Lord Song. I advise you not to waste your energy, because it was City Lord Song who gave our police station the order to arrest you tonight. What? Qin Xian's face was filled with disbelief and shock, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Take him away. Qi Junye waved his hand and 2 police officers stepped forward. Qin Wu moved his feet and stood in front of his eldest brother, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body. Qin Xian stopped his second brother again. It was best not to go against the government unless it was absolutely necessary. He asked Qi Junye, Director Cao, I want to ask, why did you arrest me? Even if I die, I must die knowingly. Qi Junye did not hide anything after hearing this and said truthfully, we have collected evidence of your crimes over the years. You evaded taxes, instructed others to steal business secrets, and even killed people in private. Is this enough to arrest you? Har 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 tilde tilde tilde. Qin Xian suddenly burst into laughter and said confidently, do you think I will believe it? He had indeed done all the things the other party said, but he was convinced that he had handled it very cleanly and there was no possibility of leaving any evidence. Qi Junye raised his lips and said, Qin Xian, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. To tell you the truth, all the evidence of your crimes was provided by your wife. What? Qin Xian widened his eyes, feeling unbelievable again. Take away. Qi Junye didn't want to waste any more words with the other party. Who dares to touch my big brother? Qin Wu exuded domineering aura, and intimidated the 2 police officers who wanted to step forward with just his momentum. Har 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 tilde tilde tilde. Qin Xian, who was dumbfounded, suddenly burst into laughter again. Don't worry, second brother, it's okay for me to go with them. Qin Wu frowned, brother, are you sure everything is all right? Qin Xian patted his shoulder and said, this is Ning. With me here, our Qin family will not fall. Seeing his elder brother's confident look, Qin Wu felt that his worries were really unnecessary. Putting aside the power of their Qin family in Ning, even if his elder brother was really arrested and imprisoned, his skills were enough to rescue him. Qin Xian took the initiative to leave with Qi Junye and his group. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct the club's manager, send someone to take good care of my second brother. Yes, Mr. Qin. The club manager said respectfully. Qin Xian put his hands behind his back and left calmly with Qi Junye and others. At the same time, Wang Hai Villa. Su Ru hung up the phone and glanced at Qi Junye, who was sitting across from her with his legs crossed. She couldn't help but ask, what method did you use to make Luo Xian betray her husband? The secret cannot be revealed. Qi Junye pretended to be mysterious, and then laughed and said, don't forget to wash my stinky socks for a year. You? Su Ru was very unwilling to accept this. She originally thought that she would win the bet, but the result was completely the opposite. Knock knock knock, there was a knock on the door. Su Ru couldn't figure out who would come to her house at this time, and opened the door with confusion. The great sage stood outside the door and smiled slightly, I'm looking for my boss. Come in. Su Ru took the initiative to move aside. When the great sage entered the villa, Qi Junye handed him a cigarette and asked, what's the situation? The great sage replied, as you expected, boss, Jiang Tian, the leader of the Red Star Society, has no intention of saving Luo Xuanying, but they have been contacting Chai to find out why Chai no longer supplies them. Qi Junye smiled faintly and said, did Chai say that? Both Chai and Chai are bullies who only fear the strong and bully the weak. Even if they have 100 guts, they would not dare to betray you, boss. The great sage was quite confident about this, because he knew better than anyone what the word Yanwang meant. Chapter 29 How powerful can it be? In just one night, the news that Qin Xian was taken to the police station spread throughout Ningchen, causing an uproar in an instant. When Jiang Hani heard this from his father, his first reaction was that it was related to Qi Junye. If there was anyone in Ningchen who dared not to take the Qin family seriously, it would probably be this guy. Dad is confused. Jiang Xing and his daughter had the same idea and both suspected Qi Junye. He made clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. In less than 10 days, he first got rid of Qin Zifeng, the dissolute villain, and then used unpredictable means to have Qin Xian taken away to the police station. Frankly speaking, Jiang Xing was full of admiration for Qi Junye, whom he had only met a few times. At the same time, every time Qi Junye showed his skills, he felt more regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would never have looked down on others. As a result, Qi Junye never gave them a good face. I want to tell you something. Liu Shuyun held her daughter's hand and advised her earnestly, no matter what, you can't let this son-in-law get away. As long as you can take down Junye, I will listen to you no matter what you say in the future. Jiangxing quickly added, Dad will listen to you, too. Mom, Dad, there is something I want to tell you. Jiang Hani blushed. Jiangxing and Liu Shuyun looked at each other, curiosity evident in their eyes. I. Jiang Hani was unable to finish the sentence. Seeing his daughter hesitate to speak, Jiangxing smiled and said, there's nothing to be embarrassed about in front of your parents. Just tell me what's on your mind. Liu Shuyun nodded and agreed, your father is right. Actually, Jiang Hani gritted her teeth and mustered up the courage to say, that guy wants me to marry him. What the hell? Jiangxing and his wife looked at each other, and their expressions changed from shock to surprise in just 3 seconds. Are you saying? Junye wants to marry you. Liu Shuyun wanted to confirm that she had not heard wrongly. It seemed that as long as her daughter nodded, she would be so happy that she would jump for joy the next moment. Jiangxing was the same, he swallowed nervously. Jiang Hani blushed and nodded gently, yes, he asked me last night, hoping that I could fulfill the marriage contract set by the older generation. Good. Jiangxing said yes 3 times in a row, clapped his hands and said, I have to agree. Your mother and I fully support this. Jiang Hani was not surprised by this result. After all, she knew her parents better than anyone else. Jiangxing smiled happily and said, contact Junye later and ask him to come to our house for dinner tonight and discuss the marriage. Liu Shuyun couldn't help but smile, and said cheerfully, I'll go find someone to pick an auspicious date and arrange your wedding as soon as possible. Jiang Hani didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but nodded anyway, tacitly agreeing with her parents' suggestion. Police station. Qin Xian no longer had the high-spirited look he had before he came in. His face looked ferocious and a little scary. Luo Xian, who was sitting opposite him, did not dare to look up. Bitch, how have I ever done anything wrong to you? How dare you treat me like this? If there weren't police officers watching over him, Qin Xian would have been unable to control himself and would have killed the bitch in front of him. When Luo Xian heard the furious roar, although she did not have the courage to look her husband in the eye, the guilt in her heart gradually dissipated. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Now that their son is dead, the couple has no ties anymore. And for Luo Xian, her elder brother will have to spend the rest of his life in prison, and Qin Xian is not a reliable husband at all, so she just needs to be well. Qin Xian, you know how my eldest brother has helped the Qin family over the years, but now you don't care about him when he gets into trouble. Luo Xian said confidently, you were the first to be unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Qin Xian was completely convinced by this bitch, and said hysterically, do you have any fucking brains? Is it me who doesn't save him? I don't have the fucking ability to do that. It doesn't matter whether there is one or not. Anyway, we have reached this point now. After saying this, Luo Xian got up and was about to leave. Stop. Qin Xian stood up excitedly and wanted to stop Luo Xian, but was stopped by 2 police officers. Qin Xian shouted at the top of his voice, Sai Yang, listen to me, as long as you give up testifying against me, we still have a chance to turn the tables, and I promise you that I can forgive the past and treat you well in the future. Luo Xian stopped when she heard that, but after thinking it over again and again, she still did not agree to Qin Xian's request, because she knew the other person's character. Even if Qin Xian said nice things now, he would never let her go easily once he was out of danger. To take a step back, even if Qin Xian was merciful and didn't bother with her, Qi Junye still had the video of her having an affair with Liu Bin. If Qin Xian saw it, he would definitely settle both the old and new accounts with her. Sai Yang. No matter how Qin Xian called out, Luo Xian did not change her mind and left resolutely. At this moment, Qin Xian seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he sat back in his chair weakly. After a moment, Luo Xian came out of the police station. Just as she opened the car door and was about to get in, a figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. Crack! It was Qin Wu. He grabbed Luo Xian's neck with one hand and said, "You are really my good sister-in-law. My elder brother has been so good to you for so many years, and you dare to betray him." Luo Xian's face flushed red, and she was out of breath. Second brother, it has nothing to do with me. Someone forced me to do this. Please let me go. Hearing this, Qin Wu slightly relaxed the force on his wrist and asked coldly, "Who asked you to betray my eldest brother?" It's that little beast Qi Junye. Luo Xian responded with lingering fear. Qi Junye. Qin Wu asked in a cold tone, "Is it the murderer who killed Zifan?" Luo Xian nodded vigorously, yes, it was that little bastard. Although there is no evidence, your brother and I are certain that he was the one who killed Zifan. Qin Wu put down his hand and ordered without letting anyone refuse, "Take me to find him." Good. Luo Xian knew that her brother-in-law was a ruthless man who would kill without blinking an eye, so she didn't have the courage to refuse. The two got into the car one after the other. Luo Xian gritted her teeth and took out her cell phone to dial a number. Mr. Qi, where are you?" Luo Xian asked nervously. "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Qi Junye's voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo Xian looked at Qin Wu carefully, trying to keep her tone calm. "I have already explained everything to the police, but I am worried that Qin Xian will have someone do something bad to me, so I want to hand over the evidence to you, Mr. Qi." "Okay, come to Wanghai Villa." "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." Seeing the call was hung up, Luo Xian pretended to be kind and reminded, "Second brother, I heard from your eldest brother that the little beast is very powerful. Are you sure you want to go find him?" "Powerful?" Qin Wu sneered disdainfully. "How strong can a young boy in his 20s be, even if he has been practicing martial arts since he was in the womb?" Chapter 30. Don't act silly in front of me. At Wanghai Villa, Qi Junye narrowed his eyes after hanging up the phone, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The great sage frowned and asked, "Boss, the Red Star Society is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing we need to worry about is the people behind Jiangtian. Although the Red Star Society is the #1 gang in Ningqing, the reason why it has been able to dominate Ningqing for so many years is entirely because it has someone backing it up." "Do you know the situation in Jiangnan province?" Qi Junye asked. "Yes, I was born and raised in Jiangnan province, and the force I destroyed after returning to China was also in Jiangnan province." The great sage revealed to Qi Junye truthfully that after returning to his country, he destroyed the force that had hunted him down, but later discovered that there was an even bigger force hidden behind that force. Although the great sage is quite powerful, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs, and he also has his daughter to worry about, so he took his daughter to live in the nursing home in Jucheng under an assumed name. "Boss, tell Chai to stop supplying the Red Star Society. This will definitely cause them to suffer heavy losses, and will affect the interests of the forces behind them." When the great sage spoke of this, a solemn look appeared between his brows. Qi Junye patted the great sage on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. I'll hold up the sky if it falls." Upon hearing this, the great sage grinned and nodded slightly, vaguely recalling the days when he had been hanging out in the West. The reason why Qi Junye was able to stand out in the underground world and become a king above all the big guys, apart from his powerful strength, was also inseparable from his extraordinary courage. In a word, don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree. Da. Su-Ru hurried down from upstairs. "Qi, hurry up." Seeing her panic, Qi Junye asked in confusion, "Why should I leave? Qin Wu is back." Su-Ru was out of breath and said, "My people found Qin Wu's trace outside the police station. He must have been called back by Qin Xian to deal with you." "Qin Wu?" Qi Junye asked disapprovingly, "What's his background?" Su-Ru frowned and said worriedly, "More than a decade ago, his strength reached the peak of Ming Jin, and there were few rivals in the whole Ningqing. After so many years, his strength must have at least broken through to the early stage of Anjin, and it is very likely that he has reached the middle stage of Anjin, or even the late stage of Anjin. Hidden power." The great sage sneered disdainfully, then looked at Qi Junye meaningfully. Even he didn't know what level of strength this boss had, because Qi Junye had never been defeated. "What's a dark power expert? It's not like I haven't killed one before. What are you still standing there for? Go." Su-Ru urged, "I will report this matter immediately. I hope the Dragon King can come here in person. Now he is the only one who can defeat Qin Wu." Qi Junye curled his lips and said, "Just do what you need to do, don't talk nonsense here. Mr. Qi, I know you are capable, but Qin Wu really cannot be underestimated by anyone. You'd better." Noisy. Su Ru was interrupted by Qi Junye before she could finish her words, and she was immediately furious. She had kindly advised Qi Junye to escape, but she didn't expect that this guy would be so ungrateful. The great sage smiled slightly and said, "Miss Su, we appreciate your kindness, but your worry is a bit unnecessary." "Is my worry unnecessary?" Su Ru took a deep breath, her eyes revealing no trace of contempt. She knew very well that the King of Hell had strong combat capabilities, but the situation was different now. The Shura Kingdom had very strict control over hot weapons. Once Qi Junye used guns and ammunition without authorization, their Longan Bureau could not sit idly by, let alone do anything else. However, without guns and ammunition, Su Ru didn't believe that Qi Junye would be Qin Wu's opponent. After all, this guy was old and at best he had only Ming Jin's strength. She may have forgotten that at the Muse Hotel at that time, Shu Hu, who was invited by Qin Zifan, had the strength of the late Ming Jin, but was kicked to death by Qi Junye. Knock knock, there was a sudden knock on the door. Su Ru's face suddenly changed, and her first reaction was that Qin Wu came to her. This is indeed the case. Luo Xian had just knocked on the door when Qin Wu, who was standing beside her, seemed impatient and punched the door hard. With a loud bang, the all-aluminum door collapsed to the ground. Su Ru immediately pulled out her gun and aimed at the door. "Who is it?" The next moment, Qin Wu walked in calmly, looking as if he didn't take the gun in Su Ru's hand seriously at all. However, Luo Xian, who was following him, turned pale with fright. Seeing that Qi Junye was still sitting with his legs crossed and had no intention of getting up, the great sage also sat there motionless. Qin Wu approached with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes fixed on Qi Junye, and asked in a cold voice, "Young man, you are the one who killed my nephew." "Qin Wu." Su Ru scolded sternly, "I advise you not to do anything rash, otherwise." "Little kid, shut up." Qin Wu suddenly raised his voice and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Su Ru immediately shut up, a few drops of cold sweat unconsciously seeping out of her forehead. Her intuition reminded her that if she dared to speak again, the guy in front of her would kill her without hesitation. Qin Wu looked at Qi Junye again. "I was asking you a question, didn't you hear me?" Qi Junye stood up slowly, his knuckles crackling, and said jokingly, "I hate it most when people act cool in front of me." Qin Wu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. "Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I'm giving you a chance to commit suicide. If you wait for me to make a move, even if you want to die, it will only be a luxury. Fortunately, bragging is not against the law, otherwise you, an idiot, would probably be sentenced to life imprisonment." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Junye left a shadow on the spot, and in just half a breath of time he had arrived in front of Qin Wu. "How is that possible?" Qin Wu widened his eyes, obviously shocked by Qi Junye's speed. Bang. R. Qin Wu was caught off guard and was punched in the abdomen, causing his body to double over in pain. It wasn't over yet. Qi Junye looked down from above and hit Qin Wu's back hard with his elbow, causing the latter to make close contact with the ground with a pop. Bang. Qi Junye kicked Qin Wu away with one kick. Their whole set of movements was smooth and completed in one go. Su Ru was dumbfounded by this scene. Originally, she thought that if Qi Junye fought with Qin Wu, he might not be able to last 10 rounds. However, the result surprised her. Su Ru even suspected that there was something wrong with her vision. Was Qin Wu too weak? It's impossible. The aura emanating from Qin Wu before could be felt. The other party was at least a dark force expert, and he was even stronger than the ordinary dark force experts. This meant that his strength was in the middle or even late dark force stage. Qi Junye severely injured Qin Wu in just one encounter. Could this guy be a peak dark energy expert? Chapter 31. I am acting in self-defense. Not only Su Ru but also Luo Xian were shocked. In her memory, her second brother was invincible in Ningchen. Even his eldest brother Luo Shuangying admired Qin Wu and said that even the double flowers and red sticks of the Red Star Society could not do anything to Qin Wu. Rumors kill people. Although Luo Xian did not show it on her face, she sneered at Qin Wu in her heart. "You can't even beat a young man, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a master. He tilder tilder tilder." Qin Wu got up from the ground, laughed in anger, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Little beast, to be honest, your strength is beyond my expectations. Among the young people I have met, you have the best martial arts talent. Don't say anything flattering. Qi Junye said with a playful smile, because no matter how well you flatter, no one can save you today. Crazy, very crazy. At least that's what Qin Wu thought. His face gradually became ferocious. How shameless. I was careless just now. I won't give you another chance next time. Whoosh. Before Qin Wu could finish his words, a shadow appeared in front of him. Qi Junye, who was several meters away a moment ago, seemed to have teleported and appeared in front of him almost instantly. Parpar, a crisp slapping sound was heard, and a 5-finger mountain mark appeared on each side of Qin Wu's cheek. I've already made my move, what can you do to me? Qi Junye grabbed Qin Wu's neck with one hand, and the latter was gasping for breath, but compared to the physical pain, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Su Ru, who witnessed this scene not far away, opened her mouth slightly and stood there dumbfounded. She had previously thought that Qi Junye had sneaked up on her to injure Qin Wu, but the result once again surprised her. Qin Wu was picked up like a chicken. After being shocked, he quickly crossed his arms and clasped Qi Junye's arms, trying to force him to stop. Qi Junye did stop, but at the same time he kicked Qin Wu hard and sent him flying. Whoosh! Qin Wu climbed up and steadied himself, taking a defensive stance. He could no longer maintain his previous composure, and was filled with indescribable shock. Are you a peak dark energy expert? A dead man doesn't need to know too much. Qi Junye's words were full of murderous intent. Qin Wu looked solemn. From the previous fight he was certain that he was no match for the young man in front of him, so he decisively chose to run away. You still want to run? Qi Junye sneered and quickly chased after Qin Wu. Roll! Qin Wu stopped, turned around, and threw a heavy punch at the same time. Qi Junye did not retreat but advanced, directly meeting the attack with a palm. Bang! When his fists and palms collided, Qin Wu flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Qi Junye stood there motionless, and it was conceivable that his strength was at least much stronger than Qin Wu's. Do you know how strong this guy is? Su Ru couldn't help but ask the great sage. The great sage shook his head. I don't know, I just know that the boss has never lost. Su Ru looked at Qi Junye with a complicated gaze, which included admiration, envy, but more of shock. For an ordinary warrior who can enter the Ming Jin stage before the age of 30, his martial arts talent is already considered good. If he can enter the Jin stage at the age of 40, he can definitely be said to be gifted. Su Ru had read Qi Junye's information and knew that he was only 28 years old this year. However, Qin Wu, a dark energy expert, was not able to resist at all in front of this guy. The peak of dark power. His tilde. Su Ru couldn't help but take a breath. If Qi Junye is really a master at the peak of dark energy, this talent cannot be said to be unprecedented, but at least it can be called a genius of all ages. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The most shocked person was Qin Wu himself. He was already in the middle stage of dark force. Even in front of a strong man in the late stage of dark force, as long as he was determined to escape, the other party would not be able to stop him. However, in front of Qi Junye, he didn't even have a chance to escape. Qi Junye walked forward slowly and said condescendingly, "What did you just say? You want me to be unable to live or die, right?" No. No. This was the first time Qin Wu felt so frightened. If there was a pill to make him regret his actions in the world, he would never come to find Qi Junye. Qi Junye said meaningfully, "I am more merciful than you, so I will give you a chance to commit suicide." After that, he turned his head and winked at the Monkey King. The great sage understood what Qin Wu meant and took out a pistol from his pocket and threw it in front of Qin Wu. Qin Wu reached out for the pistol, and after a slight hesitation, he sneered at Qi Junye with madness on his face, "Go to hell." After saying that, he was about to pull the trigger. Bang! Gunshots were heard, but the person who was shot was not Qi Junye, but Qin Wu, who originally wanted to shoot, and a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. Qi Junye had a pistol in his hand that was still smoking. Qin Wu was too weak to speak, but before he died he glared at Qi Junye fiercely, as if saying, "You old man, you actually gave me a gun without bullets." Su Ru came back to her senses from her shock, quickly stepped forward to Qi Junye, frowned and asked, "Did you do this on purpose?" "What are you doing on purpose?" Qi Junye pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. Seeing him pretending to be stupid, Su Ru gnashed her teeth in anger. She was sure that Qi Junye had given the gun to Qin Wu on purpose, and she also expected that Qin Wu would not commit suicide. Qi Junye's shooting and killing him at this time could be said to be self-defense. Qi Junye ignored Su Ru and turned to walk towards the shivering Luo Xian. Mr. Qi, it's none of my business. It was Qin Wu who forced me to bring him to see you." Luo Xian didn't dare to breathe. Qi Junye nodded. "I don't blame you, you can go now." R. Luo Xian obviously didn't expect Qi Junye to let her go directly. She was overjoyed for a moment and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qi. I'll leave right away." After saying that, she wished she could grow 2 more legs so she could leave this place that frightened her. Qi Junye sneered and made a gesture with his fingers behind his back. The great sage understood what he meant and left the villa quietly while Su Ru was on the phone. "If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze." Qi Junye had no intention of letting Luo Xian go from the beginning. After Su Ru contacted her men to come and deal with Qin Wu's body, she immediately came in front of Qi Junye, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. "Just say whatever you want to say." Qi Junye laughed and said, "We are family, there is no need to be so formal." Su Ru hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "Have you really reached the peak of dark energy?" Qi Junye put a cigarette in his mouth and responded lightly, "I am stronger than Long Qianjun." "Stop bragging." Su Ru directly retorted, "I don't even know how strong the Dragon King is, how dare you be so sure that you are stronger than him? You don't believe it." Qi Junye blew out a smoke ring from his mouth. "Let him challenge me some other time if he has the chance. Let's see if he has the guts." Chapter 32, I offended someone I shouldn't offend. In just 2 days, more than a dozen companies of all sizes under the Qin family were successively closed down, causing an uproar in Ningchen. Since Qin Xian was arrested, many powerful people have speculated that the Qin family might fall, but they did not expect it to fall so quickly. All government departments acted with swift force, not giving Qin Xian's men any chance to breathe, and directly wiped them out. In the police station, Qin Xian looked haggard. In front of him sat a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses. It was Song Wei, the lord of Ningchen. "Director Cao said you must see me." "Tell me, what's the matter?" Song Wei seemed a little impatient. "Old Song, remember when you first came to Ningchen and took office as the deputy city lord, it was because I spared no effort to cooperate with you that the word deputy was removed from your head, right?" The meaning of Qin Xian's words was very clear. Song Wei's success today would not have been possible without my help. However, Song Wei couldn't help laughing after hearing it, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in his laughter. Qin Xian's eyes became deep, and he said fearlessly, "Old Song, I hope you don't do anything to destroy the bridge after crossing the river, otherwise don't blame me for fighting to the death with you. How come both sides suffer?" Song Wei continued to smile. Qin Xian snorted coldly, "How much money and women have I given you? How many difficult problems have I dealt with for you? I have all the evidence. If I make this public, your fate will not be any better than mine." Song Wei shook his head gently, "You should just accept your fate." Qin Xian frowned upon hearing this and was about to speak. "I won't hide it from you now. When City Lord Xia stepped down, he warned me that I should never fight an old fox like you head on. I reported every penny you gave me to my superiors, and I never touched the women you gave me. As for the troubles you solved for me, they were all for the peace of Ningchen. Everything is just an illusion to paralyze you. The purpose is to get rid of you, the cancer of Ningchen today." Song Wei's words were powerful and full of righteousness. Qin Xian was stunned and gradually his face turned pale. He knew that if what Song Wei said was true, it meant that he would be doomed and there would be no chance for the Qin family to recover. "All of your brothers and sisters who have participated in your illegal activities have been brought to justice. Don't harbor any more luck." After Song Wei finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Stop." Qin Xian gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "I have planned everything, but I never expected that my Qin family would fall into your hands, Song Wei." Song Wei waved his hand and denied, "Although I have always wanted to uproot your Qin family, unfortunately, if I follow my plan, it will take at least 3 years to do it." Qin Xian was very confused when he heard this. "What do you mean?" None of this was arranged by me, but by someone else. Song Wei did not hide this. Qin Xian once thought that Qi Junye was Song Wei's man, but now it seems that he is not. He couldn't help but ask, who exactly is that Qi Junye? No comment. It's not that Song Wei didn't want to say it, but even he couldn't figure out Qi Junye's background. The only thing that was certain was that this guy had a close relationship with Xiao Jingshan. Qin Xian took a deep breath and suddenly burst into laughter, laughing hysterically. Do you think that this will bring down my Qin family? Don't dream, as long as my second brother is still alive, my Qin family will never fall. Also, my second brother will not let any of you go. Your second brother is dead. After leaving a few words, Song Wei walked away. Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he wanted to stand up but was held down by two police officers. He could only shout at the top of his voice, Song Wei, do you think I'm a fool? My second brother is invincible, how could he die? A moment later, Cao Zhengder entered the interrogation room and placed a photo in front of Qin Xian. Qin Xian picked up the photo with trembling hands, and when he saw Qin Wu, who died with his eyes open, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The Qin family is finished. Red Star Society, headquarters. Jiang Tian, the leader, held a big cigar in his hand, his brows twisted into the shape of an inverted character. Mr. Jiang, your call. A young man handed over the ringing phone with both hands. Jiang Tian picked it up casually, and when he saw the number on the screen, he immediately adjusted his mood, pressed the connect button, and said, Mr. Liu, this is Jiang Tian. After a moment, the call was hung up. Jiang Tian slammed his phone to the ground and said sternly, tell Wu Liang to come see me immediately. Yes. The younger brother left the room trembling with fear. After a while, a middle-aged man who looked gentle and elegant appeared in front of Jiang Tian. It was Wu Liang, who was known as the white paper fan of the Red Star Society. Mr. Jiang, you are looking for me. Wu Liang spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Jiang Tian nodded and asked in a cold tone, has Chai given any reply yet? Wu Liang opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. Jiang Tian frowned when he saw this, no need to beat around the bush in front of me, just say whatever you want to say. Wu Liang sighed and said, Chai said that he would never supply me with any goods again. As for the reason, he said that we offended someone we shouldn't have offended. Someone who should not be offended. He tilder, Jiang Tian couldn't help but sneer, in Ningchen, who can't we, Red Star, afford to offend? Mr. Jiang, the Qin family has collapsed. Wu Liang's words immediately shut Jiang Tian up. Once upon a time, the Qin family was the sky of Ningchen, and even Jiang Tian had to give them some distance. However, such a towering tree collapsed in just a few days without any warning. There is only one possibility in this situation, the Qin family has offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Jiang Tian swallowed his saliva and asked curiously, do you know the reason why the Qin family fell? Wu Liang said truthfully, I don't know, but I can guess a little. Tell me about it. Jiang Tian pricked up his ears. It has something to do with a young man named Qi Junye. Wu Liang speculated secretly, the Jiang family originally wanted to form an alliance with the Qin family, but I heard that this young man named Qi Junye was engaged to Jiang Hani of the Jiang family. It was after this man appeared that the Jiang family's company was saved from danger. You suspect that the Qin family's downfall was due to that young man. Jiang Tian frowned even more tightly. As far as he knew, there was no wealthy family with the surname Qi in Jiangnan province. I just suspect it, but I have no proof. Wu Liang lit up a cigarette and took a few puffs, then pondered for a moment. I was wondering if Chai was referring to the young man who said we had offended someone we shouldn't have offended. I don't even know this person, how could I have offended him? Jiang Tian couldn't believe it. Wu Liang said in a deep voice, Mr. Jiang did not offend him, but Luo Shuangyin who has already gone and did. His tilder. Jiang Tian couldn't help but take a breath. Chapter 33 Your best friend 1T agree. If Wu Liang's guess was correct, the young man's background was so unfathomable that even the big warlords in Southeast Asia were afraid of him. Jiang Tian's mind raced, and he decided to test the background of this young man. Please help me make an appointment with him. I want to see who he is. I'll go with Mr. Jiang then. Wu Liang seemed quite interested as well. Jiang Tian nodded, which was considered as his tacit agreement. At the same time, at the Jiang family villa. Liu Shuyun cooked the meal herself and prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Qi Junye, the guest of honor, didn't want to come, but Jiang Hani was very enthusiastic. Qi Junye thought to himself that he still needed her to cooperate with him in a fake marriage to fool the old man, so he could only agree reluctantly. Junye, Dad offers you a drink. Jiangxing raised his glass and said something shocking. Qi Junye glanced at Jiang Hani and seemed to be asking, "Is your dad crazy?" Jiang Hani blushed and explained in a low voice, "I have already told my parents, and I will go to get the marriage certificate with you in a few days." So, Qi Junye could only force a smile and accept the title. "Come on, let me toast you too." Liu Shuyun smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jiangxing talked about Qi Junye's family affairs, saying that he only had Jiang Hani as his daughter, and Qi Junye should not bully her. Although Qi Junye agreed with a smile, he actually despised this father-in-law in his heart. After all, when the Jiang group went bankrupt, it was Jiangxing and Liu Shuyun who pushed their daughter into the fire pit. In 6 days, it will be October 9th of this month. There are no taboos on this day. It is the best auspicious day. Junye, you and Hanyi should get your marriage certificate on that day. October 23rd is also a very good day. Your wedding will be arranged on that day. Liu Shuyun has taken care of everything, and now all she needs is a nod from Qi Junye, the son-in-law. Jiang Hani turned her head and secretly glanced at Qi Junye, wanting to see how he would react. It was not difficult to see her nervousness and uneasiness. "Just do as my aunt says." Qi Junye agreed. Anyway, he married Jiang Hani just to deal with the old man. Good. Liu Shuyun smiled and said, "Then it's decided. You don't have to worry about the wedding. Your father and I will take care of everything." When the dinner was over, Jiangxing, who was known for his ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, was carried into their house by several servants. Although Liu Shuyun could still walk, she was staggering. Jiang Hani also drank a lot and her face was red, but it could be seen that she was in a good mood. Qi Junye, who drank the most, acted like nothing had happened. He spoke normally and said calmly, "I'll go back first. I send you." Jiang Hani followed closely in his footsteps, and the two of them came out of the villa. Qi Junye wanted to take a taxi to leave, but Jiang Hani directly gave him a BMW X6 key. "This car is suitable for men to drive." "Okay, I'll drive first." Qi Junye did not refuse. He sat in the driver's seat and started the car skillfully. "Hello." Jiang Hani came forward. Qi Junye smiled faintly and said, "Anything else? You're not planning to live in Ruru's house forever, are you?" Jiang Hani blushed, not sure if it was because of shyness or because she drank too much. Qi Junye shrugged, "I don't have any requirements for where I live, so I feel fine living with her." But Jiang Hani pursed her red lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Qi Junye nodded and smiled, "Don't hesitate, there are no outsiders here. Although our marriage is fake, Suru is my best friend. If people knew that you have been living in his house, they would definitely talk behind your back." Jiang Hani was still quite considerate. She didn't care about other people's opinions. But Suru was different. After all, she was still a single girl. If the news got out, it would definitely damage her reputation. Qi Junye smiled bitterly and said, "You want me to move to another place?" Jiang Hani nodded. "No way." Qi Junye curled his lips and said, "Even if I agree, your best friend won't agree." R. Jiang Hani was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Why?" "You can ask her yourself when you get the chance." After saying that, Qi Junye released the handbrake, lightly stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As Jiang Hani watched the car disappear, confusion was evident in her eyes. Why would Ruru disagree? Could it be that the two of them? Thinking of this, Jiang Hani couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The other end. Qi Junye had just driven down from the top of the mountain when the cell phone in his pocket rang. It was Suru calling. "What time is it? Why haven't you gone home yet?" Suru's questioning voice came. "What's the matter? You can't sleep without me." Qi Junye teased. "Don't play dumb with me. You are my best friend's fiancé. It is my duty to keep an eye on you for my best friend and prevent you from having affairs with other women." Although Suru's words sounded high-sounding, Qi Junye knew clearly that this woman was simply worried that he would do something wrong. Okay, stop arguing. I'll be home soon. After hanging up the phone, Qi Junye sped up and returned to Wanghai Villa in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Su Ru was wearing a white one-piece pajamas, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders, her hands clasped in front of her chest, and a scrutinizing look on her face. Qi Junye got out of the car with a smile on her face. Are you waiting for your husband to come back? You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Su Ru originally wanted to ask Qi Jun where he went at night, but when she saw that he was driving Jiang Hani's family car, she didn't say anything more and turned around and went back to the villa. Qi Junye followed behind. There is something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Su Ru asked suspiciously. Qi Junye's smile did not diminish. I will marry your best friend in a while, and I will have to move out then. What? Su Ru was shocked when she heard the news. You don't need to make such an exaggerated expression, do you? Qi Junye laughed dryly. You know I'm Jiang Hani's fiancé. Su Ru hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, Did Han Yi ask you to move out? Qi Junye smiled playfully and said, Yes, she said that if I don't move out, it will affect your reputation. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Su Ru replied without thinking. You don't care, but your bestie does. As he spoke, Qi Junye took a few steps forward and came in front of Su Ru. The two were so close that they could even feel each other's faint breathing. You don't want Han Yi to misunderstand what's going on between us, do you? Unconsciously, Su Ru's face turned red and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The innocent will be innocent. I will explain it clearly to Han Yi. Qi Junye's playful expression became even more intense, and he joked, Then you'd better explain it clearly, otherwise if she misunderstands, you can't blame me. Su Ru's breathing gradually became rapid, and then she quickly took a few steps back. Anyway, you can't move away, you have to live in my house. Chapter 34, Easily Controlled. The Longan Bureau is an organization that takes orders directly from the Dragon Lord, so despite Xiao Jingxin's repeated assurances that Qi Junye, the King of Hell, would never do anything to harm the Xie Kingdom, the Longan Bureau from top to bottom will still not take it lightly. Su Ru has received an order from the Dragon King himself. Even if she cannot find out Qi Junye's purpose of returning to Xie Kingdom, she must keep this King of Hell under her control. So no matter what, she will not agree to him moving out of the villa. However, for Qi Junye, if a girl doesn't care about her reputation, then he, a grown man, doesn't need to care about it even more. As for Su Ru wanting to monitor him, he tilde. It's not that Qi Junye looks down on the people from the Longan Bureau. As long as he wants, even the world's top spy agencies cannot catch his trace if they join forces. I go to sleep. Qi Junye went straight back to his room. Su Ru looked at his back, her expression gradually becoming complicated. After being stunned for a moment, she returned to her room, but she did not fall asleep. Instead, she took out her mobile phone and dialed Jiang Hani's number. Ru, why haven't you slept yet? Jiang Hani's voice came. How can I sleep if your man isn't back, or? Anyone who heard this would feel that something was wrong, and the same was true for Jiang Hani on the other end of the phone. However, Su Ru seemed unaware of this and asked excitedly, Are you really going to marry that guy? Have you thought it through? Also, you've only known each other for a few days, do you know what kind of person he is? Faced with a series of questions, Jiang Hani didn't know which one to answer first. Su Ru became more and more excited as she spoke. Listen to me, marriage is not something that can be rushed, you must think it over carefully. Ru, I've thought it through. Jiang Hani's simple words left Su Ru speechless. I don't know what kind of person he is, but I can feel that he has no ill will towards me. Also, if it weren't for his help, I might have married a scumbag like Qin Zifeng and would never be happy in my life. Jiang Hani paused for a moment and suddenly smiled. Ru, to be honest, I'm actually becoming more and more interested in him. Su Ru said to herself, oops, when she heard this. Often before a woman falls in love with a man, she starts out being curious about him. From Jiang Hani's words, it is not difficult to see that she is in this state now. That guy is not a good person. Su Ru was anxious, but there were some things she couldn't tell Jiang Hani. In short, in her eyes, Jiang Hani was a fairy who was not involved in the mundane world, while Qi Junye was the terrifying king of hell. Such people were absolutely not suitable to be together. Ru, do you understand him? Jiang Hani had asked Su Ru before why she let Qi Junye live in her house, but Su Ru refused to say. Of course I know him. Su Ru blurted out, I won't hurt you. Jiang Hani hesitated for a moment and asked, Ru, after saying so much, you just want me not to marry him, right? Yes. Su Ru responded firmly. He tilde. Jiang Hani smiled bitterly and asked again, since you know Qi Junye, let me ask you again, how does he compare to Qin Zifeng? This tilde. Su Ru frowned. Although Qi Junye, the king of hell, is a dangerous person, and Su Ru has also heard that he has had affairs with many powerful women in the West, his private life is generally not chaotic. In other words, he is not a heartless and ungrateful person. Every woman who has been with him has never said anything bad about him even after they broke up. Based on this point alone, Qin Zifeng is not even worthy of carrying Qi Junye's shoes. To put it another way, Qin Zifeng is just a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waiting for death. If he didn't have a family background, such a person would probably have difficulty supporting himself. Speaking of Qi Junye again, he became the absolute king of the Western underworld at a young age, making countless big guys tremble in fear. He is capable and powerful, and he is also so handsome. Thinking of this, Su Ru didn't even notice a blush on her cheeks. I said he is 10,000 times better than Qin Zifeng. You can't deny this, right? Jiang Hani said with deep emotion, if he hadn't appeared, I would definitely not be able to escape Qin Zifeng's clutches, and he is better than Qin Zifeng, what reason do you think I can have to refuse? Su Ru opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. She was speechless. Ru, I know what I am doing. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Go to bed early. Good night. The call was hung up, but Jiang Hani's previous words kept echoing in Su Ru's ears. Qi Junye is indeed 10,000 times stronger than Qin Zifeng. He has no better choice than him. Su Ru's mind raced as she took a deep breath, feeling mixed emotions. Boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Ru came back to her senses and instantly guessed who was knocking on the door, so she calmed herself down before opening it. Qi Junye stood outside the door and grinned, it's a long night, would you be interested in having a drink with me, beautiful lady? Drink wine? Su Ru was startled, and suddenly remembered that last time she wanted to get Qi Junye drunk to get him to talk, but he lost his mind and almost raped her. She immediately refused with a shudder, I don't drink. Well. Qi Junye just felt that the other party was lying with open eyes. There are women who can drink a pound of 56 proof liquor and act like nothing happened, but they are definitely not many. Now Su Ru said that she couldn't drink. What the hell, how could a person be so Versailles? Give me some face. Qi Junye chuckled and said, I rarely treat people to drinks. Su Ru's beautiful eyes narrowed, I dare not drink with you, what if you get sick again, I won't have anywhere to cry. Qi Junye immediately understood the other party's concerns, so he smiled and said, my illness only occurs once a year at most, so you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Su Ru couldn't help but snorted, who knows if you are pretending to be sick or you are really sick. Frankly speaking, she still suspects that Qi Junye was not ill at that time, but was horny after drinking. After all, she is still very confident in her looks, especially her pair of long legs, which are no less than those of top models. Damn it, forget it if you don't want to drink. Qi Junye curled his lips and said, I originally wanted to give you a great credit. Alas, I wanted to shine my heart on the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. After saying this, he went downstairs directly. However, when Su Ru heard the words, great contribution, she was immediately shocked and quickly followed him from behind. Hey, tell me clearly, what contribution is it? You heard me wrong. What credit can I give you? Qi Junye sneered in his heart. Little guy, can't I control you? Chapter 35 Fairy, don't seduce me. For Su Ru, making contributions is more important than anything else. Previously, Luo Xuanying and Charchai had a transaction at the port, and it was because of Qi Junye's notification that she made a great contribution. Now that the latter said that he had a contribution to give to her, her appetite was immediately whetted. Want to drink? I'll prepare some dishes for you right away. Su Ru did what she said and went into the kitchen alone to tinker with it. In less than 20 minutes, 4 dishes and a soup were placed in front of Qi Junye. It's delicious, very good. Qi Junye's words were not meant as a compliment. Suru's cooking skills were indeed good. Suru was immediately proud when she heard this. I have learned from several top chefs. Many dishes in 5-star hotels are not as good as mine. That's right. Qi Junye praised and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Suru took off her apron and did not sit down. She left a sentence, "Wait for me," and then hurried back to the room. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Qi Junye was curious about what this woman was doing. The next moment, a bang sound came from upstairs. Qi Junye looked up and saw a graceful figure appear before his eyes. Suru changed her clothes again, wearing a white off-shoulder top with a black miniskirt, her long hair draped behind her, her unforgettable long legs wearing black stockings, and a pair of high heels on her feet. Although she only put on light makeup, this woman's skin is very good, so even without makeup her appearance is still stunning. His tilder Qi Junye, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but gasp and curse it in his heart, which da. Suru walked downstairs in high heels and went straight to sit in front of Qi Junye. Seeing the other party staring at her, she couldn't help but feel secretly proud. A faint body fragrance wafted into his nose, and Qi Junye couldn't help swallowing. "What kind of wine do you want to drink? White or red?" Suru asked softly. "It doesn't matter what kind of wine you drink, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to act like this?" Qi Junye immediately changed the subject and said, "I am your best friend's fiancé. You are dressing like this, aren't you trying to seduce me into committing a crime?" "Who seduced you?" "I didn't." Suru flatly denied it. Although Jiang Hani's attitude on the phone was very clear, she still didn't want her best friend to marry Qi Junye. Just now, Suru had an idea. She thought to herself that if she could make Qi Junye lose control, she could just take a picture of him trying to do something wrong. This would definitely make Jiang Hani change her mind, so she dressed up carefully. Ahem. Qi Junye cleared his throat and said, "If you say no, then no, go get some wine." "Okay." Suru was surprisingly gentle and obediently took out 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet. The 2 of them clinked glasses and soon the bottle of wine was empty. Qi Junye put down his wine glass and said seriously, "I have something to ask you." "Ask me later. I'll ask you a question first." Suru stared at Qi Junye with a straight gaze and asked with a blushing face, "Who do you think is prettier, me or Han Yi?" "Well." Qi Junye was stunned for a moment, then said ambiguously, "You two have your own merits. If you have to rank them, who do you think is prettier?" Suru didn't even realize that she was feeling a little excited when she asked this question. Qi Junye frowned slightly, thought for a moment and replied, "Jiang Hani is fuller than you. So she's prettier than me." Suru's tone was mixed with a hint of disappointment. Qi Junye said happily, "But your legs are longer and more beautiful than hers." Hearing this, Suru smiled again, then suddenly stood up and walked towards Qi Junye. "What are you going to do?" Qi Junye swallowed. Suru sat directly on the dining table and put her feet on the chair. "Nothing, I just want to be closer to you." "Oh shit." If Qi Junye's self-control was not illegal, any man who experienced this scene would probably transform into a beast and bring the enchantress Suru to justice. "I have something to ask you, sit back." Qi Junye's face was tense. "Hey, why are you so mean to me?" Suru pretended to act like a spoiled child. "I'm a girl, can't you be a little gentler?" His tilde. Qi Junye understood this woman's character. To put it simply, she was like a tomboy. Suddenly seeing her like this, he could only clench his fists to prevent himself from going berserk. "You just said that my legs are beautiful, do you want to touch them?" Suru continued to tease. "Not interested, I'm a gentleman." It's not that Qi Junye really wanted to refuse, but he had discovered that before Suru went downstairs, the surveillance camera that was originally aimed at the hall was quietly switched to the restaurant. From this, he had already concluded that this woman had bad intentions. Suru was slightly disappointed, but she refused to give up. "It's okay. If you want to touch it, go ahead. I won't tell Han Yi. Do you still have any shame?" Qi Junye suddenly stood up and scolded her sternly, "You are Jiang Hani's best friend, but you actually wanted to seduce me behind her back." "I don't have any." Suru had no idea that Qi Junye had seen through her trick. She thought that he was really a gentleman and felt a little ashamed for a moment. Qi Junye snorted and said sternly, If you don't want to seduce me, please go back to your seat immediately and stop flirting in front of me. Su Ru felt more and more ashamed and could only return to her seat and sit down obediently. Qi Junye almost couldn't help laughing out loud, and then he changed the subject and said, I'm going to ask you something, and you must answer me truthfully. What do you want to ask? Su Ru asked suspiciously, what if I don't answer? He told her. Qi Junye said fearlessly, if you don't answer honestly, I will move out of your place tomorrow. You? Su Ru didn't expect this guy to threaten her, and she was immediately angry. It depends on what you are asking. Click. Qi Junye held a cigarette in his mouth, puffed out smoke and said, you guys in the Longan Bureau should know the details of the Red Star Society, right? Why are you asking this? Su Ru asked back in confusion. Qi Junye said in a deep voice, I want to know who is backing Jiang Tian. Su Ru's eyes narrowed when she heard this. What do you want to do? Qi Junye scolded with a stern face, I asked you to answer, not to ask. Su Ru was not stupid, but very smart. From Qi Junye's question, she could guess that this guy was probably planning to attack the Red Star Club, so she kindly reminded him, I advise you not to provoke Jiang Tian. He is different from the Qin family. He won't follow any rules with you. It's too late. Qi Junye did not hide it and said lightly, when I made a move on Luo Shuangying, the grudge with the Red Star Society could no longer be resolved. Why? Su Ru was puzzled. Qi Junye shrugged. Because I ruined the Red Star Society's flower business, from now on no one will supply them with any goods. Chapter 36, Hitting a Wall. Su Ru only knew that Qi Junye had ruined Luo Shuangying's deal, and she didn't know that this guy's phone call had made the brothers Cha Chai and Chal walk on thin ice. Even at the risk of heavy losses, they dared not supply any goods to Xue country. The Red Star Society's main business is flour, and they simply cannot bear such a blow. Perhaps Jiang Tian is still unaware of the consequences, but Qi Junye believes that it won't take long for the other party to find out about him. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. Of course, Qi Junye doesn't take a small Red Star Society seriously at all. He wants to find out the big shot who is supporting Jiang Tian behind the scenes, and deal with him all at once. I've heard people mention before that there are many daring and ruthless heroes in the Western underworld, but those people are just brothers among brothers in front of the King of Hell. I didn't believe it then, but now I do. In Su Ru's opinion, the word fear does not seem to exist in Qi Junye's dictionary. No matter who the other party is, as long as he is provoked, even God will not give face. Qi Junye chuckled and said, are you praising me or insulting me? Su Ru rolled her eyes, I'm sure he's complimenting you. Thank you for the compliment. Qi Junye cupped his hands and then asked, now can you tell me who is the master behind Jiang Tian? Long family. Su Ru squeezed out 2 words. Long family. Qi Junye had spent almost the past 10 years in the West since he was driven down the mountain by Xiao Taichu. Although he didn't know much about domestic affairs, he had heard of the Long family. If the Qin family is the sky of Ningqing and has an intricate network of relationships in Ningqing, then the Long family can be called the underground emperor of Jiangnan province, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they can cover the sky with one hand. In terms of financial resources, the Long family owns dozens of listed companies and is rich enough to rival a country. Those so-called richest people on the rich list are nothing in front of the Long family. It's just that the Long family doesn't like to show off in front of others. In terms of relationships, it can be said that in Jiangnan province, there is nothing that the Long family cannot handle with just a phone call. There is a saying circulating in the circle of the powerful, to enter the Jiangnan region, you have to look to the Long family anyway. This is enough to prove the Long family's status and power in Jiangnan province. Perhaps you have heard of the Long family, but you certainly don't know much, because the power displayed by the Long family is just the tip of the iceberg. They are involved in too many areas. Su Ru frowned as she spoke. It was obvious that even though she was a member of a special organization, she was still extremely wary of the Long family. However, Qi Junye still looked calm and asked, so the Long family secretly controls a lot of things that are unknown to the public. That's right. Su Ru took a deep breath to calm herself down. I can tell you that even our Long Security Bureau doesn't know how many masters the Long family has recruited privately. But we can be sure that there are at least 10 Dark Force Masters in the Long family. As for the Transformation Force Masters, although they have never appeared in our intelligence, they are definitely there. Really? Qi Junye frowned slightly. Although he has absolute confidence in his own strength, he is only self-confident and never conceited. After all, two fists cannot beat for legs, and he is not a god. According to what you said, the Long family should also be considered a cancer in Jiangnan province. Why doesn't the government wipe them out in one fell swoop? Qi Junye asked puzzledly. Do you think the government wouldn't want to? Unfortunately, that's easier said than done. Su Ru sighed. The Long family is involved in too many areas in Jiangnan province, from first-class enterprises to schools and nursing homes, all of which are inseparable from the operation of the Long family. Once the Long family collapses, the entire Jiangnan province will be shaken. If the government cannot control the situation in time, it may affect the foundation of the country. So it is not that the government cannot touch the Long family, but that they dare not touch it easily. Just like the one-star consortium in Korea, the government can easily arrest members of this family, but the consequences are not something the government can afford. Seeing how serious she was, Qi Junye couldn't help but wonder if he had hit a wall this time. Su Ru continued, from what I can see now, you have already touched upon the interests of the Long family. They will not let you go easily no matter what they say. I suggest that you seek help from Elder Qiao. Old Man Zhou. Qi Junye shrugged, no, I can handle it myself. What can you do to solve it? Su Ru suddenly raised her voice, Mr. Qi, I'm not kidding you. If anything happens to you, what will Han Yi do? Su Ru knew clearly that Qi Junye was the type of person who walked on the edge of a knife. No one could predict which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. She didn't want her best friend to become a widow. Qi Junye smiled faintly and said, don't you want her to be with me? If anything happens to me, you can persuade her to remarry. You? Su Ru was furious. Qi Junye's smile did not diminish, okay, I will handle my own affairs. You don't need to tell Jiang Hani more about these. Do you understand? Su Ru snorted, I won't let he worry about you. It's getting late, go to bed. Qi Junye got up and walked back to his room. Su Ru opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. After Qi Junye entered the room, she just stood there in a daze and sighed deeply. After a while, Su Ru returned to her room and tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She suddenly had a premonition that not only the weather in Ningcheng had changed, but the entire Jiangnan province might also change. So she jumped up from the bed, quickly picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Xiaosu, what's the matter so late? Zhou Youji's voice came. Captain Zhou, there is something I need to report to you. Su Ru immediately explained in a concise manner how Qi Junye blocked the Red Star Society and thus affected the interests of the Long family. Zhou Youji on the other end of the phone didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, he responded, I will report this matter immediately. Before receiving the order, you must keep an eye on Yang Wang and make sure he doesn't act rashly. Understood. Su Ru answered firmly. Imperial capital, Longan Bureau headquarters. Long Qianjun has not rested yet. He stays in the room checking the news reported from the various strongholds below, sometimes frowning and sometimes smiling. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Long Qianjun directly pressed the answer button and then put the phone to his ear. Gradually, a solemnity that he had never had before appeared between his brows. When the phone call was hung up, Long Qianjun immediately put on his coat, quickly left the room and walked out of the building, got into a Hongqi car, started the car and took out his mobile phone to dial a number. Hello, I'm Lin Shu. Secretary Lin, I'm Long Qianjun. Please help me wake up Mr. Qiao and tell him that I have something very important to discuss with him. Chapter 37. His name is Qi Junye. Long Qianjun drove to the Qiao family compound, where a middle-aged man had been waiting in front of the gate for a long time. He was Qiao Jingxin's personal secretary Lin Shu. The two were familiar with each other, but Lin Shu had never seen the Dragon King so anxious, so he couldn't help but ask, Dragon King, what happened? Let's talk about it after we meet Mr. Qiao. Long Qianjun did not reveal much and followed Lin Shu into the mansion. It's not that he doesn't know the way, but the guards in the mansion have all been strictly screened. Their duty is to protect Qiao Jingxin's safety. Even if he, their Dragon King, comes here, if there is no one to lead the way, those guards will still draw their guns and shoot. When I arrived at the reception room, Qiao Jingxin, who was wearing pajamas, was sipping tea. Mr. Qiao. Long Qianjun didn't continue speaking and glanced at Lin Shu beside him. Lin Shu smiled slightly, tactfully retreated, closed the hall door and stood guard at the door. Qiao Jingxin saw this and frowned, asking, Xiao Lin is not an outsider, so what is it that even he cannot know? This matter involves the person you went to see 2 days ago. Xiao Qi. That's right. Long Qianjun looked serious as he repeated what Shui Yuji had reported. At the end he said angrily, Mr. Qiao, I know a little bit about the character of the King of Hell. I am really worried that he will mess up. As he spoke, Long Qianjun had been observing Qiao Jingxin's expression. The Longan Bureau has to be very cautious when it wants to eliminate the Qin family in Ningqing, let alone the Long family who is entrenched in Jiangnan province. Long Qianjun came here overnight just to find out what Qiao Jingxin's attitude towards Qi Junye was. If they support it, he will make arrangements immediately. If they oppose it, he can start preparing as soon as possible. Qiao Jingxin's expression did not change, or rather, it looked more relaxed, and he said slowly, it looks like the sun is about to rise in Jiangnan province. The sun is out. Long Qianjuan's pupils shrank, and he asked tentatively, Mr. Qiao, are you going to help him? I help him. I want him to help me. Qiao Jingxin suddenly grinned and said, send the sharp knife special operations team to Jiangnan. Those little brats are always bragging about themselves. Let's let these frogs in the well see the combat capabilities of the strongest soldier in the world. The sharp knife special forces can be regarded as a powerful weapon of the country, and are also unique among the special forces teams of countries around the world. At that time, terrorists in the Middle East were rampant and they actually formed a terrorist organization of nearly 30,000 people, which was powerful enough to destroy most of the small countries in the Middle East. Many countries around the world sent people to wipe out the terrorist organizations, but they all ended in failure. It was not until the Shire Kingdom sent the Sharp Knife Special Forces, a team of less than 100 people, to assist in the battle that those terrorist organizations collapsed in just 1 month. It was this battle that made the world witness the strength of the Shire Kingdom's soldiers. However, such a team, in Qiao Jingxin's words, became a frog in the well compared with Qi Junye. This King of Hell is indeed powerful, but not to this extent. Long Qianjun didn't believe it, and said with embarrassment, Mr. Qiao, those in the Sharp Knife Special Operations team are all troublemakers who only follow orders and not propaganda. Besides, they are on a mission and I'm afraid they won't be back for 10 days or half a month. How about I send someone else? Qiao Jingxin shook his head slowly, no, you just need to tell those brats that Qi Junye is the King of Hell, and they will speed up the task and get to Xiao Qi as quickly as possible. This. Long Qianjun felt a little lacking in confidence. After all, the tempers of those troublemakers in the Sharp Knife Special Forces were as strong as their abilities. Before going on a mission, they would calculate the time to complete the mission, and then take a vacation first, and only choose to take action when the time is almost right. In the past, the Dragon King, Long Qianjun, had urged them many times, but it never worked. What's more, they completed the task so beautifully that Long Qianjun could not find any fault with them. Now we just need to tell them that Qi Junye is the King of Hell, and they will obey our orders obediently. Long Qianjun obviously didn't believe it, but since Qiao Jingxin said so, he had no choice but to do it. After Long Qianjun left, Qiao Jingxin's sleepiness also dissipated a lot. He suddenly remembered that Su Ru seemed to have mentioned that Qi Junye was ill, so he shouted, Xiao Lin. Mr. Qiao. Lin Shu came in from outside. Qiao Jingxin asked, send someone to call Xinlan over. Lin Shu glanced at his watch, it's almost 12 o'clock now, the lady should be asleep. Wake her up if she falls asleep. Qiao Jingxin's order could not be refused. Yes. Lin Shu had no choice but to agree, and went out to tell a maid to go and call someone. At the same time, when the disease occurs, people lose their sanity and their desires increase. The granddaughter Qiao Xinlan mentioned by Qiao Jingxin was not asleep. She was sitting in front of the computer and carefully looking up information. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with fair skin, delicate features, and a ponytail tied behind her head, which added a bit of youthfulness for a woman of her age. A few days ago, Qiao Xinlan received a consultation about a case from a friend. However, as an authoritative expert in the field of psychological medicine, she had never seen this disease before. There are many diseases that cause loss of sanity, but at the same time they can also cause increased sexual desire. I have never seen or even heard of such diseases. Dong dong. Just as Xiao Xinlan was racking her brains to think, there was a knock on the door. "Miss, the master is calling you over." The maid's voice came from outside the house. Xiao Xinlan was stunned. She had no idea what her grandfather wanted to see her for so late at night, but she immediately put on her coat and walked out of the room. After a moment, Xiao Xinlan came to the reception room. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qiao Jingshan looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, why are you still awake so late? Did a guest come just now?" "Xiao Lin, please go out first. I want to chat with Xinlan for a while." "Yes." Lin Shu understood and left the hall. Xiao Xinlan became more and more curious. "Grandpa, I see you are in a good mood tonight. Is there anything good happening?" Qiao Jingshan said meaningfully, "There is indeed a good thing, and if it succeeds, it will be a happy event for our Qiao family." "Grandpa." Xiao Xinlan pursed her red lips and asked, "You're not thinking that you met a young talent and thought that he and I are a perfect match, so you're planning to bring us together, right?" "Huh, you actually guessed it." Qiao Jingshan was stunned. Xiao Xinlan smiled bitterly and said, "You want to ask me how I know?" "Grandpa, you have said this to me more than once, and I almost know it by heart." Ahem. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Jingshan's face, and he immediately changed the subject. "You guessed wrong this time. Grandpa is not introducing you to a boyfriend. He just wants to introduce you to a patient." "Patient?" Xiao Xinlan was puzzled and said, "Grandpa, you should know what kind of doctor I am. What kind of lunatic can make you speak in person?" Hearing the word lunatic, Xiao Jingshan's mouth twitched fiercely. "A very special patient, and he is also a friend of Ruru." "Su Ru's friend?" Xiao Xinlan's eyes lit up immediately. "Who is the patient?" Xiao Jingshan nodded slightly. "He is in Ningchen, Jiangnan province. His name is Qi Junye." Chapter 38. People call me a gentleman. Qi Junye didn't know that he was just finding out about the big man behind Jiang Tian. Not only Long Qianjun, the king of hell, but even Xiao Jingshan was alarmed. The next morning, when Qi Junye was still having a tryst with Zhu Gong, he was awakened by a hurried knock on the door. He rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Two young and beautiful women came into his sight, which immediately shocked him. "Hey, why are you only wearing a pair of shorts?" Su Ru scolded unhappily. The other woman was Xiao Xinlan, who had rushed over from the imperial capital early in the morning. The moment she saw Qi Junye's bare chest, a shy blush appeared on her fair cheeks. "Surui, I didn't know there were outsiders here." Qi Junye quickly closed the door. Su Ru outside the door snorted, then turned to Xiao Xinlan and said, "Don't mind it, this guy is just like that." Xiao Xinlan swallowed her saliva and asked suspiciously, Ru, I think you two have a special relationship." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Qi Junye's previous casual remark about there being outsiders present was indirectly expressing that he did not consider Su Ru as an outsider. Su Ru shook her head fiercely. "He and I are just ordinary friends." "No way. You two are already living together." Xiao Xinlan obviously didn't believe it. "I let him live here for a reason. I can't explain it to you." Su Ru pulled Xiao Xinlan back to the sofa and sat down, changing the subject. "I tell you, when he got sick, he was a completely different person, and..." Having said that, she was too embarrassed to continue. Xiao Xinlan smiled faintly and said, "And it will also increase your sexual desire." Su Ru nodded with a red face and quickly pretended to pour water to ease the embarrassment. "Who is this beautiful lady?" After getting dressed and washing up, Qi Junye walked out of the hall. While looking Xiao Xinlan up and down, he wondered in his heart, when did beautiful women in this country become so worthless? Jiang Hani is incredibly beautiful, Su Ru is stunningly beautiful, and the one in front of me is equally stunningly beautiful. It's been less than a month and he has already come into contact with three of them. Xiao Xinlan, the granddaughter of old Qiao. Qi Junye. Su Ru introduced the two to each other. "So you're old man Qiao's granddaughter." Hello. Qi Junye extended his hand in a friendly manner and said with a smile, "Your grandfather and I are acquaintances. Don't be polite when you come here. Treat it like your own home." Xiao Xinlan stretched out her hand and shook his. "Mr. Qi, you are too polite. My grandfather and Ruru have told you about your situation. Don't worry, I will do my best to cure you." "Cure me?" Qi Junye raised his eyebrows. "Miss Qiao, are you a doctor?" That's right. Su Ru explained for Xiao Xinlan. She is a well-known psychologist in our country. She has won the highest honor in international psychology. Qi Junye was not interested in knowing what the grand prize was. He only cared about the purpose of Su Ru bringing Xiao Xinlan here. Treat him. What a joke. Can anyone cure the king of hell's illness? To be honest with you, Miss Xiao, I am actually a doctor as well. Qi Junye showed a playful smile. From the first moment I saw you, Miss Xiao, I could tell that you have been feeling unwell lately. Xiao Xinlan was stunned. I'm not feeling unwell. Qi Junye shook his head and denied, no, you have a regular menstruation. You have a regular menstruation. Before Xiao Xinlan could say anything, Su Ru got excited first. Mr. Qi, Xinlan came to treat you out of kindness, why are you talking nonsense? Ru Ru. Xiao Xinlan tugged at Su Ru's sleeve and whispered, he's right. My thing has indeed been a little abnormal recently. Oh tilde. Su Ru was speechless for a moment, as if she didn't expect that Qi Junye had really come true, but she still didn't believe that he had medical skills. Observe, smell, ask and feel. Can you tell that someone has a regular menstruation just by looking at her? How is that possible? Even those masters of traditional Chinese medicine may not have such good eyesight. This guy must be guessing. Miss Xiao, I'm telling you that women should avoid staying up late. Staying up late is not only bad for your health, but also. Qi Junye began to teach Xiao Xinlan, and the latter humbly accepted the advice. Su Ru was stunned by this scene. Who is treating whom? Lan, let's get down to business. Su Ru interrupted their conversation. I told you a little about this guy's situation before, but he has to tell you the details himself. Xiao Xinlan nodded and immediately got to the point. Mr. Qi, based on my experience and the information I have read, I think your condition should be classified as post-war psychological syndrome. What is post-war psychological syndrome? Su Ru asked curiously. They have participated in wars, and due to exposure to cruelty and bloodshed, they cannot bear it psychologically, and thus suffer from this symptom. When the disease occurs, they cannot control themselves and enter a bloodthirsty state. At the same time, they will also produce uncontrollable hostility. At this point, Xiao Xinlan looked at Qi Junye curiously. Excuse me, Mr. Qi, have you ever been on the battlefield? He has. Su Ru answered for Qi Junye again. Xiao Xinlan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, with curiosity in her eyes. It's a peaceful time now, how could Mr. Qi have war experience? He is on the battlefield abroad. Su Ru answered again. Xiao Xinlan turned to look at Su Ru. Do you know this gentleman well? Understood. Su Ru answered firmly. You know shit. Qi Junye, who had been silent for a long time, shouted, if you have nothing to do, go to work, don't be an eyesore here. Hey, if you hadn't told me I would have forgotten. I have a mission later. Su Ru stood up in a panic. Lan, I'll leave this guy to you. Remember to call me if you have any problems. After saying that, he left alone. Qi Junye and Xiao Xinlan were the only ones left in the villa, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Qi Junye put a cigarette in his mouth and said calmly, Miss Xiao, I am the only one who knows my illness. I appreciate your kindness. As a professional psychologist, Xiao Xinlan knows that patients are often very sensitive about their illnesses. It's like a mentally ill patient. The more you say he is mentally ill, the more it will irritate him. So Xiao Xinlan was not in a hurry and patted the sofa next to her. Mr. Qi, can you come over and chat with me? Okay. Qi Junye naturally knew that the other party wanted to break down his psychological defenses through chatting and then carry out the so-called treatment. The two were so close that Qi Junye could even smell the body fragrance emanating from the other. Xiao Xinlan took out a pocket watch and said, Mr. Qi, please keep an eye on this pocket watch. Okay. Qi Junye followed her instructions. A smile appeared on Xiao Xinlan's lips, and the pocket watch in her hand began to shake. Many patients do not want to reveal their past, so she will use hypnosis to make them speak out voluntarily in a fantasy. This method has always worked, but this time it seems a bit unexpected. 5 minutes passed and Qi Junye still had his eyes wide open. In the end, Xiao Xinlan had no choice but to put away the pocket watch. Qi Junye curled his lips and said, Miss Xiao, why don't you continue? If you shake it for a while longer, I will be hypnotized by you soon. During the hypnosis process, Xiao Xinlan was only a few centimeters away from him, and he could take the opportunity to admire her proud breasts. As if she had seen through Qi Junye's plot, Xiao Xinlan's delicate face blushed, and she quickly moved away from Qi Junye. Mr. Qi, please be serious. Why am I not serious? Qi Junye had an innocent expression on his face. I am a very serious person, people call me a gentleman. Chapter 39. I have to move in too. Mr. Qi. Xiao Xinlan stood up suddenly, looking a little angry. Please be serious, respect me, and face your illness. Qi Junye didn't expect the other party to suddenly get angry, but since this girl had already started to make a big deal out of it, he was too lazy to continue laughing. He put away his smile and said seriously, you are wrong. The reason why I don't cooperate is precisely because I respect you and because I face my condition squarely. Xiao Xinlan laughed angrily. Resisting treatment is actually a sign of respecting the doctor. Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? Qi Junye patted his butt and stood up, looking at him with a look that Xiao Xinlan couldn't understand at all, and said calmly, why, you have to tell me clearly that with your little medical skills, you can't cure my disease at all, and then you will be happy. Being underestimated. Xiao Xinlan was naturally not convinced. She wouldn't say she was unrivaled in the field of psychotherapy, but at least she was a top expert in the country, and even in the international arena she had considerable say. But in this guy's words, she only had some insignificant medical skills. According to what Mr. Qi said, have you ever seen a psychologist who is much better than me? I have seen him myself. Of course, you can think I am bragging. Anyway, Miss Xiao, go and do your own things. Goodbye. Qi Junye waved his hand to see the guest off. If he was flirting with a woman, he would be somewhat interested, but if he was arguing with a woman, he would have no interest at all. Who said I was leaving? Xiao Xinlan sat back on the sofa, clasped her hands, and seemed to have made up her mind. I've decided to stay here. I have to cure your illness. The reason why Xiao Xinlan insisted was not complicated. A peculiar case like Qi Junye was of great research value. Once analyzed thoroughly, it might become a brilliant achievement that would push the entire psychology forward by a big step. Another reason is also for her good sister. After all, from childhood to adulthood, Qi Junye is the first person of the opposite sex whom Suru can regard as a friend, and they even live together. Xiao Xinlan didn't believe that Suru and Qi Junye were just friends. But in this case, Qi Junye's illness could be explained. Although the desire for sex would surge every time the disease broke out, it seemed to have no effect on the couple and even made them a little sexually happy. But what if Qi Junye got sick with another woman outside one day? Thinking of this, Xiao Xinlan couldn't help but feel worried, and her idea of staying here became more determined. Mr. Qi, I know you are afraid of seeing a doctor, but I will not give up on you. From now on, I will treat your illness as a tough battle, and I will defeat you sooner or later. After saying that, he went to the side and called Suru, saying that he also wanted to be a tenant here, and wanted to live in the room closest to Qi Junye. Suru immediately expressed her disapproval. Xinlan, your decision is too hasty. He is a man, and you live next to him. This is simply outrageous. Xiao Xinlan smiled slightly. It's not appropriate for me to move in, but is it appropriate for you two, a man and a woman, to live together alone? Suru was speechless for a moment. I have a special situation. Xiao Xinlan showed an ambiguous smile that saw through everything. Don't worry, Ruru, I'm not trying to steal your man. His disease can't be cured in a short time, so just bear with it. This is also for your future happiness. What do you mean you're stealing my man? Suru clarified while breaking down her defense. Okay, Ruru, it's settled. Remember to buy me some clothes before you come back. I didn't bring any luggage with me to Ningxing this time. Xiao Xinlan made the final decision simply and rudely. She didn't give Suru a chance to say more. She hung up the phone directly and looked at Qi Junye with an expression that showed she was confident of victory. Ruru agrees. I'm sure you'll win. Qi Junye couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Damn, Ruru really agreed. And, you're sure you can defeat me? This sounds strange no matter how you listen to it. Why don't you take some time to look at your own illness? How long have your symptoms lasted? I feel like your condition is much worse than mine. You are anxious, afraid that I will see through your heart and find out the real cause of your illness. But I advise Mr. Qi that it is not a good thing to hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. Xiao Xinlan was full of wisdom and confidence. Judging from the other party's reaction, she felt that she was one step closer to victory. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Qi Junye simply ignored the woman and got up to open the door. There were two people standing outside the door. The middle-aged man in a suit took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Qi, I am the leader of the Red Star Society, Jiang Tian." The man next to him, who was wearing glasses and looked like a teacher, smiled and saluted, "Wu Liang." As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Seeing the other party being so polite, Qi Junye also responded politely, "What do you want from me?" The expressions of the two people opposite were obviously frozen. Obviously, they rarely met people who dared to be arrogant in front of the Red Star Club. Jiang Tian's face darkened. Wu Liang, the man with the white paper fan, smiled with a dagger hidden in his heart. "Mr. Qi, don't pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth. Do you still need to guess about your entanglement with our Red Star Society? Why, you want to seek revenge on me?" Qi Junye looked behind them. No one was there, just the two of you. This is too weak. Jiang Tian said with a dark face, "We, the Red Star Club, can forgive the past events, but we have a business, and the supplier has suddenly stopped supplying goods recently. I would like to ask Mr. Qi for advice." Qi Junye interrupted directly and admitted, "I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Let me be frank. It was me who told Chai to stop supplying you with goods. Not only you, but the entire Xie country, their goods are not allowed to appear from now on." Jiang Tian and Wu Liang looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The entire Xie kingdom is out of stock. The Chai brothers have undoubtedly lost their largest market, but they still did it. How afraid are they of this person? "Mr. Qi, you have cut off everyone's source of income. Isn't that too much? Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" Although he was shocked, Jiang Tian did not forget the purpose of his trip. However, before he could express his demands, Qi Junye kicked him and he rolled down the stairs. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Humph, revenge, come if you have the guts. If you don't accept it, you can call for help now. No matter how many come, I will kill them all." Qi Junye slammed the door shut. Wu Liang felt aggrieved. This little bastard is going too far. "Boss, I'll call someone over right now." "Slow." Jiang Tian held down Wu Liang's hand that was about to make a phone call, his face solemn. "I received news that the expert who killed Qin Xian before was this guy. He is at least in the late stage of dark energy, and our people coming here will only be sending themselves to death. Are we just going to put up with this? If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to do our flower business anymore." Wu Liang was extremely unwilling. "Even if we can tolerate it, do you think the people above us can tolerate it?" Jiang Tian sneered, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Miss, we can't handle this guy, I'm afraid you'll have to help." Chapter 40. If you are the protagonist, you must be a security guard. After lunch that day, Qi Junye was called by Jiang Hani and asked to go to Jiang Group. Hearing her serious tone on the phone, Qi Junye thought that the forces behind the Red Star Society had already taken action and wanted to target the Jiang Group first, so he rushed there as quickly as possible. However, after arriving at the place, Jiang Hani's series of operations almost confused Qi Junye. She first took Qi Junye around the entire company, then took Qi Junye to the Human Resources Department, asked for his ID card and said he needed to handle some procedures, and finally, took him back to the company gate and into the security department. "Hello, President." Several security guards were slacking off, some eating instant noodles, some watching videos, but when they saw the beautiful CEO coming in, they suddenly became nervous. It's natural to slack off at work, but it's difficult to deal with if you are caught by your boss. "Boss, I forgot to eat breakfast this morning, and I couldn't help but ate a few bites. Please don't fire me," explained the security guard who was eating instant noodles. "Boss, I wasn't reading a novel just now. My family asked me for something, so I replied to the message." The security guard who was playing with his phone also gave a very pale explanation. Several other workers also racked their brains to make excuses. Although security guard was not a decent job, they did not want to lose it. After all, it was leisurely and there was no technical threshold. They only needed to sit at the door and drink tea every month, and they could earn 4 to 5,000 yuan plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. This would save them decades of detours. "Don't be nervous." Jiang Hani didn't seem to want to argue with them. She pointed at Qi Junye and said, "His name is Qi Junye. As long as you can convince him to be your captain today, I will not only not hold you accountable for slacking off at work, but I will also give each of you an extra 5,000 yuan bonus this month. Is this true? The security guards immediately perked up and couldn't help but observe Qi Junye carefully. This man is tall and handsome, more handsome than many celebrities in the entertainment industry, and it has been rumored that he is the president's fiancé. Several security guards had strange looks on their faces. They couldn't understand why the president let his fiancé be a security guard when there were so many Sineki positions in the company. No, you want me to be a security guard? Qi Junye suddenly realized that this woman had taken his ID card to sign a contract to sell her body. Jiang Hani took Qi Junye to the outside of the security department and said seriously, "You are the boss behind the Jiang Group. How can you justify not taking care of such a large industry and being a hands-off boss all day long? Whoever you want to complain to, tell him to come to me. I want to see which traitor is secretly trolling me." Qi Junye was furious. What the hell, I spend money to support so many people in charge, and I still have to do it myself. Is there still a law? Is there still law? I just can't stand you. Jiang Hani said proudly, with her hands on her waist, "If you are not satisfied, you can fire me and replace me with someone else as the president. Anyway, you must have a position in the company and must go to get off work normally every day. Otherwise, if you don't fire me, I will resign." Qi Junye was a little confused. What was going on? Of course Jiang Hani couldn't tell him that her so-called dislike of his being a hands-off boss was just an excuse. She just suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Qi Junye not only lives with Su Ru now, so Jiang Hani is naturally relieved about her best friend. The problem is that Su Ru told her in the morning that a beautiful woman from the capital has moved into the villa. Jiang Hani is a little panicked now. They live under the same roof day and night, what if they fall in love? So Jiang Hani came up with a solution. As long as she let this guy come to work in the company and become an employee, working from 9 to 8 every day, wouldn't that be the time she would spend with him the most? "Friend, do you know who I am? I feel it's beneath me to be a bodyguard, and you want me to be a security guard." Qi Junye was not prepared to agree, nor did he believe that Jiang Hani would really resign from the position of president for such a reason. The Jiang Group is the hard work of several generations of the Jiang family, and no one can snatch it away from them. "I don't care." Jiang Hani opened the door with a domineering look on his face and ordered the security guards inside. "If you can't persuade him to be your captain today, pack up and leave." The security guard who was eating instant noodles was shocked. How could there be a reward just now and a punishment now? He immediately hugged Qi Junye's thigh and said, "Brother, please agree to Mr. Jiang. I can't lose this job. I have an 80-year-old mother. This guy has good acting skills." He wiped his snot and tears on Qi Junye's pants. The latter kicked him away in disgust. "Stop blackmailing me with morality. I have no morals." The security guard who was reading the novel rolled his eyes and flattered, "Brother, I can tell from the looks of it that you are definitely not an ordinary person, so you should be a security guard." Qi Junye raised his eyebrows. "Where did you get this from?" The security guard replied, "Look at those novels. The protagonists who have extraordinary skills are all security guards. They hide their identities and pretend to be pigs to eat tigers. You are so handsome. You can be the protagonist at first glance. Of course, you should be a security guard." Jiang Hani couldn't listen any longer. "I asked you to persuade him, you should have appealed to his emotions and reason. What kind of crappy excuse is this?" "No." Qi Junye stretched out his hand and pressed Jiang Hani's shoulder. "I think what he said makes sense. After hearing what he said, I suddenly felt that I was born to be a security guard." Jiang Hani expressed doubts from the bottom of her heart. Qi Junye walked into the security booth with his hands behind his back. He came out a moment later, wearing a security uniform, holding a thermos cup with wolfberries in one hand and a folding chair in the other. He sat down naturally at the gate. Jiang Hani always felt that the matter was done, but it was ridiculous, and there was a problem that she could not ignore. "Why is your security uniform red? Our company doesn't have this kind of uniform. And this thermos cup and this chair, where did you find them? The security booth only has a few square meters of space, and all the objects can be seen at a glance. I have never seen these things in there before." Qi Junye blew on the hot water calmly and took a sip. "Don't worry about these details." Jiang Hani thought it was hard not to care. Could this guy also perform magic? But before she could recover from her confusion, an off-road vehicle suddenly appeared and violently crashed through the parking barrier. Qi Junye smiled. Interesting. I just put on the security uniform and the troublemakers came. It seems that you are right. I am indeed the protagonist destined by heaven. The security guard who was reading the novel before smiled awkwardly and gave a thumbs up in flattery. After a while, a woman in professional attire and a man in a suit and sunglasses got out of the car and came in front of Qi Junye. Mr. Qi. The woman in professional attire extended her hand and made a please gesture. Ms. Long, please get in the car and talk. Chapter 41, What is there to be afraid of with just the Long family? What, Miss Dragon, Miss Snake? If she wants to see me, let her come and see me herself. I don't have the habit of throwing myself at someone else. Qi Junye replied proudly. On the surface, these words were directed at the female attendant, but in fact they were spoken to the people in the car. The meaning was very clear: you are not qualified to show off in front of me. Jiang Hani's heart was beating fast with fear, and she lowered her voice to remind him, Qi Junye, don't do anything stupid. Fearing that Qi Junye didn't understand, she took a few steps closer and whispered to him, the Long family in the provincial capital is not comparable to the Qin family. What grudge do you have against them? Don't worry, it's just a little friction, right? Qi Junye didn't care and even winked at the female attendant seductively. Jiang Hani was worried and advised, if it's just a minor conflict, then you should take the initiative to admit your mistake and apologize. Apologize? Qi Junye seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke. He stood up slowly and patted Jiang Hani on the shoulder. I know you are doing this for my own good, but don't be too nice to me. You? Jiang Hani was helpless. She guessed that she couldn't persuade this guy because she had never persuaded him before. But that was the Long family. They had been rooted in Jiangnan for nearly a century and had ruled the land. Some people said that even if they messed with the god of plague, it was much better than messing with the Long family. What to do? Jiang Hani had already begun to take stock of her own network of contacts, wondering if there was anyone who had contact with the Long family and could act as a peacemaker. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Qi Junye put down the thermos and walked towards the SUV. Very good. Jiang Hani breathed a sigh of relief. Getting on the car is equivalent to surrendering. As long as Qi Junye is willing to put away his temper and take this step, the situation should be much smoother. Seeing this scene, the woman in professional attire and the man in sunglasses outside the car showed contemptuous expressions at the same time. No matter how tough they said, weren't they still cowards in the end? Inside the car, a woman sighed softly. Long Junru was a little disappointed. Although this was the result she wanted, she had seen too many so-called tough guys over the years. However, after knowing her background, those people, without exception, knelt down under the pressure of the Long family. Over time, she began to look forward to meeting someone who was not so easy to deal with, someone who was challenging. Qi Junye's reaction before made her think that he was the special opponent, but the other party's body was very honest and walked towards the car. Mr. Qi. Long Junru spoke in a stiff tone, devoid of much human emotion. Since Qi Junye is not the exception, then he will follow the previous routine, go back on his invitation to get in the car to meet, and go even further, not letting the other party get in the car, and make him stand outside and listen to his request. This is a suppression of momentum, a condescending contempt, and once this kind of momentum crushing is achieved, the subsequent conversation will be effortless. I don't think you need to get in the car, just. Long Junru stopped abruptly before she finished what she wanted to say. Things developed in a direction no one expected. Qi Junye had no intention of getting in the car at all. He didn't even walk towards the door. He stood in front of the car, raised his right foot, hooked his ankle, and then kicked hard. Squeak. The tires rubbed against the ground with a long, sharp and piercing sound, and the car slid 2 or 3 meters until it exited the gate of Jiang Group, and then the whole car overturned. Miss. The 2 male and female attendants were so frightened that they rushed over in panic and rescued the people in the car. Long Junru was not seriously injured, just a minor calf injury, her hair was messy, and she looked very embarrassed. Who the hell told you to keep your car blocking our gate? Do you think we, the security guards, are just for show? Also, if you break the railings, you have to pay for it. Qi Junye held up his cell phone, displayed the payment code, and stood in front of the 3 people with confidence. Not far behind him, the the security guards all couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up, secretly saying, "Awesome." Being a security guard is something that only a few can do. Ever since Jiang Hani saw who the person being helped out of the car was, she had a look of despair on her face. Tired, destroy it. Mr. Qi, you are more powerful than I thought. Although Long Junru praised him, her expression was extremely gloomy, totally unlike the elegance and composure she had just shown in the car. Stop talking nonsense, there's not much more to say, pay me. 60 million. Qi Junye stepped forward and raised his payment code. If you don't pay, you can't leave today. You're fucking crazy because you're poor. 60 million for a broken railing. The man in sunglasses, who hadn't spoken since he appeared, couldn't hold it in any longer. Long Junru showed a meaningful sneer, actually took out her checkbook, wrote a check for 60 million and handed it to Qi Junye. I know Mr. Qi is an expert, but to be honest, if we only talk about force, it is not difficult for our Long family to take you down, and if we insist on leaving, you can't stay. I give you this 60 million just to tell you that we have made this feud. Qi Junye put the check in his pocket and said bluntly, get lost. I know you have someone above you, so I came here today just to persuade you to leave Jiangnan so that we can live in peace from now on. Long Junru said, but now it seems that you will not cooperate. Mr. Qi, then don't blame our Long family. First courtesy, then force. After saying these harsh words, the woman limped away with the help of her two followers. Jiang Hani felt like the sky was falling. Qi Junye. That's Long Junru. How dare you? You let me be a security guard. I do my job conscientiously to drive away bad invaders for the company. Is there anything wrong with that? Qi Junye said confidently. Then you can't. Jiang Hani was about to retort when her thoughts were interrupted by a rapid ring of her cell phone. The call was from Jiang Sheng, who only told her to go home quickly without telling her why, but she had already guessed it. With a strong ominous premonition, Jiang Hani dragged Qi Junye back home. At this time, Jiang Sheng and his wife were like two ants on the hot pot. As soon as they saw their daughter and future son-in-law, they came up and told them all their troubles. Someone is attacking us in the stock market again. Jiang Group stock has now hit the limit down. The latest chip projects have all collapsed, and other old industries have been destroyed by 80%. Which great god is trying to kill us? Jiang Sheng, who was not very smart to begin with, had no composure at all. Liu Shuyan placed all her hopes on her daughter and Qi Junye. My dear son-in-law, you have to think of a solution. What can I do? There is no other way. Jiang Hani was enveloped by a deep feeling of powerlessness. This is the power of the Jiangnan Long family. In just a few minutes, a group worth billions of dollars can collapse. It's over. We might be finished. Jiang Hani didn't think she was a fragile person, but when she truly felt the disparity in strength, she didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. Long family. Are you saying it's the Long family that's bullying us? Jiang couldn't believe it. We didn't provoke them, did we? Forget about provoking them. We are a small family, and we can't even get involved with such a powerful force. Jiang Hani looked at Qi Junye silently. The Jiang couple paused, and then turned their gaze to Qi Junye. Qi Junye was confused by the look on his face. I provoked him, so what? What's there to be afraid of from a mere Long family? Chapter 42, Using Your People as Mortgage. Their whole family sat neatly on the sofa, listening to Jiang Hani talk about how Qi Junye offended Long Junru. The more they listened, the more Jiang Sheng and Liu Shuyan felt like there was a fire burning on their buttocks. Jiang Sheng almost cried after hearing this. No, my good son-in-law. My living ancestor. What you mean is that not only did you kick Miss Long and injure her with her car, but you also blackmailed her for 60 million. Watch your words. Qi Junye frowned slightly. They damaged the company's property, so they should pay compensation. What do you mean I blackmailed her? Can you call it blackmail when it comes to security? No. You. Jiang Sheng was so anxious that he got angry, but he didn't dare to say anything harsh to Qi Junye, and he almost urinated. Jiang Hani finally regained some of her sanity and frowned, saying, it's useless to say anything now. Let's think about how to remedy the situation. Liu Shuyan smiled bitterly and said, how can we remedy this? The Long family's actions are much more ruthless than the little tricks used by the Qin family. Unless the Long family takes the initiative to stop, our company will be finished. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard that. Yes. As long as the Long family stops, this crisis will be over, right? He looked at Qi Junye, his face full of flattery, but also a little fearful. My dear son-in-law, the person who tied the bell must untie it. He just said that the Long family just wants you to leave Jiangnan, otherwise. He nudged Liu Shuyun next to him, who immediately understood and followed suit. Son-in-law, how about you bear with it for a while, go and admit your mistake to Miss Long, and then leave for a while. When the group is through this crisis, we'll find a way to get you back. Qi Junye smiled. The Long Bureau doesn't even dare to say they will expel him, so does someone with the surname Long have the qualifications? Jiang Hani hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. I know you are very capable, otherwise you couldn't save the group's stock price last time, but the situation this time is really different. The Long family has absolute power in Jiangnan province. Covering the sky with one hand, Qi Junye stood up and walked calmly to the French window. He looked at the gloomy sky outside, turned his back to everyone, and said, then I will tear this hand into pieces and make the sky of Jiangnan province brighter. Jiang Hani looked at the figure shrouded in light and shadow, her heart trembled violently, and then listened to his heroic speech. A blush appeared on her pretty face. A real man born between heaven and earth should be like this. Women should marry men like this. Jiang Hani took a deep breath and said solemnly, okay, no matter how confident you are this time, I am willing to bet everything and fight with you and the Long family to the end. I will not regret it regardless of success or failure. Jiang Sheng and Liu Shuyun no longer made a fuss at this moment. They looked at the young couple and were quite moved. Our son-in-law is not an ordinary person. What we think is a huge crisis may not matter to him. Jiang Sheng's confidence increased, and he vaguely remembered his father's reminder that Dr. Xiao is not an ordinary person. Liu Shuyun was very pleased that her daughter had found such a man who not only had a strong background but also had a heroic spirit. It was difficult to find such a man in this era. What woman hasn't fantasized about such a scene when she was young? With her lover who is like a peerless hero, she steps on colorful clouds, watching the wind rise and the tide fall. Son-in-law, just go for it without worry. This time, mom and dad are your spiritual support. Even if we lose the company, the worst that can happen is that our family will go to a remote place, plant some crops, raise chickens and ducks, and stay together as a family. Liu Shuyun expressed her true feelings. Don't be so sad. Don't have so little confidence in me. Qi Junye curled his lips and smiled, then looked at Jiang Hani. Tell me, how much money do you need to turn the Jiang group around? Jiang Hani replied, the Long family has more than 20 listed companies of all sizes. It is conservatively estimated that they can mobilize 80 to 100 billion yuan in funds. If we want to win, we must prepare at least 150 billion yuan. What? Qi Junye swallowed and asked, how much did you say? Crash. The beautiful and warm mood shattered like a mirror. Jiang Sheng was still moved the previous second, but he looked constipated the next second. Liu Shuyun also covered her face with one hand in embarrassment and couldn't bear to watch anymore. 150 billion. Jiang Hani instantly lost his confidence. Qi Junye was dumbfounded and said, how about I consider leaving Jiangnan province? Jiang Hani remained silent, with a gloomy look on his face. There aren't many companies with a market value of 100 billion yuan on the market, let alone a cash flow of 150 billion yuan. The only person in the world who can come up with such a huge sum of money at once is probably the god of wealth in heaven. Why does she expect Qi Junye to do it? But is there really only one way left for Qi Junye to consider the overall situation and leave Jiangnan? While thinking, Jiang Hani saw Qi Junye walking towards the door, and her heart tightened. Where are you going? Qi Junye said succinctly, where else can I go? I must be borrowing money. Jiang Hani stood up in surprise. Can you really borrow 150 billion? Qi Junye smiled and waved his hand. The meaning of waving his hand was not no, but no need to say more. How can the king of hell be suffocated to death by money? Arriving outside the villa, Qi Junye skillfully dialed a number. Soon, a Portia Chinese voice came over the phone. What's wrong, brother? Qi Junye felt dizzy when he heard this. Who the hell taught you this? He really couldn't connect their voice on the phone with the blonde beauty who was selected as one of the top 10 most beautiful faces in the West. You said you would never marry a woman who spoke a foreign language, so I want to learn your language. Is that okay? The woman on the other end of the phone was none other than the princess of the Obo group and a well-known genius in the Western business world, Mickey. Can't you learn something good? Qi Junye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Are you calling me because you miss me? I miss you too, and I miss the rainy night when we first met. Mickey's voice became ambiguous. Stop, stop, stop. Qi Junye spoke boldly and got straight to the point. I want to borrow 150 billion from you, and I will return it with interest in a month. An unromantic man. Mickey was slightly dissatisfied, then returned to her own language and said, okay, but if you want to borrow so much money, you should have something as collateral, right? Qi Junye said, which of my properties and belongings do you want to use as collateral? Qi said charmingly, I don't want your property, I only want to use you. In a month, if you can't pay me back, you have to become my husband. Other than that, I will never agree to your request. Qi Junye narrowed his eyes and said, Mickey, you know I don't like being blackmailed. Mickey's voice was a little cunning, and she said, baby, you have to know that you don't have many opportunities to borrow money. If I don't seize it, wouldn't I be a fool? Or you can go and try with your other little bitches to see if they will let go of this opportunity. Qi Junye fell silent, because he knew very well what the other party said was the truth, so after thinking for a moment, he could only agree with a curse. Damn it, there are always bitches who want my body. Deal. Chapter 43, The Friendship Between Guan and Bao. In the provincial capital of Jiangnan, the Long family South private estate. Long Junru, dressed in a white women's suit, sat at the top of the long conference table. On her left and right were the core members of the family, most of whom were her elders. She put her image back in shape, returning to her usual beauty and refinement, with an aura of superiority, as if she was in control of everything, except for the occasional dull pain in her calf, which would make her frown. And this pain will only make the heart of Jiangnan's most femme fatale even more cruel. Everyone, the encirclement and suppression of the Jiang group is almost over. All we have to do next is to reap all their assets and then we can start to kill them all. Someone expressed his objection below. Junru, the forcible annexation of the Jiang group has already made a big move. Would it be too much to target him later? Another middle-aged man spoke up. Long Junru's eyebrows turned cold, and she smiled gloomily. Second uncle, you feel sorry for me for being too harsh on him, but why don't you feel sorry for him cutting off the supply of goods to the Red Star Society, causing us to suffer heavy losses? What can a mere Jiang group make up for? Another elder spoke up. The problem is, he has that big shot protecting him. No matter how powerful our Long family is in Jiangnan. He pointed to the top of his head. We can't go against someone at that level. Long Junru said disdainfully, if Qiao Jingshan really wants to help him, why doesn't he interfere directly, but just leak some rumors for us to speculate? After all, that guy's relationship with the higher-ups isn't that serious. But what if? Some people wanted to persuade him, but Long Junru interrupted them without any hesitation. Enough. Uncles, you are still sitting here today because I am thinking of the family relationship. It does not mean that you are really capable. In other words, if any of you have any ability, you will not let a woman of my junior generation stand out. The second uncle of the Long family stood up angrily. Junru, as the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face. After all, we are brothers of your father's generation. Long Junru stared at the other party. So when you get old, you should go home and stay at home. What the family needs is a great cause, not a bunch of old and cowardly guys who are afraid of accidents. After saying that, Long Junru signaled to her female assistant to push her away. From the beginning, this meeting was just a formality, and she never intended to discuss anything with this motley crowd of elders. The second uncle of the Long family scolded, "You are too arrogant, girl. The Long family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." The third uncle of the Long family stood up and agreed, "You dare to disobey the big shots above you without even knowing Qi Junye's background. I don't think you can even take down the Jiang group this time." Long Junru raised her hand to ask the female assistant to stop, then turned around and looked at her uncle with an idiotic look. "Do you know how stupid your words sound? The Jiang group has completely collapsed. If it can still be revived in this situation, do you know how much money it will cost?" The third uncle of the Long family was confused by the question. He was just a parasite who lived off the family dividends. He had been a playboy for half his life and knew nothing about business operations. He shouted like that just because he was angry. How would he know how much money it would take to revitalize the Jiang group? On the contrary, anyway, they have experts to help them, how much money can't they give? The man said stubbornly with a guilty conscience. Long Junru mocked, you don't know, so I'll tell you, given the current situation of the Jiang Group, even with the top financial team to save it, it would still require at least 80 billion yuan in funds to operate. You heard it right, 800 billion. The third uncle of the Long family stopped talking. Even if he was stupid, he knew what 80 billion in pure funds meant. Long Junru continued, 80 billion is just enough to get Jiang's family back on track. It can't withstand any wind and rain. If they want to confront our Long family head-on, they will need at least 100 billion. At this point, Long Junru herself laughed, har. 100 billion, if he is really that rich, I, Long Junru, will be his dog to play with. In the early morning, a luxury bulletproof car carrying 8 people drove into the Jiang Group. The first person to get off the car was Smith, the head of the sheer country of the Ogwo Group. He brought the others to the security department and bowed deeply to Qi Junye, who was sitting at the door on duty with a thermos cup in his hand. Mr. Qi, the 150 billion US dollars you asked for are all here. Jiang Hani and Jiang Sheng, who were standing by, were both stunned when they heard this, and both suspected that this foreigner might have some problems with his Mandarin. 150 billion US dollars. Qi Junye took the envelope without a care, opened it, handed the card inside to Jiang Hani, and said casually, I forgot to tell you the currency when I borrowed the money. The light card made Jiang Hani feel heavy and unreal. It was really 150 billion US dollars. She thought she was a rich girl, but at this moment, she felt that she was terribly poor before. Jiang Xin was so happy that he jumped for joy. What a good son-in-law. You are worthy of being like him. You borrowed 150 billion with just one phone call, and it's US dollars. Wrong. Jiang Hani suddenly became alert. There's a lipstick mark on the envelope just now, right? This money was lent to you by a woman. What's your relationship? Chen Shuyun quickly grabbed her daughter and said earnestly, don't be ignorant. This is 150 billion US dollars. If your father can borrow so much money, don't say he borrowed it from a woman, he can move into our house. Jiang Xin also quickly advised, your mother is right. You can't give up money just for a happy marriage, right? Jiang Hani couldn't listen and stared at Qi Junye with resentment. Qi Junye thought for a moment and answered truthfully, there's nothing to hide. We are as close as Guan Yu and Bao Bao. Every time I went to see her, she would welcome me and I would teach her everything I knew. Listen. Jiang Xin was in high spirits, the friendship between Guan Yu and Bao Bao, what a deep friendship. Moreover, they are both teachers and friends, teaching each other everything they know. How can you use such superficial ideas to guess others? Chen Shuyun also said something fair. I think you should apologize to Jun Yi. Jiang Hani blushed and felt a little ashamed. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I stand straight and she sits straight. I'm not afraid of people talking about this kind of thing. Jiang Hani lowered her head in even greater shame, and Qi Junye naturally recalled Mickey's exotic and graceful figure. Seeing that the two seemed to have finished their conversation, Smith started a conversation and introduced the team behind him. Mr. Qi, these are the top trading team of the Ogwa Group. Miss Mickey asked me to bring them here. Qi Junye looked at them and asked, how top-notch are they? Jiang Hani continued, these people have all had classic achievements in the financial circle. I didn't expect your friend to be so helpful. What's more, our funds this time are more abundant than we imagined. Jiang Xin was very proud. I thought it was a dead end, but now it seems that the Long family has dominated Jiangnan for so many years, and this time they will suffer the consequences. Qi Junye. From despair to hope, Jiang Hani finally did not watch the foundation left by her ancestors collapse. She looked at Qi Junye and couldn't help choking up, thank you. She buried her face in Qi Junye's arms, her shoulders trembling slightly. In just half a day and one night, she endured too much anxiety and fear. Oh, well, Mr. Smith, I'll take you inside. We have to get to work quickly. Jiang Xin was very tactful. He and Chen Shuyun brought Smith and others to spend some warm time with their daughter and their rich son-in-law. Qi Junye was not touched by his father-in-law's approval. This is the company's security department. Even if they vacate the space, what can I do? Chapter 44. Thanks to a good son-in-law. After staying in Qi Junye's arms for a while, Jiang Hani's emotions were released, and she quickly let go and stepped back. Don't get me wrong, I'm just too excited, I don't mean anything else. Don't talk nonsense. I don't mean any other meaning. Why do you hug me and not someone else? Your parents are right next to us. Logically, no matter how excited you are, you should hug them, right? Qi Junye didn't give the beautiful woman any face and ruthlessly exposed her. Jiang Hani found that she was unable to explain, so she simply stopped pretending and asked, okay. I admit, Qi Junye, I have other feelings for you now. What about you? Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Facing her stubborn yet expectant gaze, Qi Junye actually felt a little bit reluctant. I am a playboy, I love all the flowers in the world, but there are always women who want to bind me in the name of love, and want me to love only her. How unfair is this to other beautiful girls? Qi Junye sighed and joked, why do you, a toad, always want to eat swan meat? Jiang Hani had never been treated like this in her life. It was because he was the only one who rejected others, and no one else rejected her. The rejection was so insulting. She immediately felt wronged and angry, and said angrily, Qi Junye, go to hell. The beautiful CEO left angrily, and her back looked no different from that of a bullied little girl. Qi Junye sat back in his position as the head of the security department, unscrewed the cup and drank the hot wolfberry water. Next to him, seeing the president walking away, several young security guards dared to come out of the booth with shifty eyes, and gave Qi Junye a thumbs up. Minister Qi, awesome. I would like to call you the top fighter in the security industry. Qi Junye pressed his hands, calm down, calm down. Long Junru sat alone in the office with the light-blocking curtains closed, making the entire room very dim. She was waiting for her men to complete the harvesting of Jiang's property and bring back good news, and then she could start her next plan against Qi Junye. But the wait was too long. According to Long Junru's initial estimate, everything should have been settled before lunch today. However, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon and there was still no news from there. She once resisted the urge to call and question him, as that would have made her appear unsteady and not as calm as a winner. However, after several attempts at patience, she became more and more anxious, and the feeling of uneasiness in her heart gradually grew stronger. Are there really going to be changes? The stars in the sky are silent, and the dolls on the ground miss their mothers. A nursery rhyme ringtone sounded, and Long Junru grabbed the phone on the table, but did not answer it immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths before sliding the answering button. Then, she asked in her usual arrogant and lazy voice, how is it? Miss, we lost. The other party was in a very conflicted mood, but as her capable subordinate, his words were concise and to the point. Long Junru's eyebrows trembled slightly. This was not the answer she expected, because the huge Long family was crushing a company from a nearby small town. According to common sense, there would only be 2 possible results, smooth or unsuccessful, and success or failure should not be considered. The problem is that it took nearly 4 hours to get the result, which in itself is not reasonable. Surprised but not surprised, Long Junru asked again in the calmest tone possible, why? The person on the phone replied, the opponent used methods we had never imagined. After forcibly reversing the stock market with massive funds, those Jiang's partners who were ruined by us have reported that they have resumed cooperation with Jiang. What's even more terrible is... Keep talking. Long Junru ordered. After the Jiang group successfully protected itself, it launched a counterattack against our industry, and it did so step by step. In less than half an hour, our 3-pillar industries of food, foreign trade and real estate were successively shaken, which in turn caused a chain reaction in the stock market. Before I called you, the value of several of our listed stocks had shrunk by 30%. According to the news we have received so far, Jiang's people have been contacting the relevant parties in our turbulent businesses, and they are clearly trying to poach our employees. Miss, let me tell you something you may not like to hear, but this time Jiang's group has not only successfully turned the tables, but I'm afraid they will also bite off a large piece of our flesh in return. Beep. Long Junru hung up the phone unilaterally. She was afraid that if she continued listening, she would lose control of her emotions and get angry. This is ridiculous. How is it possible? The woman was confused and had no idea what to do. It's not that Long Junru cannot accept failure, she also expected there would be variables, but she never imagined that there would be such a big variable, such a complete failure. This is certainly not the fault of the people below who were incompetent. In fact, The team she assigned to target Jiang's company was definitely top tier in terms of business standards in the entire Jiangnan province. However, after listening to the report from her subordinates, Long Junru, who was well versed in business struggles, also realized the most critical issue of the whole incident. Uncle San really came right. The Jiang Group's strategy this time is just to burn money in the simplest way. Pure capital chain suppression. Destroying them all their way without giving them any time to react. Long Junru analyzed with utmost rationality, but she still couldn't figure out the most important question. If they do this, they will need at least 100 billion yuan in flexible funds. Where on earth will they get the money? Even if Long Junru racked her brains, she would never have thought that my son-in-law could find 150 billion US dollars to save the situation. Har har har. Come on, everyone, you have all worked hard. Jiang Xing was in high spirits, and he opened a bottle of champagne and poured it for everyone. Smith congratulated Jiang Hani. This time, we have swallowed up more than half of the Long family's assets. From now on, Jiang Group will be the new leading enterprise in Jiangnan province. As the apparent head of the group, Miss Jiang's personal wealth will surely rank among the top 100 richest people in China. Chen Shuyun had another worry. The Long family is not easy to mess with. They will not retaliate against us after suffering such a big loss this time, right? Revenge. Jiang Xing sneered. This time they are seriously injured. The capital chain of the enterprise is broken, which directly affects the stock price. The stock price in turn further drags down the capital chain. It's a vicious cycle. If the Long family doesn't want to go bankrupt, they are busy cleaning up the mess. How can they have the mind to retaliate against us? Chen Shuyun felt relieved after hearing this. Oh, this is all thanks to our good son-in-law. Hey! Why didn't Junye come when it's such a great time to celebrate? Are you still asking him to watch the gate? That's outrageous. I wanted to say something to you before. How could you let such an outstanding son-in-law be the gatekeeper? If you really have to find a gatekeeper, I will be a security guard in the future. Jiang Xing now regards his son-in-law as closer to him than his own father. As he said this, he was going to the gate of the company and invited Qi Junye to come up and celebrate together. No need to go. Jiang Hani said unhappily, he's sleeping at home today. How can sleeping be more important than celebrating? I'll call him and wait for him at Qinshi building for a banquet. Jiang Xing happily took out his cell phone. Jiang Hani did not stop him, but took out his cell phone and played a recording of the call. Qi Junye's extremely impatient voice came out. You only made a few 100 million, and you're celebrating for such a trivial thing. What a celebration! I've been a social animal for a few days, getting up early every day, and finally taking a break to sleep. If you dare to disturb my sweet dreams again, I'll beat you to death. Jiang Xing laughed dryly, put his phone back in his pocket, and then said righteously, my son-in-law works so hard, anyone who dares to disturb his sleep is going to make trouble for me, Jiang. Chapter 45 Summation. Qi Junye actually didn't sleep very late. While everyone in the Jiang group was celebrating, he was sitting in the living room, being stared at by Su Ru and Xiao Xinlan like they were interrogating a prisoner. It's so weird. Su Ru's eyes were full of wisdom. She folded her hands and analyzed step by step. The Long family is so big, but 30% of its market value evaporated in the blink of an eye. Anyone with a little common sense would know that the Jiang group had no chance of winning this time, but he made a lot of money. Tell me the truth, what's the trick here? Xiao Xinlan was browsing something on her phone and said, Ru, your best friend is now ranked 96th on the national rich list with a net worth of 28.8 billion. This speed of wealth growth is simply unheard of. Qi Junye's stomach growled, and he said impatiently, you two are so bored. What does the Jiang group have to do with you? Of course it does. Su Ru raised her voice, rolled her eyes, and began to make specious arguments. He is my best friend. Such a big thing happened, of course I have to know the inside story. What if you are harboring evil intentions and want to harm her? Qi Junye looked at Xiao Xinlan with a dull look. What about you? From what position are you questioning me, Dr. Qiao? Oh, I. Xiao Xinlan couldn't admit that she was just gossiping, so she used her brain to make up a story. You are my patient now, and I think it is necessary to understand your behavior so as to understand your mental state. Qi Junye almost believed it, but it wasn't a shameful secret, so he just lay down on the sofa and said in a domineering tone, you want to know, right? I just got up and I don't have the energy to talk. What do you want to eat? Su Ru looked like she was ready to gossip. It was just serving people, wasn't it? When I was studying for my master's degree abroad, I also took the chef certification exam. I am good at it. Xiao Xinlan was also very cooperative, and was completely different from the dignified and intellectual Dr. Qiao when they first met. Qi Junye smiled evilly. No wonder I raised the price. He said, if I can have 2 young ladies in black stockings, cook me a bowl of wontons, blow them cool and feed them to me, then what secrets can't I tell you? Mr. Qi, don't be so arrogant. Su Ru was furious. Mr. Qi, please respect yourself. Xiao Xinlan looked annoyed. Qi Junye turned over in a sloppy manner. It's up to you to listen or not. Su Ru picked up a pillow and threw it hard at the bastard, saying with disdain and disgust, even if I, Su Ru, jump off the roof today and break my legs, I will never compromise with a bastard like you. Half an hour later, Su Ru, wearing a full set of Balenciaga clothes, fed the last wonton into Qi Junye's mouth, handed the bowl to Xiao Xinlan, who was wearing a JK suit with black stockings, and glared at the man in front of her with resentment. Can you talk now? Xiao Xinlan was full of doubts. How did they do it? The Jiang group defeated the Long family and won a great victory. This is no different from a small store squeezing out an entire high-end commercial street next door. Soon, I'm afraid that the business community across the country will discuss this news. Qi Junye picked up the curtain beside him and wiped his mouth, then said calmly, it's actually very simple. All we need to do is throw money at it. I lent 150 billion to Jiang's group to put it out of trouble. 150 billion. In the office of Mingyang Longding Group, the most core wholly owned enterprise under the Long family, Long Junru failed to control her emotions and exclaimed. She felt a little annoyed at losing her composure in front of her core subordinates, but she was more shocked and suspicious. Amid the ringing in her ears, she thought she might have heard it wrong, but the supplement from the group vice president was like a wake-up call to her. Chairman, it's 150 billion US dollars. Although the result is too unacceptable, facing such a huge cash flow, our defeat is not unfair. We can only say that we hit a wall, concluded another executive. Long Junru said slowly, are you accusing me of making the wrong decision and being a disqualified leader? The man was immediately silent. I dare not. Chairman, I just. Long Junru took the initiative to admit her mistake, holding her forehead with one hand and said, it was indeed my fault. Over the years, our Long family has always been successful in everything we do in Jiangnan province. I can no longer remember what it means to respect my opponent. I underestimated Qi Junye. At this time, the female attendant in professional attire walked into the conference room with several reports, came to Long Junru, and showed her the documents in her hand. Miss, we have limited information about the people above us, but from all indications, the funds for Jiang Group this time did not come from that big shot named Qiao, but from abroad. Long Junru took the report and read it carefully for about 5 minutes. The conclusion she came to was consistent with the judgment of the female attendant. The last time Jiang's group was in crisis, it was also foreign funds that helped solve it. So this time, it is likely that the help will be provided by the Ogwa group. Long Junru's thoughtful eyes gradually became profound. Qi Junye, who is involved in all this, no matter what his actual relationship with the Ogwa group is, it means that the power this person possesses is extremely extraordinary. The vice president sitting on the left said in a deep voice, in this case, we must be extremely cautious in our subsequent retaliation against the Jiang group and in recovering the lost territory. The corners of Long Junru's lips curled up in a beautiful but creepy arc, and her tone was like teasing, but more like a rebuke, and she said, revenge. Should I say that you are too bloody, or that you are crazy? The vice president was stunned. So what do you mean? Long Junru blurted out 2 words decisively and neatly, ask for peace. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone in the conference hall looked around anxiously, and then saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. Rationally speaking, seeking peace is indeed the wisest choice at the moment. After all, the Long family is only the dominant force in Jiangnan. Compared with the real international consortium, the gap is obvious. Not to mention, the Ogwa consortium is a giant among international consortiums. The Long family is simply not comparable to such a behemoth. Not to mention that the Long family is already seriously injured now, even in its previous heyday. If they wanted to compete with the Ogwa group, there would be only one outcome. Cold. What surprised and shocked the executives was that the words, asking for peace, coming from Long Junru's mouth were so contradictory. This female chairman, who will turn 30 next year, has never been in a relationship since she was born. She has been focusing on her career and eventually overcame all her brothers and sisters and even the elders in the clan to become the contemporary leader of the Long family. She did this with her ruthlessness and arrogance that would make any man ashamed. She actually asked for peace. Purple inkstone. Long Junru instructed the female attendant beside her. Tomorrow night, have Ipin Chingar close its doors and host a banquet of the highest standard. Invite Jiang Hani to Hangzhou. I will personally toast and ask for peace. Chapter 46, Hongmen Banquet. Jiang Group. Qi Junye did not take his security job lightly and clocked in punctually. A taxi stopped outside, and then Jiang Hani's assistant got out and walked over. Qi Junye stretched out his hand to stop him. It's almost 10 o'clock, why hasn't your president come yet? The female assistant knew the man's identity very well, and explained carefully, the president is going to Hangzhou to keep an appointment. Go to an appointment? Qi Junye raised his eyebrows. What appointment? Didn't the president tell you? The female assistant said awkwardly, it was Long Junru who made the appointment with the president. Qi Junye narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he smelled a conspiracy. The assistant stood by and did not leave. After hesitating for a moment, he said hesitantly, Minister Qi, how about, you accompany the president to the banquet? Qi Junye didn't care, she's such a grown-up, she's just going to eat, why should I follow her? Do you want me to feed her? The assistant said worriedly, no. I'm worried that this is a Hongmen banquet. The Long family was fighting a bloody battle with the Jiang group yesterday, and today they are hosting a banquet to entertain them and shake hands to make peace. This behavior is a bit ridiculous. The Hongmen banquet. Qi Junye wondered how likely this possibility was. It stands to reason that the Long family suffered a heavy blow this time, while the Jiang family has risen rapidly. The status of the two has already changed. Any normal person would not choose to add fuel to the fire. Minister Qi, you can't judge Long Junru by common sense. She has done many unexpected things to get to where she is today. Everyone calls her a crazy woman in private. The female assistant lowered her voice and continued, even if she is sincere in seeking peace this time, it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if it's just to be on the safe side, it's better for you to accompany the president. Qi Junye hesitated for a moment, then strode out of the Jiang group with his head held high. In the western suburbs of Hangzhou, Long Junru's private villa. Sister, are you really going to seek peace and show weakness to those Ningqing country bumpkins? Long Yuanji was extremely confused. From the Red Star Society having its supply cut off to the disastrous defeat in this business war, the Long family had suffered losses continuously at the hands of a small thug in a border town. If he doesn't get his place back, how will the people of Jiangnan view this former overlord? What dignity will the Long family still have? Long Junru glanced at her cousin and responded calmly, not only do we need to seek peace, we also need to turn enemies into friends. Hearing this, Long Yuanji became even more furious. Are you crazy? Doesn't our Long family have any dignity? Face. Long Junru sneered and said disdainfully, face is the most worthless thing. Long Yuanji gritted his teeth, then what is important? Benefit. Long Junru said firmly, our Long family has never been able to open up overseas markets, and Qi Junye has a close relationship with the Ogwa group. If we can get on his boat, the development bottleneck of the Long family in recent years will be broken. By then, our assets will not only recover, but will far exceed the so-called peak period. As she spoke, she limped to the sofa and sat down, saying calmly, on the contrary, if he fights Qi Junye to the end, the Ogwa group will be willing to lend him $150 billion, and I'm afraid they will be willing to fight for him. In that case, the loss of the Long family is immeasurable. Long Yuanji shook his head, revealing deep disappointment. Sister, you must have remembered how you scolded my father and second uncle at the family meeting a few days ago. You once said that we young people are the masters of the world now, but now you are as cowardly as the older generation. You are no longer the elder sister I admired who was more murderous than men. Long Junru smiled and said, Yuanji, you are wrong. I have never relied on recklessness and cruelty to get to where I am today. A truly smart person knows how to adapt to the times. When I need to eat people, I am a wolf, but when I need to be obedient, I can also be a gentle little kitten. Don't quibble. You just lost your courage after this battle. Long Yuanji's eyes were red, and he pointed at Long Junru, but he couldn't utter a single heart-piercing word for a long time. He just said word by word, "You disappoint me so much." After saying that, the angry young man angrily left the magnificent fitting room, and his final expression of venting was just to close the door with a loud bang. Long Junru's expression did not change. She looked at the female attendant named Ziyang and said calmly, "Let Haisha watch over young Master Yuanji. As long as he doesn't go crazy, you can indulge him for a while. But if he wants to touch Jianghani or other people around Qi Junye..." At this point, the woman's expression changed and her voice became lower. "Let this young and frivolous child be quiet forever." Qi Junye was just about to hail a taxi and leave when suddenly an Audi A6 stopped in front of him, and Suru and Zhuyoji, who was driving the car, showed their faces. "Did you know that Long Junru invited E to her territory?" As soon as Suru got out of the car, she went straight to the point, seeming a little anxious. "You also think it was a hongmen banquet?" Qi Junye asked back. Zhuyoji looked gloomy and said, "Long Junru has always had a bad reputation. To put it nicely, she is a femme fatale. To put it bluntly, she is a lunatic. She suffered such a heavy loss this time, but she suddenly wants to apologize and make peace. No one can tell what her mentality is." Suru took over and said, "He can't go." "You can't go either." Qi Junye shrugged indifferently, indicating that he didn't care. The key was what Jianghani thought. If she didn't want to go, he certainly wouldn't bother to run so far for a meal. With this attitude, Suru and Zhuyoji both felt relieved. In the eyes of these two people, the most difficult person to deal with is the king of hell. After all, his style of doing things is too arbitrary and unpredictable. Once he makes up his mind, no matter how you persuade him, he won't listen, and he can't be moved. At this time Qi Junye nodded, and Suru felt that the matter was half successful. As for her best friend, she knew Jianghani. Although her personality was sometimes weird, she could at least understand what people said compared to the person next to her. However, when she dialed Jianghani's number, she seemed to be interrupted by Jianghani on the other end of the phone before she even opened her mouth. After a few seconds, the call was unilaterally ended. "How about it?" Seeing that Suru put down her phone before she could even finish her words, Zhuyoji's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked. Suru frowned, looking anxious and helpless. She said that many people have advised her, but she must go to the banquet tonight. After saying this, Suru looked at Qi Junye, hoping that he could come forward to persuade Jianghani, but in the end, she swallowed the words back. Who is this person? He was a father who had no more taboos than Jianghani. Jianghani must have had a reason for refusing to be advised, but this man never needed a reason to do things. At this point, Suru knew that nothing could be done. Qi Junye smiled and hailed a taxi. Bang! Just as Qi Junye opened the car door, Suru came up and said with a complicated look, "Protect E." Qi Junye waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more, and got into the car. Zhuyoji looked at the figure walking away leisurely and couldn't help but sigh, otherwise they are couple. Jianghani and this king of hell, they are both speechless guys. Suru remained silent. Her boss's words made her feel uncomfortable for no reason. "I can't explain why I feel uncomfortable, and I can't figure it out." Chapter 47. Let's go. In an old tailor shop in Ningchen, Jianghani came out carrying an evening dress that she had previously ordered, intending to wear it at Long Junru's dinner party tonight. Jianghani was startled when she opened her Porsche 918 and sat in the driver's seat. Qi Junye, dressed in a bright red security uniform and wearing sunglasses, was seen sitting half lying on the passenger seat in an awkward position. "How did you get into my car?" Jianghani was startled at first, then turned to sneer and said, "No, didn't you say that I'm a toad who wants to eat your swan flesh? Why did you come to find me? Get off." Qi Junye didn't indulge her at all, and he started to retort, "Do you think I'm the AI on your phone? You keep asking me questions, but it's only because I can't show my skills in the car, otherwise I'd have to let you know what it means to be a good wife after being trained by the military, driving. Good wife. Stop flattering yourself. Who wants to be your good wife?" A smile appeared on Jianghani's face. She tried to control it, but it was harder to suppress than AK. She could only frown and snort, then turned around and started the car. There was no conversation along their way until half an hour later, when the car drove onto the highway to Hangzhou, and Jiang Hani broke the silence in the car. She said in a low voice, "Actually, I didn't expect you to come to accompany me, but I'm very touched. But you shouldn't have come. Others say that Long Junru might have bad intentions, and you probably don't know why I had to go." Qi Junye said carelessly, "If you want to go, just go. Why are there so many rules? Eating a crappy meal won't kill you." Jiang Hani couldn't respond to this. This guy is always like this. What he does can move people badly, and the moment he opens his mouth, he ruins the mood. He never speaks properly. Then the atmosphere in the car became silent again. Jiang Hani. Qi Junye sat up straighter and warned, "I am the boss of Jiang Group now. How much money I put into it is my business. You are just a working CEO. Stop worrying about it." Jiang Hani's mouth trembled, and his tone became unnatural. He said, "But this time when we wrestled with the Long family, outsiders thought we won, but we spent a full 110 billion, and in the end we earned less than 20 billion. You lost a full 90 billion of the money you borrowed." Tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Jiang Hani suppressed her tears. No one in their right mind would spend so much money to save a company worth less than 10 billion, but it was saved just because the group's surname was Jiang. "Qi Junye, I wanted to keep the foundation left by my ancestors, so I was confused for a moment, but how could you be so stupid?" Qi Junye had a blank expression on his face. "I have a lot of money, is this an acceptable excuse?" Jiang Hani's defense was completely broken. She laid on the steering wheel and burst into tears. The car body began to shake from side to side, and Qi Junye's hair stood on end. "Holy crap, we're driving, boss. We're on the highway." The woman's emotions came and went, and Qi Junye didn't care about anything else. He quickly pulled Jiang Hani off the steering wheel, then steered the car with one hand and drove into the emergency lane. We who don't understand the torment of love, hate, and vengeance still think that suicide for love is just an ancient rumor. The car music was playing a love song from many years ago. Suicide for love? Qi Junye doesn't have such high sentiments. He now wants to beat Jiang Hani to death. "You're not moved at all." "That's me. I've practiced for 2.5 years and acquired superb driving skills. If someone else had been in the passenger seat today, that semi-trailer would have sent the two of us to meet the real king of hell. Qi Junye, can't you be nicer to me?" Jiang Hani looked at him with tears in her eyes. Qi Junye's ghostly eyes were full of energy, but when he met the resentful look, he had to hold it back. "Switch positions, I'll drive the rest of the way." Hangzhou, Yipinxianj. This restaurant, which is the top of Hangzhou Hui cuisine, has not been open for business all day today, but hundreds of young beautiful waitresses and security guards in red are waiting in 2 rows on the long steps in front of the door. Passers-by were all shocked when they saw this scene. Everyone in Hangzhou knows that Yipintang is the catering business that the Long family values most. In addition to its daily operating profits, its other function is to provide a place for the Long family to receive distinguished guests. There is also an unnamed manor in Dongshan, Hangzhou, which houses beauties of various styles from all over the world. Often, distinguished guests of high enough rank will be taken to the unnamed manor to stay after having dinner at Yipinshan Pavilion, and learn foreign languages at night. Over the years, the Long family has entertained many dignitaries here, and Yipin Qianger has also held several unique welcome ceremonies. However, those who are qualified to enjoy these special treatments are naturally the biggest of the big. But there has never been a time like this when the museum was closed directly to visitors, leaving all the staff waiting to serve only one group of people. You have to know that the average consumption per person in Yipintang is over 10,000. Even the diners who usually come here to eat are not ordinary people. If you open the store and don't let people in, other diners will seem inferior and lose face. Whether they come to consume in the future is a small matter. The main thing is that you will offend everyone. With all this going on, could it be that the provincial government is planning to requisition this place to receive state guests? A passerby speculated. It's probably true. Otherwise, it could be. Another passerby pointed to the sky above his head. One of the CEOs there is visiting Hangzhou, but there's no news about it recently. An incognito visit, the third person said with certainty. The Porsche 918 stopped on the side of the road. Qi Junye and Jiang Hani got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant, which looked luxurious and a bit exaggerated from the outside. A kind passerby stopped them. "Young man, don't go over there. We are not allowed to eat here today." You two will make a fool of yourself later. I don't believe that a restaurant can be open and people can't eat there. Qi Junye walked forward with big strides. Jiang Hani gave passers-by a smile of thanks and followed with small steps. When he reached the door where hundreds of people were lined up to greet him, Qi Junye was stopped by the security guard standing at the front. You don't listen to the old man and have to go and embarrass yourself. Alas! The passerby had expected this scene. He shook his head and sighed. He only hoped that the usually overbearing Long family would restrain themselves today and not hit anyone because of the arrival of the distinguished guest. The security guard who was holding Qi Junye seemed extremely nervous and angry, and he scolded in a low voice, "Are you fucking new here? How dare you strut around here at a time like this? If something goes wrong with today's welcome ceremony, all of us over 100 people will be fucking implicated by you and have to pack up and leave." Fog grass tilder. Qi Junye raised his eyebrows and was about to greet the other party's relatives when he suddenly realized that things were not simple. He looked at the other person's clothes, then glanced at the uniforms of all the male security guards in front of him, and finally looked down at his own clothes. I can't say they are similar, I can only say they are exactly the same. Well, I am considered one of my peers. Chapter 48, Prepare for a fierce battle. Take your girlfriend and leave quickly. If the manager sees you, we brothers won't let you go. The leading security guard didn't dare to let Qi Junye stay here. How dare you, a clear and stern shout was heard. Long Junru was sitting in a wheelchair, and was pushed by Ziyang to Qi Junye and the others. Everyone greeted them. Miss. You. Long Junru cast a sharp gaze at the security guard. Take off your clothes and go to the finance department to collect a year's salary. Then, you know what will happen. The three words, you know, were emphasized so much that the security guard's face turned pale in an instant. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy from the famous femme fatale in Jiangnan. Miss, it's this new security guard who's running around. It's none of my business. I haven't even seen him. Security. Long Junru's words were as cold as ice. These two are the distinguished guests I'm going to entertain today. You're blind. When these words were spoken, not only the security guards and waiters were dumbfounded, but even the passers-by who were watching the excitement on the side of the road were confused. The two men and women who could make the Long family's Ipin Chinger display unprecedented specifications and have Long Junru personally receive them. One of them was even wearing a security uniform. These two guys are really good looking, but other than that, I can't see what's so special about them. The man is even a security guard. The passerby was a little confused about this world. Mr. Qi, I'm sorry, my eyes are not sharp enough. Long Junru said apologetically. Qi Junye didn't appreciate it and sneered, don't try that. You saw me wearing this outfit last time, and today I deliberately asked your security guards to wear the same uniform. What's going on? Are you trying to fool me? The air was silent. A few old men who were watching the excitement not far away slipped away like the wind, and the waitresses and security guards on the steps didn't even dare to breathe. Oh my God! There are actually people who dare to speak to the eldest lady of the Long family like this. What if you don't want to live? Mr. Qi, I admit that I don't usually behave very well, but... Long Junru smiled slightly and explained in a calm tone, please both of you, I am here with absolute sincerity and without any hidden agenda. For the first time in her life, Long Junru felt a sense of injustice. In the past, although she had been bullied and framed because of her status as an illegitimate daughter, she did not bother to explain at that time because she understood that those people knew how wrong she was better than she did. So at that time, she would only hate. But today, she really wanted to explain but couldn't. After all, when she saw Qi Junye for the first time, Long Junru's eyes went dark. She never thought that this person was so free and easy. He rushed from Ningqing to Hangzhou to attend the banquet, and he actually came wearing that security uniform. What a transcendent spiritual realm this is. This is simply a tiger. Mr. Qi, Ms. Jiang, it was my fault that this mistake happened, but it was indeed purely coincidental. Please don't take it personally. After calming down, Long Junru apologized. Do you want to eat this meal? Qi Junye turned and asked Jiang Hani, who nodded slightly. Qi Junye smiled, then looked at Long Junru, gave her an intriguing look, and walked up the stairs with Jiang Hani in his arms, heading towards the Yipinshan pavilion. Only then did Long Junru realize that the other party was taking the opportunity to intimidate her. She looked at the young man's back and suddenly found it interesting. This seemingly cynical guy, even a little abstract at times, was actually a 1,000-year-old fox with great skills and cunningness. In comparison, Jiang Hani beside him was considered outstanding among his peers, but in today's occasion, she was as innocent as a lamb that had not been weaned. But it is this little lamb that has such a proud and arrogant wolf protecting it. Thinking about the journey she had come alone, overcoming all obstacles and persevering with gritted teeth, Long Junru suddenly envied Jiang Hani, and felt that the world was very unfair. Why do such delicate women have the best fate? Ziyang, let's go in too. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Long Junru gave instructions to the female attendant behind him. Qi Junye originally thought that Long Junru would make the scene lively, but the Yapintian pavilion was very quiet. After walking through the long corridor, I arrived at the banquet hall, which was spacious and empty, with no one in it. There was a large round table in the middle of the hall. Qi Junye randomly chose a seat, took out the thermos from his pocket, put it on the table, and sat down with his body tilted in a very ungraceful manner, with one arm resting on the back of the chair. Jiang Hani was much more well-mannered. She sat down upright and looked at the eldest daughter of the Long family who was coming in a wheelchair. You two have come all the way from Ningchen. I originally wanted to invite all the celebrities and dignitaries in Hangzhou to welcome you together, but I thought that we would have important matters to discuss later, so I decided not to make it too noisy. Long Junru gave a fairly reasonable explanation for the quietness here. Qi Junye stared at Long Junru and said with a playful smile, I still like your unruly look before, how about you recover a little? He's already so sincere, so don't hold on to him. Miss Long, this guy has always been a hard-mouthed person, please bear with him. Jiang Hani took the opportunity to say a few polite words. Long Junru, who was sitting across the table, had seen this kind of double act many times, so she cooperated and said, it's okay. I was too much before. Since I have to admit my mistake, I deserve to be criticized. At this time, the waiters began to serve the dishes. One after another, delicacies from the sea that ordinary people rarely see were served. During the dinner, Long Junru, as their host, only occasionally introduced some special dishes to the two outsiders, and the topics were all random. To sum up, it was just very polite conversation. Qi Junye had no interest in these nonsense and just focused on eating. Jiang Hani's family has been in business for 3 generations. They are adept at dealing with this kind of superficial social interactions and do not need any help. Wait until they were full of food and drink, or to be more precise, wait until Qi Junye was full of food and drink. After all, the two women had put down their chopsticks half an hour ago, but this wild beast was still feasting on the food, filling his stomach with all the delicacies on the table before he slowly walked to a window, lifted the curtain and wiped his mouth slowly. Seeing this scene, even though she knew that the purpose of the event was to intrigue, Jiang Hani was so embarrassed that she put her hand on her forehead. She really couldn't bear to watch it. When Qi Junye returned to his seat, she couldn't help but move closer, gritted her teeth and whispered, you want to eat ginseng belly, abalone and shark's fin. I'll treat you to a full meal when we get back to Ningchen. You should at least show some support here. You're so weak now. Although the volume was low, it could not escape Long Junru's ears. The femme fatale smiled faintly, and clarified to Jiang Hani on behalf of Qi Junye, Miss Jiang may not know that the martial arts masters in the world have an astonishing appetite. Otherwise, where does their extraordinary strength come from? Of course, they don't need to eat so much normally, unless I'm preparing for a fierce battle. Her tone was normal, but as she finished speaking, the temperature in the banquet hall suddenly dropped. Chapter 49 I was not frightened. Long Junru looked at the two of them with a smile, and suddenly clapped her hands and laughed, looking crazy. It was just a little joke. Mr. Qi really misunderstood me. I had absolutely no ill intentions in setting up the banquet today. I just wanted to shake hands and make peace with the two of you. As soon as he finished speaking, several young and beautiful waitresses came over with trays. There were jade articles, carvings and other things on the plate. To show my sincerity, I tricked my grandfather into giving me this ancient seal made of white brocade and musk deer. It was his most precious treasure, but knowing that it would be used as a witness to the reconciliation between our Long family and the two of you, I reluctantly gave it up. This so-called apology gift was quite substantial. In addition to the antique jade artifact that Long Junru mentioned, there was also 1,000-year-old wild ginseng and Buddhist relic beads. Any one of these three items could be sold at a sky-high price at an auction, but the key is that there is no demand for them. Ms. Jiang. Long Junru signaled the waitress to place the trays in front of Jiang Hani one by one, and said with a smile, "Since ancient times, businessmen have valued harmony. Since you have chosen to come to the banquet, you must have the same idea as me. Continuing to fight will not benefit any of us, so please accept my sincerity, Miss Jiang." Faced with the choice, Jiang Hani felt a huge pressure, but she still faced the aura of the femme fatale opposite her and responded with a fairly natural smile, "Miss Long, there is another tray of things you haven't introduced yet, why not show them together?" "Okay, then I won't hide it anymore." Long Junru moved her fingers, and the waitress carrying the plates came to Jiang Hani. There was a contract on the tray. "I hope that we can become a cooperative relationship, and I am willing to acquire 51% of Jiang Group's shares for 30 billion. Long Junru is very direct. Jiang Hani frowned slightly. 51% of the shares, this is an absolute controlling stake. "Miss Long, then my Jiang Group may not be named Jiang anymore, right? Miss Jiang, you can rest assured about this. I am investing only to ensure the stability of our cooperation. I will not take over the reins." Long Junru said indifferently, without any sincerity on her face. Jiang Hani is not a brainless naive person, so she naturally doesn't believe such nonsense at all. In an enterprise, whoever holds the controlling stake has absolute say. The other party can easily claim 51% of the shares, which is just short of having the words, "occupying the magpie's nest," written all over their face. "Ms. Long, I really hope that our two families can coexist peacefully, so I came here today. But if this is your sincerity, I don't think we need to continue the discussion." Jiang Hani stood up after she finished speaking. "Miss Jiang, I advise you not to be so hasty to refuse." Long Junru called Jiang Hani, her words full of warning, "If our two families cannot make peace, then we can only be enemies. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. If we continue to fight, I don't think the Jiang Group will have much advantage." Jiang Hani paused. Long Junru's voice came from behind again, "I've calculated that the current market value of Jiang Group has increased several times, but it has not yet exceeded 30 billion. Now I'm paying more than your total market value to buy just over half of the shares. No matter how you calculate this deal, you'll make a profit. The pros and cons are explained so clearly, now you should think about it carefully." Long Junru showed great aggressiveness, which was different from the warm, hospitable and polite host image she had just had. The Long family has been domineering for so many years, and this woman has always held great power and is not good at flattery. It can be said that she is probably the real her now. Jiang Hani was stunned. She had to admit that every word the other party said made sense. But after calming down, she realized that the choices she could make were not actually free. Does the Jiang Group really have the capital to fight the Long family to the end? Very suspenseful. Even though the Long family was badly hurt, it was still a century-old family with a strong foundation. On the other hand, the Jiang Group was not as victorious as outsiders saw. On the surface, the Jiang Group became the new elite in Jiangnan, but that was the result of Qi Junye investing hundreds of billions of dollars and not even getting back his original capital. Even if Qi Junye is willing to provide blood transfusion to Jiang Group again, I am afraid that even Jiang Hani herself would not have the heart to do so. Even if we take a step back and not consider those big issues for the time being, he and Qi Junye are now on someone else's territory, and even their personal safety is a problem. If they refuse, given the Long family's reputation over the years, there's no guarantee that they won't do something crazy. Okay, I agree. After thinking it over again and again, Jiang Hani finally reached out and picked up the pen next to the contract on the tray. This result is humiliating, but at least half of the shares can be exchanged for 30 billion, which is at least better than having two people lose their limbs and then nod their heads. And who knows, by that time, even the 30 billion might be gone, and the entire company might have to be given away for free. Wait. Qi Junye stood beside Jiang Hani at some point and grabbed her hand holding the pen. Jiang Hani looked at him, not knowing why. Qi Junye took the pen out of her hand, looked at Long Junru, and sneered, "I'm here, and you still dare to force her like this, are you treating me as a decoration?" Long Junru did not back down and continued to be aggressive. "Why, Mr. Qi, do you want to refuse? Don't be impulsive." Jiang Hani sighed deeply and lowered his voice to persuade, "Putting aside my personal feelings towards the Jiang Group, 30 billion yuan in exchange for 51% of the shares is already a huge profit. Ms. Jiang is so smart to be the head of Jiang family at such a young age. Long Junru praised, but the praise sounded a bit ironic. Jiang Hani was obviously planning to swallow her anger, but unexpectedly Qi Junye directly retorted, "Stop being sarcastic here. I can tell you clearly now that I reject this acquisition proposal." As he spoke, Qi Junye picked up the contract on the tray and said, "I have another plan. 30 billion, 49% of the shares, and the control of the company must be in Jiang Hani's hands." 49. Long Junru smiled but didn't. Qi Junye said firmly, "That's right. If you agree, we can draft another contract now. If you don't want to and want to make trouble, then you can try it. I'm not afraid of being scared." As soon as the words fell, a tearing sound suddenly rang out in the air. The contract held in Qi Junye's hand seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force and shattered in an instant. Jiang Hani was extremely surprised when she saw this. Although she was from a class of hers and had occasionally heard of legends about so-called martial arts masters, this was the first time she had seen such a fantastic scene with her own eyes. Long Junru's reaction was very calm. She said nothing but had a fearless sneer on her face. Almost at the same time, 3 men appeared in the corridor behind the hall. One was a one-eyed man, one was holding a knife, and the other had exaggerated muscles all over his body, as strong as an iron tower. Looking closely, none of them looked good. Seeing this, Qi Junye narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 50. You have no moral principles. There is no good banquet. Long Junru simply stopped pretending and came clean, pointing at the 3 men who had come in and said, "My 3 men are average in martial arts, but they are stubborn. They know that Mr. Qi is a master, so they have to ask for advice. Mr. Qi doesn't have to give me face, you can teach these useless bastards a lesson." In fact, Long Junru never really intended to do anything to Qi Junye and Jiang Hani. It was just her usual habit, nothing more. The Ogwo group is certainly awe-inspiring, and even a behemoth like the Long family would be envious of its overseas market, but since it is a collaboration, of course we must try our best to find out the other party's background before we can feel at ease. Qi Junye's wealth and power cannot be explored further at the moment, but Long Junru must find out about this guy's martial arts strength today. Of course, Long Junru suspected that Qin Wu's death might be related to Qi Junye, so the 3 people invited were no ordinary people. 2 were in the early stage of dark energy, and 1 was in the middle stage of dark energy. She firmly believed that even if such a battle could not defeat Qi Junye, it would be enough to test the other party's strength. Jiang Hani on the other side was already losing her composure and questioned, "We believe that Miss Long came to Hangzhou for the banquet. What do you mean by this? Are you going to use force?" Jiang Hani knew very well that she couldn't be weak at this moment. Although it would be useless and she wouldn't die with more dignity, she thought that if she had to make a scene, she should at least get Qi Junye out of here. From the beginning to the end, everyone advised her not to come, but Qi Junye asked nothing and accompanied her at the risk of his life. No matter how harshly this guy said, he was the only one who understood his difficulties, and Jiang Han had never been a selfish person. There was no reason for Qi Junye to pay for his own will. Jiang Hani held Qi Junye, with a look of fear and strength in her eyes. She turned to Long Junru and said, "No matter how you want to solve it, the negotiation is between you and me. Please let Qi Junye leave." Long Junru's eyes changed slightly. It seems that the reason why this delicate little lamb was protected by that man selflessly was not just a piece of cake. "What are you stirring up here?" Qi Junye said this in a very unpleasant way at this time, which made Jiang Hani feel at a loss as to what to do. "No, stop it. Now is not the time to show off. I've heard that the Long family supports many experts." "Experts? Just these few." Qi Junye interrupted, pointing at the 3 warriors with strange looks, and said disdainfully, "Since when did the word expert become so worthless? It seems that Mr. Qi is very confident." Long Junru was a little confused. Did this guy really have the ability or was he just bluffing? Qi Junye said proudly, "You can let them come at me all at once. I will stand here. If you move even half a step, I lose." He smiled at Long Junru provocatively, "If I lose, I will give you the 51 shares you proposed for free." "Really?" Long Junru's excitement was visibly evident. Obviously, this change was beyond her plan, but compared with the benefits that were within her reach, this unexpected event was completely negligible. Being able to save 30 billion is a temptation that no one can resist, and it can even drive many people crazy. We can talk about testing their strength later. Long Junru even ignored the injury on her calf and stood up by holding onto the table, giving the three men the strongest sense of oppression. Did you three hear clearly? Show off your best skills and make sure Mr. Qi has a good fight. Yes. The three men responded in loud voices, expressing not only their respect for the number one figure in the Long family, but also their anger at being looked down upon. They are all warriors with dark energy strength. No matter which force they are in, they are great masters who are worshipped. How could they be looked down upon by a young boy, and let them fight together? They are so ignorant. Jiang Hani tactfully took a few steps back and kept some distance from Qi Junye so as not to restrict his performance. In her opinion, Qi Junye was just trying to save face. After all, the stakes had been set, and all he had to do was ask him to move. This would undoubtedly make the safety factor much higher than a life and death battle. But if we lose, the shares will be given away directly, and even the 30 billion mentioned before will be gone. Jiang Hani sighed secretly, but then he changed his mind and thought, now that things have developed to this point, it is a great blessing to be able to escape from this dangerous place unscathed, so what else does he need? Mr. Qi, I have been practicing for 20 years. I wonder if you can withstand this punch from me. While Jiang Hani was thinking, the muscular man as strong as an iron tower had rushed to Qi Junye and hit him in the face with his sandbag-sized fist. He did not hold back, because Long Junru had not told them to take it easy beforehand. He also wanted to show this stinky boy who hadn't even grown all his hair how stupid it was to look down on a dark energy master. However, his eagerness to prove himself disappeared the next second, leaving only a pain that rushed straight to the top of his head, making his vision go black. The huge fist failed to hit Qi Junye's face. When there was still more than an inch away, Qi Junye curled his toes and hit the crotch of the Iron Tower man accurately and swiftly. Obviously, the opponent's muscles were not trained to the most vulnerable parts. The man's facial features were twisted into a ball, and he covered his treasure with both hands and knelt in front of Qi Junye with a thud. You have no moral principles. In just a moment, the strong man's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain that was unbearable. Qi Junye was not ashamed at all. He looked at the other two and said, I told you all to come together. Why do you have to look down on me and play a one-on-one duel? If you don't respect me, I won't respect you either. The tower-like man roared and cursed, damn it. Who disrespected who first? Qi Junye had an innocent look on his face. He looked at the ceiling and whistled as if it was none of his business. Bang! Seeing that there was a risk of not being able to reap the benefits of tens of billions, Long Junru angrily slammed the table and said in a low voice, I said, I want to let Mr. Qi have a good fight. Are you deaf? When the remaining two saw the female boss getting angry, their hearts tightened and they no longer cared about the dignity of masters. After nodding to each other, they tacitly joined forces to attack Qi Junye. The one-eyed dragon waved his palm and made a starting gesture, and there was a faint sound of a tiger's roar. Then the floor beneath his feet suddenly shattered, and the whole person shot towards Qi Junye like a cannonball. The young man with the knife followed closely behind, jumped more than 4 meters high, held the knife with both hands and raised it above his head. A powerful move was probably enough to split a person in half from head to toe. Qi Junye, get out of the way. Jiang Hani was horrified. Even as an amateur, she could see how powerful the attacks of these two were. Long Junru also suddenly became panicked. What she wanted was for Qi Junye to give up 51% of Jiang Group's shares, not Qi Junye's life. If this guy died, how could he cooperate with the Obwer Group? Maybe the Obwer Group would avenge him and launch a crazy revenge on the industries under the Long family in anger. However, even if Long Junru wanted to stop it, it was too late. She could only pray silently in her heart that Qi Junye would survive. Chapter 51. How strong is this guy? Bang bang. 2 clear and loud slaps were heard in the hall. The imagined scene of Qi Junye bleeding and being split in two did not appear. The one-eyed dragon who was coming at him aggressively was poked in the palm of his hand by Qi Junye, and then he was slapped in the face with his backhand, causing his mouth to be crooked and his eyes to be slanted. He flew backwards several meters and hit the wall before stopping. The knife-wielding young man's broadsword soon followed, with the blade approaching Qi Junye's head. The latter simply stretched out 2 fingers of his left hand to gently clamp the knife, and with a slap of his right hand, the young man flew to the place where the one-eyed dragon had hit the wall before. The one-eyed man, who had already suffered internal injuries, was hit by his companion and fainted on the spot. The young man with the flesh pads was in a slightly better situation, but the next moment, he saw the big knife flying towards him, and finally embedded in the wall only 2 centimeters away from his face. He was so scared that he fainted on the spot. Of the 3 dark energy masters, 2 fainted and 1 knelt, none of them could withstand a single move. And Qi Junye did not move a single step from beginning to end. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. This guy is so powerful. Jiang Hani couldn't help but gasp in shock. She thought Qi Junye was trying to save face by suggesting that if one understood even half a step, he would be considered a loser. Fortunately, she didn't say that thought out loud, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Qi Junye walked slowly to the other end of the table. The female followers beside Long Junru were instinctively afraid and stepped back. Do we need to renegotiate the share purchase plan just now? Qi Junye put one hand on Long Junru's shoulder and pushed her back into the wheelchair. Long Junru raised her head and looked at the young and handsome face. She was so shocked that she could not calm down. Even though she didn't know martial arts, she understood that the person who could kill 3 Dark Force masters in an instant must be at least in the late Dark Force stage, or even at the peak of Dark Force. How many people have practiced martial arts for a lifetime and still cannot even touch the threshold of dark power, but Qi Junye has reached such a level at such a young age. How terrifying is his talent in martial arts. Mr. Qi, I have never admitted defeat to anyone in my life, including fate. But this time, I lost. Long Junru quickly calmed down and said with a compromising smile, for the share purchase, let's do as you said. 30 billion, 49%. Miss Jiang has the absolute control. Ziyang, go and redraft a contract immediately. Qi Junye let go of her hand. He was quite satisfied with the answer and admired this woman. She is bold and ruthless, flexible and wise. Even when things are clearly out of her control, she can still find her own rhythm and not fall into a passive position after a temporary failure. People like you are qualified to cooperate with me. Qi Junye was not stingy with his praise. After all, it was just a few words and it didn't cost any money. Ziyang quickly brought back a new contract. The Long family invested 30 billion to purchase 49% of the shares, becoming the second largest shareholder of the Jiang Group. After both parties signed, Long Junru extended her hand to Jiang Hani. Ms. Jiang, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. After a dinner with many ups and downs, Jiang Hani finally felt relieved and shook the other person's hand easily. Happy cooperation. She really hoped for a pleasant cooperation. After all, if Qi Junye had not accompanied her today, she would have no chance of winning against this woman who made all the men in the Long family unable to raise their heads. It is definitely not a wise move to be an enemy of Long Junru and the huge Long family behind her. This is also the reason why she must come to the banquet today and no one can persuade her otherwise. Mr. Qi, should we also shake hands? Long Junru looked at Qi Junye politely. Qi Junye didn't give him any face at all, he just turned around and said, since we entered Hangzhou, there have been several tales following us. Long Junru frowned upon hearing this. Qi Junye continued, now it seems that you won't do such a stupid thing. Then I advise you to take good care of those scraps of the Long family. If there are still tales when we leave the city, don't blame me for not giving you face. Having said this, Qi Junye took Jiang Hani, who had not yet recovered from her shock, and left. Behind him, Long Junru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had a beautiful face that was extremely sinister. Half an hour later, in a small dark room at an unknown location in Hangzhou, Haisha, the male attendant who used to serve Long Junru at all times, was hung on the beam with his upper body naked, dying and covered with scars. Long Junru's cousin, Long Yuanji, knelt beside Haisha trembling with fear. Let him watch you, and he will become your helper. Brother, you, the young master of the Long family, have quite a lot of prestige in the eyes of the servants, right? Long Junru tilted her head slightly and looked at her cousin. Her smile was gentle but chilling. This smile made Long Yuanji understand that this cousin had never changed, and had always been the beautiful snake who ate people without leaving any bones. The reason why he had Haisha as a scapegoat now was not because his last name was Long, but because when Long Junru was an illegitimate daughter and was bullied by most people in the Long family, he treated her as his sister. But I still don't understand, is the overseas market really more important than our family's reputation in Jiangnan? Long Yuanji still did not approve of his sister's behavior, but when he questioned it, his eyes were obviously much clearer. You don't need to understand this matter. There is only one thing you need to understand. I am the master of the Long family. Long Junru stared at her cousin and warned him, I'm thinking now, in order to prevent you from doing something stupid again next time, should I teach you a lesson today? Long Yuanji's face turned pale and he couldn't even utter the words to beg for mercy. He had seen too many ways that Long Junru taught people a lesson, and no matter which one it was not something he wanted to experience. Crash. The iron chain on the door was unlocked, and an old man, supported by his servant and leaning on a cane, walked into the small dark room. Long Taiping glanced at Haisha, who was on his deathbed, and shouted to Long Yuanji on the ground, "Get out!" Long Yuanji was as if he had been pardoned, and he crawled out of the small dark room. You guys go out too. Long Junru dismissed the rest of the servants. Everyone carried the black sand away and the iron gate was closed again. In the small house, only Long Junru and her grandfather, who had given up the position of head of the family but still had a powerful voice in the Long family, were left. I allowed you to take the position of the head of the family against all odds because I trusted your ability and vision. But what you did this time is incomprehensible to anyone in the family, including me. Long Taiping's tone was mature and full of the kindness of an elder, but his words were not very subtle. Long Junru frowned, bit her lip and said nothing. Long Taiping sighed and said, the two people from Ningqing haven't left yet. Junru, you should tell Grandpa the truth so that Grandpa can know what's going on. If you really go astray, those two people may have to stay in Hangzhou forever. Grandpa. Long Junru opened her red lips and said, if I tell you that Qi Junye defeated 3 dark energy masters with just one move, would you still think there is something wrong with what I did? What? In an instant, Long Taiping's breathing became rapid, and his pupils shrank into needle-like shapes. Chapter 52 Shield. Is it reliable? After the shock, Long Taiping still had some doubts. After all, as far as he knew, Qi Junye was just a young man under 30 years old. At this age, even if one has started practicing martial arts since the womb, it is absolutely impossible for him to possess such level of martial arts proficiency. At least, he hadn't heard of it yet. I sent 3 masters of dark energy to test him, and now those 3 losers are still in the hospital. Long Junru was not afraid that her grandfather would not believe her. After all, the ironclad facts were before her eyes, and no matter how unbelievable it was the truth. Then she solemnly reminded, those 3 dark energy masters were unable to last a single round against Qi Junye even though they worked together. His tilde. There was a sound of someone gasping for air in the dark room. Long Junru does not practice martial arts, but Long Taiping is a genuine martial artist. With this information, he can infer more accurate results than his granddaughter. If what you said is correct, this guy is either in the late stage of dark energy or at least at the peak of dark energy. Long Taiping's aging heart had been calm for many years, but at this moment it could not stop surging like a raging storm. He is a top dark energy expert under the age of 30. Not only is he extremely talented, but he must have a master behind him to guide him. Moreover, he has the full support of the Ogre Financial Group. Perhaps it was because he was too shocked or because of his old age, but Long Taiping's hands on the crutches were trembling slightly. He quickly turned to look at his granddaughter and said firmly, Junru, you must hold on to this person and make close friends with him. If possible. The old man looked at his granddaughter's face and there was no need to say anything more. Long Junru had a bad reputation in the Jiangnan area. She was called a femme fatale, a Rakshasa woman, a beautiful snake, and so on. However, every derogatory name only accused her of being cruel and ruthless, but no one had ever denied that she was a beauty. A beautiful woman with perfect appearance and temperament. The next morning, Qi Junye took the bus back to Ningqing. Before she could get into Jiang Hani's Porsche, the woman started throwing a tantrum again because of what happened in the hotel last night. At first, Qi Junye said that the two of them could just get one room and wanted to relive that day, but Jiang Hani insisted on being reserved, so Qi Junye asked the front desk to get 2 rooms. But she turned her face away again, ignored Qi Junye all night, and drove away early in the morning. Qi Junye didn't have anything that he didn't understand. Can she still be called a woman if she doesn't have many problems? Xinlan, please don't ignore me. Qi Junye was standing outside the villa, about to open the door and go in, when his attention was attracted by a sound not far away. He turned his head and saw Qiao Xinlan with a cold face, her high heels hurriedly walking, and a greasy-haired and powdered man following behind her, with a face full of licking dogs. Looking at the scene, Qi Junye already understood what was going on. He didn't bother to care and just pushed the door open to go in. Sometimes people don't look for trouble, trouble looks for people. Wait, Qi Junye, I want to go in too. Qiao Xinlan quickly caught up and entered the yard. At this moment, Qi Junye could clearly feel a chill of anger coming from behind him. He turned around and saw the greasy-haired and powdered man staring at him. Boy, you'd better explain to me why you were able to enter my girlfriend's house. Chen Beifeng threatened viciously. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking me for an explanation? Qi Junye felt that this person was probably not mentally healthy. No wonder he wanted to pursue Qiao Xinlan. With such symptoms, he really needed a psychologist in his life. Chen Beifeng suddenly became excited and began to confidently present his background. My name is Chen Beifeng, and I'm from the Chen family in the imperial capital. The Chen family in the imperial capital? I have heard of Qi Junye before. He seems to be one of the 6 most powerful people in Xue country today. Chen Beifeng, that's enough. Watch your mouth. When did I become your woman? Qiao Xinlan's pretty face was filled with indignation. Yes, I haven't caught up with you yet, but do you have to explain it to him specifically? Who is he? Chen Beifeng was enraged again. Qiao Xinlan almost laughed at this weird train of thought. Why did I explain it to him specifically? You are talking nonsense, can't I clarify it? Also, I will say it one last time, you and I are not suitable. Don't bother me again in the future. From ancient times to the present, marriage has always been about matching one's social status. If it's not suitable for me, then how can it be suitable for you and this stinky security guard? Chen Beifeng was furious. He had been pursuing Qiao Xinlan with good intentions for 2 years, and had never seen Qiao Xinlan's good face during that time. But today he witnessed her entering a villa with another man. How can I not be angry? Chen Beifeng's face flushed. You don't admit that he is your boyfriend. Aren't you just afraid that I will deal with this bastard? Humph. I will destroy him right in front of you. No, you. Qiao Xinlan was speechless. As a psychologist, she agreed with that statement for the first time. Communication between people is sometimes really useless. Etc. Qi Junye truly felt that he was quite innocent. He was just going home to take a shit, but how did he get involved in the love-hate relationship between a wealthy man and woman for no reason? So he stepped forward and patted Chen Beifeng on the shoulder, and said earnestly, My dear brother, I understand you. It is understandable that people are ugly and have low self-esteem, but you can't treat me as an imaginary enemy just because I am handsome. You have to know that a handsome guy like me often suffers from the hostility of ugly guys like you in life, which is also very tiring. Fuck. Chen Beifeng broke through the defense immediately, angrily shook off the hand on his shoulder, and clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. If you don't die today, I, Chen Beifeng, will take your last name. Don't expect Qiao Xinlan to save you. Even Jesus can't stop you today. I say that. You idiot. Qiao Xinlan was also very angry. Chen Beifeng had already revealed his background and identity, and Qi Junye not only didn't avoid him, but he even deliberately provoked him. This guy is a famous martial arts genius of the Chen family. If he gets angry, you will lose an arm or a leg today. Qiao Xinlan lowered her voice and reminded, Hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Genius. Qi Junye smiled mysteriously, put his thumb on his chin, put his index finger on the bridge of his nose, lowered his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, Genius is just the threshold to see me. Can you please stop talking big at this time and run? Run as far as you can. Qiao Xinlan didn't want Qi Junye to get into trouble because of her, otherwise how would she explain to her good sisters when she turned around? Run? He has to be alive to run. Chen Beifeng had already assumed a stance. He bent his knee, raised one leg, and kicked it toward the sky. Suddenly, gusts of strong wind rose from the ground. Qiao Xinlan was horrified. She only knew that Chen Beifeng had reached the middle stage of Ming Jin at a young age and was a leader among his peers in the imperial capital. However, she didn't know that he had mastered the Chen family's unique skill, the mountain-shaking leg, to the level of mastery. With this kick, an ordinary person would be crippled if not dead. Without waiting for Xiao Xinlan to react, Chen Beifeng had already made his move, kicking Qi Junye in the face with a whip kick. The speed was so fast that it even made a whistling sound in the air. Scumbag! Look at the legs! Facing the fierce kick, Qi Junye did not dodge, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Chapter 53 Xiao Qi is very good. Click! Qi Junye did not dodge or evade, allowing Chen Beifeng's leg to kick his shoulder and neck. At that moment, Xiao Xinlan's face suddenly changed with fright. It's over. A kick of this power might have broken Qi Junye's cervical vertebrae. Even as a psychologist, Xiao Xinlan also knows some basic knowledge of physiology and medicine. If the cervical vertebra is fractured to this extent, the person will die. Qi Junye is dead. What Xiao Xinlan was thinking about at the moment was not how she should explain to Su Ru. That's a real life. A huge sense of guilt swept over Xiao Xinlan. Chen Beifeng was here to harass her, and Qi Junye was simply caught in an unprovoked disaster and died because of her. So many thoughts came to mind in less than half a second, and a pig-slaughtering scream pulled Xiao Xinlan back to reality from her trance. In front of him was Chen Beifeng sitting on the ground, holding his feet and screaming, obviously in great pain. Qi Junye was still standing there, but he twisted his neck twice and then his expression became unfriendly. It seems that you have already found a way to die. Although Qi Junye was not happy to be used as a shield by a woman, Chen Beifeng's kick also made him a little angry. He walked towards Chen Beifeng, but suddenly a fragrant breeze hit his nose, and then a sweet and soft body fell into his arms. Great, Qi Junye is still alive. Xiao Xinlan didn't care whether she lost her composure or not. Although Qi Junye was the one who was fine, she was the one who survived the disaster without any danger. No, this. Qi Junye was a little confused. Testing carders at this time. Should he take advantage of them or not? I'm fine, just a little bit wind and frost. If you don't use the oil, you are turtle son. Qi Junye put one arm around Xiao Xinlan's weak little demon and patted her back with the other hand, playing the role of a warm man and comforting her softly. Xiao Xinlan, you bitch, you flirted with me in front of me, and I became a part of your play. Chen Beifeng cursed loudly, the pain only intensified his anger and hatred. Oh. Sorry. This scolding woke Xiao Xinlan up. She pushed Qi Junye away in a hurry and explained with a red face, don't misunderstand me. I thought you. Eh? What are you going to do? Xiao Xinlan, who was explaining with her head down, suddenly caught a glimpse of Qi Junye striding towards Chen Beifeng with hatred and resentment written all over his face. Damn it. If you don't speak, people will think you're dumb, right? Qi Junye stepped on Chen Beifeng's mouth. Qi Junye. Xiao Xinlan hurried forward to stop him, he's already injured, you can't touch him anymore. Otherwise, the Chen family will cause trouble for you. Qi Junye asked, does that mean if I let him go now, the Chen family won't cause me any trouble? This. Xiao Xinlan was speechless. Let us not talk about the Chen family for now. With Chen Beifeng's personality, he will bully others even if he doesn't suffer any loss, and he will never swallow his anger if he suffers a loss. Laissez, you'll pay the price for kicking me. Qi Junye said as he moved his foot away from Chen Beifeng's mouth. Chen Beifeng immediately threatened him viciously, price. If my foot is injured, you have to pay with your life. What else do you dare to do to me? Qi Junye said calmly, your foot is injured because you are not good enough in your training. It's your own fault. It doesn't count as the price you paid. He then pointed at the other person's good leg that was not injured, this is the price. Are you pretending? Chen Beifeng was not afraid at all. I'm telling you, I just didn't know you could do hard qigong, so I got hurt accidentally. Don't think you're that powerful. There are so many masters in my Chen family. It's easier for any of them to kill you than to crush an ant. Dare you touch me again? Qi Junye, don't be impulsive. Xiao Xinlan advised. Qi Junye chuckled, stopped nagging, took 2 steps to Chen Beifeng's feet, and stomped hard on the cripple's good leg. Click. After a sound, the sole of Chen Beifeng's foot, which was originally on tiptoe rushing up, changed shape. The soles of the feet were flat and neatly pressed against the ground, with the insteps and legs forming a straight horizontal line, neater than one that had been rolled by a steamroller. Chen Beifeng's eyes were wide open, his head was raised high, and his mouth was wide open. Before he could even let out a scream, he lay straight back down, his eyes rolled back, and fell into a sweet dream. No sleeping here. Qi Junye kicked him out of the villar's yard again, then turned around and walked into their house as if nothing had happened. Xiao Xinlan raised her phone tremblingly. Ru, come back soon, something big happened. 5 minutes later, Su Ru hurriedly drove back to the villa. When she saw Chen Beifeng's miserable condition, she didn't bother to ask more questions. She and Xiao Xinlan worked together to lift him into the car and sent him to the hospital. On their way, Xiao Xinlan called Xiao Jingshan, explained the whole story in a few words, and then asked her grandfather for help directly. Grandpa, this is all because of me. Qi Junye is just a small security guard. He can't afford to offend the Chen family. So, please come forward to help him no matter what. My granddaughter hasn't asked you for anything in all these years. This time, just treat it as a plea from me. Xiao Jingshan on the phone pretended to be melancholy. Alas, this is a bit difficult. If Chen Beifeng had just kicked Qi Junye and injured himself, it would be fine, but then he went too far. He's not in the right. Grandpa. Xiao Xinlan hurriedly defended Qi Junye. I'm a hot-blooded man. Should I just endure being kicked in the face for no reason? How can this be justified in the world? Xiao Jingshan, who was far away in the imperial capital, almost smiled when he heard his granddaughter's anxious voice on the phone. It seems that the decision to send my granddaughter to Ningqing is a wise one. Things seem to be developing in the direction I hoped for. Okay, Xinlan, don't be too nervous. Xiao Jingshan stopped threatening Xiao Xinlan and said seriously, I will intervene on the Chen family's side and prevent them from intervening in the conflict between the younger generations. As for Chen Beifeng's personal revenge, it is not worth mentioning to Xiao Qi. Not worth mentioning. Grandpa, aren't you thinking too simply? Xiao Xinlan was still a little worried. Just now, Qi Junye caught Chen Beifeng's kick without dodging or avoiding it, and was unharmed, which was enough to show that this guy's kung fu was quite amazing. In addition, he was able to find such a large amount of funds to keep the Jiang group alive. It is certain that this guy is not an ordinary person, but Chen Beifeng, who comes from the Chen family in the imperial capital, is no ordinary person. It can be said that if the person behind the Jiang group was Chen Beifeng, he might not have been able to come up with 150 billion, but the Long family would not have had the courage to take action against the Jiang group in the first place. Saying that Chen Beifeng was not worth mentioning in front of Qi Junye, even though these words came from her own grandfather, she still felt it was too fantastic. Har har. My dear granddaughter, this young man Xiao Qi is much better than you think. Xiao Jingshan laughed heartily. You can try to get to know him well. Grandpa promises that he is definitely better than any other person of the same age you have ever met. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xinlan felt a little relieved. Since her grandfather agreed to come forward, the situation would not get out of control. But Grandpa's last few words sounded a bit strange, as if he was trying to match me up with Qi Junye. Xiao Xinlan couldn't help but recall the reassuring feeling she had in Qi Junye's arms a few minutes ago, as well as his arrogant and unruly temperament when facing the young master of a wealthy family in the imperial capital. As a patient, that guy is very stubborn and uncooperative, but if he's a boyfriend? No. While Xiao Xinlan was thinking, her eyes inadvertently turned to Su Ru, who was driving. She suddenly shuddered and a trace of guilt passed through her heart. No, absolutely not. How could I have such dirty thoughts about my best friend's man? Chapter 54. Am I the villain? After Qi Junye packed up simply, he went to Jiang Group as usual and stayed at his security post. I thought that after I dealt with that young master of the Chen family, Su Ru would definitely be bombarded with phone calls, but I didn't expect that her phone remained silent until it was almost time to get off work. However, Jiang Hani, who had been in a bad mood the whole day, came over on her own initiative. There's a business dinner being held by the Ningqing Chamber of Commerce tonight. You'll accompany me to attend it. Jiang Hani sat in the car, wearing sunglasses, and her tone was quite irresistible. Qi Junye said lazily, I don't want to go. I just accompanied you to Long Junru's Hongmen banquet yesterday. Today is your local Chamber of Commerce's dinner. There is no danger. You can go by yourself. Jiang Hani took off his sunglasses and said helplessly, after my parents' publicity, many people know that you are my fiancé. If I don't bring you to this kind of occasion, it will be easy for people to misunderstand that we are not in love. I don't care, but you. Speaking of this, a sly look flashed across the corners of the beautiful CEO's mouth. Minister Qi, you don't want your master to know that you agreed to get married just to appease him, right? Damn. Qi Junye reluctantly got up and sat in the passenger seat. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, President Jiang, you with thick eyebrows and big eyes, do you usually study that kind of film? Jiang Hani ignored him and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Jiang Hani couldn't possibly let Qi Junye wear a security uniform to attend the banquet, so she drove to the suit shop first. It was too late to make one, but she had to try her best to pick one with the most suitable size. During this process, the Monkey King appeared silently. I just received news that a group of desperate criminals are on their way to Ningchen. Oh. Qi Junye raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, is it related to me? The great sage nodded gently and said in a low voice, it was the eldest son of the Chen family who came here. When Qi Junye heard the news, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he could guess with his but the purpose of Chen Beifeng's sudden call. Boss, do you want me? As the Monkey King spoke, he made a gesture on his neck, the meaning of which was self-evident. Qi Junye grinned and sneered, no hurry, just find a car to follow us and do something clean. If that idiot insists on seeking death, the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death will not let him be absent. Looking at his smile, the great sage also smiled. At this moment, it seemed as if he saw the fearless king again. So what if the Chen family is at its peak? People are always afraid of the King of Hell. 8 o'clock in the evening, Ningchen Pearl Hotel. Jiang Hani took Qi Junye's arm and walked into the banquet hall, exchanging polite greetings with the local celebrities they met along the way. Qi Junye was almost sleepy. This kind of purely social occasion was always boring, but for those who pursued fame and fortune, they never got tired of it. The surname is Qi. Amidst the compliments, a discordant voice of anger was heard. When Qi Junye heard the voice, he looked over and immediately revealed a playful sneer on his face, thinking to himself that finally there were some clowns who knew how to put on some shows to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Beifeng had a plaster cast on his legs spread wide apart, and he sat in a wheelchair in a weird posture. Hey! Xiao Chen? How can you be so lazy at such a young age? You can't even bear to walk by yourself, but you have to sit in a wheelchair and be pushed by someone. Qi Junye teased leisurely. Jiang Hani, who was standing next to him, was wondering who the visitor was. When she heard him tell such a hellish joke out of the blue, she tried hard to hold back her laughter and poked him with her elbow in annoyance. Being openly mocked by the instigator, Chen Beifeng said with a gloomy face, I will have someone drive you out of here later. I hope you can still laugh by then. Oh? Really? Jiang Hani didn't know Chen Beifeng, and although she didn't know what grudge he had with Qi Junye, she knew that it was Qi Junye who made fun of him first. She originally wanted to apologize on behalf of Qi Junye, but since the other party had said this, she changed the subject. I don't think anyone at this dinner party is qualified to kick my husband out. If anyone is going to leave, it should be you, a cripple. Who are you to dare to speak to Mr. Qi like that? Disabled people don't stay at home, but come here to embarrass ourselves and lower our standards. The Jiang Group has already become the leading enterprise in Ningchen. In addition, there are rumors that the Jiang family has made peace with the Long family. Who wouldn't want to please this future giant in the business world? Of course, if these people knew Chen Beifeng's identity, it would probably be a different scene. Chen Beifeng instantly became the target of public criticism. A group of people surrounded the disabled man and humiliated and mocked him. Later it even turned into direct verbal abuse, as if whoever cursed the most harshly would have the best chance of obtaining the Jiang Group's contract. Jiang Hani didn't want things to develop like this. She frowned, probably thinking that these so-called upper-class people were very disrespectful. However, Qi Junye felt that they were all warriors fighting for survival, great YA. Everyone. When the situation gradually began to get out of control, the person in charge naturally came out. Chen Bin, president of the Ningchen Chamber of Commerce, said with a hint of displeasure, this is a bit outrageous. President Chen, this is not our fault. We lost our composure for the sake of the stability of the banquet, someone in the crowd spoke up. Yes. I don't know how this guy got in. If he just wanted to eat and drink, it would be fine, but the key is that he also spoke nonsense. It's obvious that he is a person with no manners. Chen Bin was also a little angry when he heard this, so, someone is not giving face to my Ningchen Chamber of Commerce. I want to see who is so brave. The crowd automatically parted and made way for sight. Chen Bin saw Chen Beifeng and was suddenly shocked. Chen Beifeng sneered and said, "President Chen, your Ningxing Chamber of Commerce is so enthusiastic." Chen Bin immediately trotted over and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Chen, it's a misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding." Everyone's face changed drastically when they saw this scene. They never expected Chen Bin to be so respectful to Chen Beifeng. "How dare you? Do you know who he is?" Chen Bin shouted at everyone, "This is Master Chen, from the imperial capital." What? The whole audience was in an uproar. The four short words, Chen family of the imperial capital, once again made everyone feel panic. Even Jiang Hani's pretty face became very solemn, and she even felt suffocated. If the Long family can dominate the Jiangnan province, then the Chen family in the imperial capital and the other 5 top wealthy families are the sky of the entire Xia kingdom. It is no exaggeration to say that the Chen family only needs to show an attitude, and the entire Ningxing Chamber of Commerce will suffer. Qi Junye raised his brows slightly. This atmosphere seemed a little familiar. Chen Beifeng's identity was enough to crush everyone here, but he was humiliated by this group of ants. He endured the humiliation until the Chamber of Commerce President Chen Bin came out, angrily scolded everyone, and announced his identity in public. This plot twist seems more and more familiar the more I watch it. Qi Junye smiled and suddenly remembered the short dramas he had often watched on his mobile phone recently. Oh no, it seems like I've become a villain. Chapter 55, Don't Join the Crowd. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere at the scene was even more awkward. These Ningxing business celebrities regretted offending the eldest son of the Chen family who came from the imperial capital, but they did not dare to turn against them and attack Jiang Hani. After all, if they can't afford to offend the wealthy families in the imperial capital, can they afford to offend the Jiang group today? The only person who dared to break the silence was Chen Bin, the president of Ningxing Chamber of Commerce. He said to Chen Beifeng in a flattering manner, "Mr. Chen, it is Chen's fault for not hosting you well tonight, but as the old saying goes, the law cannot punish everyone, so don't bother with these country folks in Ningxing. After the dinner, Chen will make amends to you on their behalf." These words not only took Chen Beifeng's face into consideration, but also served as a peacemaker for everyone present. In principle, they were foolproof. If Chen Beifeng had high emotional intelligence, the matter could have basically ended here. Unfortunately, his emotional intelligence was not high. Or, in other words, in his eyes, such low-level occasions were not worthy of his high emotional intelligence. "Chen, stop trying to smooth things over with me. What do you mean by law that everyone is not held responsible? I'm not going to let a bunch of country bumpkins bully me, can I just keep my anger to myself?" Chen Beifeng pointed his finger at the people in the crowd one by one, and said ruthlessly, "Everyone who scolded me today, if I meet them in the future, humph, I will deal with them one by one." Everyone was silent. This is too damned arrogant. They are a wealthy family in the imperial capital, but how is they different from the bandits in the past? Of course, these people dare not speak out but are angry. Chen Bin was embarrassed after being insulted, and then he heard Chen Beifeng speak again, "Let's not talk about these bastards for now. You are the president of Ningxing Chamber of Commerce. You have the final say on this banquet, right? What does Mr. Chen want me to do?" Chen Bin asked. Chen Beifeng pointed his gaze directly at Qi Junye and Jiang Hani and said, "Kick them both out." This. Chen Bin was obviously embarrassed. Although the Chamber of Commerce is the leader of Ningxing's business community, it is definitely not a wise move to offend the Jiang group, which is at its peak. Besides, the Chamber of Commerce belongs to everyone, so internal unity is the most important thing. Not to mention that the Jiang group is now at its peak of power. Even if it was still the same as before, Chen Bin, as the president of the Chamber of Commerce, would be criticized behind his back for helping outsiders to bully local companies. "President Chen, I'm not blackmailing you, but now that so many people are watching, I hope you make your choice carefully." Jiang Hani spoke up and expressed his opinion, which was also a form of pressure. Of course, she also knew what the 6 wealthy families in the imperial capital were, and she also knew that her future might not be easy after she had a feud with Chen Beifeng, but she could talk about the future later, and she had to be strong enough for now. Qi Junye just watched Chen Beifeng show off quietly. "Chen Bin, you are so hesitant when I ask you to do such a small thing. It seems that you don't take my Chen family seriously." Chen Beifeng was very unhappy with Qian Bin's hesitation. Qian Bin was in a dilemma. Mr. Chen, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but this matter is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Difficult? Chen Beifeng placed one hand under the table next to him, then don't do it. While shouting, Chen Beifeng tried to flip the table with his hands, but the table didn't move at all after 2 attempts. On the other side of the table, Qi Junye placed his palm on the table with a playful smile on his face. Fuck. Chen Beifeng suddenly felt like Ou Jin Jin, who was being strangled while peeing. He became even more furious and roared, I'm telling you, if you don't kick this bastard out today, you will never be able to hold this dinner. If I don't destroy your place, I won't be named Chen. Qian Bin was shocked and finally wavered. He could see that this dude was already angry, and besides, he was an arrogant and domineering person to begin with. This son of a bitch was really capable of doing something like ruining a place. Ms. Jiang. Qian Bin walked up to Jiang Hani with an apologetic look on his face. I'm really sorry, but I might as well tell you the truth. The main purpose of today's dinner is actually to entertain Xie Guo, who is responsible for the Ogwa group. We hope that he can help us attract investment in Ningchen. There must be no mistakes in this banquet. So, there was a slight commotion among the crowd. I thought tonight was just an ordinary social event, but I didn't expect the Chamber of Commerce to have such a big plan. Ogwa Group and investment attraction, these two keywords put together are much more important than the Jiang Group. President Qian. Jiang Hani knew that if she was really driven away like this today, the Jiang Group would definitely lose face in Ningchen. She cast an inquiring look at Qi Junye, and after seeing him nod, she said confidently, if the Chamber of Commerce is looking for investment to attract the Ogwa Group, then you might regret it if we leave. Har har har. Chen Beifeng burst into laughter. From what you said, it seems that the Ogwa Group has some close relationship with you. Humph, they are big international chaebol, richer than our Chen family. In my eyes, you are just a township enterprise, and you still want to climb up the high branches of the Ogwa Group. Chen Beifeng looked at Jiang Hani with lustful eyes. However, if you are more practical, you can come and get close to me. You look very smooth. Before he could finish his words, a plate flew in the air and smashed into Chen Beifeng's face. Chen Beifeng was furious and looked for the attacker in the crowd with his eyes wide open. Then he saw Qi Junye there, throwing a porcelain plate around like a frisbee. You bastard! I want you dead now. Chen Beifeng was so angry that he almost exploded. He took out his cell phone and cursed, Qian Bin, I have no patience with you. You don't want to chase them away, right? Fine. I will turn your party into shit right now. Qian Bin hurriedly held down his hand. Mr. Chen. Calm down. I'll drive them away right now. Then he stood up and scolded Jiang Hani, Ms. Jiang, please leave immediately. Otherwise, the Ningqing Chamber of Commerce will immediately remove the Jiang Group from the list. President Qian. You. Jiang Hani wanted to argue, but Qi Junye put his arm around her shoulders. You can go, but, if the Ogwa Group doesn't want to cooperate with you, don't blame us for not reminding you. As for the expulsion from the Chamber of Commerce, you are wrong. It's not you who expelled the Jiang Group, but the Jiang Group took the initiative to withdraw and draw a clear line between itself and your bunch of rabble. After saying that, Qi Junye took Jiang Hani out. Jiang Hani stopped arguing and felt at ease doing anything in his arms. Watching them leave, people had different reactions. Some felt sorry for the Jiang Group, while others were full of disdain for Qi Junye. On the surface, they praised the talented man and beautiful woman, but in their hearts they had no respect for this man who had no background but became Jiang Hani's fiancé. They just regarded him as a gigolo. But a gigolo didn't even know his own position. He made irresponsible remarks in the name of Jiang Hani and wanted to quit the Chamber of Commerce. He simply didn't know how to live or die. Qi Junye and Jiang Hani walked to the door of the banquet hall and were greeted by a group of foreigners with high noses and yellow hair. Smith came forward respectfully and bowed 90 degrees to Qi Junye. Mr. Qi, Miss Jiang. Swoosh. The whole audience was in uproar again, and everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 56 Throw him out. Although the Jiang Group is no longer a weakling, it is still not enough in front of the Ogwa Group, right? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one present would have believed that the head of the Ogwa Group would be so respectful to Qi Junye and Jiang Hani. Unfortunately, we are getting ready to leave. Qi Junye replied. Smith was puzzled. I'm not late. The party has just started. Why is Mr. Qi leaving? Qi Junye hugged Jiang Hani, turned around with a smile and looked at everyone. Being driven away. With just a few words, the pressure immediately came to Qian Bin. It is no exaggeration to say that the beads of sweat on Qian Bin's forehead appeared in an instant. The conversation between several people at the door was clearly heard here. It turned out that it was Smith, the head of the sheer country of the Ogre group, who took the initiative to greet Qi Junye and his wife. Not only did Qi Junye not return the greeting, he even ignored the other person's gesture of shaking hands. Faced with such an arrogant attitude, Smith was not angry at all, but remained respectful. At this time Qian Bin already understood what Jiang Hani meant when she said she would regret it, and he couldn't help but hate the culprit who caused this situation. Chen Beifeng. Your mother is dead. Mr. Smith. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Qian Bin went to greet him with a lick on his face, and from about 7 or 8 meters away, he was already in a flattering position with both hands ready to shake hands. When he came closer, Smith did not shake hands with him and even took a step back. The foreigner didn't understand the saying, "Don't hit someone who's smiling." He immediately frowned and said, "I don't know what misunderstanding you have with Mr. Qi, but since Mr. Qi will be driven away by you, I definitely don't have the right to attend your banquet." Qian Bin was embarrassed, but he kept smiling and started to think about something in his mind. In the current situation, I'm afraid I can only play the emotional card. I'm not familiar with Smith and Qi Junye, so I have to start with Jiang Hani. Han Yi. You also know that Uncle Qian has to consider a lot of issues when he sits in this position. I made that decision just now for the overall situation and for the economic development of the entire Ningqiang. Jiang Hani replied, President Qian is right. From your position, your decision is not wrong. Your only miscalculation was that you didn't know that Jiang's group had this relationship with Mr. Smith. Qian Bin immediately felt relieved. As expected, to be able to sit in this position, the female president of Jiang Group was quite capable. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Hani said, however, just because you have your own difficulties doesn't mean I have to understand. Qian Bin was stunned. Even Qi Junye was a little surprised. Although Jiang Hani was not a pushover, she was rarely so domineering. Is this because after having a meal with Long Junru, she started to follow her example and start wanting to be a strong woman? Jiang Hani said with full momentum, President Qian, if you did something wrong, it's wrong. If you want to make amends, you have to show your sincerity instead of just expecting others to forgive you. Han, what does Miss Jiang mean? Qian Bin guessed what she was going to ask for. Jiang Hani did not make it clear, but just looked straight at Chen Beifeng in the wheelchair and said, President Qian is in a high position. How should he express his sincerity? Does he need someone to teach him? Yoha. Qi Junye was slightly surprised. This girl has quite a few ideas. Anyway, the Jiang group has already offended this dandy from the Chen family. Although a dragon from another country may not be able to suppress a local snake, instead of facing the pressure from the wealthy family in the imperial capital alone, it is better to bring the entire Ningqiang Chamber of Commerce on board to help share the pressure. It seems that you are not a big-breasted, brainless, naive person. Qi Junye exclaimed in admiration, then he was elbowed in the chest and received a cold stare from Jiang Hani. On the other side, Qian Bin made a decision quickly. Compared to the hesitation when he was forced to drive away Qi Junye and the others just now, this time he hardly gave it any thought. Someone, please ask Master Chen to leave. The security personnel at the venue filed in and quickly surrounded Chen Beifeng. Chen Beifeng was furious, Qian Bin, how dare you? Qian Bin had been tolerating this idiot for a long time, and couldn't help cursing, fuck you. You're messing around at such an important dinner. If your last name wasn't Chen, I would have thrown you out just now. Chen Beifeng was stunned. Qi Junye, that stinky security guard, is a fool. It's fine if he dares to mess with me, but Qian Bin is an upper-class person. He knows my background very well and yet he dares to do this to me. I would never have thought of this even if you kill me. You? What do you mean by you? The Chen family is indeed powerful in the empire, but this is Ningqiang. If the Chen family reaches out, how many fingers will be left? Qian Bin also vented his anger. Why the hell do you think that a second-generation rich man like you who can only use the family name can compete with the big money sponsors like the Ogre Group who can help Ningqiang develop its economy? What else do you have besides your last name? If your last name is not Chen, who the hell do you think you are? Qi Junye had an urge to applaud, looking at this self-proclaimed upper-class and respectable person, saying, "Fuck," all the time. It was wonderful, really wonderful. You. Chen Beifong was breathing heavily, his whole body was shaking with anger. Okay. Very good. Just wait. As he spoke, he cast his eyes on Qi Junye. Let's wait and see. Chen Bin was afraid that this guy would say something even more filthy, so he quickly ordered the security guard, "What are you all standing there for? Push this stinky mouth out." Jiang Hani took a step forward, her pretty face frosty. Push him out? He's so young, he needs someone to push him just to walk. Why is he so lazy? Qi Junye said something similar not long ago, but it was a hell of a joke at the time. When he said it again in this situation, the meaning changed completely. Chen Bin understood what he heard, so he decided to go all out and said to the security guards, "Get him out of the wheelchair, drag him to the stairs, and let him roll down." Chen Bin, do you dare? Chen Beifong definitely didn't want to end up in such an embarrassing situation, but unfortunately his reputation had been torn, and the Chen family's signboard no longer had any deterrent effect. What's more, the one who did it was the security guard, who didn't even know any of the wealthy families in the capital. He only knew who was the boss of the hotel that booked the entire place today. Chen Beifong, who had practiced leg exercises for generations, was kicked out of his wheelchair. Then he was grabbed by the collar, with his face pressed against the smooth floor tiles. He slid humiliatingly towards the stairs outside the hall, dragging the nearly 20-pound plaster on his leg. He was like a mad beast, roaring uselessly and foaming at the mouth. "I'm going to kill you. You are all going to die. You are all going to die. My Chen family will not forgive you. Let me go, fuck you, let me go." When they reached the stairs, the security guard kicked Chen Beifong down without any hesitation. With the help of this thrust, Chen Beifeng's body rolled over and quickly disappeared from sight, but his screams and occasional bumps still echoed there. Bang ups. Chapter 57. How do you want to die? As Chen Bin wished, Smith stayed, the banquet went smoothly, and Ningqing's investment promotion was settled. It was just because of the previous fast that the atmosphere of the entire banquet was already very awkward, so it was declared over more than an hour earlier than expected. Qi Junye and Jiang Hani stood up first. No one tried to get close to them, so only the two of them entered the elevator and everyone watched them leave. "You're a little unlike yourself today." In the elevator, Qi Junye started the conversation first. Jiang Hani raised her eyes and looked at the other person. Her smile was a little forced. "Do you think I was too fierce and cruel today?" Qi Junye shook his head. "I just want to tell you that there is no need to force yourself. The so-called Chen family in the imperial capital means nothing to me. And your doing this will make me feel that you are under great pressure because I have provoked Chen Beifong." Jiang Hani also shook her head and replied, "It's not like that, this is my choice. I don't want to wait for you to solve every problem, that would make me look useless. So even if there are some things I can't bear to do, I have to do them. This is the price of being smart. Qi Junye, I want to be someone who can be useful to you." The topic suddenly changed from serious to ambiguous. The two people were very close to each other. Jiang Hani's shoulder was only 1 centimeter away from Qi Junye's chest. Their faces and lips could touch if Jiang Hani raised her head. Qi Junye turned his head away and looked at the ceiling. He didn't want to ask Jiang Hani why she wanted to be someone useful to him, because he knew what answer the other party would give, and he didn't know how to respond to that answer. The King of Hell seemed to be a little confused. Ningqing at 11 o'clock at night was very quiet compared to the daytime. The Porsche 918 looks a bit lonely. However, when driving through a section of inter-district highway without street lights, the surroundings suddenly lit up, and 7 or 8 cars appeared at the same time on the originally lonely road. The specifications of these cars are not uniform. There are common family sedans, beautiful sports cars, and vans and commercial vehicles with substantial passenger capacity. A sports car accelerated, overtook the Porsche 918, and forced it to stop in front. Jiang Hani became alert. "Oh no! I forgot that the Chen family member said they would take revenge on us outside, so we shouldn't take the small road." All the cars stopped one after another, and then more than 30 men with weapons got out of the cars. The look and feel of these people is fundamentally different from that of gangsters and hooligans. They don't have a ruffian spirit, but only a vicious and extremely cruel spirit. In a business car, Chen Beifong appeared in a wheelchair. He looked even more miserable than the last time they met. Not only was the plaster on his leg broken, but his face was also swollen and black, and his neck and arms were all scratched. Qi Junye, aren't you awesome? Come down here and show me how awesome you are. Chen Beifeng shouted murderously, but because there were some leaks, it seemed a bit funny. Jiang Hani then noticed that several of his teeth had been knocked out. Don't go down. After giving the reminder, Jiang Hani took out her cell phone to call the police and prepare to ask the police to handle the matter. It's not that she was worried that Qi Junye couldn't win. After all, she had already witnessed Qi Junye's extraordinary skills when she attended the banquet in Hangzhou. But judging from Chen Beifeng's miserable appearance, if he went down, it would be a fight to the death. If you spar with Long Junru's men and injure them, you will be responsible for it yourself. But if you fight with this group of people and injure someone, it will be very troublesome, not to mention if someone dies. Jiang Hani doesn't want Qi Junye to spend the rest of his life in prison. Jiang Hani. Qi Junye suddenly called her. Jiang Hani turned her head, and the other person's face came over and kissed her, catching her off guard. Jiang Hani's heart tightened, but before she could think more, she felt a slight pain in her neck as if she was bitten by a mosquito, and then a strong feeling of dizziness and drowsiness swept through her brain. Qi Junye. Jiang Hani tried desperately to stay awake and wanted to say something, but after struggling for less than a second, she fell asleep leaning on the chair. There was a rustling sound in the shade of the trees on the left side of the road, and the Monkey King walked out. Drive her back. I'll take care of it myself here. Qi Junye got out of the car, carried Jiang Hani to the passenger seat, and handed the car keys to the Great Sage. The Great Sage suggested, "Boss, why don't you send your sister-in-law away and let me handle this?" Qi Junye raised his eyebrows and suddenly raised his voice. "My words are no longer effective." "It works." The Great Sage spoke in a firm tone and did not dare to say anything more. Chen Beifeng on the opposite side laughed. "You bastard, I didn't expect you to have arranged helpers in advance. Are you pretending to be brothers here? I tell you, this big idiot, and your very smooth woman, none of you can leave tonight." The Great Sage walked over to the sports car blocking the road in front of him as if no one was around. He grabbed the bottom of the car with both hands, and with a muffled groan, he lifted up the entire car body. Bang! The Great Sage took a few steps, let go of the sports car and parked it neatly on the side of the road, clearing the way. Chen Beifeng and the desperados he brought with him stared at the scene with their mouths wide open. Under their gaze, the Great Sage got into the Porsche 918, started the car and drove away. Fog, shit. Chen Beifeng was born into a family of martial artists, but he had rarely seen a man with such strong brute force. If he stayed, not only would he not be able to kill Qi Junye tonight, but these 30-odd people would probably have to see the grandmother. Fortunately, such a powerful helper has arrived. Qi Junye actually let him be the driver and take his girlfriend away. If this isn't stupid, what is? Qi, how dare you mess with me? Are you fucking mentally ill? Chen Beifeng was quite proud. Tell me, how do you want to die? Do you want me to cut you into a human stick, soak you in wine and let you die slowly, or do you want me to keep you alive first and let you watch me ravage your girlfriend to death? Qi Junye had a blank expression on his face, but a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I was hesitating just now. If I kill you directly, an annoying woman will definitely keep nagging in my ear. But now, you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Junye clenched his right fist, and an invisible energy force vibrated from under his feet, like a gust of wind blowing his clothes. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the quiet and dense woods on both sides of the road. Don't steal heads. As their words fell, dark shadows swooped out of the forest like fleas. The skills, speed, and aura of these people are far beyond what Chen Beifeng has gathered together as a group of desperados. Moreover, they are wearing very professional night clothes, so they should be a high-quality special operations organization. Qi Junye frowned slightly. Are there any other experts? After those men in black landed on the ground, they drew their swords. Qi Junye immediately mobilized all his energy and prepared to deal with these new opponents seriously. However, no one expected that after a dazzling flash of knife light, all the desperate criminals brought by Chen Beifeng fell to the ground. Chen Beifeng was completely stunned, and the fear in his heart gradually spread throughout his body. Chapter 58. No one wants to give face. Each of these people who suddenly appeared was wrapped tightly, and Qi Junye could not tell whether they were enemies or friends. The person who kills your enemy may not necessarily be your friend, he may just be clearing the area to kill you. However, there was one thing Qi Junye could be sure of: this group of people were skilled in their movements, and they exuded a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had lives on their backs. They were either killers with a certain number of years of experience, or soldiers or mercenaries. Anyway, it's definitely not a place selling pig-s trotter rice. Who are you? Chen Beifeng asked the question in Qi Junye's mind. Facing the unknown mysterious visitor, young Master Chen still maintained his arrogance. Even though his legs were completely crippled, all his men were dead, and he had no ability to resist at all. No matter who you are, I am from the Chen family of the imperial capital. Help me kill this bastard right now, or we will be enemies today. He is bossy. Qi Junye couldn't help but feel a little confused. Can a surname really bring people such abundant confidence and self-confidence? How do you talk to your father? The man who seemed to be the leader among the men in black walked over and slapped young Master Chen in the face with a round palm, knocking him and his wheelchair to the ground. The strength is just right, it's confusing but not brain-damaging. Chen Beifeng immediately became obedient. The man then walked up to Qi Junye with a knife. Qi Junye tilted his head to look at him, and warned him with a smile, "If you want to do to me what you did to him, I guarantee you will be in trouble." "Stop joking, Boss Qi." The man in black took off his mask, but it was the same as if he hadn't taken it off. Because he was so dark, his facial features were almost invisible in the night, so when he grinned, his teeth looked particularly white. Qi Junye didn't recognize this person, but he had some impression of his teeth. When Xiao Jingshan went out for a visit, the guards with him were the sharp knife special forces. The newcomer in the team was this little black guy. Because of his reckless behavior, he was trapped in the enemy's bunker and almost died young. It was Qi Junye who rushed in alone and carried him out. Since then, this guy has been pestering Qi Junye to recognize him as his big brother. "You are the one from the sharp knife special forces." Qi Junye had always called him Xiao Haizi and couldn't remember his real name for a moment. "Wang Dahu." Xiao Haizi was very excited. He introduced himself and started to greet him. "I was wondering if you would still remember me, Brother Qi. We fought side by side in that bunker, killing people." Qi Junye raised his eyebrows. "Is this true? You were beaten to death at that time, but didn't I carry you and fight my way out alone?" Before Qi Junye could express his doubts, Wang Dahu hurriedly leaned in and whispered, "Brother, give me some face. This is how I usually brag in front of these subordinates." Yes, yes." Qi Junye started with a 3-hit combo, and perfunctorily expressed his approval. He then pulled the other person over, put his arm around his shoulders, and teased, "Of course. You were a rookie at the bottom of the class back then, and now you're a leader." Wang Dahu scratched his head shyly. "How can this be called a leader? I, Wang Dahu, will always be Brother Qi's little brother. All of you, come here." As Wang Dahu waved his hand, more than a dozen murderous black shadows gathered together and lined up behind Wang Dahu in an orderly manner. "All the colleagues of the Sharp Knife Special Operations team say hello to Brother Qi." Everyone spoke in unison. Qi Junye twitched the corner of his mouth. "Is this the Sharp Knife Special Forces, or the Axe Gang? Let's not reminisce for now. Let's find a place to have a drink after this is over and then we can talk slowly." Qi Junye remembered that he had some important things to do, so he patted Wang Dahu and walked towards Chen Beifeng. At this time, Chen Beifeng had already recovered from the shocking blow, and was looking timidly at the man who was approaching with a murderous look on his face. For some reason, he had never taken this pretty boy seriously before, but at this moment, he felt an endless fear rising from the bottom of his heart. What do you want to do? Aren't you here to take my life? Har tilde before killing someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Qi Junye did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible air wave lifted Chen Beifeng up. Getting rid of this guy might be a bit troublesome given his Chen family's background, but Qi Junye would never let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. "No. You can't kill me." Chen Beifeng's throat was tightly grasped, and it became very difficult for him to speak. "They are the Sharp Knife Special Forces. They won't watch you kill people." The desire to survive made him squeeze all his strength into his throat, and he looked at Wang Dahu with half his eyes rolled up. "My grandfather is Chen Dingtian. He has a very good relationship with your direct superior. Save me." Wang Dahu walked up to Qi Junye and said, "Brother Qi, let him go." Qi Junye let go and Chen Beifeng fell to the ground. "Are you here specifically to rescue him?" Qi Junye asked coldly. "The Sharp Knife Special Forces is directly under the jurisdiction of Qiao Jingxin. If they want to save Chen Beifeng, that is Qiao Jingxin's intention." Qi Junye was wondering whether to give this face or not. "Mr. Qi, are you very angry?" Chen Beifeng, who had just breathed a few breaths of fresh air, began to jump up and down again. "This is my background. With them here, do you dare to touch me again? Don't say you don't have the courage. Even if you dare, do you have the ability?" Chen Beifeng is full of confidence. The Sharp Knife Special Forces is one of the top special forces teams in Xie country. Each of its members is the elite among the elites and the best among the best. With them protecting him, if Qi Junye had the slightest thought of taking action, he would be stabbed into coal by those dozen sharp knives in an instant. Qi Junye remained silent, curled his fingers into claws, and grabbed it in his palm again. He doesn't want to give face to old man Qiao. Wang Dahu leaned over and whispered, "Brother, it's not that old Qiao wants to protect him, I just feel that this grandson is a member of the Chen family after all, it would be troublesome for you to kill him. If you must kill him, don't do it yourself." Qi Junye smiled and said, "Why do we need to rely on others for such a small matter?" The fear of suffocation surrounded Chen Beifeng again, and that hand was like an iron clamp, and the force was gradually increasing. His scalp began to tingle and he could clearly feel that death was approaching. "Your name is Wang Dahu, right? Save me. I'll ask my grandfather to help you get promoted and make a fortune. Otherwise, if I die here, you'll all be in big trouble." Who's talking? Am I hallucinating? Wang Dahu suddenly pretended to be blind in a funny way, turned around and looked around. The other members of the Sharp Knife Special Forces instantly understood what he meant and started turning around in circles on the spot like blind people. Seeing this, Chen Beifeng suddenly felt cold from head to toe. "Qi Junye, don't kill me." He had no choice but to beg Qi Junye for mercy, and tried feebly with his hands to pry open the 5 fingers that were tightly gripping his neck. "I will never dare to mess with you again. I know I was wrong." "You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die." Qi Junye's tone was calm, and the power in his hands simultaneously broke through the limit of what something could withstand. Click! A crisp sound was heard. Chen Beifeng's head tilted, his body became limp, and although his eyes were still open, he was lifeless. Chapter 59, Manslaughter. Snap! Chen Beifeng's body was thrown to the ground. Wang Dahu was a little surprised. He thought Qi Junye just wanted to scare the other party, but he didn't expect him to really do it. As expected, your eldest brother is still your eldest brother. He reacted quickly and shouted loudly. During the execution of a top-secret mission by the Sharp Knife Special Operations Team, Chen Beifeng was accidentally killed. Do you remember that? The Special Forces members responded in unison, "Remember." Wang Dahu shouted again, "Everyone should write a self-criticism after returning. After all, manslaughter is a serious matter." Everyone said in unison, "Got it." Qi Junye said calmly, "It's not a big deal, you don't have to take the blame for me. If the Chen family wants revenge, let them do it." Wang Dahu did not respond directly. He waved his hand and asked the team members to clean up the scene. Then he explained the ins and outs of the matter. "Brother Qi, if this crime is counted on you, not only will the Chen family be able to take revenge legitimately, but it will also be difficult for old Xiao as a law enforcer. But it's different if it's counted on us. No matter how angry the Chen family is, they can only hold it in. If they want to retaliate against you at that time, they will not be in the right." Qi Junye looked at the little black boy in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that times have changed. The reckless young man in the past has now learned how to deal with the ways of the world. "Then let's do as you say." "Okay. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely make everything clear for you." Wang Haiviller, Qi Junye, Dashin, and Wang Dahu sat on the rooftop of the building, enjoying the night breeze, eating packed barbecue, drinking beer, and chatting about the past. "People like us have been exposed to the sun and wind a lot, but why are you getting darker and darker? At first glance, I almost didn't recognize you." It's no wonder that the Monkey King is curious about Wang Dahu's skin color. It's really too dark. Even when he smiles in a dark place, it's scary. Wang Dahu felt a little uncomfortable, Hey, we have so many passionate years in the past to talk about, why do we always talk about this? The great sage didn't bother to dwell on the other person's sore spot. He took a sip of wine and changed the subject. I remember that you and your sister were both in the sharp knife special operations team at that time, and she and our boss were quite close friends. I haven't seen her for a few years. How is she now? Talking about this, Qi Junye's thoughts were brought back to an evening a few years ago. After the foreign visit, the sharp knife special forces were about to return to China with Qi Junye. Before leaving, the heroic and only female member of the sharp knife special forces pulled Qi Junye away, looked at him reluctantly, and almost begged him to join them to serve the motherland. Qi Junye naturally refused. Some people are born with a wild nature and like to be free and unrestrained. What's more, Qi Junye was still so young at that time. Asking him to start a family and grow old together with someone would be more painful than killing him, not to mention asking him to join the army and accept all kinds of strict disciplines and rules. In the end, the woman who didn't even frown even when bleeding turned around, wiping her tears, and left only a bullet shell for Qi Junye, hoping that one day he would take the bullet shell back to Xie country to find her. Now, Qi Junye returned to Xie country, but not to look for her. He had strung the bullet shell into a pendant and wore it for a while. Later, in a fierce battle, Qi Junye was besieged, and the bullet shell became his last weapon. He shot it out with a flick of his finger and killed the last enemy. Later, when Qi Junye went to look for the bullet shell again, he couldn't find it. She's married. Wang Dahu looked at Qi Junye with some apology. I'm sorry, brother Qi, I also want you to be my brother-in-law, but my sister cried for a long time the night before the wedding. She said that there are too many constraints in life, not just love, and she can't wait for you. No, you don't have to apologize to me. Qi Junye had a rare sense of self-awareness that he was a good-for-nothing in the past. Your sister is an excellent female warrior and a good, down-to-earth woman. A playboy like me shouldn't have wasted her feelings in the first place. Perhaps I should be the one to say sorry. I hope your sister doesn't hate me. My sister said she never blamed you. Wang Dahu was interrupted by Qi Junye before he finished speaking. Okay, let's not talk about this. Drink. The three men raised the bottles and clinked them together, then simultaneously tilted their heads upwards and poured the liquid into their mouths. They gulped down the entire can, twisted the can into a twist and threw it away. After that, the topic ranged from all over the world and continued until late at night. The wine was all gone, the barbecue was finished, and we were ready to leave. The great sage asked Wang Dahu, when are you leaving? If you're not in a hurry, let's have a drink some other day. I'll show you my daughter. He, you didn't expect that I'd become a father. Wang Dahu replied, I'm not leaving. I've already asked for a long vacation. During this period of time, I will follow my big brother Qi to learn and be his follower. Wherever big brother goes, I will go. You've been bragging all night, but you kept this important matter to yourself until last. The great sage hugged Wang Dahu and punched him on the head with both fists. Qi Junye said, I am just a security guard now. What can you, a special forces captain, learn from me? I don't care. Wang Dahu felt pain, but he shouted stubbornly, I'm going to follow you anyway. You can't drive me away. In the imperial capital, in an ancient wooden mansion, Chen Zhan walked hurriedly, his expression filled with anxiety, deep resentment, and grief. Gartilder. The old wooden door was pushed open. Inside the door was a small study room filled with the scent of books. Behind the desk opposite the door, Chen Dingqian, the old man of the Chen family, seemed to be dozing off, holding a rosary in his hand but not moving it. My eyelids have been twitching since this morning. What happened? The old man, who seemed to be in a dream, spoke slowly. His tone was extremely weak and there was no trace of authority in his voice. Chen Zhan suppressed his grief and anger and replied, Bei Feng is back from Ningchen. Chen Dingqian still squinted his eyes and said slowly, didn't he go to chase the girl from the Chiao family? Why did he come back so soon? Your son is just like you. He lacks perseverance and determination in doing things. He wants to give up when he encounters a little setback. Chen Zhan's teeth trembled. What came back was his body. The old man behind the desk finally opened his eyes. Those were a pair of eyes that were completely inconsistent with his old face. They were bright and sharp, with clear black and white, like those of an innocent child who had not yet been ravaged by the world. This is a characteristic of extremely profound attainments in internal martial arts, and the brilliance never fades. How did he die? Chen Dingtian still didn't seem to have much emotional fluctuation. Chen Zhan replied, they said that the sharp knife special operations team was on a mission and accidentally killed someone, but I don't believe it. The old man looked at him silently, meaning to continue talking. Why don't you believe it? The sharp knife special operations team is considered Qiao Jingxin's personal guard. Qiao Jingxin is in the imperial capital. What mission did his personal guard go to Jiangnan to carry out? Chen Zhan had a gloomy face. The murderer must be the one named Qi Junye from Ningchen. He had a feud with Beifeng before, and it was Qiao Jingxin who suppressed the matter. I suspect that Beifeng's death was also because Qiao wanted to protect Qi Junye. Chapter 60 Absolutely True Love. Don't just think or suspect something. If there's something fishy, investigate it and find the evidence first. Compared to his son's passionate words, the father always looks calm and composed. This attitude made Chen Zhan feel very aggrieved. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said earnestly, Dad. I know you have always disliked Beifeng, thinking he is not smart and will never achieve anything great. But after all, he is your grandson. Now he is dead, how can you? Having lost his son in middle age, and with the elderly man in charge of the family being indifferent, the father could no longer control his surging emotions. He burst into tears and was unable to speak. Look, it's urgent again. Chen Dingtian stood up with the help of the table, and began to move the rosary in his hand, which looked like a decoration. The sharp knife special operations team has already taken the blame. Even if they are deliberately protecting him, you don't have any evidence. Can you still go against old man Qiao? What should I do? Chen Zhan was devastated. No matter what, I want Qi Junye to pay for my son's life. If the Chen family doesn't dare to come forward, I will take a knife and go to Ningqing by myself. Even if Qiao insists on protecting that little bastard, I will chop that little beast in half before I get stabbed to death by the sharp knife special forces. Snap. Chen Dingtian picked up a brush and threw it over. You are still the one who is rebelling against me. You are just a boss in front of me. Is this the point? Dad. Chen Zhan wanted to cry but had no tears. Chen Dingtian said leisurely, let's investigate first. If we can find evidence to prove that Beifeng was not killed by the sharp knife special operations team by mistake, we can take action later. By then, old man Qiao will have no reason to say anything. In short, it is impossible for someone to kill my Chen family and still live well. Jiang Hani did not go to the company this morning. She went straight to her best friend's villa. After she fell into a coma last night, she slept until dawn and knew nothing about the follow-up of the incident in which Qi Junye was surrounded by Chen Beifeng. She is very worried. Ru, no one answered Qi Junye's call. Did he come back last night? As soon as Su Ru opened the door, Jiang Hani asked impatiently. I did call back, but I didn't get back until almost 6 in the morning. I'm probably sleeping like a dead pig right now. Of course I wouldn't answer the phone. Su Ru answered the question first, then stared at her bestie with a scrutinizing look. Are you a little too concerned about that guy now? Oh, no, things were different last night. When Jiang Hani heard that Qi Junye was safe and sound, she finally felt in the mood to explain her best friend's doubts. In short, no matter what happened afterwards, it was good that he was fine. She entered Su Ru's villa. Xiao Xinlan was there too, doing morning exercises on the treadmill. I don't know what the feud was between Qi Junye and a young master from the Chen family in the imperial capital, but they made a scene at the banquet last night. Jiang Hani briefly recounted what happened last night, and did not hide the part where she was surrounded by Chen Beifeng and his men on a remote road. Xiao Xinlan was undoubtedly the one who was most familiar with Chen Beifeng. When she heard that this man was resorting to his old tricks of violent revenge, she angrily said, Chen Beifeng has always been so lawless. Sooner or later, someone will take care of him. Su Ru curled her lips, thinking that Chen Beifeng's lawlessness was nothing compared to Qi Junye's, and Qi Junye was most likely the one who would deal with him. Every Avildor will be punished by his own evil. Since the situation had reached a tense state last night, according to the style of that king of hell, he would definitely not let Chen Beifeng have an easy time. I just don't know to what extent Qi Junye will go. Thinking of this, Su Ru began to have a headache. Why was it that wherever this guy went, there would be no peace? I am now worried about what he did to those people. He is a good fighter. If he beats those people seriously, will he go to jail? Jiang Hani held Suru's hand. Ru, I never ask you for help with your work, but this time, can you think of a way to help him? Suru frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Aren't you just pretending to be with that guy? You're not really in love with him and you're treating him as your fiancé, are you? This was something Suru could not accept. Yang Wan was a dangerous person and extremely unstable. If her best friend liked such a person, it would be like jumping into a fire pit. Boom! There was a loud banging sound coming from the treadmill by the window. Xiao Xinlan lost her focus for a moment, slipped off the track and hit her forehead. Seeing the two girls looking at her, Xiao Xinlan rubbed her forehead and smiled awkwardly. It's okay. But my heart was boiling. Oh my god! What did I hear? Qi Junye is actually the fiancé of Ruru's best friend. With such a relationship between the two, Ruru still lives with Qi Junye regardless. No matter how she thinks about it, Xiao Xinlan can only think of one explanation. True love. It's definitely true love. And Suru has fallen deeply in love. Otherwise, with the strict family education that Suru received since childhood and her meticulous personality, how could she possibly do such an abstract thing? Xiao Xinlan couldn't help but be moved by the sacrifice her good sister made for love. She really did. I cried my ass off. Here, Jiang Hani felt a little disappointed by her best friend's question and her mood dropped. She played with Suru's nails with a wandering look in her eyes, and said half thinking and half recalling, he is really annoying sometimes, always not serious, but he is always there when I am helpless and desperate. Moreover, he is not as cheerful as he looks on the surface. He can feel when I am sad. The more Suru listened to the trouble, the colder her heart became. When a woman begins to think carefully about the details of her relationship with a man, it proves that she has already set her heart on this man. Ruru, I might, probably, maybe, I really like him. He is different from all the men I have ever met. You know, from a certain point on, whenever I thought of this man as my fiancé, I felt very safe and happy. Sometimes I even couldn't help but imagine what my married life would be like with such a strange person. As Jiang Hani spoke, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Seeing this smile, Suru was speechless, and two big words lit up in her head, Wan la. Bang! Bang! The sound of a door opening and closing was heard inside the villa. Then Qi Junye walked out while putting on his coat and yawning. When he saw Jiang Hani, he exclaimed, Ha! You're here too. It just so happens that I have a little brother who has come to seek refuge with me. Come with me to the company and get him a job in the security department. Before Jiang Hani could reply, Suru quickly stood up and dragged Qi Junye out of the villa. Mr. Qi, no matter what your real purpose for returning to China is, break off the engagement with Yi immediately. You can't continue to make mistakes with her, let alone marry her. Suru's expression was cold and her tone was almost threatening. Qi Junye looked at him as if he were an idiot. Are you crazy? Who I marry is none of your business. Chapter 61 Stupid and Bad. Qi Junye didn't know about the changes in Suru's thoughts before he came out, so he didn't bother to pay attention to her. He just said a few words and turned around. Unexpectedly, Suru grabbed him again, and this time she said it more clearly, Chen Beifeng came to you last night. I know without asking that you must have made things difficult for him. How will the Chen family retaliate against you next? Qi Junye understood, but his attitude remained disdainful. So what? Suru said seriously, maybe you don't care about the Chen family's revenge, but he is just an ordinary person, she can't bear to be implicated. Qi Junye, you are a troublemaker, I beg you not to harm my best friend, break off the engagement with her. As long as it's not her, you can marry whoever you want. Qi Junye's eyelids drooped slightly, and a sense of alienation gradually crept up his eyebrows. He was very disgusted by the other party's remarks. It was not a problem of tone or attitude, but the self-righteous and dictatorial attitude, which was full of inexplicable superiority and stupid arrogance. Suru, don't you think your words are funny? The cold words burst out from Qi Junye's deep throat, like a pot of cold water pouring down over Suru's head, making her completely sober. During these days, everyone lived together. Qi Junye was sometimes a rogue, sometimes humorous, but generally quite easygoing. He was like a friend to Suru, so much so that although Suru remembered Qi Junye's identity, she always subconsciously ignored it. Now, she finally remembered that thing again. Qi Junye is not just Qi Junye, he is also the living king of hell in the dark world of the West. I am a troublemaker. Qi Junye sneered as he approached her and whispered, let's not talk about whether you are qualified to judge me. Let's talk about Jiang Hani's engagement with me. What right do you have to interfere? If she is afraid of the risk and wants to cancel the engagement, she will come up with it. Why would it be your turn to speak up? Su Ru was speechless for a moment. Qi Junye did not stop there, and even showed his contempt, saying, without their consent, you arbitrarily manipulate other people's lives based on your own preferences, and you keep saying that you are doing it for the good of others. People like you are impulsive at best, and self-centered at worst. You. Su Ru called him you several times, but couldn't make any sense out of it. Even a person with such a strong personality was holding back tears. He opened his big, shining eyes and stared at Qi Junye in dissatisfaction. Qi Junye had no interest in waiting for her to cry, and certainly no interest in coaxing her. He turned around and shouted into their house, Jiang Hani, are you leaving or not? There was a sound of footsteps, and Jiang Hani came out. When Su Ru saw her, she immediately turned her back and wiped her tearful face. Ru, what's wrong with you? Jiang Hani was full of doubts about her appearance. I'm thinking about life. Su Ru tried hard to suppress her sobs. Although Jiang Hani was confused by this answer, she didn't ask any more questions and drove away with Qi Junye. In the yard, Su Ru turned around when she heard the sound of a car going away. Tears had already slid into the corners of her mouth. She looked in the direction the car left, wiped the watermarks on her face, and turned back to their house. Am I as bad as he said? Am I really that stupid and bad? Su Ru murmured to herself, her small face filled with various expressions such as grievance, annoyance, confusion, etc., which was extremely complicated. She really started to think about her life because she was scolded by Qi Junye and started to doubt her life. But when Xiao Xinlan in the room saw this look, she had a whole new understanding of it. She saw that Su Ru's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying, and her brows were furrowed with a complicated expression, and she couldn't help but guess. What did Ru say to Qi Junye alone when she pulled him into the yard? But no matter what was said, it seemed to have ended in a bad mood. Alas! Xiao Xinlan sighed secretly in her heart, sister, you love so hard. When he returned to Jiang Group, Darhu had been waiting outside the company for a long time. Qi Junye asked Jiang Hani to open a back door for him, bypassing his identity information and completing the security department's onboarding process. Wang Dahu's identity was confidential information, and Jiang Hani didn't expect him to be at such a high level. She was only worried that Qi Junye would make friends with someone with a criminal record, so she whispered a reminder and then entered the office building. Wang Dahu stared blankly at the back of the beautiful CEO. Qi Junye patted him and said, this woman is going to marry me. If you fall in love with her at first sight, it will be very troublesome. Brother, that's not what I meant. Wang Dahu was still in a trance, lowered his head and said, so the woman you ended up marrying looks like this. I don't think she's as pretty as my sister. If you're willing to marry her, why can't you? Hearing this thought, Qi Junye shook his head and said nothing. Jiang Hani is not as pretty as Wan Hongzhu. This is not worth discussing. Aesthetics is a very subjective thing, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. As for who to marry and who not to marry, there doesn't seem to be any logic to it. Qi Junye wanted to ask Wang Dahu if it was because his sister was not living a satisfactory life now that he, as a younger brother, felt upset after seeing Jiang Hani. But Qi Junye didn't ask in the end. Once you get married, you become someone else's wife. What right do you have to interfere? Imperial capital, Chen family. Chen Beifen's mourning hall has not yet been fully decorated. Chen Zhan, who was sending his son off to his death, walked in from outside, holding a photo of his son as a portrait, and then looked at the tall coffin. Son, Dad is useless. After a while, Chen Zhan spoke to the coffin, his voice so tired as if he had lost half his life. I can't find any evidence that the Sharp Knife Special Operations team is protecting Qi Junye. Those people are all born in the year of the rooster and are too stubborn. I tried my best, but none of the dozen or so team members were willing to identify Qi Junye. If we can't find evidence, the Chen family won't come forward to avenge you, but Dad can't let you die in vain. Having said this, the middle-aged man squeezed out a few more tears that he had shed in the day. Dad has no choice but to be a reckless man. Just wait, I will bring back Qi Junye's head within 3 days to bury with you. Chen Zhan's expression suddenly changed from grief and dejection to murderous intent. He turned and left the morning hall, and bumped into a servant who was bringing in sacrificial fruit. The fruit fell to the ground, and the servant hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, fearing that he would bring bad luck to the old man whose son had just died. Master, please forgive me, I was wrong. Spread my words. My son's spirit will stay here first. You are not allowed to cremate him before I come back. Chen Zhan didn't do anything to him. He left resolutely after saying this. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, a flight from the imperial capital landed at Hangzhou airport. Chen Zhan was alone, without any weapon or disguise in his clothing, and he hailed a taxi. Where are you going, sir? Ningchen, Jian Group. Ningchen? It's too far. I have to change shift soon. Before the driver could finish his words, a stack of red bills was casually thrown onto the front seat. Please take a seat, we will leave soon. Chapter 62 Shameless. Brother Qi, you're not really working as a security guard here, are you? After sitting at the company gate for most of the day, Da who could no longer sit still. In his subconscious, Qi Junye worked as a security guard just to hide his identity. However, Qi Junye was calm and at ease. What else? This is a good job. I can sit here like a big shot and have enough food and drink every month. If I could find such a good job on my first day out of the mountains, I wouldn't have to go abroad and fight so hard. Well. Wang Dahu sighed. He had originally thought that he could learn something from following this strong man, but now, in less than a day, he had mastered the 3 security skills: registration, lifting barriers and opening gates. Little master, please help me open the pole. It was time to get off work, and cars were leaving from time to time. Wang Dahu could only operate the guardrail switch like a robot. Such a big company is not willing to spend money to install a smart exit. You are the captain of the Sharp Knife Special Operations Team, so you are a top soldier at least. As far as I know, the best choice for a top soldier is to become a security guard after retirement. You can easily hook up with a beautiful, rich woman and reach the pinnacle of life. Qi Junye drank wolfberry water leisurely. I am laying the foundation for your brilliant life in the future. Qi Junye was joking, but his expression suddenly froze. Such a strong murderous aura. At this moment, Wang Dahu also sensed something and instantly became alert, staring at a person who appeared in front of him. Brother, here comes a master. Qi Junye covered the cup and looked in the direction. About 50 meters away from the sentry box, a middle-aged man in a coat was standing there with his face slightly lowered and his eyes fixed on him like an eagle. The man didn't look very well dressed, with an untidy beard and messy hair. He looked little better than a homeless person. From the Chen family. Qi Junye didn't recognize him, so he asked Da who was standing beside him. Da who was as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and said solemnly, Chen Beifeng's father is Chen Zhan. Qi Junye was slightly surprised. He expected that the Chen family would definitely seek revenge, but after all, they were a powerful force rooted in the imperial capital and had many ways of taking revenge, but they chose the simplest one. After his son died, the father came alone to kill him. It's quite uncool. The middle-aged man's step seemed a little heavy. He walked to the gate step by step and temporarily shifted his gaze to Wang Dahu. I recognize you, the captain of the Sharp Knife Special Forces. It seems that you have a good relationship with this little beast, so manslaughter by mistake is just your excuse, right? Mr. Chen, don't say anything nonsense. Da said seriously, we are sorry for accidentally killing Mr. Chen, but it is nonsense to say that you are taking the blame. Chen Zhan shook his head indifferently, his expression relieved. I'm not here to argue, I only believe what I see with my own eyes. What do you want? Qi Junye asked. Chen Zhan replied, my son's body is still in the morning hall. I promised him that I would take your head to be buried with him. Nothing to discuss. Qi Junye asked again. It's not that I feel much threat from the other party, but this is after all, at the gate of Jian Group, with too many ordinary people coming and going, and it will be troublesome if a fight breaks out. Negotiate. Chen Zhan said sarcastically, I'll kill your relatives and then come to discuss with you, okay? Chen Zhan, you must think clearly. This is in public. If you start a fight, no matter what the result is, your Chen family will be affected. It is meaningless to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own. Da reminded sternly. It doesn't matter anymore. Chen Zhan was clearly ready to fight, and he said sadly and self-deprecatingly, "My old man is unwilling to stand up for my son, and I have no other ability, so I can only ignore it." Buzz. A metal object shot towards Qi Junye's face. Chen Zhan launched a surprise attack without any warning. Qi Junye turned his head to avoid it, and the object continued to shoot out for a distance, poof, hitting the solid concrete ground behind him, raising a little mud smoke. Wang Dahu was furious. "Chen Zhan. Killing someone means paying with your life, it has been like this since ancient times." Chen Zhan no longer wanted to argue with the two of them. When his sneak attack failed, he resorted to another ruthless move. Bang! Chen Zhan jumped onto the electric gate that blocked pedestrians. As soon as his feet made contact, the huge force caused the gate to dent deeply, making a popping sound. And this was just an ordinary step of Chen Zhan's double jump. In an instant, the middle-aged man jumped to a height of 3 meters, twisting his waist to the right and rear, thereby accumulating power for his right leg. No one expected that his first target would be Wang Dahu. The attack was too fierce and fast. By the time Wang Dahu reacted, it was too late to dodge and he could only confront it head-on. He bent his arms, raised his elbows, and used all his strength to collide head-on with a heavy kick coming from above. With just one move, Wang Dahu, captain of the Sharp Knife Special Forces, was defeated. Without making any spectacular noise, his whole body was flipped over, and after landing, he slid along the ground. "Brother, he is in the late stage of dark energy." Wang Dahu spoke out to remind Qi Junye, and then quickly stood up from the ground. He did not make any sound of pain during the whole process, but he actually looked very embarrassed and his injuries were very serious. The blood coming out of his mouth and nose did not flow straight down when his body turned over just now, but flowed to one side, staining half of his face red. Both of his hands were hanging limply. In order to withstand the force of Chen Zhan's kick, his arm bones were all broken and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. Wang Dahu's condition at this moment was no different from being hit by a pickup truck. "Fortunately, my life is not lost." Qi Junye turned his eyes to the man whose son had died, and he already had an idea of his strength. In the late stage of dark energy, the realm level is not the standard for measuring a person's combat power. Compared to Chen Beifeng, his father's mountain-shaking kick is at least 3 levels higher. With the blessing of this pinnacle of martial arts, Chen Zhan, who is in the late stage of dark force, can defeat a considerable number of those at the peak of dark force. No wonder he dared to come to Ningqing alone from the imperial capital to seek revenge. He is so skilled and brave. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to discuss this? Qi Junye asked the other party. Chen Zhan sneered, "Are you afraid of death?" Qi Junye turned his head and saw that many employees waiting to get off work had gathered in the small square downstairs of the company. They looked at this side and were reluctant to come over. Jiang Hani is among them. If possible, Qi Junye didn't want to fight, but unfortunately his opponent didn't listen to his advice. There is still a strong wind whistling in my ears. Chen Zhan has already made his move. He first stood on one leg and kicked up into the sky, then kicked towards Qi Junye's head with a whip-like kick. It was the same move as his son's, but the power was completely different. Not only was it powerful, but the energy also stirred up a huge noise like a rushing torrent. The moment he kicked out, the window glass of the security booth 1 meter away was shattered. At this moment, the leg was next to Qi Junye's head and was grabbed by his left hand. The fingers were sharper than eagle claws and pierced deeply into the flesh of Chen Zhan's calf. Qi Junye's expression was dull and indifferent. "Fuck you, you have no shame, you really think I'm afraid of you." Chapter 63, Not a good son, but a good father. Chen Zhan's pupils shrank sharply in shock, and he didn't even feel the pain of his calf being scratched. "What on earth are you?" He really wanted to know what level of realm the other party was at, to be able to catch a blow from him that was full of his full strength and filled with tremendous anger. However, Qi Junye did not give him the chance to ask and directly lifted him up. Bang! Boom! Such a big man turned into a human-shaped hammer in Qi Junye's hands, smashing around everywhere. From the perspective of a group of ordinary onlookers not far away, the middle-aged man in the windbreaker who had been as fierce as a god of war when he kicked Wang Dahu in the sky, now looked like a poor little chick, completely defenseless. He could only play the role of a prop involuntarily, accompanying Qi Junye in performing a typical show of violent aesthetics. The smashing lasted for 2 minutes, and the security booth was the center, and the surrounding objects were in ruins. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been a bloody mess after being tortured like this, but the body of a master in the late stage of dark energy is much tougher than that of an ordinary person. Chen Zhan was thrown to the ground, gasping for breath, his face covered in bruises and blood, but his injuries were obviously not life-threatening. Harmonious society saved you, Qi Junye said coldly. If they weren't worried about killing someone in public, which would affect Jiang Hani's company and make things difficult for Qiao Jingshan and the people who care about him, there would be no need to go through so much trouble to kill a dark energy master. Chen Zhan lay limply on the ground, grinning and sneering. Laugh at you, uncle. Wang Dahu was very annoyed. If my brother hadn't thought about himself as a sheer countryman and didn't want to make things difficult for Qiao Lao, do you really think he wouldn't dare to kill you? Chen Zhan did not answer. He opened his teeth and exerted force, as if he had bitten something in his lips, and then a large amount of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Qi Junye narrowed his eyes slightly. You took poison. Chen Zhan looked relieved, with a smile from the heart, and said to the sky, I know you are an expert. Before I came here, I knew that I was not 100% sure of killing you, so I was prepared to lose you. Guess why I came here to find you? Wang Dahu quickly figured out the trick and said angrily, You can't find evidence that my brother killed your son, so you use your own life to frame my brother for murder in public. Are you fucking sick? Before his death, Chen Zhan seemed to finally have an interest in chatting with his enemy, and explained, I am going to die no matter what. If I kill him today, Old Man Qiao will make things difficult for the Chen family. At that time, I will not implicate the family. I will just finish the funeral for my son and die a few days later. Qi Junye said, the autopsy will show that you died of poisoning. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Zhan said, it doesn't matter. The old man doesn't like Bei Feng, and is not very enthusiastic about avenging him. But as long as I die, he will have a grandson and a son. Even if he is cold-blooded, he will be willing to take revenge, right? Even if the law finds you not guilty, the Chen family will never stop fighting you. Qi Junye nodded, looked at the dying man, and praised him very pertinently. What a good plan. For Chen Beifeng, you can use your own life to make an open conspiracy, not only to plot against me, but also your own father. You are not a very good son, but you should be a good father. Wang Dahu on the side cursed, he is a shitty father. Chen Zhan, you didn't even look at him when Chen Beifeng was alive. Everyone in the capital knows that you have a lover and an illegitimate child outside. Now that Chen Beifeng is dead, you want to be a good father. Yeah. I'm a shitty dad. Chen Zhan vomited a few more mouthfuls of black blood. His eyes started to become unfocused and his speech became unclear, as if he was about to fall asleep and was talking in his sleep. When I was young, I was violent and violent. I beat his mother to death. I also beat him when he was a child. He has always been afraid of me and never got close to me. When he grew up, he distanced himself from me. I looked for women outside, thinking of having a few more children. Anyway, my eldest son is a waste. Maybe I did too many bad things. None of the women out there could give me a boy. I finally got one, but when I sent someone to check, I found out that the bitch was actually cuckolding. When the servants told me that Beifeng was dead, I felt nothing until I saw him lying there motionless with my own eyes. I suddenly remembered when he was just born, so white and tender, so small. I also thought of the way he looked when I beat him when he was a child, that pitiful look in his eyes. Sometimes he hid under the table, and sometimes he didn't run away, just curled up on the ground and let me beat him. As Chen Zhan spoke, he began to laugh, and 2 lines of tears rolled down his ears. Like father, like son. He later became a bad boy, playing with women and having affairs. He did everything a playboy could do. He became a well-known bad boy in the capital. But every time he saw me, he would immediately turn back into the timid person he was when he was a child, not daring to look me in the eye. I'm really not a good father. When I was in a good mood before, I promised to teach him how to practice the mountain-shaking kick, and promised to take him to visit his mother's grave, but I forgot about it the moment I turned my head. This time, I promised to bring your head back, but I didn't do it. But, at least I have left you a situation where, you are bound to die. Chen Zhan groaned, and black blood gushed out, covering his mouth and nose. The light in his eyes quickly faded, and his head slowly began to tilt to one side. Son, if I see you again down there, I won't beat you. The blood blocked his trachea, and his last words sounded strange, like wind blowing through bamboo shoots. Chen Zhan died at the gate of Jiang Group. It was a miserable death. Poor Jiang Group employees will probably have nightmares for the next few days after seeing this scene. A police car arrived shortly afterwards and handled the scene according to procedure. Su Ru and Zhui Yuji also came along, and after hearing the entire story in detail, their expressions became extremely solemn. We will report this matter to the Longan Bureau first and discuss countermeasures urgently. Before the news comes out, don't act rashly. Su Ru didn't care about the quarrel in the morning. After instructing Qi Junye, she left in a hurry with Zhui Yuji. Jiang Hani sent a few long messages in the company group. After briefly comforting the employees, she came to Qi Junye and asked in a gentle voice, "Is something big going to happen?" Qi Junye looked at the dark red sunset in the sky, not taking it seriously, and replied, "When you encounter a mountain, you can cut a path. When you encounter a river, you can build a bridge. No matter how big the problem is, it can't break the sky." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Diehu's still drooping hands. "Let's go, heal our wounds first." In the imperial capital, inside the mansion, there was a hint of autumn chill. Chen Beifeng's funeral hall was deserted, with only the candlelight flickering in the wind from time to time. In the small study, Chen Dingqian's old eyes were dim, and he was fiddling with the rosary in his hand in a half-asleep and half-awake state. Suddenly, the string of beads broke, and 72 beads fell one after another, beating out a chaotic rhythm on the wooden floor, spilling all over the floor. Chapter 64 Coincidence. A jade bin rolled to the door, and then the door opened. Chen Kuang, the second son of the Chen family, stood outside respectfully with his hands clasped and his brows lowered. This guy's image is completely different from his name. He has a neatly slicked back hair, wears a meticulous shirt and trousers, and a pair of frameless glasses that exude a scholarly air. "Father, I heard from the servants that you didn't eat dinner," Chen Kuang said in a gentle tone. Chen Dingqian squatted on the ground, picking up the fallen jade beans one by one, and replied, "I have no appetite, and I feel uneasy." "Did the person who was sent to stop your eldest brother reply?" Chen Kuang was still polite and answered, "When we arrived at the airport, my brother had already boarded the plane. After that, my brother arrived in Hangzhou at around 3 o'clock and went to Ningcheng at around 6 o'clock to meet the young man named Qi." The old man paused and asked, "Killed him?" Chen Kuang said, "Big brother used all his strength but failed to defeat the other party, but in public, the other party did not kill him. But in the end, Big brother bit himself with poison." The old man's action of picking beans froze again, and lasted much longer than before, for more than 10 seconds, before he let out a long sigh. "Well." After picking up the jade bin in his hand and throwing it back to the ground, Chen Dingqian sighed with emotion, "When I was alive, he treated me like an animal. Only after I died did he remember that I was his own child. He intervened in the game and forced me to submit. What a bastard." The old man slowly stood up, hunched over, turned his back to Chen Kuang, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. "Take care of yourself." Chen Kuang lowered his head, closed the door and left. In the room, Chen Dingqian leaned on the table, motionless, his eyelids blinking from time to time. It was unknown what he was thinking, and he stood there for half an hour. Puff! A mouthful of old blood sprayed onto a blank piece of rice paper in front of him, like thousands of winter sweets dotted on the snow in the coldest days of winter. Wang Dahu became Astro Boy, with both arms splinted and wrapped in thick gauze, and he was forced to be hospitalized. "Brother, how long do I have to tie my hands? Can I not stay in the hospital?" His hands could only remain straight and could not move. Wang Dahu found it difficult to even turn over in bed and felt very uncomfortable. Qi Junye joked, "You should be content, kid. This is a high-end private hospital under the Long family, serving the rich. The nurses inside are all beautiful. If you stay here for a few days, maybe your lifelong affairs will be settled." As she was talking, Long Junru walked into the ward and said, "All the relevant matters have been explained. There is a special person in charge of the daily diet. In addition, there are masters of the Long family patrolling secretly, so safety is not a problem. Mr. Qi, can we talk for a moment?" Qi Junye nodded, asked Jiang Hani to wait here, and then he and Long Junru entered an empty office. After the woman locked the door, Qi Junye sat down on the desk and teased her nonchalantly, You called me away alone in front of my fiancée, and you did it so covertly. It's hard not to make people think too much. Long Junru did not show any disgust towards this low-brow joke, and said openly, "It's a pity that I am not good at the beauty trap, otherwise it would not be a bad idea to play a game of stealing jade and stealing fragrance with Mr. Qi." Qi Junye smiled and returned to the topic. "I didn't expect you to come all the way to Ningqing so late at night. Don't you want to cut off your relationship with me at this critical moment?" Long Junru's answer was full of confidence, even revealing a bit of arrogance. The Chen family is powerful, but in the imperial capital, it is only one of the so-called 6 wealthy families. It has been around for more than half a century and has not been the leader. In my opinion, it is nothing special. On the other hand, in the land of Jiangnan, there has never been a few wealthy families for so many years. Only my Long family is the only one that stands out. Instead of asking me if I am afraid of him, you might as well ask him if he is afraid of me. So crazy. So crazy. Qi Junye looked at the woman quietly, trying to find signs of her bluffing from the details. Nothing was found. "What do you want?" Qi Junye asked. He was not so self-indulgent as to think that someone came over so late at night just to show concern for him. The statement just now was nothing more than the Long family's willingness to temporarily stand on the same front with him and help deal with the Chen family. However, there is often no free lunch in the world. Long Junru was also very direct, without any embarrassment after being exposed, and replied, "I need you to help me cooperate with the Ogwa group." "What can you give me?" Qi Junye asked again. Long Junru asked instead of answering, smiling, "Mr. Qi, why do you think I strongly suggested that you let that dark-skinned handsome boy be hospitalized for observation?" Qi Junye's thoughts went back to half an hour ago. Originally, with his medical skills, Wang Dahu didn't need to go to the hospital, but when Long Junru came and saw Wang Dahu for the first time, she said that she had a high-end private hospital in Ningqin. At that time, Qi Junye clearly stated that it was unnecessary, but Long Junru seemed not to understand and kept asking, "So Da who became Astro Boy?" Recalling her determined and meaningful eyes, Qi Junye knew that she had something up her sleeve and was finally going to pour it out. "What a coincidence. I've seen your little brother before. His skin color is so unique that I have a deep impression of him." Long Junru half smiled and half seriously told the story. "I went to a wedding banquet that time. The groom was my old classmate, and the bride was your little brother's sister." Qi Junye couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Since his wife passed away 10 years ago, Chen Dingtian moved from the main room in the main courtyard to the small study in the side courtyard. He studied ancient books day and night, devoted himself to practicing internal martial arts, and hardly ever left the room. That night I fell ill from anxiety, so I moved back to the spacious and warm main room. The room was brightly lit. Several children and nephews and nieces from other rooms were guarding the room. Chen Dingtian lay on the couch with a pale face. A young and handsome man took his pulse. The old man's power protects him, so he's fine. It's just that he's in a bad mood. At this point the young man stopped talking, thinking of what had happened to the Chen family recently. The old man's eldest son's lineage was cut off, so it was obviously inappropriate to persuade others to be cheerful. That's all. The man stood up and walked to the table, took out a pen and paper from his medicine box, quickly wrote a prescription, and handed it to Chen Kuang who was nearest to him. "Boil the medicine according to this prescription, take it at 11 p.m. every day, and rest for 4 or 5 days and you will be cured. Thank you for your hard work, Zijing." Chen Kuang took the prescription and thanked him. "Thank you, little saint. Mr. Zhu has worked hard." The Chen family's descendants who were waiting here also expressed their gratitude. "Our two families are old friends, why should we be polite?" Zhu Zijing responded warmly, packed up his medicine box and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Chen Kuang handed the prescription to the person next to him and quickly followed, "I'll take you there. I just happen to have something to say to you." The two men left the house and walked into the yard. Zhu Zijing asked, "Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me?" Chen Kuang pretended to be embarrassed, frowned and hesitated for a moment, then took out a photo and handed it to the other party. Zhu Zijing took it. He was still confused a second ago, but when he saw Qi Junye in the photo, he suddenly froze. He didn't know this man, but he was very familiar with this face. Because, until the night before his wife married him, her cell phone wallpaper was a photo of her and this man. Chapter 65. You are that man. Late at night, a Volkswagen Magetan drove into an ordinary residential area. After turning off the engine, Zhu Zijing did not get out of the car immediately, but sat in the car thinking silently. The man in the photo is back. Chen Kuang only told him this news, but he was not stupid and probably guessed that the man was probably related to the incident in which 2 people in the Chen family died. The Chen family wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The Zhu family has been practicing medicine for generations, and the education instilled in him since childhood is to save lives. He doesn't want to do anything to that man from the bottom of his heart. But he was helpless, his relationship with his wife was almost driving him crazy. A few minutes later, Zhu Zijing came upstairs. Just as he took out the key to open the door opened from the inside. Then Wang Hongzhu took the medicine box from his hand gently and put it back to the place where medicine boxes were placed very familiarly. This happened almost every day after they got married. It seemed that the function of Zhu Zijing's key was not to open the door, but to make that slight sound when he took it out to remind his wife to come and open the door. My wife practices martial arts and has an extremely sharp sense of hearing. At first, Zhu Zijing felt very happy, which proved that his wife was considerate and attentive to him. But over time, he also realized the problem. What normal person would remain so vigilant in their own home, always listening to even the slightest movement at the door? The weather is starting to get cold. I'll prepare some medicinal soup for you to soak your feet. After putting away the medicine box, Wang Hongzhu walked back, reminding people as he walked. The whole process was natural and there was no floor to be found. A specially made wooden basin was placed next to the sofa. This basin was deeper than an ordinary wooden barrel and could hold more and deeper water, enough to submerge 6 centimeters above the calf. The wall of the basin was also thicker, and the heat preservation effect was excellent. Soaking feet in medicated water when the weather gets cold is not Wang Hongzhu's habit, nor is it Zhu Zijing's family's habit. It's just that in the early days of their marriage, Zhu's mother-in-law seemed to be setting rules for her daughter-in-law. She mentioned this casually, saying that her son had a cold body and couldn't catch a cold. From then on, every time the temperature dropped or it rained or blew, Zhu Zijing would go home with a basin of medicinal soup for soaking his feet. Thanks. Zhu Zijing put his feet into the slightly hot medicinal foot bath, and his body and heart immediately felt warm. My wife has done a really great job and has taken care of everything. Even my mother, who initially looked down on her background, was convinced by the impeccable performance of this good daughter-in-law in less than half a year and now likes her very much. Pity. Having a perfect wife does not mean having a perfect marriage. Zijing, if there's nothing else, I'll go to bed first. Just leave the water there after you soak your feet, and I'll clean it up in the morning. Wang Hongzhu sat next to Zhu Zijing for a while. Seeing that he had nothing to say, she stood up and walked towards the bedroom on the left. The problem is, Zhu Zijing's bedroom is on the right. From the first day of their marriage, the two of them slept in separate rooms. Occasionally, when the parents of both families came to visit, they would stay together in the master bedroom for the sake of their elders, but even if they slept in the same room, one would sleep on the bed and the other would sleep on the floor. Zhu Zijing had never touched her, not even held her hand. After marriage, the two of them lived together and had no shortage of opportunities for physical contact in life, but since the first time when Hongzhu cooked in the kitchen, Zhu Zijing was responsible for serving the dishes to the table. When taking the dishes, Zhu Zijing deliberately touched her hand tentatively, and she subconsciously shrank back. The dish was smashed, and Zhu Zijing's self-esteem was also shattered. After that, Zhu Zijing never had such thoughts again. Even though Wang Hongzhu said that she would not resist if he wanted to do things that a couple should do, Zhu Zijing still did not make any demands. He didn't want to be a poor man begging for alms. He hoped that his wife would gradually forget about that man as they got along and truly fall in love with him as her husband. Red candle. Zhu Zijing stopped his wife who was about to close the door. Wang Hongzhu opened the door and walked back to the sofa, sat down next to him, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" She is always so gentle, but also so calm, without any emotional fluctuations, as if she is playing the current role in a stereotyped way. Zhu Zijing wanted to see her other emotions, so he said, "That person is back." Wang Hongzhu's eyes trembled, then returned to normal, and asked with a smile, "Who is it?" Zhu Zijing did not answer, and continued, "He offended the Chen family and killed Chen Beifeng and Chen Zhan, father and son, one after another. Now the Chen family wants to kill him." As the content of this sentence became more complete, Zhu Zijing saw the strange emotion on Wang Hongzhu's face as he wished. Her expression gradually changed, and finally she stood up with a frown on her brow. She felt a sense of crisis, as if she was the one who was going to be killed by the Chen family. Oh! Such a dry syllable came out of Zhu Zijing's throat. It turns out that people really laugh when they have nothing to say. From the beginning to the end, he referred to it as that person, without even using any specific terminology, but Wang Hongzhu knew who he was talking about. Zhu Zijing felt like his heart had been torn apart, and it was at this moment that he decided that he should go to Ningqing. It was from Long Junru that Qi Junye learned about the experiences of that brave beauty after their separation and who she was going to marry. The Zhu family is a medical family. Zhu Zijing's father is recognized as the best doctor in Jiangnan and one of the top 10 officially certified Chinese doctors. Although he is not wealthy, his reputation is very high. After all, everyone has injuries and illnesses that are difficult to treat, and there are many important people who owe their family favors. Zhu Zijing originally wanted to develop in his hometown, following his father, not only to learn medical skills, but also to accumulate fame, so that he could inherit the mantle and the golden signboard of the Zhu family in the future. But a few years ago, when he went to the imperial capital to treat a powerful person, it happened that old Xiao was also visiting that person's house. At that time, Wang Hongzhu accompanied old Xiao as a guard, and Zhu Zijing fell in love with her at first sight. After that, it was just a normal courtship scene. Zhu Zijing stayed in the imperial capital despite his parents' opposition. After about a year and a half of courtship, Wang Hongzhu retired and the two got married. Long Junru sighed, Zhu Zijing is a very humble and low-key person. He is from a noble family after all, but the couple only bought a small 2-bedroom apartment in the imperial capital as their new home, and the car they drive is also very ordinary. But even such a person is said to have found someone to drink with many times after marriage to complain about the frustrations of his marriage, which shows how depressed he is. Qi Junye refused to use his imagination to speculate about Wang Hongzhu's life after marriage, and asked coldly, "What do you want to express by telling me this?" Long Junru looked at him with interest and said, "They had dinner with me once before they got married. I happened to see Wang Hongzhu's phone screensaver. It was a photo of her and a man, but that man was not Zhu Zijing." Qi Junye frowned. Long Junru continued, "Zhu Zijing has a good relationship with Chen Kuang, the second son of the Chen family. Many times, Chen Kuang would accompany him to drink alone. Do you think Chen Kuang knows that you are the one that Wang Hongzhu has been thinking about? The Chen family's power is in the imperial capital, while the Zhu family's power is in Jiangnan. Will the Chen family instigate the Zhu family, or instigate Zhu Zijing?" Chapter 66 Hypocrite. After listening to Long Junru's analysis, Qi Junye looked thoughtful. Being affectionate with others will always lead to peach blossom disasters. It's not like he hasn't encountered similar things before. He then asked calmly, "What kind of person is Zhu Zijing?" "Gentleman." Long Junru squeezed out 2 words. This answer made Qi Junye feel a little relieved. At least it proved that Wang Hongzhu did not choose the wrong person. Then, if Zhu Zijing was really used as a gun by the Chen family in the future, there would be no need for him to be too ruthless. However, Long Junru spoke with heavy breathing, and then added another sentence. "Hypocrite." Qi Junye felt very unhappy when he felt that he was being played. He stared at the femme fatale and said, "Do you believe that I can play with you?" Long Junru smiled and met his gaze. "How do you do it?" Qi Junye raised his hand in annoyance, aiming directly at the round curve under the other person's hip skirt, but then he realized that he had just created an enemy because of provoking a woman, and if he did such a straightforward and explicit obscene thing to another woman, it would seem that he was a bit ungrateful. So he took back his palm, pinched Long Junru's cheeks with both hands, and said viciously, "A woman like you, I can see at a glance that you are still a virgin. Don't act like a vixen in front of me, don't act pretentiously." After saying that, Qi Junye slammed the door and walked out. Long Junru stood there in a daze. She never thought that this man would really dare to lay hands on her. With her notoriety over the years, few people dared to look directly at her beauty. Occasionally, some partners with the same strength as the Long family came from other places, and a few words of probing were the limit of what they could do. If anyone dared to lay hands on her, she would really turn hostile and chop off their hands, no matter who it was. If Qi Junye's slap just now had really landed on her butt, considering that the other party still had great value to her and had the martial arts talent that was favored by the old man of the Long family, she might have been able to hold back on the spot, but she would definitely find a way to trip him up later. But the other party stopped and pinched her face instead. This action surprised Long Junru to find that she was not disgusted at all. Instead, it aroused a strange feeling in her heart, an inexplicable throbbing. As if possessed by a ghost, she raised her hands and imitated Qi Junye's actions just now, gently pinching her face. Zhu Zijing returned to his long-lost hometown, had a meal with his parents at home, sharing only the good news and not the bad news, and then went straight to Ningchen. However, he did not look for Qi Junye first, but went to the hospital under the Long family to visit his brother-in-law. "You kid, you didn't even tell me and your sister that you were so badly injured." Sitting beside Wang Dahu's bed, Zhu Zijing's words were reproachful but full of concern. Wang Dahu was embarrassed and replied, "Oh, it's normal for martial artists to get bruised and injured. By the way, brother-in-law, how did you know I was hospitalized here?" Zhu Zijing said unhappily, "Have you forgotten what my family does? The vice president of this hospital is my grandfather's student, so he is my uncle in terms of seniority. By the way, Dahu, you didn't get this injury while on a mission, did you?" He suddenly changed the subject. "Are you with a man named Qi Junye?" Dahu's smile froze on his face. In fact, he and his brother-in-law were not close, but more of a kinship relationship. However, he and Qi Junye got together and his brother-in-law knew about it, which was a very embarrassing situation. After all, in a sense, Qi Junye is my sister's ex-boyfriend. Besides, my brother-in-law only knew the existence of Qi Junye and didn't seem to know his name. Brother-in-law, Brother Qi is very powerful. Not only is he very strong, but his strategy, firearms skills, and reconnaissance abilities are all top-notch. You know I'm a soldier, and I need all of his skills, so I follow him just to learn. Don't think too much." Wang Dahu explained in a way that made things more obvious, but was immediately exposed by Zhu Zijing. "I didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous?" Zhu Zijing asked with a smile. Wang Dahu was speechless. Well, he confessed before being asked. Zhu Zijing's expression became more serious, and he asked, "Dahu, how long does your brother Qi plan to stay in the country this time? If nothing unexpected happens, I shouldn't leave." Wang Dahu didn't say anything, and the voice of answer came from the door. Zhu Zijing turned around and finally saw his love rival whom he had been thinking about day and night. To be fair, judging from his appearance alone, this man should be enough to make 90% of men feel a sense of crisis, and the remaining 10% are either on par with him or ordinary men. That face was extremely handsome, and even if he was dressed as a woman, he would still be a fascinating beauty. However, he exuded a very strong masculine aura, making it impossible for people to misjudge his gender. And compared to the person in the photo of Wang Hongzhu, the real person standing in front of him seems more attractive. He has a tall and strong figure and is full of energy. He seems to have an innate confidence and an extremely calm demeanor. Zhu Zijing had to admit that he lost the first round just after they met. He stood up and walked in front of Qi Junye, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Zhu Zijing, Dahu's brother-in-law. I heard that you and my wife used to be very good friends. We wanted to invite you to witness our wedding, but unfortunately we couldn't get in touch with you." Qi Junye raised his eyebrows slightly. Long Junru said that this person was modest and low-key, but at first glance, it seemed quite different. Even if he was a hypocrite, he should have pretended to be a gentleman first. Why did he hide his true intentions right from the start? Marriage is a matter between two people. As long as you can be happy, you don't need anyone to witness it. Although he was a little unhappy, for the sake of Dahu and Wang Hongzhu, Qi Junye still shook hands with the other party, and even rarely uttered a decent and polite word. However, this made Zhu Zijing's masseter muscles move. His marriage with Wang Hongzhu was not happy, or even a real marriage, so these words sounded extremely harsh to him. After the handshake, Zhu Zijing immediately stopped being polite and went straight to the point. "Do you know you are going to die?" The airflow in the ward seemed to stagnate for a moment. The topic changed so suddenly and abruptly, so inexplicably that Wang Dahu was completely unable to react. "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Mr. Zhu likes to play guessing games." Qi Junye was also a little caught off guard, but after careful consideration, there didn't seem to be an obvious threat in this sentence. It was more like a straightforward statement, with a vague scrutiny and an unreasonable arrogance. Zhu Zijing turned around and sat down beside Wang Dahu's bed without even looking at Qi Junye. "You have already offended the Chen family. If you don't run away, I can't think of any other outcome for you except death. Zhu Zijing said indifferently, but if you listen to me, I can provide you with some help. Although I can't guarantee your survival, for someone like you, if you refuse me, there will be no hope at all. Qi Junye suddenly realized and finally understood where the other party's condescending look came from. It turns out that they treated him as a small person. Kind of interesting. Chapter 67, God doesn't even give me face. Wang Dahu felt that he didn't quite recognize the brother-in-law in front of him. Although Zhu Zijing was not his ideal brother-in-law, during their previous interactions, he found that he was at least polite, elegant and easygoing. Considering his family background, he was a rare good man. But today he seemed like a different person, speaking rudely and even a little self-righteous. Brother-in-law, my brother Qi is not a small figure. Your brother Qi. Zhu Zijing interrupted his brother-in-law without any hesitation, and became more and more psychologically unbalanced because of the other party's affectionate address to Qi Junye. It's bad enough that Wang Hongzhu is obsessed with this pretty boy, but Wang Dahu, an old man, is also so warm to him. What's going on? Did he drug the brother and sister? Dahu, maybe because he is quite powerful, you admire him and think he is not a small person, but I want to tell you that your idea is very naive. In this world, no matter how strong a person's martial arts is, it is useless. How many resources one has in his hands is the key to determining one's class. Zhu Zijing spoke righteously, and he was speaking to his brother-in-law as well as Qi Junye. No matter how good a person is at fighting, how good can he be? Don't even mention that we have airplanes and cannons in modern times. All flesh and blood are equal in front of firearms. Even in ancient times, those so-called martial arts masters were nothing more than henchmen of the powerful. If you listen to your brother-in-law, stay away from such people in the future. They think they have a big fist and are not afraid of anything. They even dare to provoke a behemoth like the Chen family. They are just brave and don't know how to live or die. No, brother-in-law, you. Friend, since this is our first meeting, I have no objection to your opinion of me. But isn't it a bit ungentlemanly of you to make personal attacks on me in front of me? Qi Junye increasingly suspected that Long Junru's information was wrong. In my imagination, he should be a gentleman who is as gentle as jade. But now, my imagination has been shattered to pieces. Zhu Zijing turned his head and said with a smile, am I not telling the truth? Originally, I was looking forward to Hongzhu's first love, but I was really disappointed when we met. It seems that you are just a guy who relies on your appearance and bravery to deceive young girls. Hongzhu fell in love with you back then, after all, she was too young. Still coming. Qi Junye's eyebrows were furrowed into an 8 shape. He wasn't angry, but he just couldn't accept the current situation. A few minutes ago, he received news that Wang Dahu's brother-in-law came to their hospital, so he drove over with Jiang Hani. His original intention was to negotiate seriously with Wang Hongzhu's husband for the sake of the Wang siblings and try not to make it a tit-for-tat situation, otherwise both Wang Hongzhu and Wang Dahu would be embarrassed to be caught in the middle. Furthermore, because of the complicated relationship between the characters, when fighting with Zhu Zijing, Qi Junye felt like a mistress who destroyed other people's families. Even if he won the fight, it would still be disgusting. In the car, he rehearsed what would happen after the two of them met. Maybe they would appear to be friendly on the surface, but actually engage in a verbal confrontation. Or maybe they would just talk a few simple words and everyone would be happy. Qi Junye never thought that this rumored little master would come up and act like a woman, being sarcastic and aggressive. What? Do I have an aura that reduces my intelligence? No matter how smart and calm the opponent is, he will be forced to become a fool when he meets me. Zhu Zijing didn't care what Qi Junye thought. After enough of the ridicule, he went straight to the point and said, Qi Junye, now I'll give you two choices. First, you find a random woman to marry, and then take the initiative to invite Hongzhu to your wedding, so that she can completely let go of her obsession with the past. Then I will use the Zhu family's connections to find a safe way to send you abroad. As for whether you can escape the Chen family's pursuit after you go abroad, it depends on your own luck. Second, reject me and fight the Chen family by yourself. I can't guarantee that I will help the Chen family in the process. Anyway, as long as you are confirmed to be dead, Hongzhu can gradually let you go. It just takes a long time, but I can wait. After saying that, he looked at Qi Junye quietly, waiting for him to make a choice. Qi Junye sneered, it seemed there was no need to talk anymore. Qi Junye. Just as Qi Junye was about to say something to this idiot who was talking to himself, Jiang Hani came outside the ward and said, "The seat you wanted has been reserved. When can you come over?" On their way here, Qi Junye told Jiang Hani about his relationship with Wang Dahu's sister and brother-in-law. He also made it clear that he wanted to clear up the misunderstanding and asked her to help book a private table in the hotel so that they could sit down and have a good talk. Jiang Hani was naturally happy to do this. After all, it meant that she would help Qi Junye clarify the matter as his legal fiancé, and it would also help him draw a line between himself and his past confidants. So when she saw Zhu Zijing, she nodded to him in a friendly manner because she didn't know about the dispute between the three of them just now. "Hello, I am Qi Junye's fiancé, Jiang Hani. I know a little about the misunderstanding between you and him, so I specially booked a table at the hotel, hoping to sit down and have a good talk with you." Zhu Zijing's eyes wandered between the two of them for a moment, then he smiled contemptuously. "Qi Junye, it seems that you are very smart and have made preparations in advance. So, you chose the first option. Very good." He didn't believe at all that Jiang Hani was Qi Junye's fiancé. When the two of them stood together, they didn't even look as good as a couple as he and Wang Hongzhu did. There was no intimacy between lovers at all. The only possibility is that Qi Junye knew I was coming, so he found a woman in advance and even booked a hotel in order to put on a show and distance himself from me. What preparations? What's the first choice? Jiang Hani was confused and looked up at Qi Junye. "Brother-in-law, Miss Jiang is really Brother Qi's fiancé." Wang Dahu helped explain. However, Zhu Zijing only felt that his brother-in-law was cooperating with Qi Junye, while Jiang Hani was just playing dumb and being cute. He was too lazy to pay attention and said to Qi Junye in a bossy manner, "Since you chose the first option, then hurry up and prepare. I want you to hold a wedding with this woman within 3 days. Can you do it?" Jiang Hani was getting more confused. What was going on? Was Qi Junye going to marry her in 3 days? But she wasn't ready yet. Wasn't this too sudden? But it seems that it is not impossible. Jiang Hani lowered her head shyly, wondering whether she should propose formally first, when she heard Qi Junye's clear voice. "Holding a wedding within 3 days. I'll screw you." "What do you mean?" Zhu Zijing looked displeased. Qi Junye sneered. There was no need for any explanation at all. He didn't want to be on the defensive with Zhu Zijing, so he took the initiative to come over, hoping to make things clear. But this didn't mean that he would indulge the other party without any bottom line and take advantage of him. In the end, it seemed like I was really afraid of this Zhu guy. "What I mean is that you can now be the lackey of the Chen family and help them deal with me. But I warn you, if you really make me angry, I won't care whose husband you are, and I won't even give God face." Chapter 68 Waiting for the Wind. His attitude was clear. Qi Junye was unwilling to engage in any more meaningless verbal battle with him. He reached out his big hand, hugged Jiang Hani and left. Zhu Zijing and Wang Dahu were left in the ward. "Hatilda." Zhu Zijing let out a long breath and sat down dejectedly, like a deflated ball. "Dahu, do you think your brother-in-law's behavior just now is offensive?" "Brother-in-law, you didn't come here just to see me, did you? What exactly do you want to do?" Wang Dahu asked. It was not until then that Zhu Zijing decided to open up. "Your sister and I haven't had as happy a time as you think these past few years." Born into a family of famous doctors, Zhu Zijing had a smooth life and was loved by his family. As a result, he was not a person with strong ability to withstand pressure, nor could he hide things. However, he had never told any of his relatives about his dissatisfaction with his marriage over the years, for fear that his parents would worry about him or force him to divorce and remarry. When he really couldn't hold it in any longer, he would find someone to drink with, and while drunk, he would pour out some complaints that he thought were harmless. Today was the first time he complained to a relative, and that person was his wife's younger brother. "We treat each other with respect, without any conflicts or frictions. But in real life, are there any real couples who are always so polite?" Zhu Zijing held his forehead with one hand, looking extremely annoyed, and elaborated on the depression that had accumulated over the years since his marriage. After listening to this, Wang Dahu fell silent. Zhu Zijing fumbled in his suit for a while, then with a click, he lit a cigarette. A nurse passing by wanted to remind people that smoking was not allowed in the ward, but when she saw that it was this young man who even the vice president had to smile and greet him from the office, she could only quietly help him close the door. Brother-in-law, have you learned to smoke? Wang Dahu was surprised. Zhu Zijing shook his head and smiled helplessly. As a man, with nowhere to vent the sadness and grievances in his heart, what other way can he have except to get involved in cigarettes and alcohol? Wang Dahu had nothing to say and could only sigh. He was a virgin who had never even had a girlfriend and didn't understand the ins and outs of marriage, but he knew that his sister owed this man. After all, the condition for their marriage was that the Zhu family took out a plateau snow lotus that could not be bought with money, which saved his and Wang Hongzhu's father.